Welcome to Blast Premier 2022. Twelve Blast Premier teams will begin their quest for victory in a season group stage. Teams seed each other, creating 3 groups of 4. These teams then play out a BO1 rapid-fire round to set their place in a cross-group gauntlet. BO3 gauntlet will see 6 teams automatically qualify for the season final. The remaining 6 teams will be cast into the showdown, where they must fight to survive in a merciless single elimination format. Whilst there, they will be joined by one top global team by way of exclusive invitation. A further 9 additional teams will enter the fray, thanks to Blast Premier regional qualifiers, making it a truly open tournament, where even amateur teams have a chance to unseat the pros. For the first time, each seasonal showdown will be split across 2 regional tournaments. 8 teams will compete within a European and CIS bracket, whilst the remaining 8 will battle with a North America and rest of the world bracket. Victors of the showdown, 1 team from the European and CIS bracket, and 1 from the North America and rest of the world bracket, will secure their place in the season final to join the 6 teams from the group stage. The 8 finalists will face off in a GSL format, leading into a single elimination playoff bracket with quarters, semi, and grand finals. The champions of both the spring and fall seasons will be joined by exceptionally skilled teams, including winners of the CSGO Major, ESL Pro Leagues, as well as the 2 teams who top the global leaderboard. The global leaderboard is a year-long point-scoring system that takes into account the performance of Counter-Strike teams from leading tournaments from around the world. Teams accumulate points by winning matches and progressing as far as possible in these selected events. Teams hoping to qualify through the global leaderboard will have until November 28th to claim as many points as they can in a number of events, including both Blast Premier seasons and several leading tournaments. In the event of any duplicate winners, spots will be opened up to those who have fought their way to the top of the leaderboard. These 8 champion teams will come together for one last clash as they battle it out for a prize pool of $1 million. Join us in 2022 as victors are crowned and heroes are made.
It's gonna be full of surprises.
He's got the help, he's got the AK, he's got the clutch!
All the team are able to do some upsets, most likely in best of 1 when no one is ready.
I think everyone's going to be a tough opponent, to be honest, just because of how new of a team we are.
No one is ready, we can't see from any opponent yet, so we cannot prepare for games.
If I was to just guess, I would say Vitality is probably going to be pretty difficult. I think that they have a really good roster on paper.
If Vitality get it going, then I think they can be a really scary team.
I don't think any team is like better than the other for now.
Oh my god, dude, this guy is something else.
If we start out on the right foot, we could actually already contend for titles instant.
We're going to bring a lot of firepower, for sure.
Our mentality is going to be probably the biggest difference this year right off the bat.
One thing I can say is that we're all really hungry and we all sort of have a chip on our shoulder after the last year.
I know we have the potential and we're gonna give everything to show this potential.
We've had carnage, we've had chaos, and we're only 2 days into our brand new season. Today is promising to deliver even more action here as our 4 final debuts at the Blast Premier Spring Groups. My name is Freya. Joining me, as always, Maniac and Pimp, to dive straight on in. Gentlemen, I don't know about you, but yesterday, that got my heart racing a little bit.
Yeah, yesterday was a bit of a weird day, right? If I had told you before the games that OG would actually top the group, Navi would go down 4th, you would probably told me to stop drinking. So we were surprised. We were quite surprised yesterday. Maybe today's the same kind of day. Lots of questions.
Yeah, giant surprise. Like, I can't believe it, right? I can't believe the Astralis Navi game as well. That was a madness of a game. Clutches going back and forth. And in reality, you know, Navi could have bounced back and they could have won the group, but it turned out to be Astralis getting into the lower bracket. And then, as you said, Matthew, OG getting the perfect start with Nexa, who yesterday was the best player in the entire group stage. So big props to Nexa, big props to OG. That was very impressive.
Yeah, I don't think we could have asked for a better debut from the side of OG coming into things here at the Spring Groups. But we do have to recap our CS Money Player of the Day. Of course, you guys have been voting over on Twitter. Who have we got coming in at number 3, Matthew?
We have a little bit of madness here. Config going ring around the rosy in that smoke with the Glock, just completely destroying Electronic. By the way, I would be so frustrated if I was Electronic right there. And then a little tap with the USP, even some damage towards the end. Very, very acrobatic from Config, adding the last one to the tally.
Good to see him play well yesterday. Another player, as I said, who played very well yesterday was Nexa, doing it with the USP, doing it with the AK. In this clip, he's even clutching it out in a 1 versus 3. And he was just zoned in, you know. Every single duel would go the way of Nexa. And even in a very, very tough position, he's clutching it out. 1v3, MVP of yesterday.
Talk about impact as well. Talk about resilience and redemption arc for Lucky, who did mess up at some point in that game, but down the road with the AWP had a huge, huge impact. These 4 kills during the overtime completely saved Astralis, prevented Navi to get onto 18. Beautiful quickscope onto Bit and adding another one towards the end as well. Beautiful from Lucky.
Yes, such an impactful kill there from Lucky. A well-deserved crowned CS Money Play of the Day for day number 2. But we've got a hell of a lot more action coming up on the cards. We can take a look at our groups. We've gone through Group A, we've gone through Group B. In my humble opinion, I think Group C is the one that we have all been waiting for, Jacob.
Yeah, that's fair to say, Freya. Not even a humble opinion at that point. You know, it's just going to be a banger of a group. There's so many different storylines, so many cool teams in this group. Vitality, EG, FaZe, Liquid. All of them made roster changes, and all of them look, on paper, I would say stronger, you know, or look decent in terms of finding success for 2022. But we all know it, you know, not everyone can be successful. So some of these guys will most likely fail throughout the year.
That's Rostermania. That is Rostermania right here. That should be the name of Group C. We have so many questions, and obviously you could see, I'm just going to point it out there. 3rd team of Group C will have to start their gauntlet journey against Navi. We're going to keep an eye on it down the road, but it is going to be a lot of banger games today.
Yeah, that's going to be incredibly tricky making it into this gauntlet, which is going to be kicking off next week. But as we were mentioning, this is a bit of a blender, I guess. I'm one for smoothies, and there's been a lot of mixing up going on in some of these rosters, and just taking a look at some of the names coming in and out, a couple of teams swapping people over as well. What is kind of your highlight when you're looking at some of these roster changes?
Well, I mean, obviously we'll have to go down the Vitality roll. We can do that in the next pre-game. We can just also very quickly touch on FaZe, making that post-for-post change with Robs coming in, joining forces with Carrigan once more. That's a beautiful story to follow as well, seeing FaZe now contenders again on paper for titles, but we know, will it work?
Yeah, that's an interesting one. It makes an awful lot of sense to bring in Robs instead of Olofmaster, and I think that will make them a championship contender down the year. Another one, obviously Liquid. Not only changing 1 player, 2 players, but 3 in total, and they're bringing back Nitro from Valorant. No more Valorant for him. He's coming back to the best game of all time in Counter-Strike. And honestly speaking, Nitro, one of the most winning Counter-Strike players in history of Counter-Strike Global Offensive, coming back now, having to take a big leader role within this Team Liquid lineup. That's going to be very, very interesting to see how quickly he can come up to speed with Counter-Strike.
Yeah, that's posed a lot of questions for me going forward, particularly for Liquid, looking, you know, Shox coming over to his first international roster in quite some time. The fact that we're seeing OC as well, will he be able to stand up to, you know, the tier 1 Counter-Strike that we're going to be witnessing?
I think he will. You know, I think he's a talented dude, but as you said, there's so many different question marks you can and poised when it comes to Liquid, and for that matter, the rest of the teams as well. So we will miss out on some of them, but we'll try to catch up throughout the day. But as you said, OC, Shux, Nitro coming back. Liquid is in a bit of a rocky state right now where we don't really know where to put him.
I feel like the OC arc is very interesting because it's been a while that he was in the starting block. It's been a while that he was the next one on the line, in the line to get to a top team. You look at his stats in the tier 2 level of Counter-Strike, it's just stupid. It's like Maniac.CET type stats. He destroys everyone. But always, everyone is going to ask the question, can you do that when you go up against FaZe, when you go up against Vitality? If he can, then suddenly Liquid have a very, very serious say.
Well, yeah, the NA return might be on the horizon. We can take a look exactly what is on the cards for our games today. Of course, 6 best of ones coming your way. They're going to be determined as the course of the day goes on, with FaZe taking on Liquid in our second game of the day. But first, we are kicking things off with Evil Genius just returning to take on a new look Vitality. Don't go anywhere.
New season is gonna be very interesting, right? New lineups everywhere.
The French lineup is done. Now we add 3 Danes in the team.
We haven't had like a lot of time to practice, but we've been putting in a lot of work. Even before the break, we've been getting on and just going over stuff.
Right now, we've only been together for 2.5 weeks. A lot of us haven't played together ever.
We haven't made a big change. We have changed one lurker for another lurker. They have different playstyles, but in the end, I don't think it changes much to the all roles of the team.
I'm not sure we have any expectation for this tournament.
We are getting a first taste of our new roster.
At least winning like a 2 or 3 best threes. I think that would be like a really good result for our first time.
For us, I think it's about dipping our toes in for the first time in officials, seeing how much damage we can do and take every positive out of it, just keep moving forward from there.
A new sting in the tale of Vitality. The Danes have joined the Hive and now make their debut against another newly shuffled squad of EG, a former major winners at the core of this one. But Jacob, it's not going to be an easy ride coming over to Europe in a group where there is a lot of questions left to be answered.
For sure, man. There's a lot of questions to be answered for sure. There's a lot of learning to be had within Vitality and for EG for that matter as well. It's a team when you see them, right? They have names that resonates well when it comes to the world of Counter-Strike. Zerg is a player that used to be fantastic. Stu2K, obviously from Liquid. The big question mark to me is obviously Automatic. Coming from Valorant back to Counter-Strike Global Offensive. He used to be pretty goddamn good at the game, but hasn't played it for quite some time. So where's his level going to be at? I think EG, with all due respect, is the one team I do anticipate will be the weakest out of all of these. But for the future and for the prospect of these guys, getting off to a good start here at Blast would be a pretty good way to start.
It's like if you could guarantee me that we're going to see them at peak form, this would be a very interesting rosters. But I feel like reality is far, far away from peak form for these players.
Yeah, and I think it's a really interesting question you posed, particularly about Automatic coming back into Counter-Strike. We really haven't seen him gracing the stage of this game in quite some time. We kind of heard Stewie allude to it in the interview. You know, there's players that haven't played together ever. There's players that haven't really been playing together for a very long time. So a lot of learning to be on the side of EG.
Yeah, role-wise as well. You have Stu2K coming in being the in-game leader. You have Automatic, of course, coming back. He used to AWP a little bit in the later time in Cloud9 as well.
Yes.
Zerg played more rifle at the later stages of EG as well. So are they going to change it up, maybe play the up role both of them, or what's going to happen here? We don't know. But as you said, Fred, there's just so many questions. And I guess we have to see them play before we can get them answered.
I think we can answer one of our questions now. We are going to roll the map veto in. When I was thinking about this morning, I was hoping for two maps, either Dust 2 or Inferno. Where do you think it's going to be going?
I think that Dust 2 would probably be a good ground for both of these teams, right? We know that they are far away from being ready. It's a very open map. It's a map as well. If we go back to NRG times with Breeze and Zerg, they love to play that map. Same with Stewie, but Inferno is a good contender too. I mean, it's a map that Vitality liked very much. It hasn't been removed yet. EG make the choice of removing Dust 2, so potentially Inferno could be where Vitality takes it. They do indeed, and as we're going to see down the road, poses a lot of questions, structurally speaking. What kind of Vitality are we going to see?
Yeah, it makes an awful lot of sense, especially in a best of one. We know Inferno is a fan favorite, not only for the viewers, but also for the teams to play in best of ones. The games are always close, the games is always back and forth, and even you're starting on the T side or the CT side, you never feel out of the game. There's always this comeback potential. So I think both teams will feel, fairly comfortable that the first game of their careers here in the Blast 2022 circuit is going to be on Inferno.
And I like that you allude to the positioning question that we have on this particular map, looking on the side of Vitality, because we heard it from Magic.CET in one of his HLTV interviews saying, actually positions for us haven't had to be moved around too much, but we do have a few questions about that.
Yeah, we absolutely do. I mean, the fact is that Magisk and Dupree on a lot of maps used to be playing together. So Vitality on the CT side could have the option to just slide them in. Now, if we have a look at how Vitality played the most of the time, majority of the time on the CT side, they made that choice to have ZywOo with Apex over onto the B side, which is a debate, Jacob. We're going to talk about it down the road. We had Kyojin in the pit, we had Shox towards short, and we had Mizuta towards long. Now, I believe that some changes might happen. We know if we move over to the future now, to the Astra Vitality, or however you want to name it, let's just say Vitality, who and where is going to play ZywOo? That is the question.
I just have a little knocky right here, because I think that Apex and Vitality was pre-planning for the fact that they came in, because ZywOo was not playing towards the B-bomb side the last time they played Inferno at IM Winter, a tournament they ended up winning. ZywOo was over towards the A-bomb side, and especially a lot towards short with the AWP. So I think they already anticipated a little bit that they may have to make a couple of changes. I agree, what we see right here on the screen was the majority of 21, how Vitality approached it, but at the later stages and when they ended up winning IM Winter, ZywOo was playing towards the A-bomb side with the AWP, and he left Mizuta with Apex on the on the B-bomb side.
I think that is a really good point, because it was no secret that this roster shuffle was going to be happening. We knew it for 2 months prior to this actually going down, so it makes sense that they might be switching up some things a little early on when they know it's going to be shuffled around. But just in terms of overall expectations of this roster move actually finally happening, first time we're going to see them on the server, what are you thinking?
Well, here's my main question. Where are Dupree and Magisk individually? That to me is the question that is going to solve the entire equation, because we know that 2021 for these two players hasn't exactly been the greatest. They had to deal with a lot of issues towards the side of Astralis. We have here the ratings. Don't get me wrong, 105, 106, these aren't bad ratings, but these also aren't sky high. But if these two can actually perform on an individual level, if you slot them in that Vitality roster with the likes of ZywOo, with Apex on the lead, and what they bring on top of their skill, man, you have a team that's going to lift trophies. I guarantee you they can lift trophies if these two find a form individually.
I fully agree. It comes down not only to these two guys, but a lot of it comes down to what kind of individual level are we going to see from Magic and dupreeh. I think both of them, you know, during the later stages of their Astralis period, seemed a little bit jaded. They weren't as motivated as recently, and that's why they had a drop-off in performance. But don't take away the fact that they haven't played competitive Counter-Strike for the vast majority of 5 months. That's a long time sitting on the bench, a long time not playing competitive Counter-Strike. So we may see them be a little bit rusty here to begin with. Give them a couple of tournaments, and then I think we'll see the best from them. But what is the best from them anymore? Is that going to be the same high level we saw in Astralis? Because then I agree with Matthew. We're looking at a dream team, more or less. Or are they going to, you know, slow down a little bit and just be somewhat decent? Then they can still win trophies, but they're probably not going to be dominating the scene.
Well, we do have a lot of questions about Vitality coming into their debut here at the Spring Groups, and hopefully Zonic can give us some answers, particularly about the call-outs of the squad.
Yeah, so we have actually kept a lot of the call-outs in French because it's just easier for two guys to learn new call-outs than for everybody. Let's say that we would continue in English. Obviously, there are some call-outs that were the same, but in two different spots that both teams used, which we had to look at. And then we have created like some sort of dictionary. So long sentences about rotation, for example, is just one word. And then, yeah, we are obviously speaking English. Also, if it's just two French in a clutch situation during practice, we have, for me, it's been important that we kept it in English just to practice it. And then, yeah, obviously when we are staying together, there's no just two French in a hotel room. It's mixed, just to try and blend people together so we don't get this Danish group and a French group. And yeah, so far it's been working really well.
Not enough for Zonic to be writing one book. He's writing a whole new dictionary for the side of this new Vitality roster. And it really does pose the questions of communications, because for me, that was the biggest one for this new roster mix.
Look, that's always the conundrum. The conundrum of international Counter-Strike, the English-speaking Counter-Strike, can they win? Can they establish themselves? And I think that what you lose in spontaneity, right, you have to compensate with a structure. You have to compensate with code word. Exactly what we hear from our friend here, Zonic, right? You have to put together words that will replace the sentence you would have said in your native language. You have to optimize your communication, otherwise it just won't follow. So it's a lot of work. I think at the very beginning it's a big load of effort, but if you get there, if you can only talk in codes, then suddenly you might have solved part of the problem.
I just want to point out, you know, it sounds relatively easy when he's describing it, right? It sounds, you know, relatively easy to say, okay, we have one code word for when this rotation happens, etc., etc. But for you to understand that fully in a pressured situation, you have to practice that over and over and over again. I had the experience of going from communicating in Danish to English when I joined Team Liquid. Yes, sorry, I said it. And it was tough for me. It was tough. It was tough. The first couple of months, I thought to myself, I speak English fairly well. I understand English fairly well. But when I was in a 2v2 and a 3v3, when everyone was yelling, everyone was screaming, having to adapt and having to think in a different language and then communicate on top of that while also aiming, while also killing, that is a big task. So it will take a couple of months. It will take some practice before you nail it down.
And one angle we can attack as well as with the English is we're playing in English now.
Yeah.
Like, you know how we are used to see him just absolutely destroy everyone on the day-to-day basis. I know he sometimes plays FPL in those international leagues, but should we expect a little bit of a drop-off? Is he going to be impacted by that? Are we going to see the same kind of input from the second best player in the world now in English? That has to be a key, because in no world can Vitality win if he just goes 10%, 20% down. That won't be enough.
I think just going back to something Magic also said in that HLTV interview as well was he was talking about the openness of the team as well. The fact that they're all willing, they're all open to learning. And he was saying, I just wanted to quote something, it's important for me to get away from the Astralis way of doing things. I think that was maybe my biggest concern of these guys coming in, particularly with Zonic, you know, the best coach in Counter-Strike Global Offensive. I was kind of worried whether that was going to be sort of thwarting the Vitality way of doing things, but it's good to hear that they're open to it.
I think the Astralis way of doing things is very, very structured, you know, from top to bottom. I think, you know, the sports directors within Astralis, they have a clear vision, a clear idea how they want to run the organization, how they want the team to practice, etc., etc. Where it does feel like, and it does strike me, that Vitality is a little bit more open to new ideas. I think Sonic gets more freedom now. He wants to create this team the way he envisions it, right? So some of the players even have a saying in how they practice, when they practice, etc., etc. So I think there's more freedom involved in not being in Astralis, but we have also seen, you know, Device going from the Astralis way to NIP, haven't really, you know, given him a lot of success. So I guess it comes down to each individual player as well. Do you like the hardcore structure or do you want the freedom?
Yeah, and quietly saying, I mean, I appreciate the fact that they come here with an open mind because they are not joining Vitality with the winning recipe.
No.
They haven't been winning for a while.
Yeah.
They cannot just come into the roster and say, listen, hey, listen, guys, this is how we're going to do Counter-Strike. Okay, we were just winning.
Yeah,
no,
we
you were
won
not.
majors,
No, you were
yeah.
not winning. You were struggling to find a way. So I think it's very important that everyone comes in with an open mind and generates ideas to get in, ways to play it, rather than just impose your will on a group.
I think it's also important to get some thoughts from Zonic on the leader of the squad, that is Apex.
Coming into this team with Dan especially, the impression that you got from outside is that he can be very emotional, and he is. But it's for me, as long as it's not directed towards his teammates during a game, I think that's important. But it's more towards the opponent, and that's the same with Magic and Dupree as well. They can also be emotional players, but there's a big difference being that emotional towards your teammates and then towards the opponents. It can actually be a fun little thing when it's about the opponent and give something to the team. But yeah, for me, I think expecting mistakes and accepting it, and then we'll talk about it afterwards, has been a key focus from my side of things, because we will make mistakes, and we can hope that we'll play good, and we can hope that we'll win games, but we can't expect it. It will be a tough task here in the beginning. And winning 16-14 or 16-5 doesn't matter for me as long as we can look ourselves in the eyes afterwards and say we couldn't have done it better.
And I think that's something that's really important going forward, is seeing how Apex is going to be working with Zonic in this squad.
It's going to be a critical point for Vitality, I guarantee you. If you just look back on Apex development, right, as an IGL, he had Extas by his side. And with Extas, he grew into the leader that he is now. They together, they saw eye to eye on how to play Counter-Strike. We know they were close. Now, I truly hope, genuinely, that Apex and Zonic are going to find a way to see eye to eye as well, to help each other out, to create that synergy. If that works out with the qualities of Apex and obviously the qualities of Zonic, the greatest coach of all time we have in Counter-Strike, then that could be a deadly duo. But that's not a given. It's not a given that they're going to exactly accord on how they want to play Counter-Strike.
I agree, and I also did notice Sonic saying, that there's more than just Apex to this lineup in terms of being emotional, right? You have Magic, you have Dupree, two players who are super, super animated where they play Counter-Strike. They also sometimes direct their frustrations towards their opponents and towards themselves. All I'm saying is you can have Apex on your lineup, yelling and screaming, but you can have three of those guys with the same amount of energy and the same amount of outrage, I guess, right? So someone will have to take a step down in terms of being emotional, and that can be tough to control for players. I think we all know it when we're playing matchmaking or FaZe it. Sometimes we get annoyed, sometimes we lose, sometimes we're happy. Emotions is part of the game, and it should be, but there can't be too much emotion if you want to remain focused throughout a game, and I think that's where Sonic comes in. He has to find a way to balance it out between the players without taking away their personality and taking away their, I guess, strengths.
Well, we did have some questions about the roles coming into this new look Vitality, and hopefully Apex can give us some answers.
Well, the right thing is that we haven't changed much of the roles from the previous team. We almost have all our roles, so it makes a lot of sense in our lineup. But obviously, I have different way to call, and we play differently than they used to play in Astralis. So obviously, it's way different for them. So they might have more time to just be ready. But I guess it's getting better and better, as I mentioned before.
It's interesting to hear that not too much has changed coming into this new look squad. We can take a look at our Betway odds coming into this, heavily favouring the side of Vitality. But let's not forget how many former major winners, major trophies we have coming into this very matchup. 11 in total. That's pretty stacked.
Yeah, it's a lot of majors, Must be nice to win a major. Yeah, haven't tried it. Neither have you, Maniac. But
no, I haven't.
Maybe one day we'll get there. There's a lot of individual skill on the server as well. We can't discredit EG as well. Yeah. Bringing in Stereo 2K, bringing in Breeze, Automatic, also some very tenured players. So in terms of experience on the server, there's a lot.
There's a lot of experience, but the problem is on the side of EG now, if you're a fan, you have to believe in some sort of fairy tale that players who haven't been active in Counter-Strike for the longest time will perform at the max. That is the pre-phase for EG, right? You have Automatic, it's been a year now since Gen G. You have obviously Rush, it's been 6 months, roughly, since he went on the bench for Complexity at the time. So you are telling me that right here, right now, they're going to be firing on all cylinders. Like, okay, just, make me believe, why not? But also Breeze and Cirque. Breeze and Cirque, who in 2020 had a beautiful year, 2021, very complicated year on an individual level. So whether or not these 5 players will suddenly magically play their best Counter-Strike, I think that's the argument you have to sell me on. and it's a really tough one. It's a tough pill to swallow.
Well, I'm sure somebody is going to be arguing that in our Betway predictions from the talent side of things. I believe a certain Launders is just flying the NA flag through and through
It's
today.
just an all-in.
I mean, someone lost his mind. Someone lost his mind. To be completely honest, I buy the argument here from Match.CET. There's no known quantities within EG. That's the problem.
There's not.
It was rumored that Valde would join this lineup instead of Rush, and that would have helped me a lot to buy into this EG product, because Valde is a known quantity. But as you said, we don't really know where Breeze is. We haven't seen Cirque play well in quite some time. Stu2K as an in-game leader is kind of still a question mark. Rush, without playing for 6 months, automatic just coming from Relevant. There's too many questions to really believe in EG for now. So I guess they can only surprise us. If they make this game competitive, if they get to 11, 12, 13 rounds and have a chance of winning it, to me, that would be a victory in itself.
Well, a lot of questions, and I'm looking forward to getting some answers. Is the return of NA9, or will Vitality's new tongue silence them? We're about to find out as we're going into Inferno in this best of one series. The first time we're seeing both of these rosters go head to head, and you don't want to miss a second of it.
Day 3, it's Group C, and we're going to start off a really hot match here between Vitality and EG. I look forward to this game. It's going to be unpredictable. It's going to be another best of one, and the odds say that Vitality are favored.
Yeah, I mean, starting out with a hot, interesting match, and we're going to continue with hot, interesting match. This whole group is just a group of interest, so yes. Amazing with all these brand new lineups, but obviously Vitality, EG first. I don't know, super, super intriguing. I think obviously the big talking point is going to be Vitality assimilating some of the core of the all-time greatest Counter-Strike lineup, and if they're going to be able to make that work, and we're at least going to see the first steps of this project.
Yeah, the expectations have been set just at an incredibly high level.
They can't possibly be low.
No, they really
can't.
And I think on some level, it's really hard because they probably have to rebuild a lot of things in this team, I think, in terms of map pool. And now they're playing best of ones, which we've already seen can be somewhat unpredictable. It's hard to always know what's going to happen at the start of the year. So I don't know. I mean, I picked Vitality for this one as well. I'd be really excited if EG turned up with a powerful start here as well.
I think it would be. I think it could possibly be different. I think my biggest qualm about going and picking EG, because I actually think this team has a lot of like really interesting, especially in best of ones, as you mentioned. The momentum this EG team can build up with the talent on this roster is crazy. The one X factor is guys like Rush and Automatic, who have been out of the professional Counter-Strike scene for a while. Automatic obviously flirting over with Valorant for a bit. How are they going to assimilate back into professional CS?
Yeah, those are some really big questions. That's almost half the lineup right there. So we'll find out. We're going to get into it right here. Vitality starting on the CT side with EG on the T side. It's a pistol round, so I don't want to take too much away from it, but so far Magus playing alone at B. It could change a lot. Pistol rounds are weird. But it's a huge, basically, four-way crossfire that's been set up at top mid.
Speaking of weird, if they come up mid right now, this could be very, very dangerous, especially with all the utility. Looks like they could do some kind of deep execute if they wanted and try and get into the A bomb site, and Vitality's done waiting. They want to go find out. Automatic could get caught. Oh, no. Definitely going to get caught. He's going to go down for free. Welcome back to Counter-Strike. Dupree going to stand and fight, and he's got 2 great headshots. Impressive trades, but it comes out in the favor of Vitality.
Yes, it does. 2 versus 3 now. Apex got one last bullet in there towards the boiler room, and that was enough to swing it in their favor. Now he's down in the pit waiting. His teammates are there. Although Rush, that is a great drive-by that he gets and just shuts down Apex on that bicycle. You love to see it. Rush getting a chance to reload, and they're going to get a chance to get the bomb down as well. Ooh, nice nade. Oh, is there going to be anything more? Just one bullet will take it away. And behind them lurking is Saibu. He's going to take down Stewie, and it leaves Rush on his own. Almost unwinnable position here. 8 health left, and he's just boxed in. There's the shot eventually through the smoke, and it's going to be Vitality to win the opening round.
Yeah, nicely done. Almost be able to trade their way, and I think the real kind of the disadvantage EG's at right at the end of the round, with both players stuck inside the bomb site, nowhere to go, boxed in. Good aggression from Vitality, finding a timing around the 1 minute mark to push and get aggressive and nullify any execute that EG wanted to do.
How long before someone screws up and says Astralis when doing commentary on top of Dupree?
It's probably going to be this game. It's probably going to be us.
It's going to happen real quick.
Or, I mean, you could do the same thing with Stewie and Liquid. I mean, those guys have built a lot of legend under those banners as well. So, yeah, everyone across the entire scene is having a bit of an adjustment period at the moment.
It's going to happen. Look at the buy coming out from EG, though. This is powerful. Obviously, sponsored by that bomb plant in the first round, so they're able to get a lot in here, sometimes even better than the CT side, it seems. Rush doing an enormous amount of damage with the nade on top. Masutra's almost dead. That is super efficient work.
Okay, well, I mean, you brought it up. Magus was there anchoring the B bomb site in the pistol round. That was just for the 4-man stack. Now you have Apex and Masuta on that side, and I mean, Magus even said it in the interview. He said, actually, coming into this, not a whole lot of us have changed positions. He's like, it actually just worked out to be really comfortable for everyone. He said the only person that he really thinks has had to kind of adapt and change 1 or 2 positions has been Masuta. Everyone else is kind of in their comfort zone across the board.
That's a bit of a luxury. I don't know if that's going to work on all maps, but I mean, if to the extent that they can, if they can slot in those positions, that would be probably ease the transition just a little bit at the beginning here, and they can almost tinker around with it. Ooh, Stewie, he might have found a massive gap. This is a huge play if they can make it work. It's a little bit low on time, but to be honest, Dupree and Magus going to be in a lot of trouble here. The backup is just miles away. They're either going to win this 2-on-5, or the backup will never get there. That's a good start for Dupree. Instantaneous headshot to take down Stewie. Like to see that, and Magus, he's able to pick it up as well, but they need more. Again, they need a couple of kills each because the backup is still not really here. Rush will get double kill, and Cirque turns around for the kill on side with a bomb. Oh, and with the Molotov on top. What a disaster. They're going to lose the round.
Oh, they can maybe, I don't think they get back, but maybe they can find the kills. No, Masuta's way too far away. That's it. Admirable effort from EG. Just that bomb not able to find its way into the site.
What happened? They had, I mean, even in spite of a pretty decent defense by the Danes over at A, they probably still would have lost that round if the bomb had planted.
That second fight that Cirque gets into, it just comes at a timing in which he could not get away. He had to kind of commit to it or go down. He didn't feel like he had the space to get into the bomb site with that bomb. I guess if you want to talk about some early returns in these first 2 rounds, Rush has put together a couple nice rounds here. Still very, very early.
I actually, when you brought it up as I think it's a fair question, both Rush and Automatic. It's just, I just like Rush so much. I think he's just such a, and I think even as a person, just in terms of, he's just a very driven
mentality.
person. Yeah. So my fear about him would be less, I would say.
I mean, oddly enough, I mean, a pretty critical player, all things considered, in the North American scene. He's one of those players who's kind of like the sinew of the team, you know? He's like the connective tissue of the team, doing a lot of the dirty work, and don't have a lot of those in NA at times. Rush is going to go down first. Sui to follow it up over towards Banana. Masuta doing good work. Support flashbangs are in, but a lot of utility in return. And EG reinvesting into this round. They really, really want it. Dupree's been brought down to 3 HP. They have a weak player over at A, and they force the defense back at B.
This is another round where Masuta is quite lucky to get away. If they would have caught him there, it would have been worth it for EG to keep the pressure on in this way. Stewie looking for something. Probably hearing Saibu jumping around out there, but not going to be able to catch him. Some nades still left on the Vitality side, really. Not that many left on EG, though. And that could be a deciding difference.
That's why you're seeing Stewie kind of slide up into that entry attempt duel. Don't want to waste utility trying to find something. Dupree, low HP, is just tucked in. There's no nade, there's no Molotov to eliminate him. And Stewie's looking for the player inside the bomb site. 30 seconds on the clock. ZywOo's not going to show himself. Nobody from Vitality is going to pounce until the hit is on, and here it comes.
Ooh, smoke to set it up, but it doesn't block him enough. That was a really good idea. It would have been so cool if they could have got that smoke perfectly, but Magus was still able to see, and they're going to be able to win the round. Double kill for ZywOo at the end. And so, a lot of pressure applied from EG early on in this match, but now they've lived through it, Vitality. Maybe they're going to get a chance to even stack some more rounds and build some more economy.
They should be able to. I mean, that's a convincing victory as well. I think only one player going down at the end of the day, so feeling pretty comfortable. Dupree just staying tucked in Graveyard. Not even peeking, not even trying to get into the action, even with the smoke up, even with cover. He knows likely he's being held pinned down, letting his teammates do all the work, and they deliver.
It looked initially like that smoke was going to be also blocking off the entirety of the pit, and he could have really made a sort of a full end run into the A bomb site, but didn't work out that way. Fourth round is here, and we've got the Eagles on the side of EG. Apex fighting out here. Apex and Masuta.
Yeah, and remember, building on that conversation of someone like Mega saying, you know, most of us get to keep kind of our comfort roles, him in the pit. You know, he really built a name for himself in that position, and Astralis on this map is just one of the best players we've seen kind of hold down that position of the map. A great luxury to just be able to slot right into that spot. Dupree waiting, ZywOo with the op, doesn't want to lose it, as Automatic is taken down.
He really is, he's the Rancor in the jab up.
I like that. That's actually a really good comparison. In a way.
No one wants to fight him, basically, you know. It's gonna be hard.
Except for Jedi.
Yeah. Maybe we have some of those. We'll find out. Not yet, anyway. They haven't revealed themselves. 40 seconds. And a 2-on-5 here. And even in a 2-on-5, obviously this round is not going to be winnable by EG, but the damage, get a couple of kills here, it does make a difference long term. So a couple of headshots right now would definitely change how this round is going to feel to EG overall. A little bit of a boost to look over. Cirque on top. Actually, we're sort of speaking of question marks. As Cirque, who's not really been out of Counter-Strike, you know, but I still have a lot of questions around Cirque.
Yeah, we kind of, you and I talked about this, obviously, off broadcast a few days ago, just about these teams, and I mean, it is kind of like a really surface level analysis, but you know, since we don't have any body of work to go off of, there's a lot of if questions.
Yeah.
Not just about both North American rosters of EG and Liquid coming into this, but especially EG, you know, the if with Automatic, the if with Rush, the if with Cirque, if he's going to be able to get back to his high level. And it does kind of, I don't know, it just makes you a little bit wary about the early going of this project, but there's certainly potential here. 4-0 for Vitality and back to rifles for EG.
But the big thing we don't know, right, is how motivated are they in terms of, you know, because that can make a big difference, right? If they all feel like this is actually what we finally, you know, we can put this together and it's actually going to really work, then we know that on paper, these are incredible players.
I mean,
so.
Both teams have to be motivated to make changes, considering both teams have their cores completely now removed, right? There's nothing of the former teams that are really pinned down and building the foundation of these ones. It's going to be all new.
Tabula rasa. You want to sound
there we go.
Real smart.
You're bringing out all the great comparisons and metaphors today.
Just came. Anyway, it's about a minute on the clock. We have got Some damage onto Automatic and Cirque already. Not that much to Vitality. Also sitting on a pretty decent bank right now. So be important for EG, not just to get around on the board finally, but also to put Vitality in their place and don't let them get off to such a hot start. Cyber warping really far back. Interesting to see him not try and peek the corner into middle yet. Anyway, I mean, maybe that could happen. I mean, maybe he's not even feeling the pressure to try and be adventurous, but he's playing quite far back on the map with that AWP.
Stewie again gonna test Rap side. That's bold considering ZywOo is in this position with the AWP, and he's got the first. He even gets away. Takes a lot of damage, but not taken down. That's fast. Automatic just gave up the angle, was trying to slip past. Huge defense from ZywOo, and it makes this hit near impossible. Dupree waiting in the site. Magus can pit with the SMG, and good entrance from Rush.
Yeah, another good opening kill for Rush, but it's very late in the day, 7 seconds left. And down in the pit, Magus is still alive, and it's just an MP9, but it locks into the bomb site. They can no longer escape, and ZywOo low from that earlier engagement against Automatic. And he's still wreaking havoc on them. It's going to be a very good spray there from Cirque, but not enough to win the round. And it's going to be a 5th one for Vitality. They keep stacking it up. You know what I feel? I feel if you're lucky enough to get away with ZywOo with that jump in the beginning, after he gets this kill right here, if you live through this, it's very ungentlemanly to come back and actually get the kill on him.
Yeah, that's a bit unfair.
You're like, all right, we let you live, like,
yeah. We gave you a chance. Why you gotta respond like that?
Yeah.
Well, this is a couple times we've seen EG get into the bomb site, and as you mentioned, I mean, you go back to the 5th round in this one as well. Even in the post plants, players stuck in the bomb site, not able to find safety in the pit, not able to set up any real crossfire, so not a whole lot of real estate to work with, even in successful rounds. 5-0. Cirque has the AWP, AKs again for the rest of EG.
So switching it up, keeping them guessing. Not too uncommon when you're AWPing on in Inferno CT side to try and keep moving that AWP around a little bit. Certainly very frustrating for EG if they can't trust that it's going to be towards Arch. Magus will win that fight against Breeze. No, I feel like even when they had the opening as EG, they've had a hard time winning these rounds. Now that they're down a 4-on-5 here, it might get even more difficult.
Oh yeah, way difficult.
They're all on Banana. When you go to Banana and you stack up the whole team like this, I feel like you can only be here for so long before you have to go back and make sure that they're not checking middle, you know?
Yeah. Hey, not to shut down your point, because I think it was a good one. EG actually doesn't have an opening kill yet.
They have no opening kills.
They have not gotten the first kill quite yet. They've been playing every round at a disadvantage, but it's okay. The point still, I guess, kind of not really stands, but I'm trying to help you out.
Doesn't stand at all.
No, it doesn't.
Thanks, Jason.
I did my best.
Good cleanup. This was, again, probably a very telegraphed round, right? They go to Banana, they hang out there for a little bit. Once, like, they throw the sort of traditional smokes and grenades, and they don't really do anything to the defense. So good setup there between Apex and Masuta. Gotta appreciate that. Yeah, so not even only. I'll just own it. I just made it up. But then we found what they need. Opening kills.
Yeah, that's a good first step.
Right into that one, but it's good.
We'll see what the next problem is after that, but we'll start there.
I'll make us something else we can change.
6-0. Deep nades in Banana. Ooh, good damage. 7 HP left on Apex.
Is that an opening?
No.
Damn.
Doesn't count.
Well, they also have Tech 9s and a couple of Deagles and AP 250 on automatic. And some nades behind it. We've seen already, I think MIB had a couple of rounds where they were randomly won rounds like these yesterday, and it started them back on the right road again. Be great for ED to do that right now.
Oh, I mean, there's a real possibility. Look how passive Apex is playing due to the fact that he got naded. He has plenty of utility to put down, but really it's only Masuta, and I think they're going to have to give it up into a retake. First kill going the way again towards Vitality, but oh, an important trade and even better find through the smoke. Now Evil Geniuses have a real chance to put a round on the board.
Yeah, huge play all of a sudden. 3-on-4 in the retake. They've picked up that one M4 on Rush as well. The other one obviously quite far away towards CT spawn, so they can't really pick that one up. Some good nades on Vitality to try and go for the retake, and they're posturing like they actually do want to do it as well. Don't just want to give up the round for free, even if they have so many already. Rush is down, and a good double kill for Dupree. put some pressure back on EG. That bomb is quite far ticked, but they have kits. They have a little bit of time. Dupree, there's the spray. And he just needed one bullet on Cirque, but now instead he's waiting, and Cirque is going to swing for it. Gets the kill with a deagle, and the first round is in the bag for EG.
Real close, though. A couple of shots coming out from that P2K on Dupree. That this could have landed and potentially gotten the defuse afterwards. Low HP on the final player, but a nice win for EG.
Yeah, with
this time without the opening kill as well.
Didn't even need it.
Didn't even need it.
But Rush did get the first kill of the round again for EG once they actually got one. So yeah, he's been playing really well. You like to see it. All right, so hopefully we'll spark something on the T side now. So
much conversation around the lineup change for EG in terms of their players, but also remember too, this is an entire like management change in that organization behind the team as well. Malik coming in, kind of being the head of the Counter-Strike division, I guess. They brought Hepa over, who is the analyst at Team Liquid for some time, so Stewie's got some experience working with him.
Yeah, I mean that's very hard to get at, but it probably means that a lot of the real sort of power of the team won't really show itself in the first week. You know?
No, I think both EG and Team Liquid are going to take some time to power up. I think it's gonna be a little bit before we see what kind of ceiling they actually have.
Apex playing Arch this time with Cyber again instead of a little bit further forward. He's now inside of the B-bomb side. Good opening for Automatic.
Number one.
And finally, they pick it up. Get that first kill on Apex. And the fact that they get the kill on Apex means they probably guess where Cyber is, because they know Apex is otherwise normally playing the B-bomb site. So it wouldn't be that hard to figure out. They still kind of do walk into the shot. Rush goes down. But get some damage to Cyber at least. Nice headshot. Breeze coming up with that one. And down in the pit, they know where Magus likes to play. They could probably guess that as well. He tries to take a couple of shots to the smoke, but they're surrounding him. They're coming for him right now, and he's only going to get the one kill. Nice little... Actually, that was Cirque at a distance. I thought that was Automatic, but Masutra on his own. Good second round for EG. Really solid work in this round.
Yeah, that's well put together. Nice kill in open space for Breeze. Onto Dupree. That's over towards quad and lane. Obviously helped out by the opening kill from Automatic. He was even rapping on the bomb site. A little bit of a benefit through the smoke, but he did get spammed. He did know the position. This was the beautiful shot, mid-range fight from Breeze.
Yeah, very nice work. Just finding the kills. And I mean, you mentioned it earlier. There's a lot of ifs around the team, but I mean, the high point for Breeze is super high.
Yeah.
Just so much conversation about him at one point. Cirque also, obviously, as an AWPer. I mean, there's so much potential for the team.
There really is. I mean, obviously, all these rosters, this group of brand new rosters, the potential is very high for each one of them, considering the talent and the players that are spread across the board of these 4 squads. And this will be cool, too, because, you know, as excited as we all are and as high as the expectations are for Vitality, I think everyone kind of also sees some struggles they could have, some issues that might arise. You have, you know, the clash of French styles and Danish styles coming in. You have potential communication issues with how they go back and forth and how they play situations and talk to each other in situations. So there's some if statements over there too, and it's good to see EG now getting a couple rounds in a row, taking some of the money away from Vitality and putting some pressure on them on the defensive side of Inferno.
Definitely looked a bit worrying for a minute. Looked like maybe it was going to just be a wipeout, which you always hate to see. There's Malik.
I mean, I remember too, with these teams' first matches all across this group, especially those first 5-6 rounds, there could be some shakiness and disorganization. A lot of the nervousness comes back to these players who are so experienced in playing with the new lineup and wanting to get out to a good start, wanting to show some very good things in their first game. Final buy for Vitality if they're to lose. AWP on Zywoo, a couple of M4s, a Deagle and an SMG. So a little bit busted, but still dangerous.
Yeah, that's an important point. So apart from closing the gap here in terms of rounds 1, they've also really managed to do some damage to the economy. So one more step in the right direction here.
Zywoo's got no armor as well.
Ooh. I mean, I think it's hard to argue that's not still a good trade when you've got someone like him on the AWP. You probably just want to do it anyway. But it comes with a potential risk. Deagle on Magisk and an MP9 on Apex. Pretty sizable stack, and it leaves that arch. And actually, EG have been attacking that archway quite a bit, so that's the huge weakness right here. And if they find it on the T side, it could get a bit rough for Vitality.
The nice thing is they can't sneak up it right now, right? So Wu has the angle from quad, so he'll know if someone's getting up mid. Although he's giving it up just now as smoke comes out towards left mid. Cirque just ready and waiting for any aggression at the B bomb site. 45 seconds on the clock, and EG's playing it very cautiously. Just making standard presence across the map, not letting Vitality know exactly what they're up to. And back to the B bomb site we go as Breeze drops some utility, trying to keep a third player at A.
I mean, this has worked. They've managed to get Magisk at least away from the B bomb site, so only 2 people defending. Not the most firepower in the world either, but very low on time here. As the smoke goes down again, 20 seconds. They almost have to power through and try and get it done, and it's Sideway Masuta. Solid defense to begin with, and they're getting locked out. They can't get through that smoke. It's just way too difficult to fight when you come out on the other side. That was... on some level, they actually did manage to manipulate the defense away from B as much as they could, at least. But that last smoke going down was a nightmare for them.
Yeah, and especially Apex coming through. You have Masuta just being able to play calm and chill way far back. Nicely done from Vitality in a lower buy. That's not the look you want.
No. Well, I mean, you'll know a little bit about this, but just being the coach, you can't really necessarily impact the middle of the round. You're just watching, so it seems like, no, please, you know.
And I'm sure if someone like Malik coming into this brand new team, in his mind, that look is just like, ooh, we have so many mistakes to clean up. Nice kill from Stewie. Good aggression up Banana. He loves these fights. Ooh, he finds the second one over at Coffins. He could actually pick up the pace and apply a little bit more pressure if he wanted to, but he decides to be content with the man advantage, the 5-on-4.
It would have been an exciting play if he could have forced him back and almost sort of wrapped around to construction, but...
I thought, honestly, he would smoke off like CT and actually try and find that fight towards Coffins.
Probably the sensible play now that they're in a 4-on-5 and just to try and push that advantage. Dupree, very exciting mission up in the balcony. He's so close to spotting it. Did he know? He might have seen the grenade, actually. I wonder if he heard that. He's got an idea at least, and he's going to find the kill on Breeze. And yeah, they're going to go right away. If they can find Masuta, it's all worth it. They don't care about losing Breeze if that happens, but Masuta has been actually very hard to find. He's been very clever. Oh, when he lands that random shot through.
Oh, man. No. They're losing way too many players before the retake begins. Now, there is one more smoke. Automatic's going to drop it here. He picked up the Molotov as well on Rush earlier, but that's not a lot to hold off this retake, especially with just 2 players.
Cirque and Automatic, 2-on-4. For a heroic stance here. They really do need this round. Again, they've almost crushed that Vitality economy. If they can win this one, then actually they set themselves up very nicely for the end of the half here. An Automatic, nice headshot as well to follow it up. Sideway's down and out. They're trying to put the pressure on, but they're going to walk right in, and it's a triple for Automatic and a massive 2-on-4 win for EG.
There he is. Tim is back. Well done. Nice triple. And to hold it off, a dire situation. EG gets away with one. That smoke was just enough to funnel them all towards spawn as well. And the Molotov as well to back it up. So 7-3.
And that puts an end to the CT economy. They can actually... Oh, almost. Look, I'm wondering about this. That's interesting.
These buys are so doable these days, which is kind of why it teeters, especially when you have a little bit of utility. Although, yeah, this one is right on the edge, even all that being said. Molotov is out to the choke point. Magisk is going to fall back behind it instead of staying in front of Sandbags. Does not want to get isolated. That would be a utility-heavy play, utility they just don't have.
It's very interesting to see them try and put some pressure on here. I don't know if anyone's even seen the M4s yet. They're throwing them around. They started off on Magisk and Dupree. Now Masuta had one. Apex had one for a minute, but now it's back in the hands of Dupree. He's going to be flashed in. Swings for the fight. It's going to be traded right away. So kind of a good idea. But they didn't maybe get what they wanted here.
Ooh, mid-round aggressions. I woo. Breeze got caught here in alt mid in the previous round. This timing might just piss him off. They're going to hear that drop as well. Utility's out. Zywoo's on the hunt. He knows what he's got. But Breeze has the heads-up play, and his head's taken off. Doesn't even matter that was up. Now we have to go towards the B bomb site. Rush to lead in, and he's got another opening into the bomb site for his squad. Smoke to delay as Apex changes position.
He's thinking about it. It's just a deagle, though, on the other side. It's hard to stop that many people. He takes a gamble and shoots for the smoke before it fades. He's not going to get the kill, though, on Automatic. It is close. But bomb will be planted here. They can't really stop it. CERT, great timing on that shot. Saving his teammates, saving the bomb plant, and taking down Apex all in one instant. ZywOo and dupreeh, 2 versus 3 for the retake, and that's a clean headshot. That's some clean shots, and another one to follow up. CERT is down this time. It's automatic on his own, and he can't find any safe spot to stand on. And this time, the retake favors Vitality.
That's like the one in the previous round, the 4-2 retake that automatic wins. That's like, they gave it right back.
Yeah. And now the force up for Vitality just makes so much sense. Now it looks so good.
Yeah, it is a call that is judged on the outcome, and the outcome is obviously positive. Nice shot from ZywOo on CERT. That was unreal. Left automatic in a near impossible position. Timeout called by Vitality. Zonic wants to have a chat, make sure they're all focused on the next round, focused on building off of that little bit of a gift. I mean, dupreeh had it one round. This time it was ZywOo, where they sort of late in the round, they go check that second mid. It's very frustrating. I mean, both times they actually were executing to the B-bomb side anyway, so obviously when you lose Breeze in that position, you just say, okay, well, now we're definitely executing to the B right now. If we weren't already, we're going to go. But that's a nice play on the CT side of Inferno, which sometimes people get, I think, a little bit too complacent, just hanging out in the A-bomb side on this map, just in pit or in the library waiting for a long time. It's good to see them be a little bit proactive with the information. Well, I mean, as we've seen, you know, over the course of kind of, I guess, the online era, and recently, there's just, it feels like there's just a lot more CT aggression going on and finding timings for those pushes. And I mean, especially if you think historically in Counter-Strike, I feel like that, like, timing Halls push with like 2 players has come in and out of fashion like 4 or 5 times. It's on like a cycle.
Well, Breeze, surely the last time he's going to get caught in that position. That's so frustrating. Oh, nice follow-up nade on Rush. They're just going to leave it alone.
Still just the 2 opening kills in this map so far for EG.
That really is a problem. I mean, I think especially when you're playing on the T side, it's such a luxury to play that 4-on-5.
Well, also, I think the main thing that EG is going to be bummed about at the hold on, pop flash in, Magus is going to peek Breeze, has no eyeballs. He's gone. Also, I mean, you consider the fact that EG has actually gotten Vitality to a breaking point in their economy twice, and they haven't been able to capitalize on it now twice. That's very, very tough to deal with. That's got to be frustrating as a player, because you can sense when you have your opposition at that point, you know it. And they just haven't been able to capitalize.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So, just in summary, an incredibly frustrating first half for EG that probably could have spawned a lot more if they would have succeeded in some of these goals along the way, either getting the opening frags or getting that reset on the Vitality side. But it hasn't happened yet. 13th round is coming up, and they're back to Deagles on the side of EG. And Vitality will see this as an opportunity to try and get some more money on their side. Why not? Random shot through. No real connection yet. Grenade. The first grenade did 1 damage. The next one did 72.
That'll happen. Ooh, there we are. Stewie with an opening kill. Shut down immediately after by ZywOo, but he's kind of locked into this position. They can try and pin him down as best as possible. Magus is coming over. He's got a flashbang for ZywOo to peek. Good communication. ZywOo just baiting them into holding that, into eating the flashbang, but doesn't peek afterwards. I think they just want to make EG a little bit nervous to try and chase down this op. That smoke is not deep enough. That's actually dangerous.
Super dangerous. It's lucky that they only have pistols. It's hard for them to hunt him down. And now Apex is here as well. But you're right, that smoke definitely has a gap in it. Gonna play around it anyway. And there's a couple of more shots here. Automatic comes out with a Deagle. Big opportunity right there. Maybe could have had at least maybe 1. Could have even had 2 if he was real quick about it. But now the round is kind of over, and we're going to be 10 on the board for Vitality and 4 rifles saved from their side as well. It's pretty good. Things are looking good for Vitality.
Yeah, nice and chill.
That's the first nade. Oh wait, was it?
There was 2 more. Yeah, there was 2 more in there.
That's a little bit brutal.
ZywOo's having a field day right now. He's living the dream. Automatic coming through the smoke, couldn't pick a target. But ZywOo's just got free reign to keep going back for more and more peaks. Must be nice when you think of Zonic, dupreeh, Magus getting to play with Device, such a strong opera, especially on Inferno. Now you've got ZywOo. obviously, he's pretty strong opera.
Pretty good.
I'd say.
Yeah. I think it's and I think a different kind of opera on some level too. I think it's gonna have a different impact on Megas and Dupree. Sort of a feeling of wow, this really is like the impact in some of these rounds in terms of getting double and triple kills. That will hit them differently. So we'll see. Yeah, the potential is definitely there. That's we can vouch for that. 14th round. And another opening goes the way of Vitality.
I'll tell you what, for a team Vitality that out of this roster change, hold the thought, Apex, a little bit of a fight. I think he's just going to back away. He's the only defender here, no reason to commit to it at this point. For a team Vitality that already has like kind of expectations that are sky high, championship expectations, it is good to see them, beating up on EG a little bit here, not really letting them into the game. There's been a couple opportunities.
Yeah.
But the fact that they're able to put up a 10-3 scoreline at the moment, looking like it's very, very likely to 11-3 after this. It's good to see them not faltering against a brand new NA roster and a best of one of an unknown quantity.
Does make everything a bit more smooth, surely with the team chemistry too. If you have, sort of a good debut. Surely there'll be problems to fix later, but right now it is looking very good. Apex with a nice double there. As Cirque will take down Dupree, who's trying to sneak through the smoke. Breeze is on his own. He can get the... Nope, he cannot get the bomb plant. Masuto is boosted up. So, unfortunate.
That's a filthy little flash play from Apex. Just drops it right over Coffin and hops up. First player completely blind, wins the first fight, is able to clean the second one up with ease. This is nasty. Very, very small chance of being able to see that and turn from it as well. Rush goes down. Automatic had no real chance after the initial dink. And it's an 8-round lead.
This is looking very grim at the moment, isn't it? Again, those openings, I don't know, is it still just 1 or 2 rounds really where EG have actually had a chance to play 4 on 5? I feel like it is. There's another one.
3.
Now Dupree, who's lurking inside of the smoke. Yeah, splits up the map. 2A, 2B.
Still, I mean, one of those at A is IWU, 16-6. Magisk is over there as well at 13-6. They get a little bit of information off of Pop, Flash, Peek, and Halls. Netted a kill previously. This time, nothing is available. Automatic can backstab this so hard. If EG finds and feels that contact in quad and lane, but look at this backstab as well. Apex is going to slow it all down. Triple kill as Cirque turns. Again, he's got a quad kill. Going for the ace. He wants it. Flashbang is out. Automatic doesn't give him that fight. Now he peeks into it down very, very low. Apex wants it. He's hungry for it. And Automatic wants to deal with him, but he turns, and it's Masuta instead. But Apex will be happy with that. That's the first half. 12-3, dominant fashion for Vitality. We'll see what EG's defense is going to look like when we return from the break.
In CSGO, audio is key, and in this video, we'll be showing you the best tips and tricks to confuse your opponents. This is Audio Advantage. CSGO is filled with all sorts of sounds, but not every sound you make can be heard by the enemy. Here's the sounds that if close enough, the enemy can hear. Running, firing, low ammo, reloading, climbing ladders, landing, taking damage but not full damage unless you die, planting, defusing, fake throwing, scoping, switching fire modes, dropping guns or bomb to the ground, knifing, picking up items while running, breaking vents, glass and opening doors. But here's how you can use some of those audio cues to your advantage. The sound of throwing a grenade can be heard by you and the enemy. If you quick switch, the sound will fake and they'll think you're throwing a grenade. Tabson is looking to retake control of jungle or Mirage. It's typical to throw a flashbang while retaking this part of the map, but he doesn't have one. So, he fake throws an incendiary grenade, quick switches back to his gun and makes his move. The enemy is turned, expecting a flashbang and gets shot in the back. Easy for Tabson. Here's Simple having a little fun with fake throwing on Inferno. Suspecting there are players close who can hear him, and under the cover of a mid-smoke, he walks silently around fake throwing his grenades to fake that his team are executing onto the A sides. Before the smoke fades, the enemy immediately throws another, using their last smoke grenade with almost a minute left on the clock. Just like fake throwing, reloading can be heard by the enemy, and you can cancel this animation by quick switching. This little trick is perfect for drawing the enemy into you. Here's Woxic showing how it's done at match points. In a 1v2, he fake reloads. The CTs think now is their chance to push. They gamble, only to be sprayed down and lose the round. While defusing the bomb, there's plenty of options for distraction. You can scope, switch weapons, reload, drop weapons, underhand throw grenades, and even turn that underhand into an overhead throw. All can be used to trick the enemy into thinking you're not defusing.
Clear. I have second mid. Walking down mid.
Nothing. One.
Second
mid. Two
mid.
One more mid. And one T-stairs. Up.
One more mid. In the middle. Lane. One more left.
Second mid. He's coming up mid.
Left no armor. One right. One banana. I'm gonna go hall side.
I'm walking up short.
Yeah.
Are they going?
No one.
He's on pit. I'm all in. I'm all in, kid.
Do it.
Library, other guy.
Dead.
Library.
Only one. Oh, you can nade default. Tight.
One.
Library goose maybe.
He's getting ready to. Both there. I'm gonna nade it.
One VV no side, Madu.
On a smoke here. Have kit.
I'm pushing. Yeah.
Just wait.
Flash in front of you. Flash in front of you.
Probably.
Oh!
I attacked him.
All right. Some crossover mic there. I think I could sense a little bit of vitality. There were definitely times where they were struggling a little bit to find exactly the right word for the the right moment. I'm sure that's gonna be
It's gonna get better.
It's gonna get way better, but it was pretty good. No real issues there. Interesting pistol round. Second half is coming up now, and it's a 12-3 lead in favor of Vitality. Now playing on the T side. I love the fact that Apex got that quad kill at the end. Pushing him down banana, because it's something that Stewie loves to do on the TT side. So.
Yeah, and I mean, he had a lot of freedom to do it. Here we go, Stewie dropped ZywOo with that P250, and Stewie's the only one at this B bomb site. Obviously, Vitality is going to expect there to be some kind of second player in a supportive position. I mean, basically, both these teams running the exact same CT pistol.
Yeah.
Difference being that Stewie's picked off at B in this round, and Magisk wasn't.
Yeah, and kind of impressive that EG are holding the position as long as they are. Now they're pushing down to find the information. Breeze, he finds one on Magisk and brings it back into a 4-on-4. Sam was kind of still looking to be thinking, there must be someone else here. Cirque is very locked in.
What a crappy position to be in.
No escape.
You don't have to take, you're not in that situation too often. There's no real right answer there.
Do you think ZywOo's been radioing and saying, you know what, that's been completely silent over here? That B-bomb site's been empty since Stewie died for the last 40 seconds. It's very interesting. At a range, Breeze is holding it.
There's no nades on Vitality. So even with Breeze at low HP, if you look at Apex and Dupree, if you can find one of them, it would be great. Oh, dear God. He gave up the angle.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me, there was a smoke.
One last one.
I'm blind.
Well, so is Breeze, at least in terms of being able to see into the bomb site. It's going to be a bomb plant. 17 seconds on the clock when that one went down. Very tricky retake here. And Mao, probably impossible. 2-on-4 and automatic. He's going to go down as well. ZywOo hitting some very, very impressive headshots here. Could have maybe had that one, but Apex will take it instead. And winning that second half pistol is incredible news for Vitality. They weren't already doing well, but now it's looking too good.
Yeah, we call those shots from ZywOo bangers.
I mean, that's on top of the nade landing on him, too. It's usually not that easy. Yeah, but these are some... It's too clean.
All right, well, 13-3. EG going to save everything as much as humanly possible. Because starting next round, they need to win, like, everything. They need to win, like, I don't know. You need to go on such a crazy run to close the gap before you lose another one to start feeling comfortable with any kind of a comeback, any kind of a real shot at winning this. Run boost failing. You love that.
It's more fun when they actually sort of still fall into the fight.
Yeah, like fail into the open.
Yeah, you have to commit to it, you know. But yeah, it is. I think it is funny. I still wish there were more run boosts put into play. In general.
Sorry, we've got a lot of dualies these days that make up for it. Again, ZywOo's going to find Stewie first at the B bomb site, and this time he doesn't care so much about the damage that he took. He's just going to push forward and investigate and find a clear bomb site. So EG, I don't think you go for a retake here. Should find some way to set up to get some guns at the end, but Apex is just going to hit 2 players through the smoke in the face.
In fairness, to his point of view, they did shoot him in the face first. So he's like, you know what?
Apex's graphic has given him a very long neck. He's like a giraffe.
That's true. Do you think that impacts? Do you think that could benefit in the game?
Helps him see over the smoke?
Yeah.
Probably.
Could well be. Like all that spray, and then they dink him once, and he's like, okay, get away. Get out of here. Wow. Well done. But that was the... We can forgive EG for losing that round. As you said, this is the one that's going to be really a lot of pressure on them here to try and build something.
It's got to be right now.
Long way back.
2 from us, 3 M4s. Decent amount of utility, no kits. And ZywOo going to be aggressive, and why not? 20 and 7. Apex is right there with him, 20 and 9. I mean, that's one of the big things as well. Remember, obviously with Vegas and Dupree coming in, some of the focus is going to be on that, but let's not forget Apex's end of the year last year was magnificent. He had such a huge increase in his individual performance, and it is awesome to see him continue it here with this new lineup in their opening game.
Yeah, it's so crazy to imagine that he played so well towards the end. I think a lot of people have forgotten that, but Vitality took him out for a minute of the lineup because he was under a lot of stress.
Yeah.
And you know, when that happens, who knows what's going to happen after that. The fact that he came back and just played so much better and everything worked out.
He came back quicker. Amazing. They said it was going to be like a 4-week break, and he was back after like 2. He's like, nah, screw this.
Yeah, but apparently it was enough, and it worked. I think that's so... I was really worried at that moment that this was going to be like a much worse thing, so more power to him.
3 rounds opening on Inferno and 3 rounds at EG's played 4 at A, and just Stewie alone at the B bomb site. We'll see if this time it can work out, and the answer is emphatically no.
Rush with a good double kill. Trying to keep his team in this one. Stewie is now on his own. He's been playing alone on that B bomb site for a while, and twice he's got killed there, and now instead he's having to retake on his own, which is not that much better, really. Going to be sneaking in. Apex is already in the library, and up at the hallways, I think Magisk is hanging out, so he has to sort of volunteer himself into a crossfire or into a sandwich, basically, and he's already been spotted. Apex going to be walking right out to get the kill on him. It's not clean, but it will work anyway. 15 rounds on the side of Vitality. They are blowing up EG in this best of 1.
Yeah, this map has really gotten away from EG. 12-round lead, 12 chances to close it out. This has been clean, all things considered, from Vitality. Every aspect of the game going in their favor. Economy, AWP, and it goes back to the conversation we had in the first half. I'm not going to do anything crazy like say this game is closer than the scoreline would suggest, but there were those 2 opportunities in the first half that EG had to break the economy of Vitality, and it would have been interesting to see them get one of those to see what we could have had, because they're not really getting a whole lot of opportunities on the CT side of Inferno to come back into this or to recover the game at all.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. It would be cool if we had seen EG with a bit of runway and like a little bit of momentum, just to see how that feels, because it has been them running into a brick wall over and over again. Not that that's not entertaining, but but I'm sure they would like to prove themselves a bit more as well. 3 to 15. Very limited on the weapons here on the side of EG. Limited on the nades as well, and perhaps even more importantly, Apex swings for it as they're jumping on the other side. And that AK will bring down both the SMGs. Suits up with a single kill on Breeze. Probably enough here. Dupree catching him as he comes out. They just have all the map control. Absolutely stellar performance from Vitality to start this with. The season has begun, and they take down EG to open the whole thing with.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Really nice to see this lineup clicking right out of the gate. I think they got to be happy. EG obviously on the opposite end of that, but you know, all these teams, I think a little bit of a grace period. I think EG going to take longer to kind of settle into this and start feeling comfortable playing together. But Vitality, you can see Apex there, obviously just living the dream.
Yeah, excited and happy. That's the version of Apex we all prefer. So yeah, amazing job. Probably, I mean, the expectations were high. They're even higher now.
Yeah.
I'm sure Maniac is going to be just intolerable.
We've already had the claims that Mathieu is actually now French, not Swiss.
I mean, I've been wrongly French for so many years. Can I please have it when I can enjoy it?
But
people have been putting it on me like, you're French. All right, man.
I mean, what a stellar start from Vitality. I don't even know where we want to start with that one. A load of questions for them coming into it, but they just absolutely boot EG, kicking and screaming from the grounds of Inferno, and everybody looking so confident doing so.
Yeah, it's a terrifying outlook for Vitality, and of course it's one game, it's one best of one, but I guess it's a good first sign of what it can look like when everything clicks, right? When you have ZywOo doing ZywOo things, you have Magisk playing a very solid game from his positions, you have Apex at the top of the scoreboard, feeding the game, calling exactly what needs to be done, and yeah, look at the distribution of frags. I mean, it's scary as hell.
147 ADR on Apex, you know, that's just an insane game for him. He was here, there, and everywhere on the server, and as said, you know, Inferno usually in best of ones and in general, you know, in best of 3 series as well, always this close decider where both teams can fight their way back, you know, from a rough start, but there was no fighting back whatsoever from EG in this one. Vitality light years ahead of them, and individually speaking, as said, we didn't even see the best from Dupree or Misuta. Yeah. It wasn't needed. There was not enough frags on the server because ZywOo and Apex, they took them all.
A big question that we had coming into it was just the roles and positions we were going to see. Obviously, we had Apex, we had Magisk saying that not really much was changing coming into it. Was this what you were expecting in terms of just positioning around the map?
I would say so. You know, you keep Magisk and you keep Dupree close to each other. I think that's going to be a tendency we're going to see on all the other maps as well, that on most of the maps, for an example, on Dust 2 as well, I expect them to be towards the B bomb side together. So it makes sense in that regard to have them positioned like that. ZywOo gets a bit more freedom now playing the long position. He can go long, he can go short, he can even go banana once in a while. So I like that iteration of Vitality.
Well, Vitality definitely making it quick in our first map of the day, but we have 2 more squads ready to make their debut here at the Spring Groups. It's FaZe taking on Liquid, and you don't want to miss it. We're heading to a break, but make sure you join us back for all the action after that.
They basically went from being the number 1 team in the world to not really winning a lot.
They were really close, but in the end, Cloud9 stole it from them.
It's a shame, honestly, that they didn't win a major, because it was probably Nico's only chance to win one.
I think that the team that could have been around a little bit longer was the C9 roster with Golden, Flusha, Tim, Rush.
I really wish the Cloud9 roster worked out, because I'm obviously fans of Floppy and Zeppa.
But I do think that they were a good team, that they had a lot of potential. If they could have figured out the logistics side of it a little bit better, I think that they could have been good, and I think that they still could have been like a thriving team, maybe with 1 or 2 changes.
My ex-teammate Floppy, like, he's a great guy and he's a great player. It's just I don't think the team got the chances they deserve.
The old Mousesports team, you know, that won the Pro League and all those tournaments, it was really surprising to me that they didn't end up winning more tournaments. You know, they basically went from being the number 1 team in the world to not really winning a lot in the online phase of Counter-Strike. So that was like quite surprising to me, actually.
I mean, the FaZe roster they had with Karrigan and Guardian, that was a pretty good roster.
I don't know if it's the first FaZe or the second one that went to the grand finals on the major, on the Boston major.
I think it was just a superstar team, and they won a lot of events, but they just didn't win the major, basically.
I mean, I think after that the team just went to a slump, but on the paper and on like all the names they had, I mean, they were like a superstar team. And I think if they managed to win that major, I think it would be like a total different storyline nowadays.
It was sad for them that they never won a major. They were really close, but in the end, Cloud9 stole it from them.
I think they were super strong, and if they were like on point and, you know, like getting the flow of the game, honestly, they were really, really unstoppable. Like even Astralis in their prime had big troubles against them, and even lost in grand finals against them in a couple of tournaments. It's a shame, honestly, that they didn't win a major, because it was probably Nico's only chance to win one.
The return of Rops as he rejoins his former in-game leader, but this time adorned in a brand new jersey. FaZe are taking on Liquid in our next matchup of the day, but Liquid have spiced a few things up themselves. 3 new players joining, but one of them are quite familiar. Captain America is rejoining Liquid now.
Yeah, Nitro's back in Counter-Strike. That's fantastic. An in-game leader that I think Liquid needed, during their time, right? He was a part of the Liquid lineup who went crazy, won the Instant Grand Slam in quite a fashion, 63, 64 days or something along the lines of that. Nitro, having a bit of a stint in Valorant, didn't really find the success I guess he was hoping for, and also a couple of times throughout that period said that he missed playing Counter-Strike. It is fantastic to see him back. I hope he can elevate Liquid, but I suspect it will take some time before he's fully up to date.
So many questions. I mean, for sure, Nitro was a great IGL. For sure, there is a synergy with Naf and Elish that we can test, right? But where is he now? Does he know the meta of Counter-Strike? Has it changed over the last few years? What's his individual level? I mean, the detractors of that project have many, many bullets they can use, and he's going to have to convince all of us.
Yeah, a lot of questions, and we've got some answers from Nitro for exactly why he's rejoining the Counter-Strike scene.
The main reason was obviously kind of like an opportunity, like time and place thing. And obviously I think TL is the greatest org still. So for me, the opportunity to come back was kind of like a no-brainer. I've always enjoyed my time here, and obviously Counter-Strike is the game that I played growing up, so really kind of speaks for itself. I love the game so much, and I could see myself playing it forever, or until I'm too bad to play anymore. But yeah, we'll see. I just I have a passion for the game, and I just enjoy it a lot, and I think that's ultimately what it boiled down to.
And undoubtedly, the entire community glad to have him back in our arms as well. Somebody else really excited to see joining Liquid, this man on our screens. Maniac, I know you had some very interesting stats for how long it's been since we've seen Shox being on an international lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for the newest viewers out there, you have to realize that Shox was the main product of French Counter-Strike. He was the prince of French Counter-Strike for 9 years. He spent 9 years in Counter-Strike scene in CSGO. He started with LDLC. He basically wore all the jerseys. LDLC, Envy, Titan, G2, Vitality, and now he changes. Now he turns a new page in his career and he moves over to NA with Liquid, and that one just completely took me by surprise. I don't think my brain has even adjusted to it quite yet. When I'm going to see him in this jersey, I'm just going to be like, Richard, what are you doing? Richard?
Yeah, I mean, I hope he finds a good bakery to get some more baguette over there in LA. I'm sure he can. They got some lovely Danish pastries. Shox is an interesting case because he used to be one of the best players in the world. That's obviously hasn't been the case the last 4 or 5 years, but he can still offer a lot to a team like Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, just to recapitulate a little bit on Shox as well, I think it would be dishonest to say that in Vitality, with the roles he had, he was doing enough. I don't think so. I think in Vitality, he was put in a position to be much more of a star than he was. But now moving on to Liquid, I think he takes that experience with him. I don't ask him to be an absolute superstar. We're going to see him right there on Inferno. I need Shox to be an extremely strong 4th player. An extremely strong and very versatile as well. He's like a jackknife. He can do so many things in Counter-Strike.
That's exactly the word that I was going to bring up for Shox. That's what I've been really excited to see, his progression as a player as well. Of course, we did see on our screen just Inferno coming up as his best of 1 series. Moving on over to the FaZe side of life. I feel like it's been a roster move that's been a long time coming, very hyped up, very wanted in the scene. Rops finally rejoining Karrigan, this time with a FaZe jersey on.
It makes an awful lot of sense. Having Rops coming into this lineup makes an awful lot of sense. It's been rumored, it's been speculated in. There's been some contract issues, of course, him staying in Mouse for a long period. Mouse didn't find any success whatsoever in 21, so I think Rops was ready for it as well. Karrigan have been praising and praising and praising Rops publicly, saying that he is one of the best players he's ever played with, and now he gets to play with him in FaZe Clan. You look at the lineup, you look at the players, you look at all the tools Karrigan has available right now, there's absolutely zero reason for why this FaZe project shouldn't be successful. So it comes down to Karrigan, comes down to the players. Can they find the success that they finally have been chasing for so many years?
It's the move that's supposed to make them contenders again. FaZe, for the longest time, have dropped from the conversation of who's going to lift trophies, but now with Rops replacing Olofmeister, you have such a boost in terms of individual level and the synergy with Karrigan. They should be able to contend with trophies.
Yeah, there's no more excuses this time for FaZe coming into things. They are favouring FaZe, the odds that we're seeing, the betway odds on our screen. But whilst you guys read those, we are going to get a few words from Karrigan on Rops.
I'm very excited to have Rops in the team, obviously. Been working towards that goal for the last couple of months, obviously, and also that was one of the dreams when I went to FaZe to have him by my side, right? One of the best players, and in my opinion, one of the, if not the best lurker in the world. So I'm very excited to start the season with him, and we just take it game by game, and everything is up in the air here the first month, I think, but very excited for the season for sure. I think the core we have now with Brokey, Tristan, Rups is very young, but also experienced core of the same time. So I think this core, if they can manage to work it out really good in between the roles and the synergy, they can be really good. And I'm just happy to see them play together. And then we have me and Rain in the backseat and enjoying the young guns running around killing people, right? So definitely a very, very interesting core. And I also said that previously. I only think sky is the limit for these guys if they keep working towards the same goal and being on the same page.
And I'm very excited to see exactly how Rops will be integrating with the squad going forward.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on this young man, I have to be honest. This is the year Rops has to turn into a superstar with a capital S, which he hasn't done in the past few years. If you're Kerrigan, if you're FaZe, you devote your resources in order for Rops to perform at the highest level. That's what you do. You bring him to your project and you try and give him all the tools he needs to carry the head out of your team. That's what I want to see from Rops.
With all the respect, right, he has to replace Olofmaster, who didn't do too well in the FaZe Clan jersey as well. So Rops doesn't even have to be the superstar. If he can elevate FaZe just 5-10%, we saw at the later stages of 21 that they're still a very capable team.
Well, with so much hype going into this matchup, I don't think we should wait a second longer to get the action underway. Inferno on the cards once again, opening up our day here at the Blast Spring Groups as FaZe take on Liquid. Make sure you join us after the break to see how it goes down.
I can't really put it into words. I mean, this is home. That's all I can really say.
One of the most brutal home welcomings I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, I didn't really think about it in that angle. That was him talking about his return to Counter-Strike, obviously. Yes. Yeah, it probably doesn't feel that way right now. He's like, I need to find a new apartment.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's how it goes. Exciting times, but now we've got FaZe and Liquid. Odds say that FaZe will end up winning, which I think it's interesting. I think this is... I picked FaZe for this one. I think it's a very hard match to predict this one. I'm absolutely unsure.
I didn't think it was all that hard, and that's not to be mean. I went with FaZe as well. I just think, again, like kind of how we mentioned, there's just so many ifs on the surface level. Like I think this Shox move is really cool. I have no idea how it's going to work out. OC up to this level of play. Nitro having the same kind of situation as Automatic. This homecoming back to Counter-Strike after being over in 100 Thieves in Valorant for quite some time. And also remember, Nitro's coming back, and when he had left Team Liquid, he was in-game leading in Opping. He's no longer going to be the Opper on this team. So a lot of changes for this Team Liquid roster and these players on it as well.
Yeah, you're right. And obviously Rob's coming in with a lot of hype behind him too. So I'm really interested. FaZe are going to be on the T side, Liquid on the CT side, and we're on Inferno once again. It's another best of one, of course. So they're having a setup here on the defense that's very quick to rotate B and very weak towards the pit and quad side.
Well, it's going to be a Hulls pop from 3 players from FaZe, and there's no one actually. Yeah, it's actually just a straight up counter to exactly what this setup. There's really nothing that Liquid can do. Good opening kill from Elige. That's on to Twist, but the bomb's going to get planted. Even in a 5-on-4, going to be a tough retake. There's 1 kit on Shox, 1 flashbang on Nitro, and Kerrigan lurking in middle.
Keep your eyes peeled on that defuse kit. It is so important. Ooh. Nice find for Nafly. He was out of control in 2021, and he's off to a good start here with a kill. Elige will go down. Robson. Oh no, Shox. That's the kit again. That's what we just talked about. Now it's a full 10-second defuse. Even in a 3-on-2, they're in a lot of trouble here, Liquid. They need to be lightning fast. They're never going to get that defuse kit back. And Rain is there with a headshot. He picks up 1. 10 seconds on Naf. He's not going to make that work, and he goes down to Rops. It's FaZe to start with a round win.
Rops really saves the day. That's massive in Halls. Actually, on some level, FaZe, even with kind of I felt an advantage in a 4-on-5 with the bomb planted, had no business winning this once it's in a 2-on-5. Great kills. Kit being down is brutal, and Rain is able to chill in the safety of Graveyard. I think actually if Naf gets that kill at the end, I think he even has time for the defuse even without the kit, but not to be. It's good to see some things never change as well. Brokey's still playing in a room that has absolutely no light whatsoever. Yeah. He's just a floating head in the darkness.
Maybe a little bit hot in the eyes. But
he's young. He doesn't have to worry about that stuff quite yet.
That's a good point. That is a good point. By the time it becomes a problem, we're gonna have robot eyes anyway, so it's not gonna be an issue. Little
microchips.
Yeah, exactly. All that cool stuff.
Perfect.
Second round is coming up. Got a UMP and a scout, and I don't know. Guess it's not that different from having an MP9. Just it's fun seeing the UMP a little bit more back again.
Same exact setup as the pistol round. Shox and Elige. Wrap side mid. 3 players stacked at the B bomb site. Shox with the smoke just in case the Molotov. Elige going to try and bait him in. Shox is going to turn, only able to get the 1. The MAC-10s do their job. Good opening kill. Good trade. And the A bomb site is lost.
And probably best just to save a little bit here. There's no point in really showing up to maybe the deal to take some shots, but down is worth it. Okay. Finding the right place to attack. Perhaps once again here, FaZe. You'd like to see it not walking into the stack over at B. Maybe... I mean, the funny thing is, they even know both times that there was a stack going on there. Like, they don't even have to go check. They can just guess from the setup at Arch. So, good times. I mean, I agree FaZe is probably going to be the better team to start with. I will say this. Obviously, the question around Nitro and OC, and we don't know everything about that. I love watching Nafly play so much. He played so well at the end of 21.
Yeah.
If there's anything to build on top of here, you know, and we obviously know how good Elige could be too. So, but Naf really impressed me at the end of last year. So if he can keep going on that level, it's going to be super sick.
Yeah, Naf impressed me all year.
Yeah.
All year and my entire time there as well. Naf was he was playing individually, which is great. Especially once we brought Fallen and he got to get back to his natural position off the AWP. That was a godsend to have him back on his natural positions. 2-0 for FaZe.
Third round. Nothing truly spectacular yet. I mean, they're still kind of guessing a little bit with their positions here. This time 4-1 type setup. Don't really mind. I mean, I don't know what else they're supposed to do when they don't have the rifles for it. So we don't know yet exactly how this is going to be playing out. Nitro at the B bomb site so far. We'll see what their actual positions are going to be once you get a little bit deeper into it. Very often, the AWP player will end up playing Arch, so wouldn't be surprised to see OC hanging around there. You know, can switch back to B on random rounds like Cyber did in the previous match.
Uh-huh.
It'll be fun to see if they're going to come up with something different, but that seems to be the go-to move if Inferno. All right, Rain and Carrigan doubling up in the middle.
This time the stack is in middle, as we can see. Naf jumping over, boosted up. Not the best weapon at that range. Really superficial damage for an entire magazine of the UMP.
I think swinging back towards Nitro. Seems unfair. FaZe are going to be guessing 3 out of 3 rounds where the defense is the lightest.
Well, this one I don't think they're necessarily guessing so much. You obviously see 2 players on Rap side. One of them's the gun. You know that 3 players at the B bomb side in the previous round saved it. So, yeah, I mean,
they did the research, right?
Yeah. Educated guess. So it's still a guess. You're still right. I'll give you that one.
Appreciate it.
I took one away from you in the first map. You can have that.
Well, it's looking good. 3 rounds in a row here for FaZe. They haven't had to fight too much for really any of it, so maybe not the most explosive start to the match, but we'll take it anyway. And I'm sure the fire will come in a couple of seconds here when Liquid start to pick up the rifles again. Then we'll see if they could do anything serious with it. I feel like there's just nothing but questions on the side of Liquid. I'm so curious about Shox in this lineup too. I don't feel like he's obviously not been brought in to be the superstar crazy level Shox. It's also been a long time since we've seen that.
Yeah.
Probably actually would be a little bit crazy if he tried to play that way.
His role on this team is going to be more like the benefit of his leadership qualities, personality, energy that he brings to the team as well. Those are the things that he can provide. And obviously, I think he's obviously a super good player when he's got some great pieces around him as well. I think this team is really going to need Elige and Naf to have a good year, and we'll have to see OC just kind of progress throughout the year.
Is that fun? It's going to be a really fun project to follow this. There's no doubt. Here we go. 4th round. We've got some rifles in their hands. Nafly's going to keep the UMP. I don't necessarily mind that. And that AWP on OC. Playing the middle. Not even playing Arch. He's playing all the way in the middle right now. Scoping in towards second mid. The smoke goes up behind him, and that makes him feel like he is a little bit exposed, perhaps. Start to fall back. But first real chance right now for Liquid to have a say. It's Elige and Shox that are doubling up on the pit side, and Naf and Nitro playing over at the B-bomb side. Let's see how committed they are to their positions, but it's always fun to take a look at and remember for later rounds. All right, mid control for FaZe, and really banana control on some level too. That's half of what you want there on the T side, really.
Yeah, pretty patient as well, considering 2 MAC-10s. Twist has one of those in banana. Brokey has the other one at the moment. He's going to be supporting on Rap's side. That AK-47 on Rain is getting very, very close up to this smoke, creeping through. They're going to phase it.
OC has a problem as well. He can't really unscope now, or they're going to hear it on the other side. They smoke off the library again. Shox flashed in for it. It's a really good idea, but Carrigan not flashed at all. And he will take him down. In the pit alone is Elige. He's getting a lot of backup. Ozzy, I mean, he can't really run through the smoke, can he, with the AWP, so he's going to almost have to leave Elige on his own to try and fight against everyone. 19 seconds on the clock. He's out of bullets. Backup is there now, finally. Rox will get the kill, but Naf actually doubling up on that UMP. The bomb is finally down, but Liquid have the advantage. It's 2 versus 3 right now. And Nitro hoping for a mistake, waiting for Twist to maybe take a step to the side there and he could catch him. OC started to make his way out of the library as well. Almost caught by Brokey and almost getting run down as a follow-up. He is low on health right now. They still have plenty of time for the defuse. There's OC and a Nitro on the follow-up, and it's Liquid putting their first round on the board.
Ooh, that was a long, stressful duel for OC and Library. First covered up by all the smokes as well, and then having to take the exchange. Brokey just couldn't find the perfect timing to eliminate him. That would have been a massive kill to have. Close round.
It felt like the timing and the communication in that 2-on-3 is really good, though, because it felt like that's a situation where you could have, one of those 2 flanks could have jumped the gun. You know, OC could have been too aggressive. Yep. And even coming through the smoke initially to help Elige, I think OC could have made a mistake there.
I think Elige did a great job in pit, staying alive as long as possible. That was obviously wonderful. Yeah, buying as much time as possible. And yeah, the Naf double kill was really the turning point in the round. 3-1 still. All that being said, only 2 players survived for Team Liquid. FaZe get a plant. They had a bonus round with 2 MAC-10s. They're right back into it, so money's still not great for the defensive side. And ooh, lucky to be alive. Brokey almost gets one.
It's Nitro nearly stepping into the shot there. But it gets them the banana control, even if they didn't get the kill they wanted their FaZe. So that's a couple rounds now. They have the luxury of just walking up here and not running into too many nades or crazy things. No late retakes with the flashbang. Now that OC shot up, though, it could change. Rain winning the battle against the chicken. Take success wherever you can.
Yeah, quite an easy fight. Rain and Elige almost getting into an engagement, but all the re-aggression. Brokey blinded, dropped. Good trades, good exchange. Nitro pulling his team forward. And Alicia's gonna find one as well from Cubby. 4-on-2 for Team Liquid. They've got to hold on, but this is where Rop's in open space. This is what he's been brought in for. It's Shox all alone in the pit. Kerrigan to attack, and there goes Rops as Shox moves around the pit. Kerrigan has to fight him over the flames, and he can't do it. Good spray control, and Shox has a double to close out the round.
That was really well handled. You could see he was trying to reposition himself in the pit so that he wasn't exposed to quad and he could fight whoever Robs who was coming through from the library. Shox, he was moving out of the crossfire that would have happened otherwise. So, and obviously that flashbang to retake top banana is incredibly effective. Maybe even more so when there's a scoped up AWP who can't even see it coming. So really well done. Good timing on that one. Liquid. Very good start now. Losing the pistol, but making it back as soon as they can and putting FaZe out of the economy almost immediately.
Actually, FaZe has the money. They could have gone for a little bit more of a buy here if they had wanted to, but right on the edge, I think they're just saying, you know, we can do a half buy that still has some elements of danger, take some money away, have the goal be punish the economy of Liquid instead of necessarily winning the round. 3-2, and Rops falls first. That's OC with the pick.
Good stuff. Moving around. Back over towards the library. Position. Quick boost to set that one up. Well done, and they get the kill for it. Wait another second there. You might not catch Kerrigan running past. Rain is down next, and it's Brokey and Twist 2 versus 5. And as you said, if you do this kind of half-buy, that probably is the primary goal, is to do a little bit of damage. They haven't done that so far. So, not exactly what they were hoping for. Map's been closed in between them. You could see Nitro and Nafly pushed all the way down the bottom of Banana, so there's not a lot of space for them to walk around in here. Twist now. 1 versus 5. Have to be some very quick scout headshots to land any more kills in this round for him. Ooh, that's... You are so fast with the scout. And there's the headshot. Back for more. You can give him the chance. He's baiting them into it. Shox will find a bit into it. That was nice, though.
Yeah, not bad. Getting 1 kill. Not everything they'd like. Good round from Elige as well. Just being aggressive over the boost and then pushing up and making sure there's no space for FaZe to operate on Rap side. We're all tied up. 3-3. That's a dirty little off angle.
Yeah. Pretending to fall back, but not really. You like to see it. Yeah, tied up already. Liquid putting some pressure on FaZe. But they did go for a weird half-buy, so they have money.
FaZe is one of the only teams we have that's not really boot camping. I don't think they're at a boot camp location. I think they're all still spread out at home.
Yeah, it's a little like Astralis, more like half and half, you know? So, something that we frown on. Hey, go boot camp. Feels like it's important. 7th round. Got that AWP back on Brokey. This time there is a smoke at the bottom of Banana, so at least FaZe will have to wait a little bit before they take that control. Instead, they're going to focus on quad and basically just firebomb the whole place. Elige goes down. That's a good opening for Kerrigan. Swinging and flashed in by Brokey as well. Some really good teamwork. And that puts... They're actually in so much trouble on this A-bomb side.
Oh, if OC swings too wide, Brokey's looking for this exact play. Peeking over the fire. Brokey's ready for it. And OC is dropped. Kerrigan loves these plays. Deep utility from middle and fast attacking towards Rap side. It's got FaZe everything he's wanted it to give them.
I can't even really blame OC or Shox for trying to find the edges of that A-hold, because it's just excruciating. You've lost Arch, you don't have a control anywhere else, and you're just inside of this box, and you don't really know when they're going to show up. Like, you obviously want to push for information to find out and see if you can catch them
Question now is how much of a hunt does FaZe want to put on? Are they willing to risk anything to take these guns away? Rain can keep them boxed in, and it looks like FaZe want to preserve their own money. Makes sense as well. Twist with $0. Same with, well, Rops is at 50, but no one has any extra cash to provide a gun to a teammate. Yeah, that flashbang, that might have been just a little bit mistimed, but it still worked out just fine for Kerrigan.
Good finds here. Yeah, so bit of a lead.
Problem is, Shox is kind of forced into that play, right? Because you want to have the information of how they're attacking. It's really, really hard to play Inferno if the terrorist team just has control of CT spawn and hit the pause button and you just don't know what the timing, if they're trying to actually split the B bomb site.
Yeah, because all he could do at that moment is he can radio into his teammates at B, and if they shown up, you know, have they gone all the way to that corner to watch construction? Are they there? And you know, you get a no, and you're like, oh well, then I don't know anything. So,
yeah. Yeah, losing control of Arch and Spawn is the defense's worst nightmare.
4-3 lead now for FaZe. And Liquid didn't have, I mean, even winning the 3 rounds there as they did, was a chicken, but...
he's so zoned in.
Hard-wired.
Did he hit it? I didn't even notice. I hope he did.
Get the replay.
That seems like overkill.
It's a good thing it wasn't a teammate.
That's a large caliber bullet into a tiny little chicken.
Yeah, that is definitely overkill. You're right. There's not going to be much left for dinner at that point.
You can't even get chicken nuggets out of that one.
No, it's done. Oh, man. Okay, another round of banana control fairly easily achieved by FaZe, which... I mean, could be a fine for Liquid. It's a strategy, but just making a note of it.
It's one of the things that I think Team Liquid is going to have to work on that banana defense eventually. Remember, Stewie had been playing there for the longest time under Team Liquid, and he loves being aggressive. He loves playing that utility exchange. He loves the variety of fights and battles and plays you can make in banana. They don't really have that dynamic player in that position.
Talking about losing CT spawn to the T side, it's happened again. It was a good shot from OZ, but a quick trade. The spacing between Kerrigan and Rain there was pretty much perfect. And this time, instead of making it an A-wrap, they actually try and make it a backstab on the B bomb side, and they're going to find the kill. Nitro goes down. Nafly on his own to try and defend. Now, there's only 28 seconds, so he doesn't have to stay alive forever here. Molotov on top. Is he going to stop the bomb? No, it doesn't seem like it. Oh, that's a shame. What would a play would have been if he could have actually had it? It would have maybe delayed enough. And now, 3-on-3 to try and hold it. Robs is already stopping the reinforcements from even getting there. So it's on Elysian, Nafly, 2 versus 3. Do they go for it here?
I wonder if they feel forced into the retake because they think they're going to get flanked out. Oh, Brokey's going to go down next over the top. It's Nav. There's Rops. He needs to hide, needs to get into cover, and he just makes it. He's got a nade in hand. He knows he's being pushed. Elysia's going to find him, and he's got the kit as well. It's going to be a round for Team Liquid, but it's a close one. Elige, the only survivor, but Liquid tie things up again.
Wow, that was... I think you're right. They probably did feel like, well, we can't even really fall back because Robs is playing on the other side, so let's just go for it. And it worked. Nafly with an amazing round. This play right here, he just knew.
These are the things that he did last year, though, that made him so good, that made him have such a good year, is his ability to turn these rounds on their head, his ability to just kind of change the dynamic of a round. And it's good to see him deliver again. In round number 8 in this matchup.
They would have been forced to save, probably, Liquid, if they lost that round. So, saving themselves in more ways than one here. But an exciting match this is so far. We're learning a lot. Still, Naf and Nitro, this time assisted by OC, so they're bringing him over to try and play that 3-man banana position, at least early on. The chickens are really getting it hard this game.
Yeah. So far.
Just a bit of a pause here. Waiting for somebody to walk into OC's crosshair, and Brokey, of course, waiting on the other side. Not uncommon, I think, for Kerrigan to call these kind of plays and just slow it down and wait to see if they're going to get a reaction, which they will. Flashed in once again, and Brokey, he was blind, but he get the kill anyways. And let's see. They definitely know that there's a second player right around the corner. They're not going to try and run into it.
Oh, back towards A we go, though. Elige and Shock's about to be tested. Rain and Kerrigan. Oh, Rops actually... How often do you see that? What a brilliant play. Rops just calls the bluff and comes right through the smoke. Elige and Shocks did not expect it whatsoever.
That is really... That's a scary move from Rops right there. I wonder if did he see... Elige, was it playing Lil Pit?
I don't believe so. I mean, he's smoked out. He might have just taken. It might have been a stab at it. We'd have to. I mean, he might have just flipped a coin. Said, I'm gonna go through and see what happens.
Elish did throw the flashbang, so it could also just be that Rob sort of reads that and says, okay, never mind. It's incredible timing for that move, without a doubt.
It's also you have when your team gets the kill on the other side of the map though as well, right? That pick with the B re-aggression at the B defense. As that Halls player, that's a play that opens up to you. You're like, okay, maybe they're starting to try and cheat over towards Rap side to maybe get an early rotate to B. Maybe you can find this kind of a gap, and yeah, just an individual decision. And if you have a player like Rops on your team, this is part of the reason why this felt like such a no-brainer move for FaZe, is that's the dynamic that Rops brings to your squad.
Yeah, he is making a good impression already.
He's phenomenal passive at lurking. He's phenomenal aggressively lurking. He's put together a great career. It's going to be awesome to see him in FaZe. I think this move makes them like an instant contender for titles, where they didn't have that feeling last year.
Yeah, it maybe doesn't have the same sort of amount of hype around it as the G2 and Vitality kind of setup, but
which is kind of cool in a way.
It is kind of
doesn't put that pressure on the team.
Yeah, could fly under the radar a little bit, but still, I think I agree. Be incredibly powerful. OZ, got to be careful. About to be flanked as well from Robs, who's walking up right behind him, but a good find from OC. Able to take down Robs, and he realizes, yeah, go and get that rifle. Now, they've given up Arch again and also Library, so could be another flank here, but the backup is coming in from Banana as we speak. If they can stay alive, the team is going to be there in a couple of seconds. There's Elish with the kill. OC with another shot to take down Rain. This is unprecedented for Liquid. This is so cool. Didn't think they were going to have much of a defense in this round. Brokey and Twist trying to see if they can hold on to it here now that the bomb is planted, but they are in a 2-on-4. Very hard round to win. Twist is finally going to fall. It's now on his Brokey on his own, and he gets 2 quick kills with the AWP, making it doable. He almost has another one. It is so close, but clutched at the end, and Liquid, they'll find another round.
Well, they just barely get out of that one. Unfortunately for FaZe, with how much success they've had on Rap side this time, they're trying to come through a smoke against the only 2 rifles that Team Liquid have, the FAMAS on Elish and the AK-47 that OC is able to pick up. And even so, Brokey almost pulls it back. Big sigh of relief for Team Liquid. This is some very, very close rounds.
Yeah, nothing like the last game, basically.
Oh.
You're right. He is just a floating head. Floating Lincoln in space. Do you remember that stupid website?
No.
Okay,
what?
It's a reference for only people who are like 48.
You talking about like YTMND or whatever?
Yeah.
Okay.
Very old internet stuff.
The first memes.
Yeah, it's true. Before
It's
anyone
the prehistoric memes.
We didn't even have the concept of memes at that point in time.
Captain Jean-Luc Picard. That was a classic.
Yeah. Good times. All right. Well, now that we've established that we're old, we can get back to the game. Nitro's playing alone this time. Again, not really an uncommon setup on Inferno to have that 4-1 setup. I usually am a little bit concerned when the 1B player is playing so far back. It feels like you can get pushed and you give up the bomb side too easily.
The question to me when I see setups like this on the defensive side is, what is the protocol? Like, what triggers them shifting out of this?
Yeah.
Nitro puts down the Molotov in time to get the opening kill, and that's actually wonderful. He's playing retake, so that kill is success for his position. And now he can just wait for the plays to come in. The rotation to come in. Naf's gonna grab another one through the smoke. Oh, and FaZe is letting another one slip away. 3-on-5 in the post plant, and they've got to be careful about Banana. 3 players to flank.
A little bit of damage there on Brokey, and Rops, he's gonna get that instant headshot, but OC quick on the trigger right behind him. Brokey and Twist, again, same 2 players in another 2-on-4. This time, again, with the bomb down, but it's the B bomb side. See if they could do a better job here. Brokey starts it off good. Kill to take down Shocks. Some grenades are raining in, but they're out of nades now on the Liquid side. Actually, the bomb is planted out in the open. This could get really, really awkward for Liquid all of a sudden. Yeah, they're both towards construction. Twist holding his teammate there with the AWP. They swapped around. Brokey with another kill and another absolutely amazing round this time for FaZe. They almost had the 2-on-4 last time, and this time they bring it home.
That's a nasty little bait and switch. Brokey shows position with the AWP and bails out. It's Twist to pick it up, and you can see the way Naf is jumping around this corner, thinking it's going to be an AWP or trying to make it a difficult shot, just makes it very, very easy for Twist. And then Brokey gets to go to work with much easier fights. 6-5. But what a battle for these two teams. The past 6 rounds, back and forth. Nobody being able to string 2 together. Although, great chance for FaZe to finally do it once again.
Yeah, that is the slight benefit of playing on the T side. Generally, the economy will be just a bit more favorable in that sense. The Liege flashed out of that position before he get the 1 dig off. At least he's still alive. Do have a couple of deals in play. Actually, 4 of them. In the 5-7 on Nitro. So we'll see. Just jiggling away at that corner, hoping to catch the right timing. Again, FaZe are being very careful in this round. They obviously know about the economic situation, so no reason to give it up to a crazy stack. And they were really good in the first 3 rounds, remember, of sort of finding out where the defense was, where the stacks were, and avoiding them. No reason they can't do that one more time.
Kerrigan gonna start moving forward. He's done pretty well so far in his opening engagement win rates. There's gonna be a gap on the right side of that smoke. He's got to be careful, obviously. He goes around it to peek into the site. Nitro has a clean fight. And here comes the execute. Kerrigan starting to inch his way through the eat and nade. This is slow pace. Good kill from Rops. There's that passive flank. Kerrigan gets 1, is traded off, and Naf can't do enough with the deagle. And now Rops has control of A. Shock says nowhere to go.
Yeah, he is kind of locked in here, and the AK will bring him down. So they lost a couple of players, but still, I think a fairly solid hit. Didn't look like they were going to lose that round at any point. So good job on the side of FaZe. They keep going, and as you said, they've been trading a lot of rounds now. Finally, a chance, or actually FaZe putting a couple together here. We'll see if Liquid can respond sooner rather than later. They are playing on the T side. FaZe, I don't know, 7-5. It's still such an open game. It's impossible to say who's actually going to win it at this point. A lot can happen. Rain, deep nade. They don't have the money for it. That is definitely a bit of an issue for Liquid. The double eco.
Well, this is going to get tough.
Yes, now.
Look, let's talk about a little bit of a bright spot for Team Liquid. I mean, as of, again, the statistics are a little bit behind due to the delay. But OC's 4-0 in his opening kills as of the scoreline being 5-5. So with the AWP that he's had for most of this, you're going to be happy about that one. He's been able to find some good positions, get some nice shots off. They've had a couple rounds we've seen them turn in their favor where they're at a disadvantage.
I actually think there's so many bright spots. I mean, Nafly's still playing really well. I'm not seeing anything really horrible happening. It's just that trading rounds is just
tough on the CT side.
Yeah, it just is hard to play around. So I'm pretty hopeful right now. I don't think this is looking bad at all for Liquid. All right.
On the other hand, bright spot for FaZe is Rops is looking excellent.
Yeah, that's an issue if you're on the Liquid side.
15-6, and a lot of it's been in this kind of lurking role towards the A bomb site.
Yeah, he's doing a very good job at the beginning here. Naf, on his own, would love to find anyone, really, steal away an AK. It's going to be a bit of a stretch in terms of... One thing is finding it, nothing is keeping it at this stage in the game. He's going to run into Robs, who will take him down for a quad kill in the round. All of them obviously unarmored, but still feels good, doesn't it? Yeah. 116 ADR. That's a good output. We like to see that kind of thing.
Love to see it. Absolutely love to see it. 8-5. Liquid gonna take a timeout. Due to that force up just 2 rounds back, as you kind of mentioned, economy's in a weird place. I don't think OC's gonna have the op this round. Everyone's sitting just over $4,000, so M4s and utility.
How do you feel about the...
Feel great.
You feel great? About the banana defense from Liquid?
Crap.
I could have said almost anything. I could have really...
Yeah, you really could have gotten wild about that one.
But I don't know. I feel like I really like the late top banana retakes from the CT side. I think that's always fun. But I would kind of like to see Liquid also just try and not make it so easy for FaZe, because they're playing Kerrigan. And once you give him top mid and top banana, it just feels like he's going to be able to do so much work with that.
Yeah, I mean, we touched on that. That's something that I think Liquid's going to have to kind of address as time goes on, is without Stewie there, you're losing kind of, you know, the general that they've had for the past what, 3 years in that part of the map. And that is kind of the way you have to look at Stewie, is he is kind of a general in-game, whether it's the whole team or whether it's his part of the map. He's very, very vocal, and he's got a lot of plays that he likes to make.
This is a similar setup, but this time Nitro is a little bit more forward, and that already makes me a little bit happier. I kind of like that. They're back to a 4-man setup over at the A-bomb site. Molotov there against OC.
See ya.
He's just calling it in, say, please. The smoke still comes, but he's dead.
And that kind of a setup from Naf actually might have been fine if it wasn't for the initial nade that Rain dropped at his feet as well. The nade did like about 40, 45 damage, and the Molotov cleans him up, and that smoke doesn't get there in time. Still, even with that pick, that might lure FaZe into this trap. It's a stack. Now it's kind of just a standard defense, but they might not expect 3 players here. There's a Legion inside the bomb site. Shock still waiting in pit. And FaZe call it off. They want nothing to do with this all of a sudden.
Good read from Carrigan. They still have to deal with Nitro. He's out of nades, unfortunately. This is where it'd be amazing if you had one more smoke, but he's hearing it. You could see him looking into the wall. He knows what is coming. Twist actually trying to rank. Oh, that's a nice lineup. They wanted to see if they could clear out construction, and that gave up the round. Rob's obviously on the flank and the lurk, as we've been talking about for a while. Nitro absolutely coming up big with that double. The timing for that peak was perfect.
Yeah, that couldn't have gone better, especially the first guy just back-turned running towards CT spawn, trying to establish that kind of control as well.
And I say, OZ burning alive in that corner. It goes from tragic when he just dies, but it is immediately funny when the smoke gets put out right after. Is that thin line, right? Tragedy and comedy.
Yeah.
That I was happy about seeing that. But this is a very, very important round for Liquid. We've just been talking about the economic struggles. They're probably going to continue a bit longer because they did lose a couple of players, but still, I'm impressed they won this round.
I wonder if that one just kind of got away from Kerrigan a little bit. It's weird seeing him like just enter into the A bomb site in that fashion and then have the rest of the team going back to B with no real utility to smoke off that choke point. I wonder if that's just a round he'd like to have a do-over on.
Yeah, probably. 15th round now. And a bit more of a standard setup. Naf and Nitro again up there. Boost in the middle. Definitely not so standard. Brokey, even flashed, even at the off angle. Doesn't even matter. He's still going to get the kill on OC. FaZe looking for a 9th round if they can get away with it. Gun barrel definitely showing Liege. He sees it, but it's not the right position. He's flashed and killed well. And another one for Brokey as he takes down Nafly. 3 opening kills for a round. To win that 99% of the time. Nitro's going to be running in to try and help Shock. So he's on his own. He goes down. And they find that last round. FaZe, really good job. Good, strong start for them in the first half. We'll see if they can continue in the second half. It's coming right up.
That looks more like a gray, but it's mini blind, but like...
Orion?
What?
Orion? Orion?
No.
No.
Let me try and see if I can help here.
Is it a T-Rex?
And then...
Something else? I don't know. So shit at that. A good one though.
Yeah, thanks. It's a Cyrex. Very iconic thing right here.
The hole?
Yes.
Oh my god, I'm so good! Red thing. Sorry man, let's do like this. It's really blue.
And then like at the edges, like down here, it's got like a fade of purple. I don't know, like a thing here as well. I don't know, it's like, it looks somewhat like this.
No way, I don't know.
Decimator.
It's full black with the red.
Yeah. Okay, just, what is this?
Line.
What's the color?
Red, line.
Oh, there.
It's old one, so you should know.
Vulcan?
No.
Frostside?
No. It's really old one.
Frostbite?
No, it's really old. It's older than that. And just imagine that back in the days.
Black laminate? Blue laminate?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Tiger dude?
Yeah, man. That's so good. What is this? Yeah. You're good. I will help you, but I'm not sure about my drawing. Something that goes in the trees. I don't know the English. I know the English, but I don't know how to draw it.
Birds? Oh, monkeys.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is the name, and then yeah, this is something else.
Monkey business.
Yes, you got it.
Oh.
I'm flashing one.
I'll have info mid.
On the wall.
One more half wall. Nice.
Two more B, two more B.
Same base. Okay, I got power.
Long in the corner, I'm out. Go coffin, just go
Probably one
coffin.
more Robs. Watch out lane when you come back. I got.
On a barge. Just go rotate over there.
He's going. I'm lane.
Is it one way?
Last lane.
Nice.
Last guy lane. Was last scene.
Nice!
That's right.
Nice try.
It's okay.
All right, some good solid communication. Didn't seem panicked at all in that moment. Just some basic calls coming out. That's what you like to hear from the side of Liquid, and they're not doing that badly. I mean, 9-6. Anything can still happen.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this T side is going to go. Let's see what they can put together. I think they fought back very admirably in that first half. Some things not going their way, but not too shabby. Gonna have a good T side here. Shocks with utility, smoke flash, everyone else with armor. And again, this 4-1 stack, we saw it on both sides of the map between EG and Vitality just earlier, just in the game previous. We're going to see it again here from FaZe. Rops has the first kill, but the trap's not sprung. Twists with one, Naf coming out, can't handle it. Brokey pushing up, needs to find one, and he's gone towards ult mid. It's a 3-on-2 in the favor of FaZe. Naf almost runs right into it, but he gets the headshot in return.
Brings it back on an even keel here, 2-on-2. Although Carrigan is very low on health. The bomb is going to be planted as well. There is a kit on Carrigan, so got to make sure you pick that up if you want to try and win the round here. They do have an HE grenade. Maybe could soften off Naf if they hit it just right. Not going to quite tag him up. Smoke will create a bit of a barrier, and they're fighting Naf, but wow, he comes up with a stunning headshot and follows it up. A nice triple in the round for Naf. And that's how they win the pistol.
Yeah, they needed that good performance from Naf. That's huge with the USP. Beautiful shooting. And doing just enough. Actually, that trap from FaZe didn't really fully get sprung. That felt very disjointed for having 4 players. 2 at rap side, 2 in lane, and it never really felt like it had any strength to it.
Yeah, I agree. For how many people were there, you didn't really feel the force of it either. Yeah, I like the play at the end there for Naf as well, because they'd actually smoked off his teammate towards the pit, so he kind of was on his own a little bit. He managed to make it work anyway. Scout on Carrigan. I remember some Carrigan clips last year with the Scout. They're just out of nowhere hitting a lot of headshots. Maybe he remembers it too.
Maybe. Love to hit some this round. He's 5-12 so far in this game. 3 of those being opening kills.
Okay, yeah. So that's not... I mean, I guess with the firepower and the rest of them, maybe they don't need him to drop a lot of kills.
Remember, I mean, the big story with Rops coming in is just the mid and late rounds of this FaZe team are going to be so powerful with the players they have. Good deagle from Twist, taps away at Elige. Rain has fallen, so it's a 4-on-3, and Twist can't go down. He's playing retake. Kerrigan misses a shot, doesn't get the tag, tries to spam the smoke, but OC was already past the shot.
Good attempt right there, but one more kill would have really made a difference here.
One more smoke on Shocks for the choke point. There's 2 smokes on FaZe and a kit on Rops.
Yeah, so they're really never getting away from getting through that position. Twist trying to shoot at an angle through those windows, which you cannot do. You almost can only shoot straight at them. You angled too much. You actually just are shooting into a wall that you can't really penetrate. So Naf up on the box, waiting for the smoke to fade in front. Gonna be the MP5 in play, a rare sight these days. He falls back down, but just has to stay out of sight for a couple more seconds because they do not have a kit, and they're gonna be making a run for it already. He's out hunting them at a range, and Carrigan will find a kill finally. The round is still going to go to FaZe.
I'll be happy with that. I think if you're FaZe, I think the question now is, do they buy off the fact that they've taken all 5 players away?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a pretty aggressive call.
Yeah, it is. I agree. They managed to hold on to it at the end. Don't even think there was any. I think even if they'd killed him right away there, it's unlikely they could have had that full defuse, isn't it?
They've done it. They're going for it right here. FaZe, 3rd round buy after a 2nd round investment, but they did eliminate all 5 players of Team Liquid. So both teams, this is a pretty huge round early on in this second half in terms of who's going to control the economy moving forward.
Some nades landing on Banana. Liquid not going to get any damage from it, but on the other side of it, Twist and Rain did catch a little bit of shrapnel there. And that's the setup. Twist and Rain on the B-bomb side. Rops playing around Arch for now. And then Carrigan and Brokey over on that side. A lot of space really right now for Liquid to move around the map on. So far taking mid. And trying to see if they can open up that Arch position. It's been really popular on Inferno today. People want to try and fight for it. Good double tag from Carrigan. Even with the scout, that's a lot of output. Maybe it's going to just surprise Liquid a bit how much firepower is on the other side. They might have thought this was going to be a full-on save. Carrigan with the scout. He needed another headshot to make this real interesting. Now, I'm not so sure they can go for this retake.
I think Rain's going to come towards... Actually, Twist has already backed off, so yeah, they're going to save here. I thought Rain might go towards Quad and Porch and try and see if he can just find one quick kill. Now just setting up for an exit. Would love to steal away one of these AK-47s, but Liquid's going to tie things up. Off the back of the pistol, the back of the 2nd round, they're going to string all 3 together to open up the second half, and we're going to be at 9-9.
Swift comeback for the Liquid side. That's great to see. Again, it's a bit of a shame that...
Oh.
Okay. It's not fair, is it?
I didn't know he got the dink on that initial jump.
No, I don't think I realized either. We didn't really get to see Liquid have enough... Oh, sorry, not Liquid. EG have enough space to really sort of show much. They really were getting crushed a little bit early on. So it's good to see that Liquid are not going to be suffering anywhere near the same. And in fact, could just go on to win more rounds here and actually get the lead. It's very likely. All tied up. 19th round, and what do they have on the other side? FAMAS, MP9, Scout, some nades to play around with. But this should be a fairly Liquid favorite round. So kills, Nitro and Shock a little bit behind on the Liquid side, and obviously Carrigan, as we talked about. But otherwise, everyone else is kind of showing up in a really good way. Again, some Banana control. Hard to fight for Banana when you don't have any nades for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Rain with the SMG, gonna get up behind the smoke. Ooh, a little bit of damage with the jump. Got napped to about half HP. Who wants nothing to do with a jumping SMG.
Who does?
And still a little bit of a few elements of danger brought into this from FaZe. A bit of reinvestment. Deagle picked up by Brokey, some utility, P250 on Carrigan. So this defense can put a stop here as well. But they're going to need some good production. Carrigan's going to be the first one with contact as they flash around the edge of this smoke. Carrigan will get smoked off as well. Does he want to step up in front of it? Yes, he does, but too many bodies in too many different locations, and this is going to be tough. Rops and Twist to defend, and now just the scout.
Oh, they're actually going to fall back. Probably didn't even need to, but I mean, some of them are low on health. Maybe they just want to avoid Elysian Shocks getting tagged by the scout. Maybe you can understand that.
Oh, and with that much pressure and that much kind of posturing and that many kills, you have to assume the B player is already rotated over. So you're either going to have it clear as they're finding it right now, or maybe that B defender is just too much out of position to really have an impact. Regardless, Rain's going to be happy to grab this AK-47 as long as he doesn't wander into Shocks at the end of the round.
Which he still could. On a bit of a mission. Instructs me for a long time. Shame for Rain, and Rops will find an N2. OC able to tag him at range with the AK. This is a very cool start to the second half for Team Liquid. Exciting to see. Smokes everywhere. And I think Carrigan probably wanted to swing like that because he wanted to help out Brokey, but Brokey was practically dead before that even happened. So we're seeing smiles. They look like they're in a good mood.
Yeah, they should be. Got a 1-round lead.
Brokey back on that AWP. That could be a game changer, couldn't it, on the CT side? He's going to be pushed with his teammates as well. Twist to take down Shox. Elige would love to try and punish it, but hard to know how many people are on the other side.
Yeah, but if you get that first kill with this kind of a hull setup, you might even waterfall into a second one. Rops is going to drop a Molotov to fall back. Prevent Elige from punishing anyone, and Twist has already gotten away as well. Swings in, find it, clears. Brokey's going to back away. So the defense over at the A-bomb site readjusting to lean towards Rap's side as they've gotten Rops up in pit.
Brokey over at the arch position now with the AWP. Playing odd before. Misses the initial shot as they come through the smoke. Still 50 seconds on the clock here, and they're going to try and put some pressure on Brokey. Flash in the sky, but they don't really try to push him any further back.
Oh dear. Oh no.
Rain, they're all coming for him. He's going to get the one kill the bomb confirmed. So with 40 seconds, they can rotate Karrigan back in time, but got to be careful you don't commit too hard to it as well, just in case they swap it around. But 35 seconds here.
Yeah, and Rops has already pushed lane. He knows there's no one at the A-bomb site. He's telling him, yeah, commit everyone to the B-bomb site. Get there. Karrigan goes down. Damage onto OC, but not enough. 58 HP taken away, and Team Liquid's Audible is going to get them a bomb plant. A 3-on-3 retake. There's one kit on Brokey, but only the single flashbang to initiate this retake.
If Rops fails this fight against the Liege, that just might be the round done with, and the rest of them might try and back on out of there. He's looking for it, and a great headshot to take down Rops. And I'm not sure if Twist and Brokey can fight this. You're going to have to try and fight into the bomb site, knowing that you're going to get shot in the back from Banana by Elige. I don't think it's worth it. Probably better to back on out.
Maybe if you had a smoke to block off Banana, you're exactly right, but there's no point now. You definitely don't want to risk that AWP. Elige is going to find one more. Good pick right at the end. Brokey's got one. A consolation prize. 11-9. Team Liquid with a 2-round lead.
You know, I just remembered watching Misuta play on the coffins on Inferno.
Yeah.
And to contrast that with how Karrigan played it here, Misuta did such an amazing job at staying alive forever and ever and ever. As soon as this kill happens on Karrigan, they just know that it's wide open. I mean, best case is Karrigan getting a kill and then falling back.
Yep.
But giving up your position there to that AK is definitely really punishing for the defense.
Oh, Twist is going to be upset about that one. Gets Elige down to 2 HP while losing the fight. Timeout taken from FaZe. 0 rounds put on the board for FaZe on their CT side so far.
Oh dear. It's not what we were expecting. Or maybe some of us weren't. Most of us, perhaps. The Liquid hot out the gate on the T side. Definitely very, very encouraging to see.
Yeah.
That's the thing that just none of us know. We can all guess, but we just don't know how long it takes for these teams to mature.
It's also the fun of this group is you know that, I mean, with all these new lineups, even with, I mean, FaZe just bringing in one player, you know, the teams you're seeing today are going to be very different from the team you see 2 weeks from now.
Yeah. Yeah, there's bound to be a lot of...
This is just the first glimpse. This is just what we have to build off of and see where things are going to go.
And it's the best of one.
And it's the best of one.
It really is a glimpse. We got Brokey on the AWP, everybody else on pistols. It's been 5 in a row for Liquid now. Let's see if the Deagles can find a miracle round to bring FaZe alive in the second half. They're leaving Brokey alone with that AWP and stacking for the A-bomb site. Or actually not quite alone, Rain was hiding under him. Fair enough. Elige swinging close. It's a good timing on that flashbang, but with just a pistol, you don't have the same stomping power. And he's going to get traded. Timing was good for that run, but Shox is still a little bit quicker. And he's going to be able to take down Rob. So, I don't know. Probably about as good as it could have gone here for FaZe in some of these fights with the pistols. It's very hard to do anything more. Shox with a nice headshot to take down Twist as well. He's got that M4 picked up, but Shox is going to tap him out of the round. And Brokey has to try and save this AWP. Surely going for the clutch is madness. He's got a kit, but...
As good as a game Rops has played, I think that's a kill he's going to feel like he should have had on Shox. The jump with the Molotov coming out, that would have actually probably even won the round. You pick up Shox's gun and you're able to have that position inside of hulls. Yeah. There's really no access to the bomb site for Liquid. So, based off their offense, Liquid's going to take a 3-round lead. They've won 6 rounds straight now.
Yeah, this is starting to look absolutely incredible. It's such a shame that he doesn't swing. Even if he had the MP9 in that position, could have maybe got the double kill right then and there, but Pistol was just not quite as quick about it. Shocks, good mechanics with the rifle in this particular round. Ended up with a triple. Okay. I don't know if the pressure is starting to get unbearable for FaZe, but it certainly started to show. It's starting to feel a little bit like if we don't start winning rounds right now, not only is their economy going to be really good, but we're going to run out of rounds in this game. 12-9. Liquid 4 rounds away from taking this map. That would be a fun upset in the group, I think.
Yeah, it really would. Relatively unexpected one, I think. Rain pushing down Banana. And FaZe needs something to get them started, to get them going, to give them a little bit of life in this second half. Shox is brought down to 10 HP. That's a good start. So deep Banana control, passive towards A. Brokey still with the op in hand.
Shox very low already. But they are hanging back on that T-ramp still. They don't have a lot of map control at the moment, Liquid. So there's a lot of time, but it's interesting to see them sort of wait it out.
There's only the one Molotov in Rain's hands for this B bomb site. It's the only real utility they have to delay or disjoint any kind of a hit. So when he feels the pressure, enough pressure to actually put it out, that'll be the question. Brokey cheating in towards CT spawn, halfway between A and B. Able to respond quickly to each bomb site, and Rain, now there's the Molotov. Nitro's gonna beat it, but this is the disjointed attack now. 2 players come through. Kerrigan cannot handle the initial contact, and it's all over. Through the smoke, Rain is so low. And what decision do you make if you're FaZe?
Yeah, this is a big question. Big throw. Oh, that kill is interesting. Look at the timer, 20 seconds. He tries to do it again. Rain, he's solo all along. One bullet would have maybe taken him down, but they're finally gonna get the bomb plant. But now the pressure is, I mean, maybe they could do it now.
This is going to bring them all to retake, though. Now Liquid has a chance to take the guns away.
Yeah, that's a good point. That happens sometimes. You actually bait yourself into surrendering all rifles. We'll see. OC actually has a Molotov. The timing is everything. Brokey comes through. He's going to get the 1 kill. Robs will follow it up and twist with 1 more. It leaves Nitro on his own, trying to break it through, and it's not going to happen. They turn it around. Absolutely amazing retake coming out from FaZe. They needed it, and they finally get that first round on the second half on the board. Whew, that was close.
Yeah, what a crazy way for you to get your first round. That's a tough retake to make happen. Props to Rain, as you said, low HP, stopping the plant, delaying things, allowing his teammates to get in a little bit closer, allowing some of that utility that Liquid threw out to dissipate before they really had to begin the retake. And FaZe hits double digits.
What would have happened if OC had managed to throw that Molotov? I understand even why he swapped away from it, because you don't want to get caught with a nade in hand, but that looked like it was real close to ending the round right there.
Yeah, if he actually gets that off before that peek comes in, that probably does negate that retake from that portion, and it's an entirely different scenario.
So, 10-12. Rouge making a bit of noise. And immediately spamming afterwards in case someone was going to try and...
punish.
Yeah, peek behind that. Do a little play around the audio, and...
This double haul setup netted them a kill earlier in the half, FaZe.
Yeah, it did, you're right.
Twist was able to get 1. Shock's coming, and he's spamming the corner. He's seen it before. Another good win from Twist. This time they might want to challenge Robs. Oh, this is tough spam battle, and he's going to win it out. Now trying to get away, and he just barely does. And Twist is going to stick around for the fight. That's a double for Elige. He hunts him down, and Brokey with the op has got to fall away and back off.
He's still going for it, Elige. He is so low on health. Nitro out of the round of the initial fight. He really avenged his teammates, both him and Shot. Oh, that needed to be a kill. OC is still living. Wild. Rain is pushed down at the bottom of Banana.
I think... Yeah, I was gonna... Oh, Elige, no idea Rain's pushed up this close. He's had so much information in terms of sound most of this round. Flashbang comes in, but couldn't find the timing on the pick. But, man, FaZe is being so aggressive and just making sure in this 3-on-3, Liquid is not comfortable at all. And yeah, 20 seconds. Naf does have the bomb. If he finds this kill right now, he can do it. He can get into the A bomb site. Kerrigan, all the pressure on his shoulders in a one-on-one clutch.
He has the health advantage, but he's up against Naf, who's been playing a stellar game so far. Bomb plant happens. Gonna smoke up behind him.
Naf is so good in these situations. He's had plenty of time.
Yeah, he really is. And against Kerrigan has had a bit of a rough game. Definitely not favoring him at the moment. He walks in and it's a straight headshot to bring him down. What a great 1 versus 2 for Nafly.
Yeah, he's a freak when it comes to clutches. That is so well played. Ice cold. A lot of talk from Naf about the excitement of bringing Shox in, one of the players he kind of idolized coming up in Counter-Strike. It's got to feel good to win a 1v2 like that, sitting next to a player you've been watching throughout your whole career.
Yeah.
And not only that, but giving Liquid 13-10, giving them the advantage down the stretch.
So well done.
Kerrigan never had any idea that his elbow showed.
So it's a really short-lived party for FaZe. Gets cancelled right away. They still had some money to buy here, but man, it's not looking good. They're under a lot of pressure. And for the longest time, it really felt like all of that aggression from the CT side was paying off. I mean, there was a chance that OC would have been dead immediately, and the fact that Rain was pushed down that deep, but they had all the chances to win that round phase. They're going to be a little bit unhappy later on when they review that round that it didn't turn out their way. Nitro.
They've had a couple rounds in this half, I feel, where like it felt like they had the rounds in control and they just, for whatever reason, it just doesn't get closed out.
Yeah.
Brokey's going to need a good start here. Oh, he was just moving. He's taking a lot of damage. Rain is there to pick up the pieces and cover for the mistake, or the missed shot, not the mistake. 5-on-4 for FaZe.
Good Molotovs to force Nitro into that fight. They actually landed behind him as well. He had no choice, really. Brokey and Rain did take a lot of damage.
Rops and Twist are going to get called upon to defend here. Kerrigan is coming back just now, but none of the three of them have any nades.
This position from Robs is either going to be amazing, or if they lose the balcony behind him, it's going to be really, really awkward. Good little flick there, and he moves forward to try and see if he can catch OC. Did some damage, carried again, stopping the bomb, although it's going to get picked up right away there. 2 versus 4 now. Shox and Elige trying to see if they can clutch yet another round. The bomb is going to be planted, and it's already a 2-on-3 before they even get the bomb down. A good chance here for Shox. This graveyard position on the stairwell is just so powerful. Very hard to do anything about. Rain is going to be getting the kill, and there's the follow-up shot with the AWP. Man, that got close.
I love watching Kerrigan in clutch situations. You just see that inhale, and it's all over. He was taking an extended fight against Shox. And a very, very tough fight it was. Good job from Rops. Initial kill. Sticks around a little bit of extra damage. 13-11. FaZe not giving up.
They're barely hanging on, which is wild, given how this all started. 9-6 in favor of FaZe in the first half. So the fact that they are
just such a massive run to start this second half. I think FaZe surely had to be caught off guard by that. 0-6 to open things up. That's brutal. Very good T side. 20 kills on Elige. 23 on Rops.
If they win this round, though, FaZe, they actually could buy themselves a tiny bit of respite. They can finally they could have a shot at just relaxing and building a little bit of economy for themselves. This is a huge, huge inflection point in the game.
They got to win it clean, or else Liquid's going to be buying up in the next one, surely. Here's a little bit of a stack, fast pace, execute up mid, 1 on top, 1 below. Look at the balcony player, Shox has got to get activated, and he's a little bit scared to come out of the halls, and it might not have even mattered because it's a complete deletion of Team Liquid. All 5 players survive.
Did Rain just do an accidental jump when he came in front of him? He still got a triple, yeah.
He did, he's looking at his mouse like, why'd you do that?
Oh, that's a nightmare. These kills are just really good, but oh no. Oh man,
it's all fun and games when you get all 3 kills.
Yeah, then you can laugh about it. Otherwise, that mouse would have been flying through the room,
through the window.
All right, 26th round. They are back to, and like you pointed out, they really had to cut them clean off. If they get to save a Galil or an AK, they'd probably just try and force it to keep the pressure on that FaZe economy, but
yeah, it's not really necessarily like a disaster in terms of the context of the whole game, but oh no, Brokey, what are you doing falling asleep at the wheel? Elige will take that all day. Twist is going to get aggressive. Pop flash from Rops gives him the ability. Oh, but miscues on the utility. This is a little bit messy.
Calm down.
Well, the scary thing too is I think Twist wants to stick around to prevent the AWP from getting picked up. Remember, there's an AWP dropped right in front of Boiler.
Yeah, definitely. It's keeping him stuck in here. There's a nade to try and blow it away, presumably. Wow. Yeah, you're right. He did get caught, and it didn't actually blow it away. Even though it looks like the nade's right on top.
I think the nade was in case there was like Liquid players lining up behind that smoke.
Well, very awkward, obviously, for FaZe if they end up losing this round. Still not looking that likely. But a strange start nonetheless. Rob's going to be sneaking in. Knows it's a Glock up here. He can hear the bullets, obviously. Twist. Nice little control, especially that third transfer at the end. Didn't look panicked at all. And now we're back. FaZe have got some money on their side. They're obviously going to be able to pick up the AWP. It's anybody's game once again. Everyone's looking really, really focused at the moment. I don't really blame them. It's tied up 13-13.
I think no matter who wins this, they're not going to feel like great out of this win.
Yeah.
This has been kind of a messy game. Not in terms of like any crazy mistakes, but just the back and forth nature of it has made this a very, very stressful environment for players on both sides.
Rob's still showing he's got 26 kills right now, so by far and away top fragging. Close Twist and also Elige on the other side, 21 kills. Yeah, this is it's a very, very high-level game from two brand new lineups. I think it's a great start in many ways to this year.
It's a great look at Team Liquid. I honestly didn't expect them to be this competitive right out of the gates. OC's gonna find two. That's two A defenders, and it's all on the Magician. Twist, the sole defender at the moment. You have to think that Liquid is going to keep the pace up. That's not good. That actually blocks Elige from getting involved in the action. That might call them off the tactic.
Rain pushes through, but Nafly is right down there. He's going to win the fight against Rain. It really is all on Twist, and there's not much he could do. What a round from OC. 4 kills with the AK. The 2 opening ones, obviously the most critical ones, but even in spite of the failed Molotov, it works out.
Were they trying to creep down mid? Is that where he found those 2 kills? Yeah. Gun barrel shows. Late push down mid. FaZe try and get a little bit clever at 13-13. What a time to make that call. Although, to be fair, probably the first time in this half they've had the money to dig into the playbook. They've probably been itching to run that for some time.
Yeah, that's true.
It just gets punished.
And that double kill happens as Twist is flashed from a pop flash over the apartments. Oh, and again, this time it shocks. Up against the AWP of Brokey, and he wins that fight cleanly.
Is that 3 rounds in a row now? Brokey's been picked off or found at top mid?
I think so, yeah.
When you consider the Elige Deagle that pushed up?
Yeah, we'll count that in. That is true. It's had to come 3 rounds in a row that have just been very hard to deal with. 1 round lead for Liquid.
Well, this is the worst time for it.
It is.
14-13, and you have no money in the bank. Brokey's got to sit and watch. The third player, Kerrigan, has been rotated over here. Good equalizer from Rops. Kerrigan needs to hold on to this position, though. He has the AUG. He has the Molotov down for the moment, as Liquid just looks for anybody to peek behind it.
Really good timing on that Molotov as well. Nade is nothing too impressive. There's a follow-up to hold him back. He's going to buy more time.
It's 2 Molotovs in that same position, though, on Rap's side, and that's certainly called out by Team Liquid.
Kerrigan is over to try and help boost up Rain, I think, or the other way around. But they're setting up. 1 playing corner, 1 playing anti-flash. I'm assuming, yeah, looking into the wall. 35 seconds. We'll see. Liquid. Could be dangerous if they call a very late rotate back to the B bomb site. It's hard to clear that double corner. Instead, if they go A, they've got a really good shot, I think. Twist here. Good spray against Nitro, who otherwise looked like he had the idea that someone might have been there. 20 seconds on the clock. They need to get a move on here. The backup is coming in. Kerrigan is almost behind them in the library, and Rox is standing tall. Big kill there. OC and Nafly trying to get back in, but that is the bomb on the ground. A big disaster. It's again Naf to try and hold it. 1 versus 2. He's already done it once in this game. Can he do it again? He's got the AK. Oh, but they're right behind him already. Rain on that quick rotate, and this time they catch him at the perfect timing. FaZe, they get to stay alive.
That's so massive. What a good hold from Twist, but really, really tough to hold on to that defense again. Both players inside the bomb site. Rops is able to get 1 kill before being traded. Really gift is Kerrigan through the smoke. Just spamming the entrance into the bomb site. Fortunate the recoil gives it to him. 14 all.
Whew. Yeah, I could understand the celebration there from FaZe. It's getting very, very close. 14-14, you're right.
But I mean, again, we'll just go back to the back and forth nature of this game, and neither team being able to, especially FaZe and the CT side, not ever being able to get comfort of economy. This round has huge implications for round number 30. We're going 30 no matter what, and both teams are really, really busted in terms of their cash.
Yeah, they need it. They really do need it. Oh, that's always the most heartbreaking when you get to round 30 and one
you feel like you can't fight for it.
And you're like, oh, that's unfortunate.
The implication too, depending on if like Liquid breaks into a bomb site, do you really want to call a save? But you might have to because you don't have the money for weapons.
Yeah, that's a good point. Oh, they're gonna go aggressive right in front of them. Brokey misses the opportunity right there. They're gonna be flashed in again, but Nitro's in front. A big double to open up with Carrigan. He's gonna get 1 kill in return, but he's gonna have to get probably 1 or 2 more for this to even be viable. And he double faces against the Legion OC, and that is just too much to handle. Bomb gets planted, and now they're definitely gonna call for the save. It's gonna be Liquid on 15 rounds.
Whew. Oh dear.
I mean, they actually had the initial, I think they did the Molotov and double nade on top banana to stop any rush. Then they waited 10 seconds and then they planted. It's actually a super cool aggressive, like double aggressive play on top banana, but the timing was not with them.
Yeah, I mean, and remember now, this is 2 aggressive calls from FaZe and their CT side late in this half. We saw that mid push earlier. That was around the minute and 15-second mark where OC got his double kills, finished off the round with quad kill. This time you're trying to get aggressive and retake top banana. Neither of those worked out. In fact, both of them led to Liquid double kills and access to bomb sites. This one, I think the timing just a little bit off. Maybe a half second, maybe a second late.
Yeah, but they'll take it, Liquid. Good stuff.
Take it all day.
And Nitro on that double entry. That's really, really good to see. Clearing it right up.
So we've got a Team Liquid, I guess, quote-unquote upset with these new lineups. Although who really knows in theory?
Well, Coach Lau did.
Coach Lau did.
You picked Liquid for this one.
I think someone else picked Liquid as well.
Did I? I thought I intentionally gave it to him. I thought if I assumed everyone was gonna go FaZe Vitality, and if everyone did, I was gonna do what he did. But since he did it, I was like, you know what? You gotta.
Someone else was the idiot today. I can chill.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, it'll either be the upset or overtime. As FaZe is looking to bring us there on the CT side. The question is, what can they actually bring into this round? They have the 2 M4s saved, a couple of SMGs and a Deagle for utility. 2 kits as well for FaZe.
Oh, there's so much pressure on them right here. That's the one. I mean, we're not going to be able to extrapolate a lot into the future from either one of these 2 teams, given on this one match. But still, it is fun to see them both play really well. A little bit of a boost up quickly. Wait, just fall down for no reason. Slipped off. Yeah, he's back up again. All right. No problem.
Whoops.
Just trying to stay unflashed in that corner. They got Brokey on the other side. Would have been cool if it was the AWP. It is just the Deagle. So a forward defense inside of middle on the A-bomb site. See if they're going to be able to net a kill and fall back, or if they're going to get wiped out. I mean, a couple of good Molotovs and flashes to that quad side, and it can get real awkward there. The flashbangs, Twist saving his teammate, and again, that is a massive double kill. That was about to be the wipeout.
Yeah, Twist is a hero in this round. No doubt he saves Rops' life, and now he's saving FaZe in regulation. He's got them 3 kills, put them in a 4-on-2 scenario. Twist has done everything he possibly could. It's on OC and Shocks.
Twist must be thinking, please don't screw this up, guys. They only have 30 seconds to try and find a bomb site, and it's going to be the B1 that they're going to be testing. If they make any noise, it's going to be heard. Rain is up close with an MP9. He's got every chance of winning this. He just needs the one dink, and there it is. Swings for it immediately, and we are going to overtime.
Yeah, well done from FaZe. Well done from Twist to put him in that position, and Rain to just clean it up.
Woo.
Yeah, there's a sigh of relief.
What a great way to have the initial battle between these 2 brand new rosters.
Yeah, that looked like it was going to go so horribly. Here's Twist saving Rops, because Rops was so blind. Nitro spots him out, does massive damage. Elish takes the call and tries to get the trade, but Twist just plays it too well.
Yeah, he was doing everything, Twist. When we actually switched to him just a second earlier, there was just completely dark on his monitor. He was just staring into the wall, trying to get his head on the ground, like a star-nosed mole, basically. So, Obscure zoological reference. Listen, I studied biology once. I have to use that knowledge somehow.
Yeah, well, this was it was a perfect place for it. 15-15. 3 rounds per side in overtime.
Look at how rich FaZe are. This is something they haven't even tried on the second half.
Oh, they're so happy.
Like, yes, finally we've got some cash.
Rain's in trouble. I think Nitro spotted that. Oh, he gets dinked though. Dink through the wall. Dangerous from Rain, and I think they've done pretty much everything they can. Now they have to back away from this fight.
Nitro's still alive. Oh, I thought for sure there'd be a late nade on the jump, but he lives, and he's gonna get that AWP back. I don't know that. Oh, in fairness, Nitro's a second away from getting the kill instead. So could have gone either way. Ooh, Leash getting dropped low as well. And Robs again. Tending to the potted plants up there, as he likes.
Gardening. A little bit of a green thumb, but backs away. They gotta be... they might not know how much damage is done to Nitro. They've gotta know he's low. I think Brokey's gotta know he's tagged a Liege. So FaZe, no reason for them not to just play this passively. Force Team Liquid into a commitment. 35 seconds left on the clock. There's one smoke on the Liquid side, one Molotov as well.
Look at the setup here. The defense on B. Oh, wait. Kerrigan goes down. I was going to say it should be so good. 20 seconds. They're still very low on time. They're going to put the pressure on here. Try and get that AWP out. Rain, though, boosted up on the other side. They get Brokey. They've only got 15 seconds. They need to be on that bomb right now. But it's trouble. It's Rain up on the boost with a nice double kill. And that should slow them down. 7 seconds now. He comes through. He's determined to finish it. And he gets every single one.
I think Twisk snatched that last one away. It was so close, though. It looked like Rain got it. He just flicked over. They even spammed the boost. They thought they'd taken it away. Elish had shot a couple bullets up there, but Rain was tucked so far back. What a heroic effort.
Oh, you're right. It is Twisk. That's
from Rain.
He would have had it. I'm sure of it. What a play.
I can't believe Kerrigan gave him that opening, though. There was an opening provided.
There was, and I mean, that defense just looked rock solid with the, and as soon as Kerrigan's gone, you're like, oh.
You're like, oh God, please.
Okay.
Nice.
Exciting start to overtime.
Yeah, very exciting. Second timeout used by Team Liquid as they want to talk things over.
Man. I mean, they've played so well on this T side, Team Liquid, so they should be feeling confident that they can get some more work done.
Well, this is why it almost feels like, they had that advantage throughout regulation of the economy. Remember, they got out to that 6-0 start, right? But then FaZe brought it right back. To end that game, it was, what, a 5-3 run after that 6-0 start. FaZe, once they got money, started actually being competitive, able to fight back. Now that they have the money, the benefit of economy and overtime, going to be tougher for Team Liquid. There's no chance that you get that economic advantage.
Nitro again, trying to be first in on Banana. Good shot through the smoke. Rain fortunate to tag up Naf more than anyone else. Not exactly a hospitable place in Banana. No one's enjoying hanging out in the middle of it. Again, it's Rain and Kerrigan who are duo teaming that position. Trying to hold on to it as long as possible.
FaZe the CT side has fought for bracket control a number of times. There has always been presence in top mid when Liquid has tried to take it on their defaults. No difference here. Rops pushed up close to the left. Drops a Molotov and backs away. Fourth player and Kerrigan rotating over as well.
Rain has that one smoke that he needs. If they come back for Banana, all he has to do is not get one tap, then he can fall it off and wait for it. Great flashbang. Robs on the follow-up. He is so accurate. Cuts down Elysia Nitro. And now it's a 3-on-3. Brokey is there. He's quick on the trigger as well, catching shots. OC would love to hunt it down, but he's just not at the corner in time, unfortunately. And that smoke there from Rain holding the back. Brokey pushing forward and missing the second shot, but it should be fine. They basically won this round already, and Rain, he'll take him down. 2 in a row for Liquid in for FaZe in overtime.
Every single time FaZe has stopped that top mid take and they've had decent enough numbers, they're peeking down mid. They're not letting Liquid feel comfortable falling back to Banana. They're not letting them just get away down that mid ramp. They are pressuring it, and this time it's Brokey. This one on the shocks. OC didn't want to commit to that fight, and Brokey wants to go for more.
It's a bit of a contrast. All right, 17-15. FaZe need to get up to 19 to win it. Liquid want to win this last round on their first half here in overtime before they switch to the CT side. Good opening from Naf. Rain probably thought that was one tap, but had to do a double take and take down Naf finally.
That was an intentional jump. That made me a little bit worried. Gave an extra second over the top of the half wall for OC to get the trade. Molotov forces Brokey back. No re-aggression here, but he's posted up. Alige going to be the first one to peek into it. He's gone right through the edge of the wall. No flashbang over for that peek. OC, I don't think, had one.
He stopped. Robs. Oh, the timing. Shox has been holding it for the longest time. I would actually love to see that from Shox's point of view. But it's a disaster for Liquid. OC and Nitro 2-on-4 and low on health.
Yeah, the difference of FaZe when they've had the money, the more confidence they feel, and obviously they've built into it a little bit now. It's looking like 3 straight in overtime, and how heartbreaking it would be for Team Liquid. Smoke down and in Rain's position. Rops has pushed all the way down. He's got the exit covered.
Robs on that look, even making a bit of a jump. Doesn't really care about the potential noise. OC is down and out. Nitro not going to be able to win this at all. 15 to 18. They take 3 in a row. Liquid, oh sorry, FaZe. Once they have the money for it, they're able to start to pick it up. And this second half, one mistake from Liquid and they're out. At least of the match.
Of the match. They drop down. That would be interesting. Drop down to FaZe EG.
Yeah. That could be a lot of fun. I think all the matchups here are just going to be interesting. I'm actually so excited about this group. But a tough time for Liquid here in overtime all of a sudden.
Yeah, the Stellar start. I mean, there's been some great things. That Stellar start to the T side. Naf's had some incredible clutches as well.
Rops, 32 kills. Now in overtime, Rain at 28, and then 26 on Twist. That's a hard trio to play against. Oh, Molotov. That bounced off the wall and actually landed behind them. That's very awkward.
Yeah, and it's also just put them in a position to eat all these nades from Liquid. They haven't done the greatest amount of damage that we've ever seen, but 2 players hovering right around 60 HP. Twist at 72. Not bad for chip damage for Team Liquid. And again, playing a very A-centric defense. Nitro playing retake at B. Naf and Alige on Rap side, and Shox and OC in lane.
Slow banana control for Twist. Even though he's on his own, he's kind of feeling it out. Nitro, I mean, they played the same setup a lot, Liquid, in regulation, where they had Nitro alone out there. We put to the test in middle instead, and a great flashbang to start it off with. Robs with a double kill to follow it up. Oh. One of them right through the wall, and Shox is on his own here. He's letting one through. He knows he needs the multi-kill for them to try and win the round and maybe get it into double OT. It's Brokey instead to spin around. He got Robs, and he couldn't wait any longer, and now it's Nitro. What do you even do here?
You gotta go for it, obviously, but oh man, Shox is gonna be bummed. That could have been a multi-kill. First kill not clean enough. Nitro moving forward, spots Brokey, but has no idea where Twist is, sneaking ever closer behind him. Nitro back into Counter-Strike, dropped by his former teammate, and it's a FaZe win in overtime.
Ooh, that was an impressive overtime run for FaZe after really struggling to do anything on the CT side.
Laboring, yeah.
They got the cash, they made it work.
Who would have known? Money talks. That's a good win for FaZe, though. You gotta be happy. We kind of said, no matter who wins this, it's not gonna feel great. Like, you're gonna be happy you won, but you're not gonna be looking at this game as like, we played excellent.
No, it wasn't.
No one's
really
saying that.
They got tested, so maybe that's what to take. They have a lot of rounds to go back and look at.
Yes.
Mistakes and all the rest of it. Certainly interesting. The desk is ready to break it all down for us.
A close affair on Inferno. FaZe struggle coming into that second half, but once they find their momentum, they close out OT flawlessly. And this was a big question we had for FaZe coming into this. Exactly how would Robs be integrating into the squad? He looked like he was pretty damn good in the server today.
Precisely what we wanted. Precisely what we wanted from Robs. A superstar performance, 30+ kills. He was playing the lurk situations perfectly. Sometimes he was passive, waiting for the right timing to pounce. Sometimes he was creating space, which is something that had lacked a little bit towards the end of his stint with Mouse. So honestly, this is the Robs that you hope to see. If this is what he can give us and provide, then FaZe is in a very good situation.
I agree. I'm pretty sure if you asked Team Liquid, they would say that he was pretty annoying to play against, because the way he was lurking out of Palace, the way he was constantly being around in middle, as we've seen some of these highlights, he was just constantly being annoying to play against. And it's kind of, you know, it's kind of funny in a way, because you know he's going to be around. You know he's going to be in these positions positions. You know he's gonna, sit back and be very defensive in the way he's playing Counter-Strike, but you can never really find him right. He always takes a new position, then he's lurking out of Boiler, then he's lurking out of Palace, then he's sitting all the way back inside balcony room and just waiting for you. So even though you know what he's doing, he's so good at changing it up all the time that you can never really find him, and that's why Rob's playing so well in this exact position.
And I know Anders kind of alluded to it at the end of the game there, but we did see FaZe struggling a little bit initially in that second half. So was there anything that they kind of flipped on that CT side that allowed them to really be pushing it to OT?
I mean, when you go into overtime, I think you kind of reset the game in a way where you have tried everything so far, so you just got to fall back on your foundation. And to be fair, you think about it, FaZe Clan have only changed one player. That's Rob's coming in, replacing Olofmeister. So it's a lot of the same old foundation. The other 4 players have been together for a very long time, whereas if you look towards Team Liquid, it's a complete new system, a new in-game leader, 3 new players coming in. So you kind of felt that going into overtime, it was edging towards FaZe.
I also feel like Rain deserves a little bit of applause for the end of that game. I think he was a little bit slow at the very beginning. I got worried just a tad, but then he had a couple of very impactful moments. Obviously, the boost when he was on CT spawn playing behind that smoke, he truly came alive towards the very end, and he was a factor alongside Robs.
And we talk about that second half being incredibly streaky, but the first half, it was so back and forth in some of those crucial moments.
Yeah, and I guess we can bring on our eco play because we had a 4v2 being kind of botched away by the likes of Liquid. That's going to be FaZe bringing a beautiful clutch home. It's Twist and Brokey, and you will see here Shox gets a little bit impatient, found by Brokey, but then please pay attention to the team play between Twist and Brokey. Brokey finds a shot, and then he's gonna bait people into jumping in front of him, but Twist will switch with him. That's right here, right now. Little bait from Brokey, switch your position. What happens? Nafly jumps in front of the knob. That's not here anymore. Easy kill. Brokey changes position, gets into Nitro, and that's a 2v4 that changes the first half completely. Liquid could not recover from that.
Textbook Counter-Strike right there from Brokey and Twist. They played the roles perfectly fine, and as you saw, as a consequence, there was no money on Team Liquid. And that was a problem for them in the beginning in the first half. They got away with 6 rounds, but they were ecoing so much because they couldn't string the rounds together. Had Liquid won a couple of those clutches in the first half, I think they would have won the game.
Well, I'm going to move back over to the second half because I believe we do have a mic'd up moment to see exactly what was going on in the server for FaZe.
Triple and plant your coffin. One triple.
You guys started this.
You might triple?
No.
Never mind. I have triple. Only 1 plus from it. Walking out of it.
Okay.
Nothing close. Should we?
A nice clear boys. I can't peek from triple.
Plus in pool.
Josh is back hall.
One should be dark, guys.
They flash in the back hall. They're just clearing it.
They're coming down.
I'm gonna try.
Run out.
Two calls.
Pool. Triple.
Should be dark.
Pull. Last one.
Girls in CT.
Nice. Good. Good. Nice.
And this was a really crucial moment for FaZe coming into it. As you could see on the scoreboard, Liquid were on fire at that point. That is the end to that streak for Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid did put a great fight, but FaZe, towards the very end, with equal money as well, I think was just a better team. You got to give it to Kerrigan as well, finding solutions towards the very end. That was a close game. Listen, that was an extremely close game. And for Liquid and a first, I guess, side for that team, it's not all too bad, but we got to have to talk about Shox, and we got to have to talk about his situation.
Yeah, because we were kind of pre-facing Shox coming into this. We're not looking at him necessarily to be a star. We're hoping for that versatility to come out of him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you're looking at Liquid and you ask me how are they going to win, I think you have a triangle of OC, NAF, and Elise. These are the 3 players that I absolutely want to be activated and firing on all cylinders. And then every winning team need a Perfecto. Every winning team need an Interns. That could be Shox. This is where I see him. I think the days of Shox being the one that powers through an entire team are probably long gone. He will have the odd one game here and there because of his experience and how versatile he is. But on a day-to-day basis, I need him to be a very, very strong 4th player. And here, he lacked just a bit, and that could have been a difference maker for Liquid.
While I fully agree with you, I think Shox as well could, transfer into be this fantastic 4th element of the lineup. He's still having a position where he's, requiring a lot of space. You saw him play with the AWP as well. That's a very expensive position, usually a position you give to your secondary or your 3rd star of the team. So it doesn't really add up, right? I still think that Shox and Liquid hopes that he can re-innovate and get back to a somewhat decent level. Maybe that's not going to happen. Maybe he'll transition into becoming, the Perfecto and the Interns of that lineup, but then you also have to give up of the AWP. I don't want Shox to be the secondary op. I don't want to be him in these centered positions all the time if that's where he's supposed to go. So I don't see it happening just yet, but I don't see Shox, being the difference maker just yet either. So it's kind of, I feel it's in between and probably one of those areas they have to figure out relatively soon.
There's going to be some questions. I mean, we talk about AWP as well. OC was quite impressive, quite interesting for a first game. Personally, I'm a firm believer that he can actually fight and match up against the top level, but it was great to see him actually be, you know, decisive, be impactful, go in there, get stuck in, make the difference. That's the kind of OC that Liquid is going to need, and I don't feel like he was being shy. I don't think OC was timid. That was a relatively good first performance.
And we saw with the rifle as well. I just want to point that out. It wasn't only with the AWP. He had that one round where he got 4 kills on the T side, opening it up and closing down the rounds for Team Liquid as well. Being able to be a versatile AWP player in modern day and age Counter-Strike is so important. So that was good to see from OC as well.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to bring up, just the confidence that we were seeing coming out of him. We talk about some of these players, you know, coming up to the top tier caliber of Counter-Strike, and there is a lot of pressure on their shoulders. But I guess when we're looking at Liquid, it is still a really big mixed bag, because we've also got to talk about Nitro re-entering the server for Liquid as well.
And you're absolutely correct. And for Nitro, we asked the same question, but for different reasons. Can he still match up? We're looking at a player that had 11 kills for 26 deaths, barely more than 40 ADR. He only won 2 out of 11 entry frag duels. So, I mean, I don't want to pounce on Nitro just because, but it's just at that very top level right now. He's been out of Counter-Strike for a bit. He played a different game. There's going to be a matching period. You cannot have him being outmatched by his opponents. We know how important it is to be a 5-strong stack, and right there, that was missing.
It's a very fun storyline to follow, because we're going to have more of these Valorant players merging back into Counter-Strike, right?
Coming back to the light.
Yeah, coming back to light, coming back to the best game of the two, at least in my opinion. But we have Floppy, you know, coming in and playing actually well, you know, coming from Valorant, coming into Counter-Strike, and he seems super motivated. Now we have Nitro, we have Automatic as well, so we don't really know how those storylines are going to evolve, but I think already now, let's focus on it, because I think it will take a couple of months before they're up to date, before they're up to speed, and we'll find that, I guess, consistency in Counter-Strike as well. It's going to be interesting to follow, though.
Yeah, and you can see the bracket on our screens. Of course, it's all best of 1 today. All these games will be being played out today, and that's moving on into our gauntlet, which is going to be taking place next week. That's going to be back to the best of 3 action. And we kind of alluded to it this morning, Jacob, but the fact that Na'Vi finished dead last in their group, literally nobody expected that. So if you're placing 3rd in that matchup between Liquid and EG, you're going to be taking on Na'Vi in your next game.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Loser of the next game will finish 4th, and then there's a chance in the next game to lose that one to finish 3rd. But you could also just decide to win it, and then you're 2nd, or if you win the next game, then you're 1st. So there's going to be no teams whatsoever who speculates in losing. I just want to stress that out right here, right now. All of these teams coming into this group, they aim towards winning the group, and you can still do that from the lower brackets. So yes, I know Na'Vi is potentially going to be a rough one to face off, but all these teams right here in the group will not speculate in losing at all. That's a loser mentality, and they don't have that.
Well, this group has delivered certainly throughout, and we're getting into more action as our games get underway. Vitality are returning, the Swarm are here, and they're going to be taking on FaZe in our next best of 1 here in Group C. Don't go anywhere, because it's coming up after this break.
Whose face is that? We've got 3 pro faces smushed together in some Frankenstein-esque situation, and you guys are gonna guess piece by piece, from top to bottom, one at a time, whose collection of faces it is. Lasers?
And police.
We know these guys are kind of the top of the line in terms of competitors, so I have high expectations. But whose face is that?
Oh. You can go first.
You can go first. I don't know the bottom one.
And just like that, the confidence is gone. From the top? Incorrect. Incorrect.
Perfecto?
No.
What the hell? Maybe it's Georgian hair? No?
Wrong.
Yeah.
So, face number 3.
What? Canadian.
That is also correct. 2-0. You didn't even know your own teammate, Tessa.
Yeah, I would have guessed it.
I guessed the entire thing.
3 points for me and 0 for you?
Yeah, that's nice for you.
Who has this hair, bro?
Who is this hair? If I give you one clue, it's gonna come down to whoever has faster reactions. And I think that's what the people want, all right?
Okay.
So get ready. Get ready. G2.
Oh, it's I'm a nigga one.
I'll take it.
Almanac, yeah.
I said Almanac first.
Yeah, but it was a wrong answer. You also said Kenny. There was no buzz in between.
That's what I was trying to check. I was like, did you go with
It gets dirty, man. It's not Almanac.
I'll take it,
man. So let's hear a conflict for the 6-0 sweep, bro.
It's Hunter, right?
Correct.
And then it's Velde.
Boom, 6-0. That's a smoke. Ladies and gentlemen.
No, is it already over?
Sorry, what was that last guess? Was there a buzz in there? Yuri? Oh, is that a steal?
God,
is that a snipe?
Kajon?
Correct.
Kajon?
Kajon.
Oh, I was thinking
Kajon. Thinking a little too long there, Hampus. It is Yuri. It is. I'm going to give you that steal just because that was quick, man. Yuri at the top. Who's in the middle?
Okay, I'm going to go with Device for the eyes.
Also correct. 2-0, sweep it.
And then Shocks for the bottom.
3-0 lead for Elige. Damn. I feel dirty. I feel like I've wronged you.
Group C action set to ensue as Vitality are returning to take on FaZe. But coming into Group C here at the Blast Premier Spring Groups, I feel like, Maniac, this was the group that we had the biggest question mark about. So many roster shuffles coming into it. So I think we should recap exactly what we were questioning coming into things. Starting off with the side of Vitality, we were wondering about the roles in which dupreeh and Magic would be given in this. What have you kind of taken away from the first matchup that we saw versus EG?
Well, I guess on Inferno, the first impressions point towards relatively similar roles for dupreeh and Magist. I think Apex was able to slide them in quite perfectly. And if we talk about ZywOo, he had an absolutely perfect performance now. dupreeh and Magist had a good showing. I think they were impactful and decisive in situations where they had to be. CT side, stick together towards the end. I think you want to play off that dynamic between these two. You kind of want to have them helping each other out and knowing what they're doing. So for Inferno, at least, roles are working.
Yeah, I'm so scared. I'm so scared when I look at this Vitality lineup. Honestly speaking, right, you look at the players they have at hand. Apex had a fantastic game once again, and he stepped up at the later stages of 21. ZywOo is a known quantity. He's going to be one of the best players in the world. Then you have Misuta, who also stepped up massively when we got to the later stages of 21. Mix that up with Magix and dupreeh. Where's the weak link? Where's the weak link? Where are you supposed to go? You know, there's no Zeus holding B-apps on Mirage. There's no Kerrigan on B-apps Mirage you can try to pawn on. You can build a game plan around the weak link within Vitality. They have no weak links, and that is going to be so scary if they can activate all these players at the same time. It was only one game, but it looked good.
And there is another story that we can attack as well when it comes to ZywOo. We know, moving into 2022 now, that Simple put him in the rear mirror in 2021. That's quite clear. If you're a ZywOo, it would be foolish to think that you've already established yourself as the best player that you can ever be. No, you can always evolve, you can always get better, you can always improve. Who better than Magisk and dupreeh to come to you and tell you what and how you can do it, to be that super professional, to go and try to get the best out of yourself? I think that they could participate, they could help, because they've been winning. Sure, ZywOo is a better player than they were ever going to be, but they have been winning. They know how to do that. And I hope that they can chime in together and help him also get to his next level.
And I think that was kind of the cherry on top of this move for me, particularly seeing these three Danes moving over to Vitality. The fact that Zonic is now going to be at the helm in terms of that coaching staff as well. I was a little bit nervous when I initially heard that, because we'd seen how much Xaz had a real impact on the squad, particularly with the young guns at likes of Misuta. We know how much of an impact he had on Apex, and of course ZywOo as well. But just hearing a bit from Zonic in the interview earlier, it seemed like it was quite level-headed going into things. He wasn't trying to change too much about Vitality.
Yeah, I agree with you. Now, I will throw the cold shower right there and say that they have just won 16-3 against each.
Yeah.
So there was absolutely no reason whatsoever to lose track of how you were supposed to play Counter-Strike. I am very much looking forward to seeing Vitality in trouble. Vitality behind. Vitality losing 0-7, 0-8. And then you're going to see truly what kind of relation we have between Zonic and Apex, how they can maintain composure in these scenarios. That is going to be the great question, because when they're winning, when they're rolling, and as Jacob is saying, they're scary as hell.
The biggest threat to me, as I said from the get-go, is the emotional side of the game. You have Apex obviously being very animated when he's playing. He's showing the feelings. So is Magic, so is dupreeh. And I know for a fact, you know, and I've been there, and you have as well, Matthew, you can have a lot of emotions in a team, but you can't have too much, right? You need a certain amount of focus, and you need a certain amount of calmness, I guess. And I don't doubt that Magic and dupreeh or Epic for that matter, are very professional when it comes to that. But when you have 3 players who are so outgoing and reacting out of their body, when they're losing 6-0, when they're down 8-0, how are they going to react? That's what I want to see, because I agree with you. When Vitality is winning, there's no weak link, right? It's a fantastic lineup. They're very well-rounded. They have all the abilities to be the best in the world, to be completely honest. But when they're losing, do they have the mental capacity and do they have the calmness when you have the player types you have on the lineup to stay calm and fight your way back into the game? That will be my question mark, and that's what I want to see somehow. You know, it's kind of hard to say that I want to see them lose, but it'll be nice.
Yeah, no, it's the reaction from losing.
Yeah, don't you dare say that.
Yeah. I mean, you two should be united now, sort of half Danish, half
That's what we're saying. Vitality's making us come together.
Well, they definitely did come together in that victory over EG. EG are getting a solitary 3 rounds, really, to start things off. Sure, Vitality were looking really, really dangerous, but I just don't think that's really answered any of the questions that we have on the board here for EG.
There's a bit of an emotional damage in that one for EG, to be completely honest. They came in and looked all right in the first half. You know, there were a couple of the rounds that could have gone their way. I would say there was a couple of clutches as well they had a chance in, right? But that's really cherry-picking it. We're trying to seek for it. Yeah. Overall, 16-3. You saw the round distribution as well. There was a moment in the game where they got 3 of the 4 rounds. Outside of that, they were just completely rushed from the server, so it was never really close.
No, there was no game. There was no game. I agree. 1 or 2 rounds here and there could have made a few changes, but still, they were miles behind Vitality. I still have the feeling that the dream that EG is selling is one where players just magically all go back to the moment where they were good. And then if you can sell me on that, yeah, sure, yeah, that's a good roster, hell yeah. But we're not in a dream, we're in reality right now. So all of these players, I think individually, apart from Stewie maybe, have to prove to everyone that they can still go back to their best level. And then we have a conversation. But until then, I'll still be a non-believer, a doubter at least.
Yeah, undoubtedly for Liquid as well coming into this, there was a lot of proving ground for them. We see some new names coming into the squad, of course. Nitro, that was one of the biggest questions that we had. Spent a lot of time in Valorant, stepped away from his beloved Counter-Strike. Now he's stepping back into the server. And we did have, I guess, a few questions yet again after that game. I feel like I'm always saying the word questions, but we haven't really been to the
first event of the year. We kind of have to.
That's the thing, right? It's only been 1 map as well, but I think it'll be rough not to expect him to struggle a little bit at the beginning. He hasn't played Counter-Strike for quite some time. He was one of the first players to move to Valorant as well, where he did find some decent success. Then coming back to the game that, according to himself, he loves the most. Of course, you're gonna need a couple of games. You're gonna need a couple of months. Practice is one thing, but playing official games is a complete different setting. So I expect Nitro to struggle a little bit in the first couple of games. I also expect him to struggle, you know, next week when we go into the gauntlet, but give him a month, give him a 2, and I'm sure Nitro will be back at a very respectable level.
At least tactically, they were playing good Counter-Strike, and they had the right ideas. To me, that was one of the fears that I had is he still up to date to the meta? And I think surrounded by the players that he have next to him, he is going to be able to
That's the thing, though. It's not his responsibility alone, right?
But eventually it's going to be. Eventually it's going to be, and you know, when shit hits the fan, if you pardon my language, then Nitro has to step up and find a solution. I don't know if he can do that, but individually, that was insufficient.
Right side, OC didn't look scared, which was good to see.
No, not at all. He was, you know, playing well with the AWP and with the rifle as well, as we talked about. I think OC, as Maniac is saying, right, he could be a difference maker for Liquid. You put a lot of stock into this guy, and I'm starting to get there. I wouldn't say I'm as hyped, you know, I haven't bought into the OC train just yet, but the more I see him play, the better I think he is. The fact that he's versatile, the fact that he's not scared, as you said, his body language on the server, he was going for the duels, he was exposing himself to the duels, and he was winning a lot of them. I'm buying more and more into the OC train, and I give it a couple of games before I'm ready to it.
I just think that nowadays Counter-Strike, you have to have OC be good. As simple as this. Point me towards a team that doesn't have an AWP that's performing right now. That's it. Simple, Shiro, Zaiwu. The list is done. That's my point. That's my point. Like, OC needs to be strong for Liquid to contend at the very top. And that's why I'm putting in the Triumvirate of Doom.
I want to round out our conversation by looking at FaZe kind of again. We are going to see them entering the server facing Vitality very shortly indeed. And in terms of Rops's debut, I know it's highly anticipated him coming to this roster, something that everybody's wanted to see for a long time now. And there was good reason for it. He's so mechanically gifted as a player. You can't doubt that.
Man of the match in that first game, without a doubt, dropping 34 kills, 11 multi-kill rounds as well. And as I said, the way he was moving around on the T side, poking out of Palace, poking out of Boiler, and just constantly being annoying to play against. When Rops is in a mood like that, it's very, very tough to beat him. Sometimes he gets a lot of kills with I guess, less impact, you know, and that's something they'll have to realize over time. But he also must feel nice when he's opening up the scoreboard. It's no longer Dexter, it's no longer Frozen. Not that they're bad players, but but he's now playing alongside Twist, Rain, Kerrigan, etc. There's a lot of skill within FaZe Clan, and I think without Robs, they probably would have lost Inferno right here. So for him to have such an impactful debut was great.
It speaks volume to say that when Robs finishes on the 18th place of the ranking of HLTV, that was a bad year.
Yeah.
Because that's how good he is. That's how strong this man can be. And I personally have been frustrated for so long not to see him be able to contend towards the very top. And now I feel like he might be surrounded by players who will help him get there. We talk about Brokey, but let's not pretend like Brokey is a finished product either. Like Brokey, maybe towards that very, very full of shamble period in FaZe, sometimes had some very good games. I'll give that to him. But he's nowhere near that position yet where he can take over games time and time again. He's going to have to step up too. He's got Robs next to him. He's got Rain playing better Counter-Strike with Kerrigan as well. Brokey's also a focus for FaZe, and Brokey also has to do better time and time again.
I think the main point for me, if I may, Freya, is the fact that there's no excuses for FaZe. There's no excuse whatsoever for them not to be a title contender. I think they have all the pieces and puzzles in place to be a top contending team. We talk about Brokey not being a finished product. He can still get better. We're talking about Twist, who at some point were maybe the best aimer in the entire world, at least in the top 3 with the rifle. Kerrigan with tons of experience. Rain is still a very cerebral player, so they have everything they need with the adding of Robs. There's no excuse for FaZe not to be a title contender. It's only been one game, and it was a close game against Team Liquid, right? I'll still give them, 2 or 3 months before we see the finished product, but it's looking good for FaZe for now.
Interesting sample size as well that we've got from both teams respectively. Only one map, and it's been Inferno both times. So any kind of differences, similarities you've seen between the two squads sort of competing on this map?
I think in both cases we've seen teams go with the plan that we kind of foreseen, if I can put it this way. We thought Vitality.
No.
But I would like to not see Inferno again. I'm gonna be very selfish right here, but do we get to see Inferno again? Come on, we wanted to see you on different maps.
Just imagine Nuke. I would have loved to see Nuke. See the new Vistralis,
No, but it's not about us. It's really not about us, unfortunately.
Imagine Magix and Dupree, joining forces with Vitality. Maybe their Nuke could be pretty goddamn scary.
I mean, just going back to what you were saying, sort of what we expected to see from both squads, and now we're actually going to be seeing them go head-to-head. I mean, anything you think that FaZe are going to have to be bringing to Vitality, just because we saw them being so dominant versus CG earlier?
I think a point that could be complicated for FaZe would be to have Robs have 35 kills again against opponents who now know how he played the first map and how he approached it and how passive it was on some of these clutches and lurks as well. If you're on the side of Vitality, you make it at the very top of your priority list to not get bamboozled by Robs and his lurks, right? If you can do that, if you can neutralize him, I think Vitality should be in a good position.
Well, we can take a look at our Betway odds as well to see exactly where the markets are lying, who it's favouring going into this, and unsurprisingly coming in the side of Vitality, just considering how dominant they were earlier on in the day. Anybody that you're particularly putting under the microscope for this one from either side of the equation? Then,
I mean, Apex in the first game had a fantastic showing. If he can replicate a performance with the same amount of impact, as
I don't think he can.
I don't think he can either, right?
That
but
would be something
just
else.
close to it then. There's no weak links in Vitality. Whereas I did see FaZe Clan play on Inferno, and I thought to myself, okay, right now you're making way too many mistakes to be even competitive against Vitality. So I think the bottom line for me is that the level of performance we saw from FaZe on Inferno against Team Liquid, it will have to be raised, and we need to hope, I guess, for the sake of the competitive of the game, that Vitality will slow down just a little bit. Otherwise, I'm afraid Vitality will just win out, pretty big.
I'll stick with ZywOo. I think we have seen yesterday, of course, Simple struggle big time, so not everyone is necessarily ready to hit the ground running 100%. ZywOo had a good first map. He wasn't at 35 kills or whatsoever, but he wasn't missing any shots, wasn't missing any beats. So I hope to see exactly the same from ZywOo, because that will put Vitality in a good position.
Do you think Vitality will have an easier task then of kind of taming the annoyance that we saw of Robs on that first map?
I think they will. They are very aware of how he's playing and what he's doing for a team. As I said, it can be very tough to stop him regardless. One thing I will say, though, that the FaZe Clan can't rely on Robs alone, right? We need to see Brokey find impact. We need to see Twist as well find impact. And yeah, Robs had a fantastic first game. Just like we don't expect Apex to replicate that performance, I don't expect Robs to replicate 34 kills either. So we need something to level it out, and that could come from a guy like Brokey or from Twist.
I'm not going to challenge you that Robs probably won't have 36 kills, but if you force me to choose between who's going to replicate, I think Robs is a safer value than Apex going out of his way to destroy everyone. I'm super glad he was having the first game, but it's not going to be down my list of win conditions for Vitality that Apex is 140 ADR. That's just like a unicorn. When you see it, you take a selfie, you have a good time, and you move on.
I agree. I honestly don't think FaZe Clan will get double digits in this game. From what I saw on Inferno in the first one, I think Vitality looked much, much stronger. It's a small sample size to judge from, but they need to play much, much better than we saw in the first game.
Well, we're going to see if FaZe can prove you wrong, as the grounds of Inferno are raring to get going. Vitality taking on FaZe in our third map here at the Blast Spring Groups, and it's going down with Moses and Anders in just a few.
Whoa, what?
What's happening?
How can I kill myself with this? No, he stole my frag. Above you.
I've You know I can get out here, dude. You guys have enough points.
Grim camping up there, man.
Five seven's better.
Third match of the day. It's been a fantastic group so far. And now we're gonna get the two winners playing. It's FaZe and Vitality, and the odds favor Vitality. Again, very hard to judge who's going to come out on top of this one.
Yeah, exactly. I think a lot of that obviously has to do with just the pedigree of the players they brought in, the excitement of this new roster.
Yeah.
I mean, on some level, FaZe should probably be further ahead in advancement, considering it was just like one edition of ROPS and a huge edition. But I think most of it is just maybe a lack of confidence in the game that we just saw against the new look Team Liquid. But I think coming into this game, you know, regardless of who wins, I think everyone's just kind of hoping, let's see Vitality tested.
Yeah, because they did kind of blow up EG, and maybe that's the other reason why the odds have swung that way. People are thinking, all right, you know what, that was such a confident win. They're playing on Inferno again, which is kind of cool because everyone's been doing that. So now,
yeah,
reference points.
In a group of new teams as well, where you probably haven't had a whole line to go deep into the map pool, you're going for comfort, right? You're going for like the neutral map. Inferno, everyone knows it, it's comfortable. Everyone knows how to play this map to a certain extent.
Here we go, FaZe on the CT side, it's Vitality on the T side. And we'll get to see who is going to be walking away with the victory here. It's a best of one, of course, and I'm seeing a single P250 picked up on the T side on Magisk. Otherwise, it's Armor. They don't have that much to execute with, so probably going to be sort of more based around getting close and then having explosive play. It looks like it's the Apps Pop, which I really like this. Now, they are running into a pretty heavy pit setup. Could be difficult. There's the flash. Robs, he can't see a single thing, and he's getting overpowered. This is perfect right now for Vitality. Brokey will get one in return, and Twister's there with a kill. Tries to get the reload. They almost stab him. Magisk actually saving him a bit of pain there, and Carragher nearly killed through the smoke as well. What a fantastic start.
Ooh, there's the nade. Kerrigan, it comes in a little bit late. 31 damage on Apex. He survives. This is doable, though. Kerrigan does have smoke and a flash. There's no kit picked up on either one of these two players. They've got to find a kill. Apex inside the bomb site, but the real danger is two players in pit. Rain can't connect. Former all-time great pistol player not landing his shots. Apex being hard to hit, dancing in the bomb site. And oh no, this is ticking away. There it is, finally. But they still need to defuse.
It's He's going to tap that one once. He doesn't have a kit picked up right now, so it's just for fun right now. It's going to be Megas to close out the round. Ooh, what a start. That is perfect. I can't believe... I mean, you see the... I think if you had to give credit to anything at the beginning there, it's probably how dead on that flashbang was against Robs. He's just so out of that round immediately.
Yeah, if you don't have the timing on when to turn from that flash, you get pretty ruined. So Vitality find a perfect one for it. And Twist not able to help and provide him cover to keep him alive long enough for Rops' vision to come fully back. Good pistol round from Vitality.
Deagles have been picked up on the FaZe side of things. Rain, did you spot someone? Grenade, not that bad actually. Gonna try for it. I'd say that's pretty dangerous if you're playing on the T side. Might not be worth it to try and, you know, if you get D through the smoke, what have you even accomplished? Mega's gonna be found.
I expect Kerrigan is gonna be very, much more aggressive and assertive in this game. At least try and get on an individual level himself back into the swing of things. Mentioned on Twitter just after their previous game, it was a rough individual start for him.
It was.
Yeah, he's not wrong. But he's going to want to make up for it. Pushes down Banana, picks up the AK-47. Now he gets some silence on the map. Vitality playing a 4-on-5.
Good position to be in. Your FaZe. A couple of MAC-10s as well, a couple of Galils. Some smoke still. 3 of them, in fact, left on the side of Vitality. Rain is pushed up. He did this a lot of the previous match as well. He only gets the 1 kill. Could have very easily been a double right there. This AK is going to get wiped out. Masuta comes in with a double. And they still have time. They don't have to just barrel into the bomb site. They could clear it out slowly. Just now showing up with the coffins. Brokey. That's a headshot that they needed desperately. If he was going to lose that fight to Apex, the round would have been done with. But now instead, he's playing for time back here. 20 seconds. Deagle still in hand. He's relocated himself. They're not quite sure, but now they know exactly where he is. 14 seconds. Another headshot. Brokey absolutely winning this round on his own. And it's a 3rd one to add. Fantastic style.
Yeah, I think that's one. Apex just a little bit further ahead. That might be like a little bit of a miscommunication between how Apex as an in-game leader wants to play the situation and the Danish players behind him want to handle the situation. Spacing isn't quite there. Nobody there to trade Apex. Nobody able to prevent Brokey from getting into this position.
That is so well done.
Everyone high-fiving the camera. Or each other. Whatever it might be.
Yeah.
Virtual high-fives.
They'll both. Yeah, well, that's the future, isn't it? So... 3rd round, and the Eagles are now in the hands of Vitality. They've done a switcheroo. Okay, so the 3 both getting tagged at the beginning of the round. That was some amazing work. I think Brokey was playing pretty well in the last games too. Not obviously outdoing Twist and Rain and Robs, but still. He had some pretty good kills in that game. And FaZe, no real incentive to go super crazy in this round. Pushing a little bit down to the bottom of Banana, but fronting that push with a MAC-10 is fine. Going to be a bit of a test for Brokey, speaking of which, playing up against Saibu on the other side.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Kerrigan behind the smoke, pretty quiet. FaZe can... Go on.
They're waiting around forever. I was going to say they're just down for 40 seconds.
Just waiting behind these smokes. Good shot from Magisk. 2 on 3. Only a MAC-10 picked up so far. And Magisk with the AK-47 now, and he sees the trajectory of that Molotov, realizes he might have a fight inside the bomb site, wanted to kind of fall back, figured he might have pulled someone over. Good shot from Brokey. Off angle that Magisk didn't expect. 2-1 in the favor of FaZe.
Interesting. I guess that's something else when you're Vitality in this kind of scenario. You don't have a real read of how they like to play those scenarios, but so there's a world in which they could have got even more for waiting around.
Yeah,
sort of someone peeking down middle or whatever. I mean, we saw that in the last match where FaZe were on the CT side, that they did like to peek down middle whenever stuff was happening. So maybe they just wanted to give them an opportunity to make a mistake. Here we go. It's peeking a middle. Brokey not just peeking the middle, but actually rushing down and attacking it. A lot of people down in that underpass. Gonna come right in front of him. Whack-a-mole.
Oh, the mole's gonna win.
So Real moles, Jason. Real moles.
Real moles. Oh, Brokey probably loved that. When Dupree pops up with a Glock and just hits him in the side of the head, he's like, all right, I know where you are now. You have nowhere else to go. Whack-a-mole does get easier if there's only one hole for the mole to pop out of.
That's a good point, yeah. That's a good point. Do you think... Oh, okay. Fair enough. I think there was only a point in time in like a circus where it was someone's job to actually sort of stick their own head up. Or like, what's the origin of that game? Was it always just mechanical?
I'm assuming it was always mechanical. It'd be pretty dark otherwise. You'd hope the hammers were still cushioned.
So I don't know if you've opened any history books, Jason, but history does tend to get dark.
Yeah, it does. There's some weird things back there. 3-1 in the favor of FaZe.
Brokey is off to a 7-1 start, so that's a pretty cool beginning for him, even if some of them are easier kills. The Deagle triple certainly wasn't. Rain, good timing, and Kerrigan again backing up. Oh no, they're running back through the Molotov into the MP9, and then the spray comes to the smoke. What a disastrous beginning to this round.
That was actually set up just perfectly. Kerrigan making the run down, the Molotov from Rain making sure they're going to be trapped at the half wall. Might have even, if that was an M4, would have had definitely a double kill. And this is FaZe applying a lot of pressure early on to Vitality's just basic map control across Inferno. And you can't blame them for that kind of a philosophy against a new team, a new coach, a new caller. Kind of confuse the way they want to open up rounds and make it very, very chaotic for an inexperienced team playing together.
Yeah, it's actually really cool to see. And the results are following right behind. Under a minute. Again, a bit of a pause for Vitality to regroup and reconsider what is the best move. Super common when you're a man down to just default on that B-bomb site, because usually that is a bit easier, at least if you get through the first portion of it. That boosted position is going to be very hard to clear, and they don't have any more smokes either to play around with here. Rain, he smoked off, but Twist is right there. That's a good pre-fire beside. We had the right idea, and oh, they're going to get a couple of kills in return. Dupree and Masutra actually making their way through. That is surprising.
Yeah, now they got a lot of time to set up in post-plant positions as well. They have so much time before Brokey and Rops are able to rotate in position to get this retake started. They're also split, one coming from Banana, one from CT spawn, so it's all individual fights. The moment all Dupree finds a great timing. That's so brutal. Brokey on the flank, and all he's got is a Galil. He does have a kit, he's got plenty of nades also.
Yeah, maybe he could get a kill. Grenade. Oh, if it bounced off instead towards the Masuta, maybe it could have worked, but Dupree is there waiting. And Vitality will pick up a second round. Excellent work in that 3 versus 4. It started out not that great, but... No,
they recovered very nice.
Yeah, they did. And unlike last game, I mean, it's still very early on, but Robs has got 0 kills right now. He was obviously top fragging for the longest time in the previous match, so... could probably change really quickly, but at least Vitality have that to look forward to. All right. There's a little bit of celebration. Yeah, the timing for Dupree to peek Robs in CT spawn to begin with,
that's brutal.
Yeah, nothing you do about that.
Putting out the Molotov, this time Nega's being a little bit more passive, changing the pacing, and a beautiful shot onto Rain as he jumps up onto Log. So 5-on-4 for Vitality's attack.
Very good work on the anti-fragging right there. And especially so early on in the round, it gives you plenty of time to try and figure out where the rest of the defense is. Push it around a bit. Kerrigan on his own, not quite on his own, Twist has joined him. That means the A defense is going to be very weak if they decide to push for it. And almost the follow-up. That looked like it should have been a kill. He's on 1 health.
Yeah, that one stings. That one kind of hurts. Apex would like to have had it. 1 and 6 for Apex to start the map. The equalizer found for FaZe, and now they're funneled back towards the AWP. They've got the smokes to block off this position, 3 in total. They're just going to dry crouch right into it, underneath the bullet. Oh, they don't want to let him get away. There's the jump. Doesn't bait out the shot, but the CZ completes it. Kerrigan holds the line with his 1 HP. That's a very admirable effort.
Incredible work, in fact, here for the captain. Robs is now on his own, but he's got a chance. First kill of the round for him, and a second one. And that will close it out. That graveyard position is just always going to be so powerful, but it is all thanks to Kerrigan. None of this would have been possible.
I was going to say, it's all enabled by Kerrigan. What a great hold of the line through arches. in a tough spot where you just cannot miss your shot. It has to be perfect. Triple kill from Kerrigan in the round. Magisk is bloodthirsty here, just going for the drive-by. The initial crouch underneath the shot as well, very impressive. 4-2 in the favor of FaZe.
Well played. I don't really know where Brokey's bullet went to begin with. It just looked like it disappeared, but they managed to make it through anyway. And Vitality are back on deagles. This is, in terms of the economic game, working out pretty well for FaZe at the moment. Even better if they could come out with 4 or 5 alive in this round.
Especially considering how much of a thorn in their side the economy was in the previous match against Team Liquid. They're probably loving the fact that they're getting out to this good start. They have the AWP already out on the board, multiple rounds. They get a chance to build up some money early on against mostly or entirely unarmored opposition. And I mean, you want to look at it from Vitality's point of view as well, or at least from our point of view watching Vitality. We didn't really get to see this T side in their first match against EG because they just blew them out of the water.
Yeah, that is true. Kind of over by the time they got to that second half. Rain, again, pushing down. It's something that we saw earlier when they were playing Inferno. Very, very annoying when you have to deal with that and consider that later on. So, good stuff. FaZe looking still good, still warmed up on Inferno. That's, I mean, a whole different question down the line is the map pool and how these teams are going to be handling that. But
yeah,
they're going to be tested on Inferno. That's good.
Questions for the future. The map pool.
Yeah.
3-round lead. Zywoo's picked up an op on the T side. Glass Cannon AWP as well. No utility behind it at all. We'll see what he's able to pull out with that. Very tough to pull off the Glass Cannon op on Inferno. Lots of choke points to eat nades and just a little bit of aim punch delivered with every tick of damage.
Yeah, definitely tricky. And he actually went straight to T-ramp. Twist. Is it going to bounce into someone? No, it's going to be a headshot in return. Oh, man, the timing there.
The fact he fluffed the throw the first time around kind of gives away his play. When they see it coming, they're like, all right, we'll turn. We're ready for this. And it didn't even deal any damage. So Dupree's already got access towards the end of halls. Kerrigan's rotated back over, leaving Rain alone in Banana. And Brokey again is going to step up to the plate looking towards Boiler. With that AWP, 8-3 for Brokey.
Dangerous position here for Brokey if they jump out behind him. He got Kerrigan far away looking, but still.
There's no stopping power in that position. It would have to be something absolutely spectacular from Kerrigan. And Brokey's going to back away, drop a nade. That's good damage.
Yeah, that actually is a really nice nade.
Unconfirmed, though. Oh, no, FaZe. They don't hear anything at A. They start to cheat away, and Rain, I think Rain calls it off.
Wow, they make a big switch without really knowing. All of them towards the archway. Rain might be quick on the rotate, and if you could catch Magisk, maybe there's still a chance to salvage this round. But they're starting to fall real far behind. There's Kerrigan, and there's Rain on that flank, taking down Magisk. Such a brilliant play from FaZe, in spite of the fact that they were in the wrong position to start with. The bomb is planted, and the round is not done yet. Still a chance for Vitality to get something done. Almost catching Apex, and a little bit of wallbang spam. Gonna do some damage to him as well, but they got Saimu down in the pit. No grenades to get rid of him this time, and he's gonna find Kerrigan. And this is where he is so dangerous. Smoke is gonna be there, and Rain will find another double to take down Apex. And Saimu on top, and that is gonna be the retake complete. FaZe winning a massive round here.
Yeah, and that felt like Vitality could have turned that in their favor. A few missed opportunities. The spray from Apex and Boiler not able to connect.
I can't even believe it. Once they make that call to rotate all the way out, it looks like that's the round over. But Kerrigan again, and then Rain on that flank.
It feels like, I mean, that kind of a call, not only to cheat towards maybe B, but also you're kind of securing brackets after they get into the bomb site, so you can have Rain coming up with the fast flank. I think the real one that kind of turned things, not Rain's kill, but Kerrigan's.
Yeah.
To have those two kills come out at that point in the round is massive. So, we wanted to see Vitality tested. We're getting it early on. 4 rounds behind. And FaZe applying a lot of pressure.
Rob's instantly taking that victory and packing up his his position. Didn't want to try and risk it for any more. It's nice to see. And now pressure is on Vitality to come up with something here. Ooh, the suits a low sliding twist.
Pressure abated.
Yeah, good news. Kerrigan thinking about it. Gonna go and check and find out that they've already evacuated that position. And he's going to keep going. Is he going to be able to shoot them in the back? This is looking good for now, though. It is being covered a little bit. Nice shot to follow it up. And another good double kill for Carrigan. He's definitely playing way better than he was in their last game. Cyber and Apex are left now, 2 versus 3.
And FaZe just constantly hunting and looking for information. They're not letting anyone. We saw it against Team Liquid. Now we're seeing against Vitality. They don't want these teams to feel comfortable with any kind of map control. Constantly peeking towards brackets. Look at where the 3 CT players have died, all in the same position on Rap side. They're continually just coming back and fighting for that position. And I think Vitality's got to be like, why do we still have to clear out this position? Why do we still have to fight people here?
Yeah, they just keep coming back. Saru, he already got that one dig. Inside of the bomb side is Robs. He's going to have maybe one chance here when he gets about the boxes. He's checking it as much as he can, getting real close. Oh! He spins for it and takes down Robs. That is magnificent. Could it be a bomb plant on top of it? What a ridiculous kill that was.
He has no idea how much time he has. This is so nerve-wracking. But you mentioned it. This position can be so strong. And now it's Rain at the disadvantage. He has to slow down now. This is going to eat a lot of time off the clock. He doesn't want to give away any sound cues. He does have a kit, but he's got so many spots to clear.
He doesn't have a Molotov or anything else to help him, even to just get rid of one of them. There's the peak. Oh! But Rain is quick on the trigger, probably pre-aiming that a little bit. And he's going to be able to get the round. Wow, that was close. Almost losing a 1 versus 3 to Saibu there.
That's a magnificent round from Zaiwu, even in a losing effort, taking a lot of economy away. So he's at least set Vitality up to have some success, to start digging into the economy. These are incredible shots from Zaiwu.
Yeah, this is... I don't even know. He's just looking everywhere.
I wonder if Rain saw that initial little jiggle peek.
It's possible, yeah.
We need Vitality to win more trophies just so Apex can get more picture frames on the wall. That one lonely picture. He either needs to win like 8 more trophies or blow that one up into a bigger size picture.
Yeah, get maybe different angles of the same one. You're right. Just looks a bit lonely.
Decor analysis is not a big deal.
Gotta work with something here, you know? 7-2. FaZe are just looking really solid right now. Vitality, they've been struggling on the economy. They've had some good entries on Banana when they've had a chance to. Amegas with that AK, he's been doing a decent job. This time they're going to throw in Apex first to try and take the fight to Brokey, but instead it's Rain right across that half wall. And Apex is blown up.
In defense of everyone's predictions, we didn't know that last game was just kind of a warm-up match for FaZe.
True. We didn't. I mean, this is why this group is so good, though. I think...
Yeah.
My thought was that Vitality and probably G2 as well were going to be hot out the gate, and FaZe were going to take just a little bit longer to fully, you know, be at the same level. But so far, we've really shown up to play. Brokey with a couple of kills here with the AWP. Catching him just throwing a grenade is Dupree versus Carrigan. But he's got a lot more work to do. Basically has to clear out the bomb site or at least open it up. There's a little bit of a peek. Twist, I mean, he had the right idea. Dupree was pre-aiming it. But Twist able to win with that M4A1. And Masuta already made a bit of noise. They definitely know where he is. 40 seconds. Very unlikely.
Yeah, but again, you want to build off the work Zaiwu did in the previous round with the Deagle. Get a few more kills at the very least. There's one more. You don't want this economy to start growing. You don't want FaZe to constantly have some rebuys. So Masuta, a chance to get at least one more. Rops in the pit.
Wow. Looked like he even pre-fired that. Regardless, yeah, they lose a couple of players. You're right. Another kill there would have really made a big difference. Keep that FaZe economy as low as possible. This is the opening kill for Rainy. Just not a lot to look for there. But he's quick about it. And Brokey defeating Saiwu. We talked about that earlier. As a potential interesting matchup. 5 in a row and an 8-2 lead. FaZe are looking definitely good. Now Vitality on the other hand, where are some of the sharp calls going to come from here?
Oh, I think the biggest problem they're having at the moment is that individually FaZe is just so much more on point than what we saw in the previous game.
Yeah. Yeah, so, I mean, it's hard for them to get even in the position where they would want to execute a real execute. There's the start that they needed. A suitable takedown, Robs. You like to see it in the pit as well. Just an aggressive move to that quad side.
All right, readjusting around that kill. Over towards halls we go. Masuta had control. Another halls pop, perhaps. 3 players here, 2 in middle. Left mid is smoked off. Here's the flashbang. Good shot from Brokey. First one is his, but can't get anything after that. But prepared and set up for the re-peek in the trade. Twist inside the site. If enough distraction can come out, Twist can be very effective. He still has not given away his position. 3 on 2. Zywoo caught out in the open, and there's the fight. Apex trying to help out, and Twist bides his time, and it's the perfect kill. 35 seconds for Magisk. 1-on-1 now, and he spots Rain, but he can't win it. What a tap. What a performance from Rain so far.
Yeah, it really is. He's everywhere. Rotating through the spawn or pushing down Banana and flanking them through the middle. And, I mean, I've got to say, even though it's maybe not the most spectacular play, but you're right. I mean, the fact that Twist, they just didn't know what Twist was for the longest time is super annoying. I'm actually surprised that there was no smoke to block off Brokey in that position. I feel like that smoke to Little Pit is one of the most used smokes on Inferno at all.
It's because the smoke takes a little bit of time to plume. So when it comes over, you kind of, you know, you potentially have an idea of what's coming. They're trying to get that pop flash and catch someone looking. If you're like playing on the balcony and you see that smoke coming over, surely you consider the idea of a halls pop and you either counter, you use your utility to counter that kind of play, or you at least turn from the flashbang. So they're hoping to catch somebody just staring into halls.
Timeout being called. Apex rallying the troops a little bit here. Vitality. This was one of the closer rounds. It's totally winnable. Probably even favored at one point. Kerrigan also snuck in a kill in the middle of all of that, even though it wasn't one of the multi-kills. Just still important to keep them in a competitive state in that last round. Rain is 14-6. That's really good. And once again, Vitality out of money.
He's always been like an I don't know, it just feels like a quietly an understated like star player. And I mean, obviously a lot of the attention and kind of the core trio that people are going to talk about with FaZe is Brokey, Twist, and Rops, but Rain delivering like this is making FaZe so dangerous. Rops has a ton of information. He's pushed all the way deep down halls. When he turns this, if he looks towards alt mid, he sees nothing. This could actually be dangerous. They have 3 players stacked at B who are going to stay there due to the information that Rops has, but it's the wrong information.
Yeah.
Thankfully, it's only up against pistols.
There definitely are some scenarios where you get 80% of the map to play it out, and you make a wrong call because you think, oh, I know where they are. They can't possibly be, a top mid, but all right, that could have been really dangerous. I think now they've managed to stabilize the situation. It will be a bomb plant on the side of Vitality, but FaZe should be able to regroup and set up for a bit of a retake here. Flashes in, Magisk down to the pit, playing the position that he does on the CT side, and this time as well with an M4 that he's stolen. Rain out in the open fighting. Lot of bullets spent by Magisk, and he doesn't have enough to finish that kill. Dupree goes down next. Close range from Brokey, and another good round for FaZe. Stacking rounds together.
Yeah, better weaponry. Maybe that's doable for Vitality, but they're being shut down at the moment. Nicely done from FaZe. A lot of these retakes on this A bomb site, they've been very, very effective. FaZe is playing a very strong retake game at the moment.
Yeah, they don't look stressed at all. I mean, no crazy running or anything. They're just taking their time with it. So, yeah, I mean, this is, I think we introed talking about FaZe a little bit, that the changes they've made have been way smaller than some of the other teams. So maybe it does make sense that they are going to be...
And I think more than even just the number of changes, but just the kind of change they made, it felt like Rops would easily be able to slot into those positions that Olaf was playing. Now, I think you're going to lose some of the like intangible X-factor qualities that Olaf brought as a person and as a player and as a, experienced teammate, but you're certainly going to get an upgrade in terms of firepower, and Rops is no slouch whatsoever, obviously.
No, we've seen already today a lot of what he can do. 8-round lead. All right, Rops back playing that position that he was in last game. Dupree able to take him down though. Turns him into fertilizer for the potted plants.
Yeah.
Building a theme. Slowly. Slowly but surely.
Ooh,
Apex, good opening on Carrigan.
Yeah, second kill of the game for Apex. He could use that one, and FaZe is actually going to bring both players over. They wanted to get aggressive, but that's a nice smoke to negate any kind of defense that was going to be mounted there. Apex gets to kind of chill for the moment. Another smoke being dropped in. Brokey has given up the AWP for the moment in favor of the Deagle.
That's a good choice against Apex. He's solo on health, but it doesn't matter. He's going to find him anyway. Brokey goes down, and yeah, he's going to steal that AWP. He's just almost dead, but the round surely won at this point here for Vitality. They're in the bomb site. Gotta be real careful now.
Yeah, someone call out that Dupree and Zaiwu are low so that you all chill. Vitality's gonna get it though as FaZe backs off. Not sure of the HP.
They get to steal the AWP back. That in itself is kind of cool if you've already lost a round.
I like this from Vitality. They get that kill, they get this one right here on Rap side. They know there's one more, and I mean, they just kind of call the pause and slow down, and Apex is able to find one more as the smoke clears.
Hard to deal with when there was already an existing smoke that he was sort of hiding in there, and then a second one goes up that extends it, and it's just very hard to know where Apex was going to be. If he was even still going to be there, could have just fallen back instead. So, finally, a third round for Vitality. Better late than never.
Well, money is sketchy. Like if you can win this last one, I think FaZe has enough money to have some decent buys no matter what in these past 2 rounds, especially if they're able to save a gun or 2 here or there. But it could be nice if you're Vitality and you want to close the gap right before the second half, you know, winning this next one, taking as many guns away as possible, maybe an easier time in that final. 150 on Brokey and Kerrigan left over, 100 on Rain, everyone below 1,000, so money's obviously not pretty. But look at the CT side. This is a half in which Vitality won the pistol.
Yeah, that's also a good point. 10-5 feels way more competitive than 11-4, I feel like, or even 12-3. So if they can get there, it'd be pretty exciting for them, no doubt. All of them on Banana. And again, if you do this, you have to kind of do something with this pretty quickly, or you're going to have to send people back to look and see what's going on, because if you just hang out here for 30 seconds, it's not going to be good enough. And there's the execute instantly. Smoked off on the one side. Pop flashes are coming out in return, and Rain, great multi-kill once again. The bomb is committed to the site, and Dupree, he's going to take him down, and Wild Spray almost got the double. Dupree inside. Well, look at how low they are, but they're in the bomb site, and they might have a shot here. 3 versus 3. Even at the health disadvantage, Apex, he's the only one with any real health, and he goes down to Robs. Timing not favoring him at all. Dupree and Saiwu, I don't know how you get this done. Molotov on Saiwu, I don't think that's going to be the difference maker here. Surely it'll be that lightning AWP of his, if anything. And FaZe, once again, slowing it down, respecting the timing a little bit. Oh, twist! Did he catch it? There's the shot from Saiwu. We're going to need a couple more. Shadow on the ground, showing in. That's a nice way to play it. Excellent work. They're going to get the retake, and it's going to be 11 rounds for FaZe.
Yeah, some more HP on Zaiwu, and maybe that's doable, getting the first kill and tucking into the corner, but just spam through the edge of the box. Well done from Twist. Couple, you know, tricky kills, not the hardest ones against low HP, but, you know, jumping up and through the smoke. This was very nice from Zaiwu.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. It was some interesting kills, but this is very good indeed.
Apex is going to be frustrated he doesn't win that fight against Rops at the bottom of Banana. That was really the one that sealed it. That took a lot of safety away from the final 2 players of Vitality. And now they're scrounging for their 4th. Clawing for it. They actually, I don't know. It's odd. I feel like Vitality hasn't necessarily done a horrible job on this T side. They've had a number of rounds. They found some opening kills. It's these post plants that FaZe is just able to clean up in.
Yeah, I mean, weirdly, given the scoreline, I'm sort of left with a similar feeling that this hasn't been a horrendous showing necessarily. Just needed a little bit more in some of these rounds, and maybe it could have been more interesting. In terms of the kills, I mean, Dupree's up at 12 and then 8 on everyone else, except for Apex, who had a tough game, but we'll see. It's not done yet.
There's been 4 bomb plants so far in this half by Vitality. All 4 have been retaken and defused by FaZe. It's a 100% success rate on their retakes.
That's actually impressive.
Yeah, obviously not all of them are strong situations for Vitality, but at least a couple of them were very, very good positions. This has been great from FaZe so far.
Well, Apex will add another kill to the list there, taking out Kerrigan over at the B bomb site. Masuta catches that grenade and catches some bullets to follow it up, and he's going to be out of the round. 40 seconds. Grenade right on top, and Saiwu almost at it. Actually, Brokey going to be able to take down Dupree on the other side, but Saibu probably should be dead.
But again, you've found the opening kill, and now you have two players very low in HP. And I mean, this is just aggressive defense from FaZe at the choke points. Look, they're not giving them any space. You're attacking it, someone's going to peek into it, and obviously, when the individuals are playing this well, this happens. Apex with a kill on Rain through smoke, boosting up though, and it's Zywoo in a 1 versus 3. He's got a flank coming in, that's going to be Twist.
This one is even more impossible than the other one. He does spot it out, swings for it. He's just so low. They're everywhere around him. He's going to pick up one of them, but he's boxed in once again, and there's Brokey sneaking in from behind to get him. Great first half out of FaZe. Absolutely impressive. Vitality gonna have to try and embark on an almost impossible comeback in the second half. It's coming right up.
Hey guys, it's Rush. It's Hobbit here.
Boom is here.
Hey guys, it's Tabson here.
Kerrigan here. Today I'm giving you the buying tips presented by Coinbase. So let me have a full buy. You have 4,750. You want to buy the orb, but little grenades. It's not so fun to be an Inferno. Cannot recommend. So yeah, you go for an M4, a light armor, and the utility you get with that. And that depends. You probably always want to have a Molotov and a smoke. Smoke Molotov is always good for B, especially late round, early round, whatever you want to do. You have a lot of opportunities.
On Inferno and B, you can use I think a lot of weapons, not only M4, maybe some farm gun like MP9 or FAMAS, but I think the most important thing on B side on Inferno is the nades. I think I will pick FAMAS with first armor and 4 nades.
Me personally, if I'm playing A Mirage on a Force Buy and I have 2,500, I would probably buy Deagle and I'd buy armor, head armor, and like a smoke, nade, flash. Just like any kind of nades you want to get. You want to get close, so play balcony, play ramp, use your smoke when they start throwing stuff, like say like you're under balcony and they molly you, use the smoke on the molly. Maybe even get a flash with your teammate to take ramp. Some people might decide on an MP9, which is fine. But for me personally, I think a Deagle right now is a super OP with full nades.
I'm gonna buy MP9 and second armor. If it's second round, T side has farm guns, so I need to buy second armor. If they have full buy, I'm gonna buy this first armor and smoke and some nades like HE, for example.
I would go for P50, smoke half, Molotov smoke, and this flash, or if it's an HE left. And I would go for something like I would take my teammate with me. I would Molotov ramp, smoke deep ramp, outside of ramp, and then I would take ramp control and then play with my P50 somewhere close area. I have a better movement, I can be more around the map, I can just, like for example, run and shoot, rather than just aim and go for the headshots, for example, like in Deagle.
The 3,500, I would get a Galil and armor, full armor.
On the city. I'm playing a little bit anti.
Just flashing right now.
Flashing.
Could be crouching across.
One is dark.
CT.
It's gonna be
B.
That's it.
Okay,
Okay,
he's
that's it.
Nice.
Doing B. One planting first, but I'm taking fast.
Perfect, Peter.
I'm on HP, okay? Fine.
Just waiting there.
Need sound.
Alright, they can go side from banana,
okay? They can only be banana, Kevin. Yeah, has CT.
On CT. I'm taking a duel. Wait. That
Nice.
one more maybe.
Nothing.
I didn't see. Kevin
I didn't see.
Bandit C1.
Don't see him CT.
Careful from banana, Peter.
Yeah.
Banana. Wait, I'm coming.
First contact.
Yep. Yeah.
Nice! Let's go, boys!
Let's go, boys!
Nice!
What do you make of that?
I like that we got the voice comm of Vitality winning around because they didn't win a whole lot in that half. But I mean, you can see some of, I don't want to say discomfort, that probably happens all across, but you can hear him like, I need sound. The communications, everyone's kind of chiming in, and I think that kind of stuff is going to get cleaned up as this lineup goes on longer.
And funny if you're brand new to the side of Counter-Strike, but I mean, how much goes into eliminating through teamwork? Where can they physically be at this point? You know, someone can eliminate a whole portion. I know for a fact they're not in this part of the map. That's
you can't get killed.
Helpful.
You can't get killed from CT. You can only get killed from Banana.
So good times. 12-3 though. FaZe looking so good, and it's a quick trade to start the second half with. Drops looking for someone up here. It's going to be Kerrigan instead, taking down Dupree, and a bit of a jump out. That's a nice move. And Saibu's out of the round. FaZe are looking good. Apex though, trying to put a stick in the wheel of his opponents here. Maybe possible. Bomb is being planted, and he would have loved another kill right then and there. It's a 2-on-3 though, and I'm not sure what he was shooting at.
I think he just assumed someone was in middle. He didn't realize he'd gone through underpass. Nice reposition from Brokey. Better shot from Magus. 1v2. And would you ever expect both to be in halls? You have no kit, and I think... Oh, there it is. No, that's a Molotov. Excuse me. Rough place. He would love to get one kill and stick the defuse inside the smoke, but it's just not going to happen.
Yeah, the kit would have been everything right here. And you're right, you're not going to expect for a second player. Rob's crouching in. Oh, what a good start.
Well, Vitality now knows what it feels like, what they did to EG earlier.
Yeah, some karmic justice dished out. Well, that's just how it is sometimes. Interesting start. Apex definitely could have changed the round there. I mean, the double kill was really good. If it could have kept going, it would have been even more impressive. But now instead, it's 13-3. Couple of MAC-10s, 3 of them in fact. Scout on Apex. Let's see if Vitality ever get to the kind of money that they probably need to put up a good defense here. I mean, that's a harsh reality when you're this far behind. You might not ever get there. Although Magus is trying.
They'd love to turn this around. It's exactly what FaZe did to them in the first half. No reason they couldn't repeat it. Lose the pistol, win the second, go on a huge, huge run. Rops has control of halls, but no real aggression from it just yet. 5-on-4. Still 2 smokes for Vitality to play with and cycle through.
Kind of a split running around in the middle, or in CT spawn there is Magus. He's not quite sure. I mean, he's kind of, guess he's technically playing Arch just from a very remote position. They're going to be rotating back now to top mid. They don't have any real intel on what's happening here on the map. Vitality, they're so far back on the map that they're going to know very, very late. Cyber peeks in. It's a straight, clean headshot to take down Robs, and now it's really uncomfortable. If they're coming in below there, you're going to pick up the AK and start to fall back, and he's in the pit now instead. Very good position right now for Vitality. If they wanted to get that second round win here in the second half, this is how you do it. And jumping into it, Cyber's actually going to be the one to catch him, and it's looking so good. Twist is on his own, 18 seconds, and there should be absolutely no way to make this a win. The bomb is just too far away. I think Twist is realizing that, trying to make a bit of a run for it, and Suta will catch him. Vitality opening the door for themselves a bit.
Yeah, just cracking it, just kind of getting it a little bit open to see what you can find on the other side. That's a nice round. Good opening from Magus, good kill from Zaiwu as well. Pushing in towards Hall, this one's huge. He even could have stayed in Halls if he had wanted to and been in a very strong position.
Yeah.
13-4. Still a long way to go before we feel too hopeful that Vitality can take it all the way back.
Yeah, these kind of comebacks are always...
That's a bit weird, aren't they?
They're hard to follow because you want to... obviously, if they start to build and get up to 13-10, well, then we can all be on board with that. But along the way, it doesn't take much to throw them out of it.
Yeah, there's a big difference in feeling between like 13-9 and 13-10. 13-9, you're still like, maybe the comeback is on, and 13-10, you're like, all right, we've gotten here.
It's ready. That is actually very close. Running back like that, reloading. If Rain would have made a run for it, maybe it could have been a successful kill. Anyway, they have the weapons. They don't have to do a lot of crazy things in this round. They just have to not get 1D'd by anyone. Or run down with the Tech 9s. Again, they're also dangerous in certain situations. It's a smoke and a couple of flashbangs there on the side of FaZe, so could try and pop their way into a bomb site if they get close enough. Interested to see how Vitality are going to be playing this later on when they feel more confident.
No, that's not what you like to see.
No.
Oh, that's not what you like to see even more. Oh boy, this is so tough. ZywOo has no backup because dupreeh has to worry about everything. It's all on ZywOo. And there goes Masuto over at the B bomb site where the bomb is going to be planted, and it is given right back to him.
What just happened? Oh man. I really feel like, on the one hand, I understand why they want to play far back when they have the weapon advantage like they do. But you kind of see not necessarily the first kill on Magus. I mean, that's just a very, very good shot with the Deagle. But the following problem is they've lost complete control of Arch and even CT spawn. So when they're rotating to try and help out, like they just have no map control. They don't know anything about what's going on.
Again, a very individually sharp FaZe at the moment. That's not to say they're not playing well as a team either. But I mean, when you have players that are on point like this, just able to pick players off with the Deagle everywhere they go, like just 3 1-digs in that round. What are you supposed to do? These are those rounds where, like, look, you're going to lose some of those in a game because you're playing against some of the best players in the world. The problem is it happens at 13-4.
Yeah, I really have no idea what you're meant to do at that point in time. Shake it off and try and build an even more impressive comeback from 14-4. That's the upside, you know.
Just a little bit more challenging.
Buy the dip, I think, is what we're trying to say. 19th round. And they've got some good weaponry on the side of FaZe. They got the momentum. They've got everything right now. Rain still clocking in 21 kills, but he's got the whole team there with him. Expectations are going to be high for FaZe now. Again, I feel like it could just go any which way. The next game, obviously, EG and Liquid is also going to be wild. And now, what am I witnessing?
Why not? Why not? Let's see where it goes. Rops would love to get a little bit more aggressive to help find an opening for his team, but that smoke might delay him a little bit. We saw him go right through it against Team Liquid in the previous game. This one, and in 3-on-5, I don't think he has the same opportunity or the same opening.
Great double flash. I mean, the first one, they didn't find anyone. They wait 5 seconds. They throw a second flash to peek that corner towards quad, and it works.
Save call.
Kill. Yeah, why not?
Okay.
Why not? Why not?
So, Anders, what's up with this Danish weather?
I know we're experiencing some sort of winter storm that's coming up. Actually, apparently destroyed the trampoline that we have at home.
Nice.
Yeah, just destroyed it, but it didn't destroy any windows or anything. I'm happy about that.
That's good.
Yeah,
got new windows.
Yeah, but the trampoline's dead, so it's very sad. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what's going on.
Cool.
You don't. Let's just put it like this: you don't move to Denmark for the weather.
Yeah,
that's not why you come.
Why do you come? Is it just taxes?
Yeah, exactly. High taxes,
beautiful language,
terrible, yeah, incomprehensible language.
Suboptimal hot dogs.
I think you just come here because obviously this is where all the Legos we make them here, so they come like fresh out the press.
That's a good point.
You get the real freshly minted. I don't actually think they make them in Denmark, but
nothing like that smell of a fresh Lego.
Exactly. That's
fresh Lego smell.
That's what you're here for.
Well, Vitality have their work cut out for them, but I mean,
I bet you could defend Banana so much better if you could throw Legos out there.
Oh yeah, no,
real hard to take.
Yeah, better than a Molotov. You'd rather run through fire than Legos.
Probably.
Vitality keep like getting that door cracked open, propped open just a little bit. FaZe keep just slamming it right back shut, but we'll see if Vitality can keep this dream alive a little bit longer. We wanted them tested, but maybe a little bit closer than this. Kerrigan, Molotov towards Banana, going to start moving up mid, taking a lot of damage down to 63. Deep nade as well, but Kerrigan's actually stepped in front of it. Does he actually want to try and come through this smoke? That would be a little wild.
This is one of those tests where none of the questions of the exam match anything you're doing in the coursework. You're like, wait, we haven't talked about this at all. Why is this on the test?
Well, you can see dupreeh as well just backing away as soon as that smoke is. Remember, we saw it against Team Liquid as well. Kerrigan enjoys in the T side of this some of those deep executes that just kind of explode. You throw the nades from far back, and as soon as you're spotted, you're already progressing up ramp side towards the 8 bomb site. So that put Vitality on notice. Magus is going to go down. Apex needs multiple. Almost gets it. Twist peeks into him. Still 2 players to defend here, ZywOo and dupreeh.
He had the right idea there. Almost gets the transfer. It's all on Dupree to try and save this one. This might be one of the last chances they're going to have. Dupree, good follow-up and nearly takes down Rain. It's still a one-on-one, and Masutra's right there. Is he going to walk through the smoke? Yes, he will, just as the plant is coming through. And Rain just misjudging the timing by a couple of seconds. That is as close as it's going to get. And Masutra was actually very low already because I think right at the start of the round, they basically threw a grenade right into his face.
Oh, and Rain is scared of his own playstyle. Rain flanking so much down Banana and up towards that A bomb site in the first half. He didn't want to plant at the default position because they don't have control of top mid.
Very good work here for Dupree as well. Super important that he gets the double.
Alrighty. So, Vitality lived to fight another day. 14-6. And this time they get to go up against Glocks. They're probably feeling much happier about that. And the P250. Oh no, they have no idea he's here.
No, they don't. They really don't. And it's close enough range that it's almost a one-tap there. Apex will revenge him, but you could see that disaster happening in real time. Smoke is up, and I don't know, throw away that rifle maybe and pick up the other one. Just don't let him get it. Yeah, there we go.
Did exactly that. Good call. Rop spamming through. Dangerous lottery game. He's brought down to 34. Another deep smoke for Apex. Hasn't called anyone over to support. Finally finds it through the smoke, just continually tapping to the timing of Rops's peaks. And 3 players still chilling over at the A bomb site. Apex likely after the smoke is going to have to fall back.
Yeah, it's not really worth it, is it, to hang around just in case. I'm going to fall really far back. I don't know if there's grenades in CT spawn that he could pick up. Or if he's just...
he's just playing deep. He's like, they have pistols. The worst thing I can do is die inside the bomb site to a 1-dig.
Probably true.
He's like, let him into the bomb site. If they have a smoke, fair play. If not, I'm going to have some chances to stop things. And low HP, no smoke.
Yeah,
he should be just fine.
That actually is a good analysis of the situation. Yeah, because you're right. They wouldn't even be able to smoke their way across here.
Here's your run boost.
Try for a run boost. Okay, that's a great throw. All the way deep in there. Apex creeping in. He got baited into it. He really wanted to stop that bomb plant. They're still going to be fine in this case because Twist is very low on health. And Cyber will take him down. It's going to be 14-7 now. Vitality still somehow alive.
I know you get upset when it... Or I mean, you get happy when it fails and looks funny. Do you get upset when it succeeds?
No, I think that's why I like them. I like them either way. I think when it works, it's great. When it doesn't work, it's funny. The only thing that really upsets me is I've been trying for such a long time to incentivize people to do the run boosted Zeus, and no one's doing it.
What incentives have you put under the table? What have you offered?
I've built it up as a really hype thing. Like if you hit that, it's gonna be exciting.
Okay, I think maybe changing the incentive structure might have an effect.
I'll offer some money as a reward.
Well, Twist has to put out his own Molotov, so that's 2 big pieces of utility taken away from FaZe.
Not ideal.
They'll get punished for it. No one from Vitality trying to be aggressive at all towards top Banana. Just basically a smoke they're not allowed to use. Maybe an extra Molotov if they want to make sure they have to re-clear things.
What an interesting point of the game here. FaZe, I mean, one good entry and they're right back in the game and they could win the map almost instantly. Cyber there, a little bit of attention, I think, towards the corner of the bomb site instead. He's going to get traded by Rain, who's very low on health at this moment. Dupree, ready and waiting for him. He's just at the edge. I can't even believe it. He's holding his knife for a minute. Dupree surely going to be winning this fight.
No, he's already through. He missed him. He's already through. He found the edge and Rain has got another one. Dupree's got to be so confused. The smoke was just absolutely perfect. You could see it when we turned off X-Ray. Shout out to DJ.
No way.
Dupree had no clue. That has to be one of the more unfortunate, I don't know, what do you want to call it? Timing, positioning of the smoke.
I actually can't believe it. That is amazing. Well done on Rain. If not for that, he's almost certainly dead in that moment, right? If he just waits for it to fade.
100%.
Crazy. That's 15 rounds on the board for FaZe. Oh, yeah, he just snuck his way through.
And I mean, the great thing is he comes through that smoke.
He's laughing.
And you can see him looking into the bomb site, looking at Pit. He sees nobody. He's like, all right, the next play, if someone's going to come through and try and support their teammate to hold onto this bomb site, they're coming through along this bike, and they're going to take that fight. So he's waiting for that exact run through. Just a brilliant play from Rain, who's putting together a very good game. very good pair of games, really.
He snuck through the fog of war.
What does Rain have now? Like 25, 26 kills or something like that?
He's way up there. Yeah. I mean, his kills have been generally really fun to watch. A lot of multi-kills in there, but this kill was just all style, wasn't it? That's a rare thing to see. All the timeouts being used here by Vitality to try and keep the dream alive. Now fighting to get into overtime. Definitely does not look or feel like it's in the cards for them. You never know. All right. Last couple of words in before they're going to get a chance to fight for it once again. And obviously, next game up is going to be Liquid and EG. That's also going to be really interesting. I'm really...
Yeah, the new North American lineups going head-to-head for the first time. We get it very early on in the year.
Nice to see. Yeah, you're right. 25 kills on Rain. Here we go. 15-7. It's Meg. It's rushing down in the flash. It stops him. That is unfortunate. Brokey will take down Dupree. They wanted to go with a bang, and I guess in a way, they're going to be allowed to do that. Certainly an action-packed start to the round, but not how they envisioned it.
No, well, I don't even mind them necessarily going for it at all. Got to pull something out of the hat. And just FaZe has had all the answers. Rops has now just walked and lurked his way into the bomb site. I don't even know if they do now. Zawu spots it. Still alive in this round despite the early disadvantage.
A lot of damage on Rain twisting Harrigan, so there is a way to get back into this one. Bit of an off angle out here for Masuta. We've seen, I think, less action here on the CT side over in this position. Catching Rain as well as Saivu. I mean, he probably the other way around. He probably got caught, but still won the fight. And somehow, it's a 2-on-3. Vitality, in spite of losing 2 players early on, still fighting. And Masuta, solid work. Headshot onto Twist, holding the bomb site in his zone, and now the Molotov spreads to Brokey. Oh, he's low, and he's getting spammed through as well. He's going to get the headshot. He actually steps into the Molotov that was down, the second one, and that is, and he's on 2 health, getting almost tagged. He actually backs up. Looked like he was going to run into the bullets there. And Brokey now in a 1 versus 2 with no health to spare. They have an HE on Saibu as well. He could end this round by throwing it over the wall.
Mozzarella sticks if he wins it.
All right. We're stacking up a lot of stuff. Cheeseburger, ice cream, and mozzarella sticks next. Brokey swings for it, and it's going to be Apex to take him down instead. Unfortunate, but a surprising win, I would say, for Vitality in this round.
Yeah, how things began. But I mean, look, Zawu again, a very impactful double kill. I really like the lurk from Rops as well, all the way to the 8 bomb site. There's another world where that works 10 times over, because Zawu just has a missed timing on actually spotting it out.
Yeah.
Nicely done from Masuta, though. Then Vitality now needs 7 in a row to bring us to overtime. Long, long road ahead. And many, many FaZe buys in store.
They've got Saibu warmed up. That has got to be great news. He's at 21 kills, so if there was anything that could power this kind of a comeback, probably is that.
Yeah, but they got, on the other side of things, you know, Rain's heated up. Brokey's getting there hitting some crisp shots.
Yeah.
You got to imagine Rops or Twist, one of them is going to have a round in him. Kerrigan's probably good for at least 2 more entries in this half. There's a lot of things Vitality have to overcome. 4 players marching up mid. Rops is going to be lurking in the halls solo.
It's going to be all out middle, no one coming boiler. So all the pressure's going to be on Dupree, but he's handling it incredibly well. That double, I mean, the triple is just a nice cherry on top, but really that double kill to begin with. No flashbangs to set up that whole play with.
Just a change of a look. Trying to just march up brackets, hoping they're not defending it. Maybe you catch him off guard. Maybe you catch that player on top of the balcony tucked into the corner looking for a counter flash or playing counter flash.
Yeah. Looks a bit silly when he plays out like that, but I mean, yeah, there are other setups for the CT side where it has a different impact. So, okay.
Okay.
1 round down.
How you feeling?
Feel good.
Okay.
I can see them making this comeback.
Yeah. It's close enough now. It's within striking distance. Still not fully there.
Just a little bit more, a little bit more production out of Apex and Makers. I think Masuta still has been playing very well. He just hasn't been tested a lot out here. And maybe that's one of the benefits I feel like for Vitality right now is they have Masuta over at that B-bomb side. Probably trust him to do a lot if anyone shows up.
Yeah, there's been a lot of kind words.
Did he just prank him?
Maybe.
Can we get that on replay? Did he just shoot into the wall next to him?
A lot of kind words from Magisk in his interview that he gave on HLTV about Masuta and his level that he hits. Double peeking, deep down banana. The two M4s are going to chew up any unarmored opponents, so FaZe want nothing to do with that for the moment. And just chilling.
Yeah. Peeling back the defense on banana.
Nice.
You get what I mean?
That was good. Save that one. Use it again. No one's going to remember it in this game.
Come on, why they pay me money? 3 on 5. And under 30 seconds. So if they wanted to make a bomb plant happen here, they're going to have to be a little bit quick about it. With just the Deagles walking onto it. Vitality trying to play real careful. And again, this is what I mentioned earlier. Masuta generally has been very hard to catch. Well, I say that, I obviously curse him. It's going to be Apex sprung last in the defense. I'll pick up the double kill. Of course, that's some crisp headshots. Apex not happy about it. I was going to say, I think that's one of the fun things about watching Masuta here is just how much he's willing to fall back and stay alive just forever and ever. I think that's always a good resource to have on that B bomb site.
Win or lose, it's really awesome to see Vitality kind of stick in this game and kind of draw this back. They very easily could have collapsed at a 12-3 scoreline at half, losing the second half pistol as well. You very easily could have just kind of drifted out of the game quickly.
Yeah.
Although, I mean, it shouldn't surprise any of us with the players they have on that roster.
I mean, in terms of testing, they're getting all the experience in early on. What is it like to really get beat up? What is it like to try and make the comeback and not be out of money? You know, they've had to go through a lot already. Especially maybe for a best of 1. 5 more rounds, or 1 mistake, and it's all over, probably.
Yeah, more likely.
That is definitely more likely at this point.
Passive defense from Vitality at A. Nobody's aggressive whatsoever. Zawu's got the op in hand, 25 and 18 on him.
What are they doing running around T-spawn? Did they forget something? Seemed there's some confusion there. Even Twist is kind of looking their way, thinking like, what?
What are you idiots doing?
Yeah. Come back and fight. Oh, a little bit of a flash just to take a peek. Masuta not seeing anyone. Didn't want to hang out for it either. Apex, you could tell he's feeling pulled towards that A bomb side. Would love to get back and try and help out. 50 seconds on the clock as well. 3-man setup, but now 4th man is getting there. Apex almost in position to help out. And it looks like it is going to be another wrap on this A bomb side. That's where they've had a lot of success already. FaZe, so I can't really blame them. One good entry, and the whole defense crumbles. Ooh. Nice nade in return. That is going to put them low. That is pretty much half the way there, even without a kill. Impressive work, and Magisk will line them up for a big double. Dupree is there, and it's just going to get shut down. They got close, but that grenade really took all the wind out of their sails.
You gotta, I mean, that's such a critical double kill for Magisk as well, because you could see Dupree, who's playing on top of the Coldzera box, looking towards Rapside. He's the one covering Kerrigan coming through that smoke. As soon as those players start aggressing towards the default plant spot, his attention gets pulled away. The fact Magisk gets that double kill allows him to just immediately swing back and look towards Kerrigan's play. And Kerrigan was the one who really could have provided that one kill that cracked everything open.
4 more to go. Let's see. Oh,
that's brutal.
That does catch them.
And I mean, that kind of stuff, softening him up, is exactly what allowed Magisk to get that second kill.
Yeah.
You see, it's just one bullet tags Rain, and he's the one that goes down. All right. Well, Vitality is feeling a bit more comfortable at the moment, and every round that FaZe loses has got to make them feel more and more uncomfortable. But we've seen them win rounds previously with buys like this.
A couple of rounds where there's been no bomb plants either for FaZe, which, you know, over the course of 4 or 5 rounds like this, you take away that $800 bonus every once in a while, and you might have to play against one more round where it's, or one less round, I guess, where there's rifles. So that could be helpful on its own. Obviously, Vitality don't care about the economy at all. Doesn't matter if they win every round from here on out in a one-on-one, they're still going to be all right. So we'll see. 27th round. Ooh, it's going to be quick. I like it. Dupree with the early kill, though. A lot of chaos here in Apex. He gets overwhelmed. Dupree going to get traded. Maker's just shown up. And that's all they needed. Big double on him. He runs out of bullets eventually, but they're going to be able to take care of Brokey. Masuta was there. I mean, that was a good call, I think, out of FaZe.
Yeah, it really was. It's not bad. They almost have the opening. Apex seemed a little bit uncomfortable in terms of the protocol of what he's supposed to be looking for in that round. He was looking for them to be running in towards pit. They streamed around him inside the bomb site. That almost gave FaZe the opening they needed, the opportunity they needed. Just 3 rounds away now, Vitality. They're on fire. They got plenty of money. But as you said, all this is great, but one mistake. One mistake at the wrong time, at the wrong place on the map, and it's all over.
Yeah. They're being careful as well. Showing up slightly towards top banana, but they're not swinging for anything. I want to say that, but Apex actually is swinging for it. Going to be taking down Twist. That is very good. That's the kind of move where, you know, you walk into an AK bullet there and suddenly it doesn't feel quite as good. Not that they shouldn't be doing it, because obviously we've already also criticized them for playing passively across the map. So, you know, can't win. Nicely done. Apex really warming back up into this game now. Up to 13, not that far away from his shooter. I mean, he's starting to play better and better himself.
Yeah, he had a very rough T side, but yeah, CT, he's having some impact. Dupree as well with a good game, 22 and 19. It's still Zywoo with 26 leading the way for Vitality. Reigns matched him on the other side with 26 himself. Masuda going to be boxed into this play. He needs to call for a flashbang from his teammate. There's the first one. There's the follow-up flash from inside the B bomb site. No escape for Masuda, but the counter nade is going to give him safety. Same with the smoke. Well done from Apex. The opening kill and perfect supportive play to give Masuda another frag and to save his life and let him escape.
That is actually huge. Yeah, the grenades there were just perfect from Apex. 30 seconds is not a lot of time to try and make this work. They need to get in and just clear this bomb site almost flawlessly here. FaZe, if they want a chance of winning this round. And the boost up on the other side. Bomb almost falls into the bomb site. Masuda finally gets out-dueled without doing much. So that's a little bit of a bright spot here for FaZe, but it doesn't change the fact that they're still in the 2-on-4. The bomb is planted, and Brokey and Robs trying to see if they can pull out a miracle here, but the flashbang makes that very tricky, and Brokey is on his own, fighting in the back. It's a heroic stance, but he's not going to hit the shot, and it will be 15 to 13. Vitality stepping closer all the time, but we all know it's that 30th round is the hardest one to win. It
Yes.
just is.
The 30th one does, for whatever reason, just get monumentally more difficult. Timeout called by FaZe. Vitality had to use all theirs just to get back into this game. What a round. This is a great round from Apex. Him and Masuda do a very, very good job. The support utility was perfect here. One more kill over the top. This is the player wide swinging on Masuda, who was under a lot of pressure. Just a well put together performance from Apex. This is FaZe's first time out. They've been living the dream, coasting up to this point. But that also has those implications once you get to overtime as well. If you ever need to just grab one round to stay alive, you have a chance to talk things over.
Yeah, good time for it if they can come up with anything. Trying to think. I mean, I think Apex and Masuda are playing pretty well on Banana. It's question is how many rounds you want to try and throw away to that. Going the other way, you risk running into Zywoo on that AWP or Magisk in the pit. I mean, that's the problem, is theoretically the defense here for Vitality is going to be very hard to crack. Not a lot of safe positions to play in or to play up against. All right, Apex stepping into the Molotov just like he did last time. Aggressive, incredibly aggressive here. He could get caught. He could be dead already. Twist actually taking a lot of damage, and I'm shocked that he got away with that.
I can't believe he's making that play with no deep smoke. He's the only defender at the B bomb site. It's 15-13. What a madman.
Yeah.
What an absolute insane human being.
If Twist swings wide against him and just shoots him in the face, like, oh, that's the game done, guys. Thanks.
Only Apex. Passing the 1 minute mark in round 29. Deep mid execute we've seen a number of times from FaZe throughout this half. There's the flashbang towards Rap side. Masuda is here. They're going to try and split towards mid to B. Kerrigan gets shut down though, and now Masuda can evacuate back to the B bomb site. They're calling for a boost, but this hit might not stop.
They have a smoke on the Molotov on Masuda. He can actually do a lot to hold him down. I think he threw it over to Apex now instead. And then, oh, there's the boost. A bit late. Nearly getting the kill. Zywoo goes down. Man, they had every shot at trying to defend this, and the pit players are stuck in place. They're not moving at all. Are they disconnected? I'm so confused. Brokey goes down. It doesn't matter. Masuda and Apex, they will get the job done on their own, and now they're going to start to move out of the A-bomb side. It's very late, but Apex with the smoke. He's going to find Rain, and we get to 14-15. I have a million questions about this round.
That round was very sloppy from Vitality.
It was.
God bless Apex. He pulls it out of the hat. What a brilliant round. This is fine. Yeah, go on.
I think Misuta threw his grenades to Apex instead of just throwing them down to stop them. Then they failed the boost. Then they didn't. There was no recovery or no backup over from the A-bomb side. It was just a whole lot of madness.
Yeah, the timing of that hit coming in, I don't think they expected it to be so quick and just non-stop. Yeah, the pace of it kind of really messed with their plans for that boost up. Even the kind of like the secondary attempt at getting that boost was just not super well executed, but still. I mean, look, this CT side comeback has been incredible for Vitality. A lot of these past 3 rounds have been Apex just delivering in spades. This is beautiful. 15-14. FaZe, another chance. It was, what, 15-8 at one point? This is going to be 7 in a row if Vitality can take us to overtime. And then we have got a whole new ball game on our hands.
Yeah, everything resets and probably even favors Vitality at that point in time.
And remember, all this individual level that FaZe had that was allowing them to steamroll over Vitality, it's really got a bit quiet here. Struggling to find entry, struggling to find victories in duels, struggling to find clean fights. And this is a round where they're going to be very light on utility to put themselves in position for those very same fights.
Like we said, traditionally, this is the harder round to win. Although the experience on Vitality is outrageous, so they've all been here many times. Double setup in the pit once again. Starting to rotate back and anticipating perhaps some kind of a B attack once again. Swapping out Saiwu on that AWP. He has been playing way more towards Arch and middle, so it's interesting to see. I think this is the first time I've actually seen him play the Coffins. Might catch them off guard if they show up. They've got some nades still. 4 smokes there on the side of FaZe. They get the mid control at least. Good stepping stone.
Do they commit to this? They have no presence in Banana at the moment. Twist is just now kind of poking his head at the base of Banana. Very cautious from both teams. You can understand why. It all rests on this round.
Well, there's the initial smoke towards Arch. Library, I'm assuming he's going to get smoked off. Good counter Molotov. Yep, right on top. Rain, he wants the challenge. He has to move through, and he's going to do it. And he gets the kill on Apex on top. That is a crazy move again from Rain. Is it enough to secure the map here? Carrigan with a headshot and down in the pit, alone fighting his debris. Incredible transfer, and he's going to keep going. He lines them up. It's a quad at the end, shutting down the offense of FaZe and leaving Rops on his own 1 versus 2. That is a miracle.
Time.
Yeah, there's no...
He didn't get it. No.
He doesn't have it. It is going to get into overtime at the end. You see the reaction from Sonic. What a way to get there.
What? Look. Dupree is absolutely incredible. What a sequence for him to save the day. I got to give all props over to Rain, though. That is such a mental move to make through that Molotov. And he kind of knows what the play is going to be from... He knows it's the last thing that Apex is going to expect, but this transfer is everything. He deserves the A's. Counter-Strike should have just given it to him. That's magnificent, and Rops just losing track of the time.
Yeah, I mean, he probably has no internal sense of how close they are. For all he knows as soon as he presses that button, they're just going to come running through. Wow.
And I mean, with the chaos of the round, the hectic nature, probably the comms going crazy, it just slips away from him. 15-15, we've got ourselves overtime, and everyone's got money now.
That is one of the wildest transfers I've seen in a long time in that position.
Back-to-back overtime for FaZe as well here on Inferno.
Yeah, what a day. We'll see. Yeah, and mentally, it's probably hard to, because maybe it is very punishing if you have that kind of a lead and you can't find a way to win it.
Lost and all that, too. Remember, the switch up in the defense, they're doing it again here. Apex looking at Rap with the M4. They're putting Zaiwu in this B bomb site.
Anyone want to make any Boston Major references? Zaiwu getting the better of Roki in this exchange. Going to be taking him down. I like the idea of trying to get that all to open the round with here for FaZe. Again, they don't need a lot, but it's just very hard against Saiwu. Again, he didn't get to use the position here at Coffins last time, like we talked about, but he hasn't been here a lot, and when they show up, he just shuts it down.
Well, just a perfect counter to the style they wanted. Twist wanted to just find a fight against an M4 inside that bomb site. No utility to give away the play, but there's no way for him to know that it's just going to be one of the best Apex falling back. He's got that first kill through smoke, almost pre-fires another one.
Rain is bullying Apex on the side, but he got the one for the smoke, so I guess it's fine. Magus get the pit with the pre-doubled up. It's going to be the first round of overtime going the way of Vitality.
Is this 9 in a row now?
I think it is, yeah. They can't be stopped now.
Oh, no. Yeah, this is... yeah, whatever you want to say. Simpler ZywOo, one of the best offers we've got. Just people dry walking into him. That's going to be a field day for ZywOo.
Okay. We'll see. They need to get to 19, obviously. The money matters a lot less on the T side, so it should be fine to buy even in the third round if it doesn't go their way here, but some more banana control being attempted. It's a 3-man setup over at the B-bomb side, so they should have a lot of nades to throw over that wall to try and support with. ZywOo playing around the smoke. Doesn't want to give up and leave Masutra on his own. And actually, Masutra's going to get out of the smoke and walk forward. Oh, this could get very, very interesting all of a sudden.
Playing counter flash for ZywOo.
Yeah.
ZywOo take the attention.
Does he want to take the shot through the wall? I mean, it's tempting. He doesn't know that he's there, but it looks like if he shot right over his head, it would be perfect. Masutra goes down, getting curious on the other side. And that leaves ZywOo on his own. Probably just keep it this way. Let him play B on his own.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Don't budge. Don't move an inch. Apex and Rain have had a couple interesting duels on this rap side the past 2 or 3 rounds. Apex is going to back off towards the B bomb site, but it's not the right call at the moment. FaZe posturing towards A. Still 4 players here. Twist just looking for anyone to push for information.
Oh, that flag. Oh, but he still gets it. Rain is going to win a lot. Magus, he's ready to readjust. That is an expert level play. One of the best in the world at playing that pit position. And you just saw why he catches him jumping in. It's ridiculous. Brokey now. 1 versus 3, and he gets wiped out as well. How are they winning these rounds?
Oh my God. That's so filthy. Everything that's happening is just so unreasonable.
I think Robin's face kind of says it all. Oh, dear.
You can use 100 timeouts. You'll never be able to figure this one out.
No.
Dupree blind. Magus blind kills. Oh, my Lord. This one is just gross. I mean...
What is happening? It actually looked like he put his crosshair in position, like as if he could somehow know the arc of that jump beforehand. He's like, if I put my crosshair, he'll jump right into it.
Calculated.
I've done the research.
Man, Apex really stepped up at the end of regulation and just got him into a position for ZywOo to take over, and that's exactly what you want out of the #2 player in the world. Take over the game.
He is. But Dupree's right there with him at 29 kills. Not a combination I think I ever in my life would have thought to have said out loud, the Dupree and ZywOo combo.
I honestly thought Dupree and Device were just going to retire at the same time. I thought they'd just stick together forever.
That's what it felt like. I mean, that's not even an unreasonable thing to say. And I've got to be honest, I was a little bit worried even from like a emotional, social point of view, just sort of Dupree, a little bit of an island, it almost felt like from the outside at least, you know, now the Device is out of there, but he's certainly stepping up right now in a massive way. 15-17, 3rd round of overtime coming up. The last here, the first half of overtime. Apex is all the way in the back, but Masutra is showing up maybe in the last possible second.
He's got to
try and help out his teammate. Yep, he's going to try and create a bit of distraction. A really good distraction. Headshot to rein it in, but good return there. Apex and Masutra both go down. Karrigan and Brokey fighting to find one single round here on the T side.
And they're begging the Counter-Strike gods to give them just one. They're saying, please, we deserve this, we earn it. But look at all the utility on ZywOo. Look at the utility on Magus. 3-on-2 and low HP in these final 2 FaZe players.
Give me one good Molotov in the back and it's all over. There's not, they can't, oh, and this is it, isn't it? Gonna go really deep on that one. None of them have health to really stick around. There's the flash on top and Karrigan, he goes down. Brokey on his own and it's way too much on the other side. He did not have the health for it. 3 out of 3 rounds go to Vitality in the first half of overtime. They are 1 round away now from essentially completing one of the most ridiculous comebacks we've seen, obviously this year, but even going further back, it's just grotesque, isn't it?
Oh man, this is now 11 straight for Vitality. The way that they've taken over this game is just unreasonable in every facet. And this gives them, I mean, the tides have completely turned. Now it doesn't even matter that they only got three rounds on their own T side. This is a completely different Vitality that we saw in the first half. And some of these rounds that they've had to even get to this position, you just make it feel like all the miracles are going to go in their favor.
I have no idea what's happening now.
Good for Apex. Haven't won yet though, brother.
Is that the key? Is that the secret sauce?
Yeah, let's start bringing dogs to LAN. I'm in.
We should do that. Although, I think we could bring your dogs. My dog is a pug, and she's going to be... They're not the smartest creatures, I'm not going to lie. Here we go. Second half is coming up of overtime. Vitality, they're in that position now that they were fighting against all along. They just need one good opening. One mistake out of FaZe, and they complete a truly crazy comeback.
Oh.
He's ready for it. Yeah, he wants it. Turning around for the flashbang. He is very close. I'd like to see that in slow motion. And he almost is dead in return as well. Magus also eats a bit of that nade damage, and they're going to fall back FaZe, and I don't blame them. No reason to press the issue.
It's a good amount of utility used over at the B bomb site, though. If FaZe want to shore up that bomb site at some point during this round, they're going to have to either shuffle players or shuffle utility. It's a lot of pressure. I have to imagine Vitality Apex is just going to call to go right back into this. They have one flashbang for the entire bomb site now. That smoke just goes down. That should call Brokey, I guess. Unless you just want to stone cold bluff.
Yeah, so it's a hard call to make to rotate Brokey out, because suddenly Twist and Robs are going to feel alone in that A side if the wrap comes, which they don't have. Oh, Magus, what a position. Rain, though. I mean, he was checking it. Fair play to him. He's still going to go down. Bullet to the face from an AK will do that. And like you said, they don't have a lot of utility. Brokey, he swings in and behind the flashbang. That's a crazy play. And he takes down Dupree behind it. They probably needed... That was probably one of the only things that could help them. If he goes through and dies, or even just doesn't get the kill, they jump on Kerrigan.
Okay, 24 seconds. They're going back to the A bomb site. There's not really a whole lot of slowing down you can do. Someone has to go wrap to help try and pin down these players in pit. It's Masuta, and he's got to do it quick. 15 seconds now on the clock. Rops is going to get the first. That slows things. Molotov in their face as well. But Masuta, he's wrapped all the way around. He's being aggressive. 8 seconds on the clock. They need everything they can get, and Magus is going to get it down. 2-on-2 for the map.
Oh, cutting it close. And that smoke is still up, Brokey. Don't do it. Don't risk it. You have time. Kerrigan is coming in. He's still sneaking through. And he gets the shot. What a play from Brokey. And Masutra is in the pit, but he knows that might be all they need. Kerrigan, not even sure why he took damage there, but he's sneaking in. He's looking for it, but it's Masutra instead. And the comeback is complete. What a legendary performance from Vitality.
Yeah, those are the appropriate faces for FaZe. 12-round run from down 15-7. Vitality has come all the way back, snatched it away, and that's back-to-back overtime losses for FaZe.
I can't really believe what we just saw. Amazing stuff. Well, that is going to be that's going to be hype. We do have
our favorite Swiss analyst.
Our fake Swiss analyst. You're right.
He's French, if anybody is asking right now. And a smile on the face of you, Maniac. Well-deserved win for Vitality. What a monstrous comeback that was. Let me remind you guys, 15-7. That was a scoreline for Vitality coming into this one. 12 rounds in a row. Just a sublime performance on that CT side.
Yeah, an incredible display of resilience on the side of Vitality. Honestly, yes, we can talk about the first half, we can talk about FaZe's defense, but to hell with that right now. To hell with that. We're talking about Vitality getting deagled to hell by FaZe when they're starting to break that comeback together, put the pieces together, and then round after round, every single one of these players actually stepping up. Apex taking risks, Magist being solid in the pit, Mizuta on the B side, Zaiwu quietly going to 30 kills, and Dupree's full case just put me on my ass. I couldn't take it. That was just so crazy.
Yeah, let's go back to the moment that it was 15-14. That was the moment that we were looking at Vitality to be making this comeback working.
Oh, that's the one.
I mean, just some absolutely beautiful stuff from Dupree coming in.
It is beautiful. It is beautiful to see Vitality being able to. Rain is doing everything in his power, though, to make this one work. It's a good split coming in towards the A-bomb side, and you can see the guy dying in pit here. I think it's over, but Dupree wants it differently, right? Winning the first duel, and then the spray transfer we get to see right here. It is absolutely insane from Dupree, even getting a 4th kill and doing 50 damage to the last guy. Without Dupree, that game would have been over, but it doesn't take away the fact that both these teams struggled massively on the T side. They couldn't win, and I don't know what the hell Robs are thinking about right here. He had one chance of winning the clutch that was planting the bomb to begin with. He didn't do that.
I think he was just stunned. He was stunned by the situation. He was stunned by the context, right? It was a 5v2 who in about 4 seconds turned into a 1v2 with about 9 seconds remaining, probably teammates screaming around, and Robs just lost the north. Like, he lost track of the round, tried to fake that was not enough, but he had the resilience again. Like, a comeback like this is so many rounds back to back, and Anderson Moses did an admirable job at the cap Cassie remembering us all the time that one mistake, and that is it. One round where you lose your focus, you make the wrong decision, the wrong rotation, you are out. And they stay in it, they're stuck in it.
Well, we got to see the hyped up moments just there from Vitality on their webcam, so let's hear what it was like in the server.
Oh, smoke that, smoke that. Three more. One pit.
I'm blind.
Kill me blind.
Let's push side. Get him.
Nice.
Nice.
One more, up.
Okay.
One outside. Let's go shot together. Let's go shot together. Mid side, okay?
Yeah.
Let's go!
Okay,
I don't think there's anything better than an Apex reaction, particularly there as well. But what I like to hear with that, ZywOo taking a bit of a lead in terms of that post plant.
That was my point, right? Obviously, Dupree getting the 4 kills and the hype coming out of the team, that's what we expected from this clip. But ZywOo being the guy in English, taking initiative, saying, we're going to go short. He's taking charge, communicating in English, right? We all had question marks whether or not ZywOo would be, I guess, comfortable enough to communicate in English, but let alone taking charge of his teammate and sort of like dictating the round. I absolutely love to see that from ZywOo. That is a very positive sign for the future for Vitality.
Yeah, huge stuff from him. Of course, that does cement Vitality in the finals of our Group C bracket. Of course, no eliminations on the line here. This is just seeding as we head into the next stage of the competition here at the Spring Groups. But we do have to get into that lower bracket game, which is going to be seeing a battle of NA. Evil Geniuses taking on Liquid in our next game of the night to see who will be taking that 4th place spot of Group C. Make sure you join us back after this break to get into the action.
Full eco, you probably try to be sneaky.
You study how the other team plays their ecos.
You need to be, first of all, patient.
When you win an eco, usually you demolish the opponent's economy and you will get your economy rolling much easier.
A great round. They probably never should have won, honestly, because it was a full eco round. He catches them off guard and, yeah, just makes a good play and ends up winning the tournament like that.
It's a lot of luck, but he deserves, for sure.
Everybody's looking at the same place, basically. And it's a full eco and nobody's even considering the thought that he can be behind anyone.
A round like this, they are just saving as much money as they can to have rifles and utility next round.
Economy is like one of the most important things in this game. Nobody would expect himself to win this round. I don't think he saw himself winning this. He was like in the zone probably and he just hit everything.
Just a little Peter Feeder without no armor you can win a round again with that only.
It was quite a famous grand final.
They have a good execute and it's just swarming the site with the tech nines. It can be really hard for, let's say, one guy meets 2 or 3 of these tech nines. It's pretty hard to kill all of them.
Pretty good decision making to go Ivy behind them because he killed one guy before.
If they lose this round now, they probably lose the game. They have no money left. Good strat and they were confident in it, so they bought utility for it.
If you lose a round like this, you are the ones that are making the mistakes, and that's tilting.
I see that they full bought into this round. None of them have any money left over. So it was an all-in. Yeah, they had a plan and they executed it perfectly.
I remember this still.
Team Vitality has like no armor at all in this round. So they try to be like sneaky, hide.
More Navi's mistake again. There who want to plant bomb didn't check side at all.
It's not easy to kill like 3 guys on 3 different spots in 3 seconds.
Some really crisp shots.
What can I say?
of NA and a battle to avoid last place here in Group C. Liquid taking on Evil Geniuses in our next matchup of the day. Both teams with a quite different path to get here. A very narrow loss for Liquid over on the side of FaZe. For EG, to put it lightly, getting absolutely dismantled by Vitality earlier on.
Yeah, EG never existed against Vitality. There was never a game. We couldn't really see what they were made of. 1, 2 rounds, arguably, that could have gone their way, but it was an absolute whitewash on the side of Vitality. So we're hoping for EG to show us a little bit more.
I would like that. I would like that. I would like a competitive game. There's so much history between Team Liquid and EG. Of course, Stewie coming into this game against his old teammates in a domestic battle as well. It's going to be interesting to see if the game is going to be competitive, as I hope it will be.
Yeah, we can take a look at exactly what they are fighting for. Of course, this is seeding heading into the gauntlet next week, where the best of 3 is going to be gracing our screen once again. Bit of a sticky situation for anybody in Group C. The 4th place will, of course, be playing big. 3rd isn't an easier challenge. Going to be Na'Vi.
No, but the 3rd place isn't actually decided by that game, right?
No.
Even if you win this, you can still fight your way out of it. You can crawl back in the lower bracket, which is what winners actually think about now. If you're EG, if they don't show us anything, if they go bow down against Liquid against, I will give Big a massive every chance to destroy them. Like, I don't care that it's Big waiting for you down there in the playoff bracket. I mean, in the gauntlet. If you don't play good Counter-Strike, they'll beat you anyway.
No, it's a really good point. We do need to take a look at our Betway odds heading into this next series. Is favouring Team Liquid coming into things. History would kind of dictate that would be the way. History has dictated that we've only seen Inferno thus far in the competition. What are you hoping to see now, Maniac?
I don't know. I see that cheeky smile. I don't think we're going to see Inferno again. I feel like you got some insider information that we don't have.
Maybe.
Would it... Why? Ban you... Who did that? How am I supposed to do my job with these
Oh, it's Inferno again! Oh, wow. Wow, what a surprise, gentlemen.
All right.
What
okay,
a
that's
surprise.
what we're doing now. Well, we're having fun with the veto now. We're doing okay.
That's
let me
why
get
you're
back
smiling,
at you.
huh? That's why you... Oh, I know something you don't. Ooh.
Yeah.
Even production was like, oh, Maniac, you should really, pay attention to that one. That's going to be a good veto. All right, cool.
Good job, production.
Start
Good
thinking about
job.
it.
Just for the pure pain I see on Pimp's face, yet again. Any words to Inferno?
Jacob,
I love Inferno.
Inferno.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I can't wait to see another 9 rounds of saving. No, Inferno is a good map, can potentially be a good map. It is a fan favorite when it comes to the best of ones. We've talked about that. I was disappointed in EG's performance. I think the one silver lining was that there were a couple of close rounds in the game where you could argue that had they won those, they could have made the game somewhat competitive against Vitality, but they need to play a hell of a lot better in this game if they want to stand a chance of winning against Team Liquid, who I think were impressive on their Inferno. They could have beaten FaZe Clan, and we just saw FaZe play pretty goddamn well against Vitality as well. So everything right now points in the direction of Team Liquid. So the guys on the screen right here, they have to step it up.
Yeah, Liquid are favorite. Liquid are favorite going up against EG. I don't care which way we want to look at it. I'm going to keep my eye on Nitro, personally, on an individual standpoint. I want to know if he's got more in the tank than what he's shown in the first game. I'm hoping for, in the hopes of seeing Liquid have a deep run in this tournament. So eyes on Nitro, and I want to see him do a little bit more.
And the thing in terms of the EG side, you were saying, there were a lot of mistakes in terms of that first map. Is there one thing that you're pinpointing that you really want to see changed?
What's that one mistake?
What's the
one element that didn't work out?
Anything that really stands out to you there? That must be something that was a kind of glaring hole for them.
I mean, the team didn't work out. I think that's the problem. The firepower. Okay, let's take the firepower as an example, right? Because you look at the team and you see, going back 3 years, you'd say to yourself, that's a team with a lot of firepower. But today, in modern days Counter-Strike, they maybe lack a bit of firepower. I want to see more from Automatic. I want to see more from Breeze. We see it right here. Players, and in general, players who's had a long career and has won MVP titles. You do not win an MVP title unless you're a beast on the server. The problem is, it was a long time ago.
The bad news is most of these MVPs was when I was still playing Counter-Strike. It's really bad news. It's really bad news. I was still active for most of these MVPs.
That's why they were able to take them.
Probably because they were playing against me.
Yeah,
yes, I don't know why you need to be so mean to me right now. But all right, fair enough.
Let's cut this one short. It is time to jump into the game. Inferno on the docket once again in this clash of 2 NA orgs. Liquid taking on Evil Geniuses. We're going to be jumping into the action this time with Launders and Scrawny, and it's coming up after this.
Well, good evening, everybody. We are one step closer to a little NA versus NA action. Evil Geniuses, Team Liquid, Scrawny and Launders to take you guys through the back half of today. Betway odds favoring Liquid. EG still got a name to make.
Yeah, we saw Liquid were pretty decent. It felt like pretty decent. Still struggles with Nitro and Shocks if you missed it. Still getting comfortable, of course. But at least the core is strong, and I think that was one of the big questions. Is OC going to be comfortable? He looked pretty solid, man.
Looked decent, man. Definitely did. I feel like, you know, barring the I don't want to say like lackluster. I don't want to say, but Nitro's performance was also down there with Shocks at the start of the game. You know, those are the two guys that definitely struggled at the start of it. Still, we are talking an overtime performance versus FaZe on this very same map. Lots of Inferno today. 4 for 4 so far. But EG, if they do not want to go down to the bottom of the group like Complexity and Na'Vi, then they better win this one.
Go ahead.
Single BO1 to make the difference.
I'm just going to say, can't help but feel like this will be closer just because of these players knowing each other. The confidence, I think, is going to be higher between the 10 of them.
Yeah, dead on. That's what Moses was saying in the green room. He said the reason he goes for the EG pick is Stewie's going to call a real NA game. And it's Stewie 2K in the kill feed to start. 2 headshots, immediately dropping his ex-teammates. Ooh, that sounds good. I like that. Ex-teammates.
He's clipping more wings.
Dude, he's got it all. Come on now. We got an ace.
Imagine, an ace?
Ace in the deck, but doesn't get dealt. Suddenly, silence blankets this A-site. Automatic's going to be playing within pit. We got the Cloud9 boys alive and kicking.
All making noise.
That they are. Nitro, not so much. Wrapping around short. They know where Naf is.
Yeah, they don't.
But I mean, this is such an anchored position. Automatic hasn't even moved, and Stewie, he's just playing back and forth. Oh, starting to go south, brother. We got 2 down for the side of EG, but they'll get it over the line. Between Stewie, 2K, and Automatic, we've got the full house.
Yeah, leading from the front there, Stewie. We know he can call. There's an interesting point brought up, actually, from a friend that's... Stewie's always had a collaborative effort when it comes to calling on a lot of his, successful rosters in general. Like even Tarek was calling at the Cloud9 during the major, and he was always kind of a secondary. He's calling alongside Fallen on Liquid. It's pretty much always been someone beside him doing half of the work, or helping him if he's the primary IGL. And on this roster, it kind of has the least help. I mean, he's in a position where he's the biggest voice, and even a player like Breeze, who's still very relevant, and Cirque, who's very relevant, Stewie has much more relevant, recent Tier 1 experience. So you got to imagine they're also not very big voices, from what I understand, as well. So you got to imagine, he might be feeling the load here. First time he's not had so much experience around him.
If you had to guess, let's say somebody's going to step into a role like that, or lend a voice to Stewie.
It'd be Tim.
I was going to say, wouldn't it make sense to be Automatic?
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Rush actually talks a lot too, and I think I haven't really heard people talk about as a secondary IGL, but I know he's pretty chipper all the time.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's going to come through with ideas. But Automatic's the kind of guy who's thinking about every little detail in a Counter-Strike match. I remember I had a conversation once where he was just saying, like, I was talking to him about movements. He wanted to learn how to do, certain KZ maps and stuff like that. And I was like, oh, why? What's your interest in this? He's like, well, if Faker was going to play CS, then he would probably learn how to do every single thing at the top level possible. And he wanted to take that approach to, being good at the game as a professional. For Automatic, he's already shown us a peak, at some point. It's really just about the ring rust of playing another game for a year. But the upside of that is you actually get some, fresh perspective on CS, even though you spent some time away for it. And the entire time, you were still dealing with pressure. You were still competing every day. You were still practicing.
Yep.
And I think a lot of us have played, Valorant for a couple days, and we come back to CS and you feel insane, right? Like, this is so fresh. This is so easy. Like, it's something weird where you gain some perspective, even though the game's different.
Gain some perspective and also some appreciation.
Yeah, exactly. Which is, I think, a sentiment that both Automatic and Nitro have shared with us.
Yeah, we heard that interview with Nitro earlier in the day. One of the reasons he comes back to Counter-Strike is it's the game he grew up playing. It's the game he loves. He has this passion for. And despite, being hungry enough to go try and do something elsewhere, which I respect, It's just not CS. And I feel like, personally, I know what he's talking about. I've had that experience. No matter what you go and play, you know, it's nice to get lost in another world for a little bit of time. But Counter-Strike, it's that dangerous ex-girlfriend, you know? It's always still there.
Yeah. And there was the other thing that Daps was talking about with playing in Valorant and competing against some people he played against in CS that he had already beaten in CS, you know, and how that was kind of unfulfilling. So there might be an element of that as well. Nitro, oh my god, they're about to pull this off completely.
Because of the ump. Somehow, because of Naf's ump, close smoke, and the USP that comes through, Cirque and Breeze, what's left of OG, EG, different teams, has to somehow pull this off. We get a smoke spam as well through OC's scout, so just wild antics going down on this B site. Evil Geniuses maybe feeling as though they had already toppled Team Liquid for the 3-0 start, instead met by resistance within this B site. Naf's UMP with 2. Nitro's USP and OC, but here comes Breeze, 2 headshots. The third one's up close, but he gets dinked by OC. Or Shocks, excuse me. And that's enough to get it over the line. So, there we go, folks. Team Liquid robbing the 3rd round win.
I would have got testy with the last kill there. See how close the bomb is going to get. No kid in play as well. But we do scoop it up, and Liquid very careful in the retakes, as they have been in general. We've seen, well, somehow they pulled this off. Smoke comes up late. Yeah, it's part of the tactic, I guess, to push through at the same time.
100%. We saw it the round prior. Rush was able to get through that CT smoke and wrap around construction, catching a player back coffin. He tries to go for a similarly aggressive play. Naf stumps him right then and there.
Yeah, and in that gambit, you accept that there can be someone in CT. You're willing to take that risk, but it's that risk that brings the House of Cards to the ground. So in this round, EG, they don't have an op to work with, but they've got all of their other weapons and utility. It's pretty decent buy versus pretty decent buy here. Shock's the only one really with a compromise in the Galil. Oh, and a Liege as well. Some people call it a $2,000 M4.
Honestly, it's not that bad.
It's not that bad.
35 bullets.
Yeah.
It's a lot of bullets.
Yeah. I mean, there's only 5 opponents, so.
Ooh. Rush. He gets cut off at the top of Banana, playing solo over there, and then a good grenade towards top mid. Chips off some health here for what's supposed to be, by the looks of things, the 3-man A play, but they walk it back. Plenty of time, and then they return. Good thing they did, because that grenade on short could have really been the end of 1 or 2. But we've got the Cubby player and a Liege. Goes for the swing, sees Stewie's shoulders, deals with that one. Despite the lesser gun, he's good to go. Cirque answers, but we've still got 4 members up for Team Liquid, and Shocks' positioning in pit, good enough. Wasn't as sharp as he could have been, but so be it. He will still fall at the hands of Cirque.
Yeah, he's just struggling aim-wise too, huh?
Shocks?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We saw that last map as well. And it wasn't really so much of the getting outplayed as it was just like, whoa, that spray's not amazing right now. The confidence might not be there. How do you think, I mean, again, I've always told the story, but Chalk's the one guy I've interviewed year over year. The one player whose English seemed to consistently get worse the more time I knew him. And he's been, as was brought up on the desk, on French teams for all this time.
Right.
And communication is such an important barrier at this level. At a low level of Counter-Strike, the game is about crosshair placement and aim and stuff like that. But at a high level, the game is about communication, about timings. Nafny went as far as to say that communication is the most important part of the game. Now, that's a very, that's kind of short-sighted in the sense that that doesn't represent the game for most people, but it does represent the game at his level. And what a lot of pros, reference as being incredibly important. But yeah, I mean, that's a new challenge for Shocks. I mean, NA communication is pretty fast, so is French, but it's not the same language. And that can be uncomfortable.
But they're both equally passionate,
Yeah, which maybe is a problem, Liquid is also an emotional team, and Shocks himself has said, I'm French, I'm emotional.
I'm emotional. Well, he'll serve as the sponge in that regard. Cirque, AK in hands, up into the apartments. There was a couple players here, but they're gone. 3 leading arch side. Comfortable A setup here with Nitro being that solo top banana peeker, and OC opens up. That's Stewie 2K down as he oversteps the line within mid. But we're not watching the pistol players of EG. We're kind of holding our breath and waiting to see what Cirque can manage. Good job by OC there. Trigger discipline. Waits for the second to cross over and deals with it. Now leaning on the player in Cubby. Elige yet again. Played this exact position last round. OC just mopping him up with Elige. No man able to cross this mid peak. Brackets under Liquid's control.
Rule of thumb, sometimes when you're playing a spot, you know, you can play it the next round if no one's seen you. Elige plays Cubby twice, but this is a really good option, especially versus Ecos, where there's no Molotov in place. OC doesn't have to be scared at all. He can even re-aggress, knowing that Elige has his back covering him from Cubby. And the other thing is that they just saw Elige there last round. I don't think he's going to be there again. So, very nice way to support. Some teams really lean on Cubby on a lot of their A setups, whereas some just avoid it completely.
Oh man. Elige going for the trigonometry. Gets a couple teeth knocked out. And their nades do land on Cirque for 40 damage. Bit more presence towards B site this time. Nafly there with Nitro. Smokes down deep as well. So Evil Genius is very much just relegated to the bottom of mid. And a second smoke as well. So indicative that Liquid are hanging around. Nitro getting as close as he can.
Yeah, can be a perfectly fine spot. It does test the amount of utility you have because you can molly left and right. And he's only got a rifler behind him, so might be a good idea for EG to test this. They don't know he's here, but they have a feeling.
Utility out from Rush. Nicely done.
Oh, beautiful.
Perfect.
Yeah, the rifle can't even support him. He can't get out of there. They're a little bit low on it. Now it's down to 45 seconds, so as nice as that kill was to get, they do have to make a decision soon. And Liquid, if they don't move, then it's not going to feel like they got a kill.
They prime themselves.
Yeah, OC's starting to trail a bit.
Yep. That B kill starting to pull a number off. Shocks, some damage, but now Elige. Oh, that could have been a hell of a transfer. Shocks able to catch Stewie. Still fighting over towards short as they get close up on Pit. He tries to dodge out, the USP in hand, and that's just not going to be enough. And OC, despite this smidgen of a gap, isn't able to catch Rush as he crosses backside. Automatic, 18 health, deep Pit.
They're going to have a problem scaling. They'll have a smoke here, and Rush has one for Moto. This could be the end of the round. We'll see if the CTs can work their way in.
Did it go deep?
Oh, it's got a huge gap, but it's still dangerous to push through.
Yeah, the door's ajar. But will Liquid get captured within it? Rush going to be the point of contact. Automatic doesn't want to die on only 18 health. OC
okay.
Combat opping, so this does fall onto Automatic, and he catches the headshot into the Opper. Now it's just Naf to deal with. Bomb 3/4 of the way, and Naf silently working up. Now been seen, tries to pre-fire the peak, but there's just no time.
Yeah.
And we've got EG with their third.
Hey, it comes down to that one smoke, right? And again, if you have a smoke behind the arch smoke, then you can throw it to Pit. They pretty much know what the setup's going to be in the post plant. Like, that's the ideal way to play it when you have enough space.
This was superb.
But, yeah, I mean, I just covered everything. The only awkward part is that for the CT's from the CT's perspective, they didn't have a smoke to refresh into the molly or the bottom of Banana so they could fight after it. And Nafly couldn't support Nitro with Rush behind that Molotov, not over facing.
Was Shocks a little scrambled in that situation, do you think? I thought maybe he'd try to slide into the graveyard stairs, get a reload off on the M4, but he goes USP out and swings wide.
Yeah, I think anything goes in those situations. He already got 2 kills, right?
Pretty frantic.
Yeah, so, you know, it's pretty frantic. You want to try to get creative. I feel like the rulebook goes out in that spot.
We've still got 3 players here for Team Liquid. Not nearly as forward on the B site this time around.
Yeah.
But that's going to also limit their information. So Arch under question. Shocks down beneath. Holy hell. Automatic flies down on him, and it is a sweep of that A setup. Okay, everybody dead.
We're going to need to see that Rush 2K.
Instantly.
He popped out mid and got both frags. They didn't. Now, normally if there's a Hall setup like that, they're leaning on their Pit player to stay alive, and then the Hall's players can deal with mid and then turn around. In this spot, you know, Rush could die and they'd still have a chance to win, but this time Rush just comes out. Gets away with 13 health, but kills both on the stack.
Oh, head turned on OC.
Damn. Got a bit flustered.
Automatic got that Valorant movement, dude. He flew.
Yeah. What a nice attack.
So I kind of briefly mentioned it earlier, right? But there's only one person in the talent pool that decided to pick EG in this one. And Moses said he truly believes that Stewie's going to call some scrappy NACS. He said that's what's in store, you know?
Yeah.
Tarek's favorite sauce is what is going to make up this one.
Okay.
Are we seeing that? Do you feel like we get the inclination of it? Because I've seen a slow round. We relied on Rush's utility to get the 5.
Yeah. They played Inferno just now, and like they got bodied, right? But I felt like in that first half, they actually did pull off some cool stuff. We really saw the power of Vitality on their CT side in this last game versus FaZe. So it does at least, I mean, it gives Evil Geniuses a little bit of an excuse. You'd be like, okay, it's difficult to play against their CT side. They're clearly very good. But I actually saw that, I mean, the way they were working the map, it looked good. I mean, it looked decent. They were having trouble with getting entries, you know, outgunning people and stuff like that. But the way they were moving, it all seemed pretty natural. I didn't think they were giving up, you know, too many free kills. Actually saw so many good things out of Vitality with the flash tactic, the re-aggressions, the pit holds and stuff. It made it feel like their CT side was indomitable. So I think, yeah, EG did okay on the T side. I don't think they ever got to a point where it looked incredibly desperate and they were just throwing stuff at the wall. You know, honestly, watching that FaZe game, I kind of felt like they did some very scrammy stuff on their T side, but that is also their style of play sometimes. So we're seeing, you know, respect to the clock here from Evil Geniuses, taking their time. And we saw what they were able to do with a lot of patience.
Working their way closer. Stewie just saw a player up on porch. Doesn't overcommit to this. A-Site very much bolstered here from Liquid. 4 players nearby. But there are also smokes all around. And OC not on his op. Oh, deleted by Stewie. Naf's going to take it back from Library. Goes in for the repeat. It's him versus Cirque. And still 2 players towards short. So this one's looking like Liquid for now, but there are still weak links. Damage done to Liquid's players. 25 seconds on the clock. And we've got Automatic creeping closer. Short side, 2 to burst out from the balcony. Down they go. Breeze trying to lead that charge. Sees the man in Little Pit. Deals with both. Elige and Shocks removed. 2v2. And that earlier damage could come back to haunt Team Liquid. Or the element of surprise catches EG off guard.
Oh my god, the timing.
Ridiculous. Whoa. Naf clears Little Pit and gets found out by Breeze. He's standing in the open. Nitro relieves himself of the first problem, but the second one is Breeze. And with a grenade in hand, he's going to get peeked. Breeze. So we've got EG with the clutch.
Oh, when he found that timing to peek wide on default, that's when it's over for the lane player. And Nitro spotted the cross, you know, smartly, but Breeze was just a bit too quick. Amazing round from Breeze to get both kills in the pit here. Insane trades, honestly.
That half second of processing power.
Yeah, and Nafly misjudged, I guess, how long he had on the smoke that was on site. That thing was almost halfway gone when he started approaching onto the hay cart. But he needed to get a kill somehow, and that crossfire is very strong for, you know, T's in the post plan or CTs at the beginning of the round.
5 T round wins.
Quite a competitive match already.
Right? Now Team Liquid, worse for wear, single scout in the mix.
Nafly was awesome last game.
He's up to 8-4 already.
Oh, this is the first time Stewie versus his old team?
Yeah, man.
Storylines have been tremendous, overflowing.
CS 2022, I tell you. Elige, yeah, go hunting. Oh, or get hunted. Automatic splatters him on the back of short, leaves Shocks solo A.
I feel like one of the biggest things is relearning all the smokes and remembering every single lineup across the pool. That's got to be one of the most difficult parts.
Rush gonna clear Nitro, just the pistols. Lots of damage done, all things considered. Look at the HP bars here for EG. Ooh, and one of those fullest bars goes down. But all things considered, Evil Geniuses, they survived the test. They'll take that B plant and get their 6th on the T side.
First inclination is to be like, who's the best team right now? And it's so hard with the way that we've seen these results. Who's actually better than who, and if you place them all up against each other. And of course, in the groups, it's great because you get the best of ones at first, and then we get the best of threes after seeding takes place, and we'll get a much clearer picture as the event goes on.
And that picture's so clear because we're no longer playing within the starting groups.
Yeah.
So, you know, then we get, I believe the loser of this game is the team that goes on to play Complexity. I think. My memory's not what it once was, but you know, there's this conversation within North America now. Like, you know, we've had periods, the whole EG Team Liquid rivalry was such a good time for A. Now you throw a Complexity into the mix. Thank you, Jason Lake, for blessing us with another NA roster.
Yeah. Shout out to Messioso as well. Yeah, it's just the whole thing is, you know, who's going to be the best NA roster. And it felt like after the last match, you know, these last couple of games they played, for sure it was going to be Liquid.
Looked like
it. On paper, definitely, looks like it's going to be Liquid. Oh, wow. But yeah, we have to see if Circa is going to be that player that everyone expected him to be. You know, why he got imported. You know? Okay, he hits OC.
That one's made in America.
But we've never really got to see it. He's never had the consistency, even though, you know, he's got that toolbox.
Yeah, we had flashes in the pan from them. Even Breeze, right? There was a time where I think it would have been fair if you were a fan of NACS, you thought maybe Breeze would take over and become #1.
I thought Breeze was going to end up being, you know, North America's best player at some point. Especially when EG were really good internationally for a bit and winning some of their big matches, and Breeze was on top. But yeah, maybe another chance for that too. They'll definitely need it, you know, between him and the Opper.
Jumps down to the pit. Breeze looking for the, okay. Not a headshot, but still clean little snap down into OC. 4 versus 2, very comfortable for Evil Geniuses until they lose their boiler player, and that puts a question mark on this A site, but Shoxy realizes there's too much to lose. We've already got a 6-3 lead, and a 2 versus 3 retake seems unlikely at this point, so make that 6 a 7, and Team Liquid scratching their heads as this CT side still just not beneath them.
Yeah, things are getting away from them very quickly.
God damn.
Which roster is going to be the most emotionally resilient?
Emotionally resilient?
Yes.
I actually want to say Evil Geniuses.
EG, yeah.
I think they've got the characters for it.
They've got the most homies.
Yeah. And I think there's, you know, there's an element there.
Complexity's got a lot of homies too.
That's true, but homies who haven't been through as much.
Exactly, yeah.
You know, all these guys have seen the ins and outs of CS and stages and whatever not. Complexity still lack that experience.
They're not battle-hardened yet.
Malik on Evil Geniuses. I feel like that's one of the things that, you know, when we talk about EG is this comeback of the Cloud9 core. It's like now all these guys play under Malik, and Malik is a coach who lost his spot on G2 to Xtaz.
Yeah.
And
no shame in that.
And what's funny in my mind is that's the exact same thing we can say about Xtaz losing his job.
Right.
He gets replaced by Zonic.
No shame in that.
No shame in that. And now Malik goes down to EG, but for Xtaz, it's like, okay, you go from Vitality to G2, from a top team to a top team. Zonic from Astralis to Vitality, again, playing within the top. You could argue this is quite a step downwards for Malik.
But he's bringing the secrets over to North America.
That's the thing. He's got the tools.
We have to build a Malik shrine somewhere.
I'm very excited to see what kind of impact or what kind of, you know, respect he'll gain from these players. How much credit they give him.
Yeah.
It's just that extra little spice with this EG roster coming back into play. Fun stuff.
EG on fire.
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought?
7-3 T-side Inferno over Liquid.
I thought it was a gimme, you know, Liquid beat EG. I thought it was for sure. See if that's going to be the case. Now, the former EG were, you know, even better, much stronger on CT side Inferno. Feels like T-sides are just so difficult these days.
You know, when Twists left Team Liquid, his first match against them, he destroyed them.
Yeah.
It was on Nuke,
right?
And he just shredded them to pieces. Stewie wants that same slice pie.
Yeah. The emotions are going to be, they're there, you know? They're all just competitors, right?
Yeah, but competitors with that little bit of NA ego.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, and some baggage, too. I mean, didn't break up on the best terms, right?
No.
That much is known. All right, well, they're getting everything they want out of the round. Rotation's fast enough, though. NAF is getting out of Banana. I don't think they're peeking around the half wall, though, so it's a little bit awkward for Team Liquid, but versus any kind of Hall's presence, double pit, that's always recommended. Oh, Arch getting taken over. This is a great call from EG.
And Naf, who just got into library, is completely smoked off.
You just got to spam.
You'll hear the footsteps. Oh, that's wonderful.
Damn.
He takes one down and also gives Elige that high warning so that he can find impact too. We've got 2 players from EG low health. Naf, this is a spot apparently. And next thing you know, it's a 4 versus 1. Cirque's got to go save his op. Liquid extinguish EG's fire, and their 4th round win is found.
Yeah, not only does Naf find a great timing on the spam, but he also serves as an audio cue for his pit players for when they should pop up for mini and take that fight, because he can hear them running around the corner. And EG, I mean, they picked the right site to go to. They had Arch wide open, didn't have any friction turning the corner. But as soon as they did, Nafly's here listening and shooting back. So that's where things got ugly. But generally speaking, I mean, if you're going to have 2 players on the A site in a situation like this, you'd want them to be pit and balcony or double pit or pit and mini pit. Very strong for dealing with Hall's lane and sometimes Arch. A little bit less guaranteed for the Arch fights, but still. But you can see EG are working hard every round, playing it slow, taking their time, and getting the most out of their map control, not just seemingly randomly walking around.
What about that last one? Stewie kind of goes around top Banana a little solo.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta do that. I mean, you'll see Nico literally just walk all the way into B site if no one's there on some round. So it's OC's calling out that they might try to walk up this round.
He finds that off impact. Ooh, shots go through smoke. No, sir. OC's reposition could pay off, but he's met by a smoke grenade as well, so visibility limited here on Arch side yet again. Oh, it's right there.
Oh, the smoke's going to start working against him soon.
He falls away. Automatic, 1 health.
He's gentle.
3 players over towards short side, so that's going to be Shox's and Elige's responsibility. But Elige gets lost inside smoke. 35 seconds, automatic with 1 health, able to find impact. OC immediate trade frag. Shox is down to the op of Cirque, who takes to the high box, gets a second, has Elige stuck, and misses the no-scope both times. But damn, that looked doable.
Yo, he read it really well. I mean, he saw Elige coming through the left side of the smoke, even almost hit the no-scope on the right. That would have been one hell of a play. A good effort, but it's all the other pieces falling. And Liquid staying very calm, even though they're, you know, stuck behind a smoke and Arch, not overplaying the position, able to delay long enough that OC can even come into the mix. Automatic doing what he can to get his kill on 1 HP, but a nice try. Now Liquid are back in it. There's just pistols here for EG.
Chance to catch their breath here as they look to close the distance and tie EG at 7. That was sharp from Cirque.
It was.
And he is the one who I keep my eyes on with a question mark coming into 2022.
Sometimes I see him play clutches and I'm like, damn, he's got a lot of good moves in the clutches. And in that 1v1 sometimes, I feel like you can overthink a situation or you know, give his opponent a little bit too much respect, hold on to an angle too long, expecting some, you know, really bad mistake to occur that doesn't come. And I'm like, I've seen so many really good attempts in clutches from Cirque. Sometimes he doesn't get to close them.
Movement, too, is something that I think Cirque always brings to the table.
Yeah.
More so than some other oppers.
A1 movement.
Breeze. Peeks. Connects to the head of Shox. Elige reveals himself, gets flashed, and dies.
Well.
Cirque with the flash assist, but OC on site still. Very wary of the mid-wrap. Not going to happen. This is going to offer over a chance to grab the guns. And sure enough, Stewie 2K gets his paws on it. Now, there's no Kevlar.
No.
They do pick up a flash. They throw that one over, and Cirque's going to get himself committed to the graveyard. Now, Nitro's wrapping around the apartment, so this is going to take a little bit more time. Precious seconds being burned off the clock. Utility's thrown forward, and even Naf goes down. That's unarmored. Stewie 2K still able to pick it up. A man advantage in the hands of EG. Around they have no business winning. Cirque still tucked into the graveyard, but there's no time. They robbed this off of the back of Breeze, busting open pit.
Oh my god, they did that with just the most simple mid-flash to the end of halls. They caught Shocks in the most awkward moment. He jumped up on the bike, I think, maybe looked down and then popped up again. Because I believe Breeze, Breeze saw him jumping, took a shot, and then Shocks did take the fight and got punished for it. This duel too, no armor for Stewie. Wow, they'll take that.
That's a feels good. For the EG camp, that is. Double digits still on the line here for a T side that would kind of shake Liquid to their core, I think. Oh, nice nades. Oh, and now
utility damage only.
Steps into the fire.
The entirety of Banana, just like that. Minute 28, they've got everything.
Oh my god.
All the CTs are coming to see what happened.
This is happening.
Yeah.
This is real. And it's comfortable as well here in round 14. No reason to rush. Bomb's still back in T-spawn.
You got to feel like that's, a response to when Stewie walked up to the top of Banana, got off by OC sitting sandbags at the beginning of the round.
Right, yeah, fair point.
So, nice time to punish, where it's not the immediate round after where he might change it up.
And it's not even OC in this case. Snap and Nitro paying the price for him while he's here over on Arch. Get this grouping towards Banana for Evil Geniuses, and a perfectly timed sideline into OC. Nice little micro adjustment.
That's why we talk about Breeze.
Elige 1v5. Bomb coming his way.
He could do it.
He gets past the smoke, but dies empty-handed. 5 men standing for EG on the cusp of a 10-round T-half.
Yeah, that's not bad, is it?
Holy. Oof. So good, dude. Fireworks.
They throw the Hobbit Molly down. CTs get scared, like, okay, we can't fall back. They're throwing their own nades at the same time. Artillery barrage. It feels like Malik's just a fan. He's like dabbing up his homie every time they went around.
Yeah.
Wow, that was nice. I like that. He's so chill right now.
3 MP9s, 5-7 Scout. That's what Liquid have to try and keep EG off 10. Oof. But
I like how this duel keeps happening too.
Yeah, OC and Cirque, I'm down for that.
Yeah.
Cirque kind of taking one of those top hot spots within North America for some time.
Awfully hot coffee pot.
OC was trying to break in and probably thinking to himself, like, why can't I? And now here they are, head to head. Wow, what a night of Counter-Strike. That was a tough match to follow, honestly, coming off of the back of that.
That was an amazing game.
Vitality versus FaZe match.
Game, but yeah, it was great.
And yet somehow this is delivered just because the expectations were set in the other direction. And here we are. Nice and slow as well here. Evil Geniuses, they have before in this half, and they will here yet again. Just respect that clock. Play with time.
Wow.
Murder Shocks inside the apartments. Elige retreats.
Breeze is so good at sensing danger. Like, no matter what kill he gets, he continues to be careful at all times.
Yeah, he's got those spidey senses.
Another decent option, but a lot of reinforcements from the CT side.
Full nades come over the top. 15 seconds to spare here, and we do have the 5-7 boost, but it gets predicted. OC decides to go through smoke, is unable to connect. 10 seconds left. Plant is coming through on Coffins, and they're going to rush the MP9 straight at it. Naf, that's desperate, and Liquid is desperate for a chance at a 6th round win, but OC swapping over to the AK here, looking for the 1v5 ace clutch. No, sir. Not going to happen. Malik just disappears into the night as EG with the robbery of a 10-round T-half. Hello everybody, welcome to episode 3 of the EPOS Audio Advantage. Today we're going to be running through a bunch of clips from the best blast moments that have to focus in on communication. Up first and foremost, we have one of Simple's best blast clips, his ninja defuse.
Четвертый уходит.
Подымись.
Тихо, я дал смог. А малый, типа мы все.
Я saving. Oh my god. Мы взяли раунд.
The timing there as well for Simple to slip behind the sandbags. Like, I can understand why Complexity thought they had it cleared.
I think he calmed right when the defuse happened, and he didn't even hear it.
I think it's, Simple's ability to visualize exactly where everybody from Complexity was. Simple had the big picture in his mind from start to finish. And, well, we know what happened.
One nice. Wait, I flashed twice. Yeah, and I went default.
Yeah, do it. He's gone? He was gone?
Yeah.
Let's swing together.
You mollied me.
Nice! Those clean Nexa comms.
He's got all the information.
Oh, it's so perfect, yeah.
Sets up the play, tells Amanek what's happening, tells Amanek what to do. He gets the audio cue of the two players off of the side of staircase as well. This is the job of the IGL, right?
Yeah.
Creating a play from nothing.
Nexa knew where both of them were, instructed Amanek, and Amanek did the perfect thing and just made sure to be fast about everything he did.
Nice!
I will say it a lot.
I'm car.
I've off and smoke.
I'm anti-flash car.
2 smokes.
One is outside B still.
We have both guns, right?
I've
tunnels. Blue has tunnels and one more smoke.
There's a lot of people chiming in, but they're all moving around forward with who they're killing.
Orchestrating and leading the troops in the front of it is Tabson making that decisive call. Even with all these layering voices, you do still need that one that is louder than the rest. The synchronized window smash.
So right there, they break the window outside the lobby, and Breeze breaks control window at the same time, so he can pull the lurk off.
Big pit.
I flashed you too. I smoke him auto. I'll swing for you, Vince. I'll swing for you. Watch out.
I'm off
one lane, one ups, he's coming.
Mini.
He jumps on me,
Too many.
Guys, okay, I'm coming. Coming mid.
One's cross site, one cross site.
Naf is low HP.
Is there one pit?
Yeah, one site, one pit. One coming up mid.
Okay. I have the side running.
I'm going backside, I'm going backside. Wait, don't be exposed from lane, Vince.
Lane Pope.
I'll see a minute. Pope, I guess? Pope.
Lane.
Site.
Yeah! Good job.
Why are you flashing, Nick? What are you doing?
Oh my god, did I luckily spotted the guy.
Yeah, man. Dude, he's just creeping.
That fucking kills Vince.
He's creeping, crawling, bro. And it is a timeless tale, as old as NACS is itself. EG beating Liquid 10-5 after the T side of Inferno. Crazy scenes this evening.
Yeah, I mean, leads haven't meant a whole lot in these groups, so, we wait bated breath.
That's very true.
And see what happens. But,
hey there.
Inferno, that's pretty impressive. Oh, Cirque from the back gets that kill. Automatic still up front. He's down 2.
Yeah, OC the double Glock shots to get man advantage here for Liquid's T side. Oh, but Stewie able to shave one off.
Barely touched the ground. It's kind of a reset of the situation. They know what's up. It's a rock back and forth between B and A. And Rush smartly finds the point of least resistance. Up an alt. This frees up Breeze to make the rotate all around. You can see he has this long line. It's not the most fun angle to fight mid with, but you might get 1 or 2 shots for free off. Okay, they cross up into B.
A boost after the initial cross. This could actually catch them off guard. Oh, but Breeze drops the ball, and OC capitalizes on it. Rush very quickly trying to join the fight, frantically forcing forward down Banana, and Shox takes his teammate. But here we go, 1v3. Let's see it. We've got Shock's back sight. We've got OCO close. And plenty of time for Rush to see if one of these two enemies gets antsy.
This will be tough. He doesn't realize emo pillar is a problem, but he still gets the first and T-Rush.
Yeah, he thought maybe the second orange peak was coming, which would have been a really cool read if it was the case. But no, sir. Shock's back there by the skinny pillar.
Yeah, maybe this is the best result. We get a nice test for Liquid. See if they can make the long climb back on T side.
Yeah.
They have a pistol to take the edge off, and it's still a very doable situation, but it'll be tough. And we'll see stylistically how they match up now that we swapped over.
Malik, just a reaction farm today.
Yeah, he's great.
It's, you know, we've said it multiple times on the broadcasts with these opening days of Blast groups that we are really just kind of collecting data on so many different teams and all the fresh rosters. It'd be a shame if we had a blowout between these two.
Yeah.
So at least the pistol to work with. MP5 on a leash. Sky nades come over top. No damage done.
We'll have to get some details from Malik about his time so far. How he's feeling about the day when the day's over. What things look like from his end.
No forward stance here from EG, none whatsoever.
At this point of the round, it's still pretty scary for Team Liquid. They have a, advantage on the utility and all the weapons and everything like that, but Evil Geniuses are giving them lots of space and are comfortable with it. Looks like the action's going to take place on the B site. Top B's wide open. They're getting close.
Automatic just gonna keep it tucked. The rush moves forward. Nitro at the helm. Tagging up 2. And bomb plant found with all 10 players standing. So rinse and repeat. Save what you've got. Concede this B site. You weren't able to hold the line. Try and move everything to the next one.
Yeah, we'll see how many guns they upgrade because they've got 3 SMGs. And, typically you don't want to rebuy if you don't have to, so... Both teams recycling is kind of fine for Team Liquid. It's just the amount of money that Evil Geniuses, or sorry, the other way around, that Liquid make off this.
I'm conflicted, man.
But what?
Well, I don't know. I consider Elige a pretty smart guy.
Yeah?
But he's got an MP5.
Yeah, he's got an MP5.
Oh, there we go.
He's dead.
That's better.
Or he's saying stupid people die?
Nope, well... I mean...
I said a real trap for you there.
Yeah.
Just go ahead.
Some stupid,
about the MP5. What's objectively bad about it?
The damage.
Damage is low?
The damage, man. And you think it's good.
I think it's the
good.
sound.
You play an anti-eco...
That's objectively bad about it.
I think that's the best part. That's the one redeeming quality.
You like the sound, okay.
It's really just the damage,
remind me
man.
enough of the 1.6.
And if they're unarmored, you're going to have false confidence. And that's when you do 96 and 9 and you learn you've made a mistake. But... he gets an MAC-10 offered from one of his teammates. They buy in a 3rd rifle instead, so all's good for Team Liquid as they face off versus the same weapons that EG had last round.
Actually got another smoke here on B as well. And Liquid seem like they're going to come through this no matter what. No rotations taking place, though. Evil Genius is not taking any risks on A. If the Liquid trusts the execute, there should be no problems. But again, the smoke's about to come up.
Close and personal. Top boxes. Good flashbang. OC, an assist on both of them. Elige has a field day with the MAC-10. And 2 rounds back-to-back, the B site falls.
Tim wanted to hold that. Because you hold the smoke till, 30 seconds or something like that, then there's not time to go back to the other side if the exec nades come over, and that's when it gets too scary for the T side, but a little bit greedy in that sense. If he had thrown it down, they still might have come through it. Maybe there's a chance, but still. Nothing interesting from Evil Geniuses. They don't rotate anyone over. Now, on the upside, they saved like 4 or 5 last round. On this round, they're potentially saving 3. We'll see.
Would have been a nice little clip had he 180'd Nitro in the spawn. This time it's not going to happen. So, Team Liquid.
Sometimes it's good to not take risks. But I did go to the casino with Tarek once, and he bet on black 8 times in a row and lost every single one.
Well, that's funny, because I've gone to the casino with you, and I've watched you do the same thing, but lose.
Well, I lost more money faster. I didn't lose 8 times in a row, though. It's different.
Stewie gobbling on flashbangs.
I would like to see a team, you know, be a bit more proactive in rounds like that. Just search out for information.
Yeah, do something.
You're not going to win 2-3 most of the time. Maybe on the A side you have a better chance, but...
Alas, we find ourselves into the gun rounds. So, let's get it. Still a MAC-10 on Nitro. Ooh. Yeah, good idea. Preemptively, just in case. Automatic does take a ton of damage with Stewie. So they definitely lose the B fight in terms of utility damage. They fall back because of it.
Yeah. Deep into spawn now. No mid presence. And honestly, Liquid and EG look kind of similar from their T-side perspectives, but we saw how that went in the first half.
Could end up being a tale of the T-sides tonight. Team Liquid can continue with this momentum. So far, flawless on the offense. Oh, that could bank. Could have been worse. Rush will hang on to 87 HP. He's got bodies coming at him. This trickle effect from Team Liquid as that flash pops above, they don't decide to go through. Rush feels like he's ready. Like he's got an inkling as to what's coming. And with Cirque by his side and Breeze on the other side, they've got themselves a solid enough hold here. It's just OC in the clutch, 30 seconds to play, and they know exactly where he is. Automatic up close. Cirque's got a deep angle, and that angle from the op holds the line.
Well.
Good op support on both sides of that attack.
Yeah, they had that double up on Arch, just like we saw from Liquid in the first half. It works out really comfortably here for EG, and they don't have to worry about anything else. Everything else falls into place.
This was nice.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, the risk of FaZe in the smoke, but they also had the clamp down from the other side of mid, ready to swing wide if they needed to.
Good patience on the trigger.
Kind of the first real test for Liquid, and they don't pass it. Now their bank is starting to deplete a bit.
Oh, you saw that.
Yeah, you saw that. Oof.
Doesn't want to stick around. The bombardment this time, not going to do damage versus EG, so Automatic and Stu will be better off than the last round already. And yet, accordingly, they still fall back.
Looks like Nitro's still trying to get comfortable in the server. Couple of slow starts.
It's going to take some time, I think.
Yeah, he had a great round. I remember a really great round that last game, but still overall.
That's a silver lining.
Yeah. Got to save a silver lining for Captain America.
He had a really good 20 seconds. Oh, blind shot from Cirque. Down goes OC. And you know Cirque wanted that mid pick to start the round, so his patience works out.
They're running back to mid. Not a lot of presence for EG, but I feel like they've just been waiting for the first kill, and then they tighten up super quickly. Scary for Liquid if they're comfortable in this spot.
Yeah, force him to move forward here. Now, big difference. No Cirque inside library as he was last round.
They're banking on lane. Moto Smoke comes down. Stewie's starting to float into the site. There's a chance for Elise to pressure this, but he's going to come out probably late from the halls.
Super Colonel defense here. Very much committed to the bomb site itself.
See if they focus on pit.
Oh, we got 10 seconds to spare here for the bomb plant. So Despair and Shocks moves past Breeze, who dies. They get all three.
Oh my God.
They clear the site, and they get their bomb plant with the round win, barring Automatic in a 1v3.
Okay.
That was crunch time, and they passed.
Yeah, I got to say, that flash did number. I mean, that was... I don't know if that's the flash. I don't know if we can get a second look on that, but they believe they bounce that into the site. It actually flashes both on the crossfire, and that's enough for Shocks to get his first kill and let his team know that there's another one tucked in cold.
Did Naf hit that wallbang on the tall box?
I don't even know. Exactly. Whoa, very, very strong attack, though. I mean, that's a situation where if they had They focused down on the right positions. If it was, you know, all the EG players in pit, they might have been able to win those duels, but it looked like they were going to be fine. Like you said, 16 seconds coming in.
Let's see. I think he snaps it onto the box. No, okay.
Oh, okay.
No, that was the last shot, which was a nice one.
Yeah.
But as they were pushing in as well, I thought somebody, because there was an assist versus Shox, who was playing tall box. Just slides through, 1 bullet kill, easy peasy.
Damn, just like that. No money left. Cirque is going to have his op.
And that's it.
At least.
So T-side going swimmingly for Team Liquid.
Let's see some ideas, EG, because we saw a couple of inconsequential, you know, pistoling rounds where they're like, oh, they come to us, you get some damage. But here's a round where they want to protect Cirque, but they also want Cirque to, you know, be up front.
Do something.
Yeah, exactly.
Cirque's seen OC on this exact line the round prior when he crouched. So he decides not to peek into it. But you're dead on, right? You said inconsequential rounds, it was pretty passive.
But you can't just give those rounds up for free. There's a chance on these eco rounds to win all the time, but if you don't try, you know, that's where you're not going to have any chance, of course.
Ooh,
wow, that
good
couldn't have
nade.
been better. That could not have been better.
And a round like this, that's super helpful.
Yeah.
Suddenly those pistols look so much more lethal.
But you know what? It's still 5v2 on the B side, and we'll see if they take over mid control. But now, they spotted a stack on Emo. They know both players are here.
Yeah, they know exactly what's going on. Oh my god, the artillery hits the back bomb site. Shox and Naf helping each other out. An assist on each frag, and 3 players left. So, I mean,
you know, in the textbook, it'd be like, oh, it's cool. You just play your sites and save if nothing comes up. But right now, we're missing a dimension of the game plan here for Evil Geniuses on the rounds where they don't have much to work with. Seen every single time they play 2-3 to sites. They hold a couple of smokes. Sometimes they throw the smokes down or not. The guys who have pistols are not doing anything miraculous. And they're also conceding all of Banana, all of top Banana, and the site itself, and then just getting 5v2. So we can't be surprised that Liquid win. Round where you have an op like this, you know, look for an opening tactic. Get that op moving around as much as possible. Not any decision is going to be safe, but this is where you have the keys to make those kinds of plays, right? And if they, you know, Liquid win 3 of these rounds when you could have converted 1 if you were just a bit more adventurous, then that's pretty much where you're going to lose games. You know, that's where you're going to lose games.
That nade kind of primed it, right? Made me think, ooh, this is winnable, but getting caught on the boost up, I think that tempo change from Liquid and them pushing in just caught EG a couple seconds off.
You don't want to go out quietly, you know what I mean?
No.
You want to go out like McGregor. Your wife's in my DMs type, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. With a broken leg.
Yeah. Be as obnoxious as possible.
Ooh, I see you!
Oh. Right in the gun.
You felt the bullet whiz by.
Imagine you could shoot a gun out of their hands.
That'd be sick.
Yeah.
In Danger Zone, you can punch guns out of people's hands.
Oh, it's coming then.
Fingers crossed.
That's what we've learned.
But there's also bump mines, and we don't want those.
See if they boost up on Arch.
Stewie Tan tucked. Automatic here, gonna throw the flash maybe, but at what point? Nitro, that's an easy pickup. Flash is a little too late. Automatic gonna go here, refrags 1, but there is a player already through construction. The reload's good. Shox could serve as a thorn in their side. He's trying to dump his utility, and his MAC-10's not gonna win this gunfight. Not whatsoever. Gonna punch in these digits. Naf losing half of his health as he commits to that plant. They boost the player up, and Naf gets back closer towards Banana. It's a 2v4, turn 2. No, 4v1. Naf, whoa! Breeze just runs right by, and Rush will trade it back.
No one told him about that, huh?
A little awkward, but
I think all 3 of them saw him cross CT, right?
It works.
Okay, it's having fun. Honestly, it's looking a little bit vanilla, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Coffin's flash, set up on the sandbags right there. There's 2 situations now. One where Automatic held the smoke a little bit too long in the site. Now where the Coffin's flash gets held, and it's not Automatic called to throw that flashbang. It's Stewie's.
Yes.
But yeah, the way that they're losing on Banana, it's not looking too inspired. So they'll grab it. I mean, that's all they're happy about. The EG brand, that's one of retakes. So not surprised to be able to pull one off like that. But still, kind of surprising with Liquid still with this. A lot of trouble here in the second half. But I guess they're 5-2 in rounds.
Ooh, adventurous. Oh, the timing. Oh, the wall bang. Almost lines it up regardless, but Stewie's gonna get the kill down Banana instead. This could be a preemptive rotate, add a fourth body over towards the A site. Curious to see how much Liquid really want to force. But it looks like they'll stave it off for now. Still more than a minute to play.
I'd be so tilted if I was Liquid, because I feel like you get this 5v5 late round situation. Liquid are doing a lot with the space, but if EG get this free opening kill early on, they're just so comfortable going full passive. You know, that's the exploitable weakness I feel like right now for Evil Geniuses, but Liquid are just handing the round over, at least in terms of confidence for these early positions. But you know what? Look at this. EG getting aggressive even in the 5v4. I don't know if a flash comes with this, but Stu's going to find a kill. He's going to see them falling back out to mid. And I think that's the last thing Team Liquid expected.
Yeah, now they have to go, right? They know that they've been found out, so they'll try to just smash their way into B nonetheless. I like this play from Automatic. Pretty cheeky.
Yeah, he's got a fresh smoke there in pool.
Over top of it, he will find Shocks. Here's the movement of Elige, who's able to clear him from that smoke, but Stewie gets a boost in the meantime. Leaves OC on his own. Nicely done, EG. A bit more of an active round, right?
Yeah.
Stewie taking that mid peek. You see how it scrambles Liquid. It forces them to show their hand, and a hand that Evil Geniuses were 2 steps ahead of.
Yeah, it's just going over for a Rolodex of items that just occurred. We have a smoke bottom Banana. Kill comes down to bottom Banana. And then that's a spot where, like, what we've seen so far, EG play back, sit tight, don't peek arch. They don't reclaim mid control typically. But here, Stewie's actually on the A site. Him and Cirque work in tandem to take over bracket, and Stewie even goes the extra distance and turns the corner towards mid just to finally call him out once.
Yeah,
map
doing
control
something
that they have left. And then we also have the unique approach with the smoke from Automatic and playing over top of it, which is something different. It feels like the only thing right now is that EG just, maybe they'd be predictable if they're too vanilla, but looks like the ingenuity is there.
Super fair criticism. I mean, 1 round prior, we get just that sandbag setup on Banana. It's fair to say, like, this is vanilla, and then next thing you know, Automatic's playing smoke nades, so...
It's a great flavor, but, you know...
Vanilla?
Yeah, it's still up there, right?
It's not bad.
It's top 3 anyways.
Is vanilla a flavor, or is it just like, you know, like, blank? You know, like, is white a color?
Well, in this context, it very much is just blank, yeah.
Okay. It's like, you know, I used to think when I was a kid...
say like my vanilla friend Connor, though.
Okay, that's nice. I'm way too fruity. All right, the op walks away. We saw a round like this with EG having Cirque on the solo op. Now it's OC's chance to shine. Spoiler, EG didn't win the round. But Team Liquid also have that flash and smoke on Nitro to try and play with. They've gotten close. That's the one thing. And it's not 4 players, but only 3 here towards A.
They had a pretty compelling lane explode last time. They just had a few better guns.
That smoke's going to go over towards Pit. Won't actually counter any of the setup here for EG. Passive position from Breeze. He loses a teammate, and now he's down to half health. He's got a reload. Elige and Shocks with pistol kills take over this A site, grabbing an AK in the hands of Shocks. Now that op suddenly becomes way more valuable. OC's going to try to cement himself, lean back, and just play this Pit as an anchor.
Wow, they don't have
armored.
Single smoke here to use. Only this Molotov on Stewie.
You'd think that would be destined for OC's position, but OC's already posted on the angle and he lands his shot, so now there's no incendiary, no utility, and a desperate chance for EG. They're gonna pop up and try to challenge, but OC, like a boulder, just anchors. And we have Liquid robbing around.
People are probably wondering why Stewie peeks like that, but he's trying to get out so that he can throw the incendiary towards OC in the big pit. And what? Oh man, Cirque even dies in CT. No way. That's actually a bad way to go. They basically had no chance in this retake, and this is versus 3 Glocks. Shocks gets a Glock entry.
Yeah.
A P250, a Glock, a Deagle, I think, an op to work with. They got to take this site setup to the workshop after the game because it
Rush
failed
Knight's so fast. That was either a double dink Glock kill or
would have had to been a triple.
No
maybe.
helmet, mate. I don't know.
I don't know.
Gotta go back.
Yeah,
we gotta go back. We gotta know.
But EG got to go back and rethink that setup. If that's how they're going to defend against these anti-ecos, something's not working.
Breeze takes a gander down apartments. Sees nothing despite Shocks being close.
And that was the difference between 14-10 and 13-11 right there.
That's a huge one. This could be a massive turning point. The round that's going to come back to haunt them. Automatic, stuck in tree, goes for the peek. The Liege dispatches him easily. B-site easily taken over here with the wrap through CT spawn. Keeping it clean is Team Liquid. Oh, and Naf doubles up here versus the final 2 frags. So this T-side right back to winning ways.
Wow. Life comes at you fast, huh? The makeup of this game has changed pretty drastically in the last 2 rounds. Now there's really no telling, and EG will be tested. I feel like a lot of their problems will be solved. They switched to something to do with Pit. I don't know whether they're not comfortable with it, but at least something different as well. At least something different. And maybe if they died a little bit earlier, as weird as that sounds, fighting in lane or something like that, if they try to use a double porch setup, then at least their rotators have a chance of winning those retakes. But that was a situation that 3 guys coming in, the only piece of utility was 1 incendiary. Ooh, Stewie dies. Just jump spotting on the corner.
I'll confirm, man. I've got Scorebot up here. Rush survived that 1 round that OC saved op and didn't buy a helmet.
Oh.
He dies to Shocks' Glock because he doesn't have a helmet.
Yeah. Well, it's not uncommon to not buy a helmet, but
sure,
the situation where it could cost you.
Yeah. Small detail, but that's where the devil lives. Apartments walk. Evil Geniuses, again, trying to be somewhat active. Oh, Shocks turns his attention back towards middle. If Rush really commits to this, it could be the play. He's about to exit door and finds Shocks. Sees more as well. Breeze also adding 1 to the tally. Naf looking to bail them out, but Breeze's position in Boiler, good for at least 1 more. And then Rush takes his spot. It's a combat op from OC. No scope to the gut of Rush and a 1v1. Automatic trying to work his way through library. OC nervous that maybe this site is occupied. It's not. OC in the clutch. Time to prove your worth as if you haven't already. 21 and 13, 3 kills on the round and looking to tie this up. But he anticipates the short wrap. He feels squeezed. And now that Molotov confirms. Automatic's coming in. The blind from the flashbang, but there it is. The shot from OC.
Okay.
And a clutch to keep Liquid going.
And he came into Boiler totally, you know, that was a flick, honestly, on the no-scope as well with the punish for the opening kill. Stewie just trying to get some information. And here it is where he steps into Boiler. Bang, like right in the stomach. Rush and Breeze on that. Push through halls. It was actually beautiful. They forked the opposition, got the kill in all, took their attention away, screwed the communication, and then joined up and got some more refrags. And now it's 13 to 13. Back on pistols for EG. Liquid had a fight for that one, but they earned it.
Yeah, solid impact from OC. The only shot he misses that round is the one where he's fully blind.
Yeah.
If not, it's 4 for 4, total connections, and one of them is that ridiculous no-scope. Oh, ridiculous, maybe not, but regardless, its importance with the context of the round really can't be understated. Naf's gonna go fighting towards the top of Banana, looking to end this one quick, and almost does. It's gonna be OC to finish it off as he does.
Internationally, OC doesn't have the same amount of attention as a player like Monacy, but for North America, you know, he's that prospect as in terms of an opper.
Yeah.
There was no one good enough to ever push him on that side of the world, right? Now we see him at high-level competition, and so far across the 2 maps, he's, you know, on par with Monacy's debut in terms of his impact, doing incredibly well today.
Kind of been waiting for OC to get his big chance, you know, and I think some of the international experience he had was when he came over with the Cloud9 roster, JT, the South Americans, Africans, and Floppy. Now he's being put into a much more star-studded roster, but those stars get stunned by the frags. Naf down for the count in this one.
And a lot of people remember that OC, but that OC is so different. Over the course of the year, I mean, few players have gotten as good as they've gotten as him. I mean, it's just totally changed the game. I'd love to get some more insight into that, actually.
If that's the last time you saw OC, I can understand why you'd think this would be a disappointing pickup, but he went back home and really reinvented himself.
Yeah.
Came back incredibly sharp.
And he worked hard in very desperate times in North America, too, to separate himself from everyone else.
where others left, he stuck to it. And that commitment paying off. Team Liquid fighting off of the back foot here as they gun for 15. And it looks like B might be the challenge. See if Shox can sell something to keep these players here, but CeRq starting to sniff out this rotation boost on the new box.
Shox a very avid lurker. We saw him implore.
They go back.
These lurks. He's listening for information to find out if he can find a timing. Oh, works off the shadow. Shoots too early. This might have bungled the round. 25 seconds. Rush can start to get back, but it's 4v2. And now Breeze can get comfy on the site. He's got one rotation in. There's still hope here for Liquid, but it's going to be tough.
Oh, it's going to have to be OC yet again. 28 health. Breeze dangerously close to him. Sidearms back out, and that's it. EG able to hold. Shox jumps the gun.
They were leaning back into him, and Shox was listening to the CTs start to believe it was going to be the B site.
Yep.
Made a couple of footsteps, throwing nades, going for that lane hit, and that's where Shox wanted to try to punish, and it even brought Breeze towards him, and he saw the shadow, and he started shooting, but it was just the shadow, and that was enough for Breeze to get oriented and get that kill.
And the shadow's deceiving because he actually falls off of off the fence.
Messed the timing up.
Wasn't just walking in.
Unfortunate, but hey, it's a clutch for OC, and then you know, a stroke of luck here for Team Liquid, but a great punish overall. And they still had I think a 5v4 advantage at one point there. So, okay,
listen,
got around 29.
Inferno Overtimes has been the name of the game today. 2 rounds to play out. We're going 30 no matter what. And a full-fledged buy for both sides. Double up between CeRq and Stewie.
I like the evolution of the game plan here for Evil Geniuses. Starting to lean more towards Halls. They got Shox out early.
No counter pick to be found here towards Banana.
It's going to limit the options for Team Liquid severely. No secret that Shox was the Halls lurker. But hey, still 4v2 on the site right now in B.
Yeah, this is the exact same setup that we had last round when Team Liquid walked away from this B challenge. Yeah. So now we'll get the answers as to what could have happened.
This is Stewie with an op. He likes to play the emo pillar very often. This front side smoke is going to come down. And they got Tim boosted as well.
They're going to commit to this. Here we go. Automatic ready for that jump up. Elige potentially about to challenge, but Automatic, he looks away. He goes for the fight onto Nitro instead. Stewie still deep in this site. Pistols out. Finishes what was left of Elige. Oh, and it's hot. Shots connect for EG, and they take 15 first.
Wow. Yeah, and hey, when Stewie was on Liquid, very often him and Nafly would play back in the side. He'd play emo pillar with an op. Some of their best rounds actually came from these setups. I think where Liquid looked worse was when he was on a rifle, and they were trying to rifle from the site. And a wicked shot at the end here.
Look at this.
Still technically possible, but not after that.
Quick adjustment to drop OC.
What a second half we've seen so far. I thought Liquid were going to take it after they got that eco win towards A, but now we've got EG paying some respects towards Halls, taking some early aggressive fights there. And even on that OC clutch round, it was another great move through Halls to set up the win, and OC had to pull out a 1v3 for Liquid to be even able to stay in the game. So now this is one more problem that Liquid have to deal with. Now, typically, when, you know, they've got the Astralis Hall set up at the end with the Opera and the Rifler work together, Liquid approach with Elige and Nafly towards the Halls to punish that setup. But so far, we haven't seen more than one person up there at once.
Ooh, Breeze.
Whoa, what a call to make round 30 all the way down mid.
Yeah, that's a little Stewie spice. And, ooh, it could cost them. Elige comes alive. 2 kills down middle. Maybe Rush with a chance to shine. He finds the top. No, Nitro! That's a hell of a time to find your 9th. 8 and 19, but he just cracked that head wide open.
Where was this?
And they're gonna go charging headstrong into this A site, fighting to take this to OT, as so many other games have gone tonight. Stewie up close on the op. They tried to get aggressive, they tried to get spicy, but it was too hot to handle. And Liquid, well, Liquid should find 15. But Stewie 2K is playing games.
No, man.
Stewie 2K has a kit.
No, dude.
Stewie 2K has crept his way into this site, and if he waits another 10 seconds, they could all leave. Oh, he's waiting. Nitro comes back, takes a shot to the gut. Stewie's gonna jump on bomb. Shox isn't checking. It's close.
There was actually a moment there where maybe Stewie actually hit the 5-second stick, but he wouldn't believe that everybody had left the site. Pit was completely open.
It's cool. Yeah, that face right
so
there.
Tilted. I mean, he's one of the players that jumped by, right? That got spicy.
Look, and then Shox is hesitating just in case he's looking for the kill. A minute and a second and a half.
Jesus.
Oh, that smirk.
Jesus. That kind of undoes the tilt a little bit from how that round started, huh?
Yeah.
What were those shots from Elige?
What was that shot from Nitro?
Nitro, yeah. Oh, that's a death slammer for Rush.
All right, boys and girls, buckle up.
Oh, great.
OT1.
It's great we got OT. I mean, there's still so much to prove for both these squads. 5-10 halves on T sides.
That'll get your heart pumping.
That was ridiculous.
And I just wonder, like, why did Nitro feel the need to come jumping into the middle of the bomb site? You know, Stewie's gonna wonder, why? Just go away. But let it be. First to 19. 3 CTs with a 4th inbound. Automatic already in arch.
Bit of a different flavor once again. Seen this like once every 4 rounds or so. EG taken bottom B control fully. But because Stewie only has this op, you know, it's still a fragile situation. 45 seconds, you know, this is when you start clearing things out at the bottom here. They could use it just to fake, like grenades, don't waste too much, go into the execute on A, and that's enough to get Stewie back, because he has to worry about OC peeking and opping him. But look at this very aggressive lane setup. This is something new.
Oh, the barrel of the gun gives it away. Nitro gets dinked and still finds a kill. Trades back and forth. Breeze doubling up. Turns attention towards Pit. Oh, it's just EG across the kill feed. They'll find first blood in overtime.
The playbook's starting to open up. It felt like they were a bit foggy in the sense of how many rounds looked so similar back to back, but now they're trying some new things. And this is kind of exactly how you want it to go when you have this lane setup. One guy gets the kill, the attention is pulled from the T's, and consistently the T's are at a disadvantage where they have to flick back and forth from inside mid. And the idea is to fight them just as they're taking it. So it's Cirque, it's Breeze. We have one player under Porch. And even though the opening kill goes the way of the T's, Breeze over-delivers. And automatic wins from Pit as well. First round of OT is theirs. Game is not over by any means. Again, T sides have been very strong for both teams. This win's going to feel good, you know, for whichever team.
Regardless.
Evil Geniuses starting off making up for how the day started off, and Liquid, you know, beating Stewie, just that alone. Stewie got picked off on a previous round. Don't think we'll catch him jump spotting again. Could be a prime opportunity for Liquid to test the B site.
Same positions we had last round where Team Liquid came around the brackets.
So, yeah.
The bodies here, that's what lend themselves to Breeze being able to trade all the way.
There's a couple of options with the double cubby setup. They can sit behind the R smoke, boost behind it, fight if it's not going to get smoked off, or re-aggress mid if they think it's going to be B. But it looks like they're just worried about that final option first. Cirque will see something coming towards him. This push might actually come in towards automatic, however.
Yeah,
we'll see.
A smoke just in front of Library. Utility being played here. Breeze gonna hear it. Oh, Rush finds Nitro and a second. Rush from inside of the pit with the multi-kill. Breeze gives cover. This one comes to a grinding halt again. Elise trying to recover. All that's left is him. He takes himself a second. He's got Cirque up close, and that's going to be his end. Evil Geniuses shooting for the sweep in OT.
Rush could have won that round with only a foot pedal. Just sitting in the corner, shooting off his one way. They could not deal with this man.
Look at him. Comfortable as can be. Continues for the second, just scuffles forward.
Everybody wants him dead. No one can find him.
Holds the same angle and blindly finds OC.
Wow. Well, that's how it goes when you got a smoke in big pit at the timing. They're trying to attack you on lane. Thought that Liquid were, maybe going to press into CT and wrap around Arch or get into B site, but they don't try it.
Something faster towards B this time. OC at the forefront, no op. But a capable rifler nonetheless. And we've already got Naf crossing into the corner, catching Stewie off.
Yep. Now they know there's still 2 more here. See how Liquid respond.
For the first time in OT, 3 bodies on B, which is kind of what you wanted to posture up at first.
That play was, again, to punish that sandbag setup. If they're going to play 2 players there, just swarm them with OC spawn. But they get top banana with it, so they try to use that to transpose into some kind of B attack. They just get frisky a little bit, but they don't commit. Tim's alone. The B site has been lesser played. A couple of times here, Liquid have run into the harder site. But it looks like this one might be different. But, they actually... Wow, nice timing from EG. Now this is they're looking a little bit better. They push down mid. They have this fast flank coming out. Automatic doesn't even have the onus to necessarily get a kill anymore. Let's get an eye on this flank.
Nitro's alone. The flank's good from Rush! Oh. Again, a double. And what's left of Team Liquid stranded now inside of the site. Nitro gonna get that bomb in. Breeze actually denies it. It falls onto Elige. 1v3, he kicks the first 2.
Oh, he knows that
15 seconds left. Breeze about to come across the corner, but Elige just blows his head off. And that is so incredibly necessary for Team Liquid.
Learn from Refresh?
Must have been. A 1v3 for Elige to get the only T round win for Liquid in overtime.
Yeah, this was almost another brutal way to lose. Hey, EG getting better by the rounds, gotta say.
He looks away. Just brings it back.
Damn. Razor sharp. It's the aim lab specimen.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%.
Last timeout called. Shake it off. A couple of great individual plays here from Liquid between Elige and OC. But, bad ratio in OT. They should be looking for more T rounds, right? CTs where the struggles were, and EG are going to look forward, I think, to switching over. Not easy these days to close out games, though. This is mental.
What a day. What a day of Counter-Strike. Keep it coming. Plenty of more CS inbound. OC posted up pretty quick. Expectant of the ult challenge. Oh, damn. Utility's doing wonders here for Liquid. Stewie down to 42. Rush on 63. See if Team Liquid can lock out Evil Geniuses with a solid CT side.
Lots of space here for EG. Crossing a minute. Throughout that first half, they were really successful in staying 5v5 for a very long time. That one lurk smoke's got the CTs on full notice, but the bomb is on banana, so we'll have to see if any of this mid control actually amounts to an attack. Are they even gonna, maybe are they gonna try to go through CT? Bit slow for that, I feel like, but Yeah, it feels like it's coming.
Ooh, OC is going to be tested.
Oh, okay.
And that's a 60% with 2 bullets. A shutdown of OG. Arch is closed, and he moves over, misses a shot and a chance at the 4th, but confirms that they are here, and just snaps it into Cirque. Looking for the ace. It still gets shut down by Elige in the end. Team Liquid take their first CT round win, and OC doesn't even break a sweat.
Unreal. Oof, they ran into that arch wrap. You know, a full B would have looked nice from our perspective. He played nice and calm all the way back, waiting for this exact hit to come through.
Skewered.
And the stars align. Wicked shot too here. Whatever they're paying him, double it.
And then double it again.
Double it again.
17 all, we're tied yet again. 18 to secure double OT. 19 for the win. Elige has definitely taken off as well alongside OC. Both players tied at 28 frags.
Well,
Naf not far behind him.
It's kind of how the scoreboard's supposed to look.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
With maybe Nitro a little bit higher.
Yeah.
You know, ideally for Liquid.
Still getting comfy, yeah.
He's got a lot of Valorant to shake off. OC molly on him. Not a comfortable spot. Evil Geniuses working their way around brackets. Breeze wary of an apartment's push, but nobody here. It's all his.
It seems like they're going to follow up with a very similar idea, but trim the fat a little bit and not worry about the arch wrap. Oof. Elige and Naf are going to start to make their way over. Nitro just needs the support flashes, but he's actually playing on coffins, so he might end up sitting behind a smoke. We'll see what happens. Oh my god. No way they missed a CT smoke.
That's not ideal, but will they get punished?
Boys.
Nitro, he's got one. Automatic actually uses it against them. Automatic gets both the kills. Nitro, he's got a 2K to hold them back. That should have been the end of EG, and yet they come out on top of these duels. Automatic taking away that pressure, and now Cirque, he can just lean back. Team Liquid retakes on. Double flash, single smoke, kits in abundance. And low HP on Nitro. Cirque peaks, drops one. Still the pressure's on him. Automatic looking for another head here. Shox is inside the little pit. It needs to be the Bulgarian Opper. They're trying to get him, and on 1 HP, he falls. Team Liquid's retake is there, regardless of Automatic's best efforts.
Damn, he almost saved him. But that's Liquid guaranteeing double OT here. You know, guaranteeing double, looking to close out the game here in the first overtime. I feel like it's a bit of a mistake, a small detail, but with Cirque shooting when he got blind and not falling back to quad, but putting himself at second oranges, kind of limited his abilities. Plus, they missed a CT smoke. I mean, that almost put the round in jeopardy by itself. But hey, you know, I guess the pressure's really high right now.
You think he plays double oranges and doesn't cross because of the fact that there's no CT smoke?
He put himself in the spot to get stuck there, but he could have played quad to begin with, or, you know, even not shot.
Right.
And not let them know where he was. I feel like it just limited his options, but it almost worked in the end.
Damn.
Oh, jumping away to safety. Dangerous game.
Deep nade. 1 damage.
Right off the half wall.
Evil Geniuses looking to keep things together.
I feel like they sense an opportunity with B, though. I think both teams have been very light on it.
Yeah, it looks like they were, you know, just trying to sneak one through, right? Just one in OT, but... Oh, Naf wins the spam fight. Automatic goes down. No heroics for him this round. And so Team Liquid, a man advantage away from taking this BO1.
You can only garner so much info from that kill. Automatic has always been the guy to take top bracket control, but that can also lead to A hits. It's not necessarily just lurking.
Grenades over the top. There's nothing at the A site for EG. It's all in on B.
Cirque ready in the God Flash, but oh, Molly lands.
They have to wait. Flash primed. Molly's over top. Nitro forced away from his box. OC still within this smoke. Naf also can't find an angle. Rush trying to create space. Nitro still here. Swings for just the one. Stewie looking to see what he can do, but it's Naf supporting this player on Coffins, and Zerxop connects. No longer stuck behind boxes, but still stuck in a man disadvantage.
They've actually crossed.
They've pushed.
Wait, they don't know the late rotators are coming in. There's two.
They've pushed. There's no flank. Zerk misses his shot. It all falls on Stewie. Unleash clears the corner, and Team Liquid clear EG, sending them down in 4th place of Group C to face big in the gauntlet.
Wow, they pulled it off. Team Liquid, they had to work hard for that one. Came down to the wire. Came back from 5-10 in the first half. Credit to EG, they looked a lot better than earlier in the day. But I don't think they're going to be happy with anything but a win.
No, exactly, right? There was a lot riding on this one. A little bit of pride for Stewie 2K to take it away from Liquid. Not there in the end. Awesome showing from OC. Top of the scoreboard for Liquid, showing his value yet again as they try to maybe smooth out the kinks that still exist. But nonetheless, exciting NA Counter-Strike back on the menu, and a good grudge match to kind of kick off this head-to-head. We'll hand this one back over to the cheesiest Scrabble player in the world.
Thank you very much, Connor. No win on the cards of Scrabble just yet for me, but for Liquid, a win on the cards in this NA derby. Another Inferno going the full distance. Unfortunately for EG, close but no cigar pit.
That was a good game, though. That was a good game, good effort from EG. I feared a little bit coming into this one. They weren't able to be competitive, but it was a back and forth one, and honestly, they could have won the game. It got very, very close. Elish pulling out a massive clutch, OC playing well. There was a lot of positive highlights, you know, coming out of Team Liquid, but I will say, commiserations to Evil Geniuses, they were more competitive than I would have thought.
Yeah, much better than the first iteration of EG, that's for sure. I think T-sides on either side of these teams were quite interesting, quite fantastic as well. The strategies they could bring to the table, so I'm very glad of the game we just had. I, like you, was afraid it would be a wipe. Absolutely not. That was an absolute game.
What do you think was instrumental for Liquid then in terms of pulling this one over the line?
Honestly, I'm going to go for OC. I have to go for OC. I've been a believer that he is able to frag against the very top for the longest time, but I am still surprised that actually he's taking that amplitude, that magnitude that he's bringing on the server. In this game specifically, he was the main reason. I mean, sure, he had Elish by his side, but the amount of frags he put on board and the amount of space he was taking for Liquid, that's a very good sign if you're looking towards the future.
2 good games in a row coming out of OC now. That is a very, very healthy sign, as Maniac.CET. The fact that he's not afraid of being aggressive as well, I love it. He's taking duels, he's constantly being proactive as well, constantly moving around. That's exactly what you want to see from your AWP player. Quite the contrast when I compare him to a player I find to be in the same situation in Lucky and Astralis. He plays a little bit more defensive, he doesn't take that many duels. Seems like OC is getting all the freedom in the world, and he's also taking the freedom and using it pretty well right now. So well played to OC, and as said, big part of the reason as to why they won. We cannot discredit Mr. Elish though, because the clutch that he was pulling off and the rounds he was pulling off, it was more of the old school Elish, and we want to see more of that.
Yeah, I do want to stay on the topic of OC just for a moment as well. Actually, no, we will move to Elish because you brought him up. Yeah. Let's give him some live day as well, because he was a player coming into this, you know, we were questioning maybe throughout 2021, maybe not in the most consistent form. In terms of this new iteration, this new roster building around him, do you feel like he's kind of been put in a better position to be the star?
No, I think it's the same position. Elish has always been the star of Team Liquid. He just has to perform better. I think he even said it himself when he was, you know, on the top 20 list of HLTV. He wasn't satisfied with the year at all. Elish is a player that can elevate Team Liquid to the next level. He used to be one of the best riflers in the world. Last year was not that well for him, you know. He was decent, it was all right, but nowhere near the standard that he expects from himself. So I think Elish is one of those players that if Liquid were to find success, it comes of Elish playing well. And this is a decent start for him. I'm not willing to jump the gun just yet, you know, but Elish can definitely be the guy that takes Liquid to the next level.
I think we have high demands. We have extremely high demands and standards for Elish. I mean, a decent performance from Elish is not enough. Strictly not enough. When you see these teams and you think about the blueprint to victory, it's Nafly having a good game, it's Elish having a good game, and now OC is fulfilling his missions. At least today. The 2 games we've seen are good, but these 3 players are the ones you're looking forward to. If you're looking for frags, then you can have Shocks with the odd clutch here and there, and you have Nitro with the calls. But these 3 are the ones to look for.
I mean, if you follow anybody on Twitter from the NA scene, you will have seen the phrase OC supremacy flying around. And it's really great that we get to see him now at some Tier 1 Counter-Strike. We were kind of questioning whether he'd be able to stand up to the pressure of it. But we've got one particular one we want to put under the microscope as an eco play.
Yeah, we have to talk about this crazy T-side round from OC, round number 26, where he basically on his own is going to save save Liquid and put EG in eco. Starts with the opening kill here, very quick grab onto Stewie, and then on the side of EG, they're pushing for information. It's Rush on one hand, Breeze on the other. Liquid is going to be taken completely by surprise. Shocks falls, then Elise falls, then that's on to OC Supremacy to strike. Nafly finds the trade onto Cirque, and OC is now going to take charge with the AWP, finding that instant trade onto Rush. Look at this. This takes courage. This takes bravery to actually go in this way. And now a very complicated clutch. Here's the Molotovs. Wait for the right time. Shoots a little bit in panic, but the quick scope he adjusts. That puts EG in eco round. That was round number 26. Extremely important from OC. And Jacob talked about attitude. And I think this is something we can talk about in the game. We knew that OC's got the mechanical skill to fight. I mean, we've all seen him play at a different level of Counter-Strike, no problem. The issue sometimes is to lack the decisiveness when you go up against Tier 1, to keep doing these moves, the no-scopes, going in for peaks. That's what we want to see, and he's been doing it today. So I want OC to stay on that line, that precise line, because he's on the right track.
Yeah, I agree. The body language in the game spoke to itself in this clutch, right? Going for that no-scope into Boiler. He cannot hesitate for 1 single second. Then the opportunity misses out for him. So to see OC, you know, having the great body language in the game is definitely a positive sign for Liquid.
Well, I want to hear what exactly was going down in the TeamSpeak on that particular round. So let's do so in a mic'd up moment.
Molly copy, Josh.
Rotate one.
Inside could be picking line.
Run circle.
They're coming mid.
For sure.
Push off.
Bomb open. Arch speaking with an op.
Arch coming mid.
One boiler.
Two more.
Two here. Yep, lane.
The boiler.
One more.
One more here.
Okay, for motor.
Nice.
You got this.
Only one. Go set.
He's walking mid. Yeah, sound like short.
Josh, let's go.
Man, my heart was racing at that particular moment when OC goes for that final flick onto the opponent. And I can't imagine being in the server for that, but it's great to hear some of the camaraderie around the squad as well, because that was something that I know, Maniac, you were kind of questioning in terms of the emotional leader of the squad. You were kind of bringing up a question. Who is that going to be for Liquid?
That still remains to be the question for me. I'm picturing Liquid having a really hard time, and then out of all of these guys, who's going to be the one fighting back for them, giving them the fire once more? I think Nitro is a quite reserved type guy. I think what we can see from the webcams, of course, Elysian enough a little bit on their side too. Shocks is not necessarily the one player that's going to dig you out of the hole, and I don't know OC enough quite yet. So that's my question. Who's going to be the emotional leader to help them fight back when things go south?
I couldn't help but laughing when you said that out loud, because just coming to think of it, normally when you have a team where there's not a lot of big personalities, even when Stewie was in Liquid, he was the only one, you know, yelling and screaming and showing that attitude. You'd see towards the coach, right? And the coach would be that guy. But Adrian is a very laid-back guy as well. Doesn't really scream, doesn't really yell. So it could be a very stale team, but for some that works. So I know it's popular to be the Apex kind of guy or the Dupree kind of guy these days, but you know, having a team that is very, I guess, calm and collective in all situations can be an advantage as well.
Yeah, cool, calm, collected. That might just be the vibes for Liquid going forward. Unfortunately for EG, that will be the last we see of them in this iteration of the groups going forward. But of course, we will be seeing them next week in that gauntlet of matchups. I just wanted to get your kind of closing thoughts on what we've seen of EG, because you were kind of wrapping it up, Maniac, as a better showing than what we saw against Vitality earlier on, but just not quite enough again.
Not quite enough, much better. Enough for us to dream about that gauntlet, enough for us to picture a competition against Big, because I believe these are the team that's going to face them. Now, few questions we had around that roster. Rush had a decent showing, and to me, this is a very positive sign. I was afraid was going to be a dead weight. That was not the case in that game. Breeze had a couple of moments, and we know how instrumental he's going to be in that success. And overall, I think their T side was quite polished. What they were offering, the strategies they were offering, that was a team that had synergy in how they were executing. So these are the elements for me that you have to keep in mind. I'm not going to lie, it's not going to be an easy game anyway, but Big, I think there's a competition. I think there's a debate to have.
Yeah, no, of all the teams that we're looking at, Big might be one of the ones, you know, now you've got some time to prepare as well going forward to next week.
For sure, I agree. I think the T side of Evil Geniuses was a positive sign. I think all the players showed glimpses of what we can expect in the future, but definitely more to be decided for that. I'm going to take a wild guess and a wild gamble right here and say that Evil Geniuses will beat Big when we get into that game.
I'm going to make sure that's your prediction when you go to the game. Someone out there, everyone, we got it on tape.
Then save it. I don't care. I think Evil Geniuses will have a good time, you know, now. They have a week to prepare for that game, more time at the boot camp, more time to practice. And as said, you know, we still need to see more from Automatic as well. He's just coming from Valorant into Counter-Strike Global Offensive. I think we've seen the worst from EG right here, and that was okay.
Well, no more EG for us on the cards today, but we will be seeing some more of Liquid going forward. Before we do that, though, a few words from Elige.
So Elige, you guys go over Evil Genius, but it was a very close game all the way. You guys fought back in it, made a great comeback on T side, especially, right, making all that work happen for you. Then we get into the overtime, a little bit of back and forth, but a much more confident development from yourselves. But what did you make of that game as a whole? Where do you think it's lacking for you guys right now?
Honestly, I think it's just a lot of comfort. I think that we were like failing a little bit at A, and I think that's just from like comfort and like how much we have experience, because we have like some new roles there, and I think that overall like we were in pretty decent positions most of those rounds. It just like came down to us just not being able to hold it, but we weren't in like the worst positions tactically, and when we got to OT, I think that we pretty much had the perfect read of like what we should do, because obviously like we were just getting owned on the first half, and it's kind of obvious like what they want to do with that. And then on the second half of our like T side, they tried like swapping it up with double ops, and that was like a little bit difficult for us because like we haven't really played that in our scrims yet for us like figuring out the answer. We already know the answer because like we're all pretty experienced, but like we haven't had any reps on it yet.
And in terms of experience, right, obviously to this level, OC has not had that much experience in it, but yet this guy, he clutches the round and pretty much saves your game, right, on the T side when he gets that crazy play, and then we end up in a position where he's not just fragging out, but he looks very calm, cool, and collected. What's he like as a teammate?
Josh is actually really sick. Like he's one of like the best like rookies I think that you could have ever asked for. He's really like methodical, like with what he's thinking. He likes having like set reactions or things that he knows like will work in different situations. He's like really similar to me in that regard, and I think that he's like so close to being just like a top tier 1 opper, and I think that he'll get there or like be pretty much there within like pretty much like 3 to 4 or 5 months. I don't think that he's that far off at all. I think that he's playing super well.
Nice.
He has good comms as well.
And I did also want to ask about this thing when it comes to shocks, right? Because I know that some of the call-outs are different between Europeans and what Americans use, right? But is there some kind of like bridging of the gap you need to do to make sure he fits in better and is understanding all of it?
I think right now, I mean, it's just that we're playing Inferno, and he swapped from playing lane to pit, so like a slight change, and he's just not super comfortable with a lot of like the fights and the angles. And I think this second game, I did a little bit better of a job like helping that out, because I think I wasn't like helping it out as much as I could the first game. And me and him just have to be on the same page of like how we're able to help each other and that type of stuff, pretty much.
Now your next game, right? Another lower bracket elimination game, but you got up against FaZe for the rematch. Just promise me, Elise, we're not going to see Inferno, and we're going to see just another good game on a different map.
I can't give any promises. It could be Inferno, it could be Ancient, could be Nuke. I mean, honestly, we'll just have to see when we get there. But Inferno's always
I guess we'll see.
These have been good games today.
It definitely gives good games, for sure, for sure. Yeah. But maybe, and hopefully, we'll get something different. Elise, thank you very much for your insight and time, man. Good luck going into the next match.
Thank you.
I think everybody's crossing their fingers that it isn't Inferno for the 5th time today, guys.
What's wrong with Inferno?
Going forward. Do you want another Inferno? Who said that?
I don't know.
Did that just come from the abyss?
I'd rather see Inferno than Vertigo.
Oh, yeah. Let's not get into a map conversation. I mean, either way, depending on... It doesn't really matter what map they're going forward. It's not exactly going to be an easy ride for Liquid going to the next game because they've got a rematch against FaZe.
They got a rematch, and there's one talking point we haven't mentioned yet, you know. It's been okay for Liquid, especially OC, especially, you can say, Leash stepping up as well, Nefly, known quantity. But Shox and Nitro are yet to impress, let's be honest, right? They've had 2 games now in a row where they both have been on the bottom of the scoreboard. Nitro is sort of excused in the sense that he's just moving in from Valorant. He's also the in-game leader. A lot of responsibility on his hands. Was for Shox, I mean, yes, he's coming in from European Counter-Strike, have to integrate into Team Liquid, and that can't be easy, but still, it's Shox. We can expect more from him, and I think that's a positive thing. We haven't seen the best from Liquid, and they're still winning their game, so it's okay.
Well, are we going to get another map other than Inferno? You have to join us after the break to find out exactly how it's going to go down, and you won't want to miss it because it's a grudge match on the cards. Liquid taking on FaZe once again tonight, and let's see if they are out for blood. We're heading to a quick break. When we are back, it's all going down.
Who has wronged me throughout my career?
All the tournaments he's made us lose, probably cold. Be very nice.
I'd like to have my last snap either on Cash, the old Cash, or Mirage. I think these two are my favorite maps by far.
I will say Ancient. It will be a fun game for sure, so that's why.
I would want my last competitive game to be on Inferno. It's been my favorite map for my whole career, and we've had some great matches on there, and it's always a fun time to play some Inferno.
My last competitive game, I would like to be on Dust 2, probably, just for the overall CSGO feeling. Dust 2 is like the map, so. Oh, it would be like a 19-15 game, you know, overtime to get all the good feelings of Counter-Strike and all the adrenaline kicking through your blood, so for sure, like a close game.
My last game of my career should be against the best team at that moment, and I hope that will be in the grand final.
I would say Heroic because it's like tough opponent, and I'd like it will be a tough game for sure. It will be really cool if I will play versus them.
I would like my last game to be against the best team in the world, whoever that's going to be. Right now, it's Gambit, but who knows who it's going to be in the future. But hopefully we go out playing the best team and come out with a win.
2017 was a good year for FaZe. We were always had back and forth battles with MIBR/LG and SK and that old lineup. And the games have always been so good with them, and probably would like my last game to be against those guys if time would let it be.
Last kill of my career should be with a Deagle. I think I'm one of the best Deagle players out there, and I think it would be nice to have a nice headshot as the last kill.
I will say Scar 20. Nice weapon for the last kill, I guess. Or negative. Like two of this one.
Loss for FaZe to swallow, a game against Vitality which didn't go in their favor. Now sees them staring Liquid in the face once again. And just in case you guys missed out on any of the action earlier on, let's remind ourselves of exactly what happened in that FaZe Vitality game. It was 15-7 at one point, Maniac. Vitality got 12 rounds on the trot to be sealing that out.
That was an incredible comeback, and obviously if you're a Vitality fan, you must have loved it. But if you're a FaZe fan, then times were really crushingly hard. It was a stainless defense on the side of FaZe, powered by a Kerrigan who had a very good first half with 13 kills, but then he and his teammates completely crashed on the T side. They could never figure out the defense on the side of Vitality, and I do wonder, are there damages after that game? Are there damages for FaZe?
Yeah, no, it is a very important question. Then moving on just to look at the repercussions of what this will mean for whoever loses out on this game. They're going to be taking on Na'Vi in the Gauntlet next week. Not a team that we expected to be in this position of the eliminations, but yeah, that's not an easy pill to swallow.
Not at all, and you get in the same bracket as OG, who looked very convincing in their group yesterday. So right now there's a lot of stake, you know, for these teams right now. They're ready for it, especially Simple. He didn't have a great day Friday, but let's be honest, Kerrigan and the boys from FaZe Clan and Liquid for that matter, they're playing to avoid facing Na'Vi right now. They want to get into the final game, and I think if you're FaZe Clan right now, you're thinking to yourself that we want to play Vitality one more time because we can beat them. They should have beat them, Freya. They should have closed out that game.
No, they definitely should have. I mean, Simple maybe should get a refund on that tattoo because it definitely wasn't easy for Na'Vi when we looked at the group yesterday. But just honing in a little bit more on some of the issues for FaZe that we saw in that particular game against Vitality. What was the key one for you?
I mean, historically speaking, FaZe Clan have the last couple of months always struggled a little bit with their T sides, and that was a problem against Vitality. They were up 15-7 on the T side of Inferno. We see it right here. Out of the top 20 teams in the world, the number 16 in terms of their T sides. Not really that impressive. You see NIP, you see Astralis, you see Big struggling a little bit more, but they're down there in the low numbers. Now, the reason for that can be found, I guess, in some of the star players. You look towards your Brokey, you look towards your Twist, and their stats on the T side compared to the CT side are not that great. You want to be able to enable your star players, and that comes back to Kerrigan, I would say. So Kerrigan needs to find a way to enable Brokey, to enable Twist, and make sure that they get all the possible impact on their T side so they can avoid, being up 15-7 and then losing a game regardless.
Yeah, I agree. I think the first T half that we have have seen from FaZe at this event was a bit of a smokescreen because, again, that was when Robs had 36 kills or whatever the hell. So that's when every single time, every lurk he had on the apartments towards Inferno, that was working. Always working. That wasn't the case on that second game against Vitality, and then suddenly you start to see the lackluster executes. I know that Dupree had a sick 4K, like round number 30. That's it. That's acted, right? But how many times did Vitality's defense completely crush the offense for FaZe? Absolutely read it like a book and crushed it. If you get such a comeback in your face, you deserved it somehow.
Yeah, it definitely was the tale of the CT sides looking at that one as well. But looking at our betway odds, particularly coming into this rematch, they are favouring FaZe quite heavily in this one. But we've also been praying to the Counter-Strike gods, please, for the love of God, no more Inferno.
What's that? Why are we being anti-Inferno right now? What
really, Maniac? You would go for a 5th Inferno in a row? Really?
You know what? I
just want to see some... Okay, it's these new teams. The fact that we're seeing all of them make their debuts, and we've seen just one map.
You see what you're doing right now? It's still in there.
Please.
You see, you're conjuring it. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah.
It's still in the pool. It's still in the pool. There are 4 more maps, and Inferno is still in.
I feel like
what
you
have
should
you
be
done?
more stressed. Okay, Pimp is
It's still in the pool.
Oh God, please.
3 more maps. I've never been.
I
never had
just
so
want
much
to see
suspense
something else.
It's still in the pool. It's
If
still
production
there.
had
It's still in the
told
pool.
us
It's still in there. We can still have it.
Anything. Are you actually kidding me? Are you kidding me? I'm out. See you later,
Inferno,
guys.
indeed. Welcome everyone to this 2022 workshop on Inferno, the 2,000 different ways you can play Counter-Strike on that specific map. You thought you needed setups on the CT side, executes on the A side, clutches and smokes. We got everything for you on this workshop of Inferno.
I can hear the smile from our producer Martin as well. He knew that info coming into this. He knew that we'd be reeling seeing Inferno again. But maybe, you know, it's a chance for the teams to show some improvements, particularly, you know, it seems to be the day of Inferno. I'm pulling at straws.
That's fine. It's fair. You know, at least we are guaranteed, I guess, a close game. That's a positive. You know, Inferno is always good for a best of one, always good for a close game. No team can count themselves out, as we saw with Vitality. Even down 15-7, there's always this, you know, potent potential of a comeback. So in terms of the competitiveness of the map, you know, and the game, I don't mind seeing Inferno. It's just that we've seen it 4 times in a row and now 5 times, right? One thing we can, you know, look out for is FaZe Clan and how they react. They had a poor T side against Vitality. Will they bounce back? Will Robs find some more success, or will Liquid learn from their mistakes in the first game? I think that's going to be a vital part of it right here.
I think all jokes aside, for both IGLs, that's a very unique exercise they're going through right now. And people got to realize that this is not normal for the universe of Counter-Strike, that you as an IGL have to play 3 times the same map in best of ones, and then a rematch on top of that. So both Nitro and Kerrigan, they're going to have to scratch the last one of their neurons to know and navigate around, because it's quite clear what they have. I mean, they've played the map quite a few times. We know what's on the table.
Do you remember those times where you couldn't select maps and you would just press start and it would always be freaking Dust 2? We've now got this with Inferno just today. I mean, the luck coming into it. I did want to ask as well, just particularly because we're seeing all these different rosters coming into it. Do you feel like maybe that's a reason as well why we're seeing so much Inferno? Because they're all coming into things saying, you know, we haven't actually had that much practice together. Maybe sort of just a handshake at the end. I mean, kind of the best kind of handshake.
It kind of is, you know, that plays a role into it for sure. Inferno is a map you need as a team. If you want to be a top team in the world of Counter-Strike today, that cannot be one of your perma bans. Or I guess it can, but you don't really see anyone do it. Everyone in the world, you know, every top 20 team, every top 50 team, I would say, in the entire world, they play Inferno. It's just one of those household maps that everyone have a pretty good idea of how to play. Also one of the maps where I used to say that the better team will always win out at the end, which I think we saw with Vitality against FaZe Clan, and which I think we're going to see here as well. It is a map that always offers close games, comebacks, etc., etc. A lot of it comes down to the economy as well. There's so many saving, you know, on the CT side where you just try to keep hands on your gun, try to bring them into the next round. So it's very stale and somewhat pale in the way you play it. It's the same and the same and the same, but those who master it, well, they'll win out at the end.
And you're talking about close games. Just reflecting on the previous scoreline that we saw between FaZe and Liquid, 19-15. Obviously, FaZe managing to push it to that OT. What are you thinking for Liquid to be potentially doing differently coming into this, considering, you know, they have faced up against FaZe before?
I honestly don't think that Liquid have to change too much. And the way they were playing around these last few rounds, it was very default-based. They were taking banana control. They were then redirecting late. They had Shocks very much forward on that apartment position, making sure that they have a way back in. I don't believe we're going to see something tremendously different. I mentioned Shocks, though. I agree with you, Jake, but I think we have to put him a little bit on the spotlight. He is playing positions right now where he can decide rounds on its own. Like, he's going to have to find a couple of duels here and there where he gives the round to Liquid. We haven't seen that in that second game. In the first game, he had a couple of moments where he'd had that impact. But when you play apps like this, when you play Robs, Shocks is basically playing Robs' position. And we had an example of what Robs did in the first game. Shocks is far away behind right now, so we need to see more impact. We need to see him give rounds to Nitro.
If I may be completely honest, allow me to be completely honest, I'm a little bit disappointed in FaZe Clan and the fact that they're not pushing this into another map than Inferno. When you think about it, FaZe Clan have only changed drops, right? They have to integrate one new player into the lineup, whereas for Liquid, that's a complete new project. They're starting from scratch with a new in-game leader and 3 new players. Obviously, their map pool is not going to be as solid as FaZe Clan is right now. There's more of a foundation for FaZe to fall back on. So why don't you try to push Liquid into a map they haven't played so far? Why don't you take I wouldn't call it a gamble, but why don't you showcase us that you have a deeper map pool and a better understanding of what maps you can play? I'm all about the confidence pick, and of course, if you're FaZe, you're thinking to yourself, okay, we did beat Liquid last time around. We should have beaten Vitality. Our Inferno is pretty strong, but still, you are supposed to be the better team. You have a bigger foundation. You have more time together as a team, and if you're Kerrigan, there must be another map you fancy playing against Team Liquid. So, honestly speaking, I'm a little bit disappointed, but I'm sure there's a reason behind it.
Yeah, no, there's a reason to be disappointed. I do just want to talk about, not a disappointment, definitely coming into the server, the guy that's on our screen right now, Rops, because you were highlighting it in Maniac. So irritating to play against, and he definitely was for the last time for Liquid.
Well, I think that Rops was always in a position where if anyone anywhere on the map would have a favorable trade, then Shucks, why say Shucks? Rops would be the one to put it home. That is the thing that Rops is capable of doing, and he was always the closer of any situations you give him. In the first game, he created situations, and that for me is the next step for Rops. Not only close the beneficiary rounds where you have an advantage, but being able to create a situation that is for your team. If he can do that, he'll be a superstar with capital S.
Well, the 5th time on the cards for us tonight, we are heading to the destination of Inferno. Liquid hoping to claim revenge over FaZe for a close overtime loss last time these two teams faced. We're going to be jumping into the action in just a second, and you don't want to miss it.
God, I hate Inferno. Oh, so hey, what's up, guys?
Oh,
what's going on?
It's like Groundhog Day, man.
It is.
It's just Inferno and Inferno and Inferno and Inferno. And
it's kind of been bangers, though. That's the thing.
It's been overtimes all the time. So, I mean, listen, we wanted data. We wanted sample size.
Yeah.
You know, we wanted something to look at and appreciate and criticize. Well, listen, Inferno, we got more of it.
Yeah.
FaZe, obviously, the Betway favors here. Why? Because they already beat Team Liquid on this very same map. The very same roster, the very same map. But Team Liquid have played a lot of Inferno today. 2 overtimes versus FaZe in the loss, 19-15, and then the win in EG, 19-17. Listen, I'm not very good at math, but that's a lot of Counter-Strike on Inferno.
You know, I think there is something. I don't know how many. I wonder how many like teams would agree with this. But I always felt like when I was practicing, I mean, it's really the overtime rounds where you really learn a lot. I feel like that's where you get the DOMs. You know what I'm saying? Where you really stress the entire game plan. You've learned so much. And then in that same session of practice, you go into overtime and you have to come up and be creative a little bit and start to work off of what you've seen from your opponents. Those critical rounds, I feel like, do a lot for you as a team. So I'm sure they're reveling in it, this amount of practice. But I think Pimp had a really good point. You know, he likes Inferno, but for FaZe Clan, why would they want to play against Liquid on Inferno, who are only getting, you know, stronger on the map when they have a virtually brand new roster? And they also own quite a good face on it. But at the same time, you know, FaZe got a little bit of practice, and they probably feel like they didn't show their best T side and can show some improvements from that perspective. And that's what's also fun about watching this one team play the same map twice in a day. So we'll see if FaZe can improve their T side, or if it was just Vitality's amazing CT side that was just too hard to overcome.
Let's find out.
What the hell? It's like a knife round.
Let's go. It's just a shooting gallery both directions. It's like the Civil War up in here.
Yeah.
Pull. Fire! And then it takes 4 minutes for everybody to reload. But not with modern weapons.
People sound like that back then?
I don't know what they sounded like, but probably not. Twists. He finds a leash. 3v3. But damage done here. Brokey and Twists walking away from that initial engagement. Worse for wear. But it's the pistol round, and the beauty of the pistol round is nobody has helmets.
It's not real CS.
Right, it's an anomaly. Brokey shoots 1 bullet, hides. OC's gonna stay tucked here. Or is he gonna go peeking, prying, and trying to get man advantage to the side of Liquid? Oh, Brokey beats him. It's all on Naf. Naf versus Twists. A betrayal of countrymen. A reload in for Naf as he gets run down by Brokey, but a clutch for Naf. And Liquid will take pistol.
With that little grin, yes. So it was the North who won that battle.
Yep.
Right? But
Thank
this time the
goodness.
South did. Coming up from the bottom of a banana.
Okay. I was like, where are you? Where are we?
Still the good guys, of course.
Gotcha. Yeah.
A pistol round, that's where it all begins. That's what they say.
Well, there are pistols aplenty here for FaZe Clan.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's a pistol round for them too. So the thing was on that T side with FaZe Clan, there were just so many scrimmy rounds where it felt like it was desperate before the game was over. You know? Well. Okay, all right.
How have we ended up here?
Yeah.
Twists runs by, not going to find a weapon on the ground. Oh my goodness, he's doing damage through smoke.
I got like full control of the map already.
For the record, if you weren't here for the first edition of FaZe Clan versus Liquid on Inferno, 9-round T-sides.
Yeah.
That's what got us to OT.
And 10 rounds for Liquid versus EG just now.
A tale of the T-side. They're so nervous.
I would be.
Got reason to be, but the thing is, the threats aren't in these close cubbies. The threats looming behind them in the form of ROPS. Creepy crawling through the tunnel.
Oh my god, he's coming.
And Team Liquid, they're met by a smoke.
Smoke
you've only got 30 seconds? Well, how about an evacuation round?
They got the flank. I mean, you got to go off of that. Yeah, they're going to run all the way back. This totally changes the round, actually. Rob dying. No. He's not normally the guy you'd see giving up a position like that, but it does open up A. Now they can press with one guy to go arch to catch rotators and listen, and the other guys just get to the site and hope that no one's here. They did allow Twist to get nice and close, though, so he might have an option to explode on him.
Real close. Oh, his Deagle's down. OC's able to get the kill 7 seconds as that bomb's going to be planted. And Shocks, well, he's stuck in this corner, and Brokey's going to be primed for the peak. Easy pickup on that one. 60 health on Nitro, 48 on OC. Flash between the two. And Nitro, he's going to alleviate a little bit of pressure. All that's left of FaZe is over on Arch side. They double back. They grab Shocks' Galil.
Yeah.
Oh, there goes the flash. Does nothing.
Nitro's hard to penetrate. Whoa, can't even go for it, huh?
It's over.
Wow, that's it.
Rops got caught.
Wow, yeah, he got caught. He's just not the guy you see, you know, getting caught in a spot like that. He's the most careful of the careful.
Rops is human.
He's human. Yeah, and he also had that round, the previous map where he didn't get that bomb down.
Oh.
That was different, you know?
Yeah.
But overall, he's still owned. Like, he's all like 30 plus kills. The highlight package was all Rops. Just a couple of weird ones today. But he looks good in the jersey.
That's true.
It looks right.
Yep.
It looks right.
It's been long enough.
Yeah.
It has been some time. What do you think about Shocks in a liquid jersey?
It also kind of looks right.
Yeah.
In a weird, you know, it shouldn't because, you know, 9 years of French teams. But
and you know what?
What?
Magis and Dupree look great in that Vitality jersey.
Vitality jersey.
Everything just...
The white is very becoming.
Everything just works.
The gilded collars.
Comfortable jerseys, those Vitality ones.
You would know, even though you never pick them.
I always pick them.
Could say it loudly, but
sometimes to my downfall. The one time I didn't pick them.
Oh, always one time.
You remember the one time? The one time I didn't pick them was when they knocked Astralis out of the fall finals in front of that crowd. And had I picked them, I would have won the predictions for that event too.
Wow.
I'll never forgive myself.
Me neither.
Rain's got the Galil, pummeling some shots through smoke, but not netting him anything for it. FaZe, you almost did it last round. Super zoom. Can you do it this time?
Really hear the birds on some of these T rounds, but they're working. They're thinking.
That's the one Galil, and it was a nice first headshot.
Close, yeah.
Just no follow-up damage to really make that one hurt.
So obviously a great spot to play in rounds like that, even alone. But
Boomich would agree.
Yeah.
Frag grenade at the feet of the T's. Nitro hippity hops his way through Kerrigan.
Whoa.
In Valorant, your abilities go through your teammates. So, Nitro, you know, you give him some more time.
Aim right for him.
He'll get there. He'll get there. 3-1 start for him.
Yeah, that was the thing. 2 not so great maps from Nitro, but a couple of spots where you could see it. He still got the aim and everything. That kill on Rush.
Oh, the flick into apartments?
Yeah. Then he had a double B entry, I think, in their first game. That was immense, but the overall consistency, not quite there.
Nav's going from Sloth to Wolverine. See that beer man?
That's quite a transition. I mean, that's like Caterpillar to Butterfly, right?
Something like that.
In terms of metamorphoses.
Mm-hmm. Boy.
They're also just such different animals. I mean,
very true.
They'd be on opposite ends of the animal kingdom in characteristics.
Yep. Not far off. Captain America, nice to have you back. Rops.
I mean, sloths sleep hanging, so does that mean they have their muscles engaged? I know they use their claws.
No, I think their claws just lock. They just lock there.
And they lock them in?
Yeah, they just lock them in and then go...
Car doors?
Yep, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Lock them in. Like these first 3 rounds to the side of Team Liquid. All right, now the game begins. Everybody sit up straight. Focus. We got guns on the battlefield. FaZe gonna look over top of smokes. Bit of damage versus Nitro. Nade goes deep. Finds him as he falls to 50 on the Galil. But no early casualties here in round 4.
Now, Nitro's actually locked him out of this spot with this Molotov. Confirmed they fell back, so it buys them some time in mid. Don't know if they're going to try to attack right away, but it does feel like they're about to put a lot of pressure on. Now, this mid-molly would tell you it's just bracket control, but yeah, it looks like that is just the game plan for Liquid. Going through all the regular motions. Trying to slow down FaZe here. I feel like I've seen this round so many times today.
Right? Surely we don't get 6 maps of Inferno.
Well, it's a Hall's presence. There's no one in lane to flash him out. Are they going to stay here? They're just clearing things out.
Clearing it.
All right. Decision about to be made, and we know where the bomb is.
Brokey's ready for these peaks.
They're going to make it look like some kind of egregious run-through smoke B attack, and then just hit A. Rotations are slow as they need. Exec about to come out. Robs has his smoke down. This could be huge.
Yeah, I mean, this is comfortable here for FaZe. Look at this. 3 kills from 3 separate players. Easy as can be. And then Team Liquid just limp back into their spot. Dude, what a dud.
What a dud.
When you said floppy, what you really meant was flop.
Yeah.
Because that's all Team Liquid just did.
And I was just thinking about the greatest North American player of all time.
Ah, yes.
Never a good sign when your pit player has a smoke up. Remember when Rush had that smoke?
Oof. 3 kills for him.
Yeah.
That one's clean from Rain. Brokey, simple as can be.
Wow, I'm actually surprised they even committed to that B attack. It doesn't... I mean, if he gets the kill, it's huge, but I guess they wanted to try to pull one player through the moto smoke and then hit the A site. They just didn't draw out as much utility as they wanted to, I suppose.
Rare voice line.
Right. Wow.
It's not every day.
Pulled the string on that teddy bear. Why are some of the voice lines really loud, by the way? They don't normalize the audio,
I'm calling him out. I'm calling him out. Hugo Byron is that guy.
Oh, he uses that guy?
Yep. Every time.
My God.
You're trying to call strats. Oh. Like this one from Nitro. Push. Doesn't go all the way through, but does have Rain stuck behind sandbags. Oh, great flash from Kerrigan to get Rain into position. He's even looking for a multi-kill, and he nearly nails it. Kerrigan just getting OC over the line with that nade from downtown. Naf sent all the way back on 45 HP.
Oh, man. I feel like there was a window to act right there, and it wasn't capitalized on. The position was just getting more and more tenuous, and it was Nitro who actually didn't have much cover sitting out there by the car, even though he knew his opponent was sandbags. Well, either way, it was a great flash from FaZe. And now another round in a very compromised position. Nades are low for Team Liquid, but it's enough for a full exec, and Kerrigan is alone here on B. Wow, he's very alone, actually. I mean, even his support flasher is going to take a couple of seconds to get here, so...
Brokey's trying. He's running, but he doesn't actually have any flashes, so there's no assist to be offered here to Kerrigan. Dies empty-handed. Elige going to be happy with that one. Brokey really challenges through, scopes up, dies to Shocks, who gives cover. The furthest player back towards Banana, and now man advantage here for Team Liquid.
FaZe really fumbled the bag on this one, but they've again got a full kit. 2 kits to work with. Smoke for Banana.
Perfect. And then 2 flashes after that. This is a really deadly rifling
there's another
duo.
smoke in CT as well. They can't even go for it.
Nah, that's a call it quits.
Wow. Oh man, that's FaZe with an extra player, but yeah, the rotator Brokey didn't have a flash. Kerrigan didn't get a kill, and Liquid just picked the right idea.
Kerrigan
just re-hit B.
So stranded.
Yeah.
And Brokey could offer him nothing because of the smokes that come through. Damn.
Just like that, Liquid 4-1.
2 duds between Kerrigan and also Brokey on the jump up.
And yeah, even though Liquid only had 3 players, they had a molly, they had a smoke, they had multiple flashbangs to work with to attach this to approach the site. Actually, you know, smokes are both choke points. Awkward situation. Yeah. The spot where they didn't want to necessarily gamble, but they felt fairly confident it was going to be the A site. And again, Kerrigan kind of just had to get 1 kill, and then it would have been still competitive, but Liquid squeeze water from Stone.
That leaves a lot on the line here for round number 6. A loss here for FaZe is going to give Liquid the 5-1 T-side lead, and no cash left over for the defense. 20 damage for the frag. Rain on 80. Ooh, pushes forward. Nitro, barrel stuffs him up close. Last time Kerrigan was able to get the fadeaway nade, but not this time, no sir. 5v4, comfortable for Liquid.
Yeah.
And banana control not entirely given away. Kerrigan's still floating somewhat. Look at this, a little bit of movement on the A site. FaZe Clan starting to move up, trying to pry a player off it. Brokey will catch a lead, sure enough, through middle. OC walks straight into Kerrigan, who can't convert a second kill. Nitro trades it back, but at the very least, it's been equalized. And Brokey trying to get into position, has a support nade, but again, no teammate inside sight.
Wow. I mean, the odds change drastically once again. If Kerrigan gets that kill, it's great, but he can't get away. Brokey a little bit too concerned about going for that peak. And the bomb goes down. Okay, it's a real test, but hey,
Yes.
more utility to work with and an extra player.
And this is that trio of fraggers, of stars that FaZe Clan are really trying to make a successful formula with.
We're going to try to see if this, which way the banana kill goes, because that can make the difference.
Twist getting closer. Shock's eyes on it, just jiggling. Confirm that there's at least one on the flank, and Shock's doubles it back. Twist hears it, but can't get the kill. Molotov to the back of the bomb site. Rob's trying to find his opening, also gets denied entry, and now Broky's just smoking his exit. 5-1 for Team Liquid, even with the 3v3. No success on the retake attempt.
You lose all your grip when the banana flank is there and it doesn't go through. All the spots get compromised if Twist is able to win his duel. And Shocks will put up his end of the bargain. Holding on. They can still win from the site. It's already favored to the T side in the post plant, but that helped out tremendously. That's a nice kill from Broky in the interim, but okay. Kerrigan's, it's interesting because Kerrigan gets his kill, but he really is primed to get refragged. He's out in the open. If they're going to approach, they're probably going to approach multiple players. If he can get his frag and there's no one else there, then that's just super winning for FaZe Clan, but we don't see that version of reality. Off the pistols for FaZe Clan. Broky still got his op in hand, though. FaZe struggling here on CT side.
How does Broky pull this off? That op, that M4 on Kerrigan.
Very pragmatic from Liquid. Keep leaning towards B. Banana control has been theirs.
Feels like they were really getting more comfortable with the B play when it came to the game versus EG.
Yeah.
And
that's the thing that Pimp was talking about.
That's the practice.
They allowed Team Liquid to play a map they've got a lot of prac on.
Oh, OC sharp. Kills Rain immediately. Kerrigan still hiding there in the back of the bomb site, but Nitro jumps around. 2 from Kerrigan. Not bad. It's something for them to work with. And Broky's still close enough with that op.
Drops the smoke, maybe. But they've also got to juggle the idea of using up the op from Broky. Oh, the flank is coming in.
Yep. And Elish not watching it at all. Not even thinking it's a possibility, but there's the play from Naf. One kills his. OC covers that banana wrap. Good synergy here from Naf and OC to just nullify that retake attempt. Another one for Liquid.
Yeah, some great coverage. Again, in the site, that's Kerrigan tries his damnedest with that M4. 2 frags is not bad, but it's only the $600 that try to make up for the fact they still lose.
Good round from OC.
Honestly, we should be trying to compare this to the Monacy OC debut, I think, throughout their group at least, overall. Because again, 2 solid maps from OC looking for 3.
It just seems like, like from an international CS level, it's like Monacy's so incredibly hyped up that it feels almost wrong to make that comparison. But in terms of regions, this is what we got.
Yeah, well, we're comparing them to their opponents, right? How well they play versus their opponents. So it's not like OC is playing versus North American teams at home. They got the EG match, but every group, has one, very much weaker team.
Once we get to the gauntlet, maybe we get that head-to-head. Na'Vi and Liquid are already such an interesting head-to-head matchup. Here's the pop out through middle. Nice move here from Shocks. Flies down beyond the hay bales. Rob's not able to stop it. He's got a lot of players coming at him, and the gun already halfway dry. No kills. Empty-handed from Robs on the spray down. And I feel like FaZe Clan, you just eject. Get out while you can. Another one. 7-1, in fact, for Liquid.
The lane explodes have been great today. They pulled off a few super strong ones versus EG in that last match. And Props cannot figure out what is happening at this point. The late flash that comes in on lane, I think this is the key one. They jump out with it, too. I think there's no way you expect it after they're already up at the hay cart. No matter how close Rops is to the screen, he can't see a damn thing.
Just get a little closer.
I'm really enjoying this Liquid era.
Okay. Well,
Got to break a few eggs.
He's still adjusting to English, you know? In French, you survive that.
A couple untimely deaths today. The bombs.
It's start of the new season, you know? We
You just came from Valorant, right? You get to see the explosion lengths.
Right.
Yeah.
But they don't have bombs. They have spikes.
Spikes.
Do you think?
Big problem is next half, it might only get worse.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
What were you going to say?
I was going to say, do you think any of Kerrigan's neighbors are Counter-Strike fans? Because, like...
I mean, it's Denmark, so at least 5.
You have, like, a front row seat to one of the, sickest IGLs in the world. But you also shouldn't watch people through their windows.
Yeah. If Anders lived over there, he'd have his phone on 1000x zoom trying to, like...
I remember when Anders showed us his new phone, he's like, guys, look what it can do. And he starts zooming in
on a rooftop in Miami, and he's just zooming in on people's apartments like 3 blocks away.
Like, Anders, I'm not comfortable with this. But guys, the technology.
He actually didn't even care about what he was looking at.
Oh, Anders. Quick clash towards the top of Banana, but I say clash, there's no real fight. Despite 3 players from FaZe on that side of the map, they don't show face at all. It's Brokey instead to be the front runner here, and he's got a lot of Team Liquid players about to be breathing down his neck.
He's found a couple of nice, mid-round situations in mid where he's just grabbed the kill. This one he peels back quickly, though. Oh, just dodges that lane Molotov. That could have been the death of him. Rotations come out for the CTs towards A. But Liquid look like they have the kind of right idea again. They take over Arch quickly. Twist is here. He'll hear the flash.
Nice flash.
Oh, Twist
doubles up. Yep, that's sharp. Good double kill here from Twist. Rops inside pit. Oh, shaves OC off of the play. And then Brokey's op comes alive. This is much better. FaZe Clan showing us a little bit of fire here between the 3 heavy-handers. Dodging nades. Shocks down for the count. Brokey connects another. Still playing from the dark abyss. Lights off at Brokey's house.
Yeah. Brokey lives in the darkness, for sure.
This second kill from Twist really, I feel like, just tilts the scales ever so slightly further in the favor of FaZe.
Rotations are so slow there, if not.
And Brokey also.
But Robson and Brokey both stayed alive, right? So they could have continued fighting. Rob's doing a good job just holding that utility for as long as possible. And these late A takes have not all been good. When Liquid have pulse popped, that was when I think they looked their best. And again, Brokey's getting frisky in mid. He's been pretty good on the optics, gets some information back. Clears that boiler, falls back. Now they're going to try to kill Nitro again, but Rain kind of runs by it, and Nitro doesn't know he's jumped up on the log.
What a perch.
It's kind of hard to tell who's going to win this fight, but it feels like Rain will at least grab one.
God, they're all around him. Jesus. Don't move. Hold your breath.
Could have dove that.
Oh, empty-handed.
He could have dove that, but he didn't know how many people were around.
That's so awkward. I feel like had he known that's how it was going to go, he would have never wanted to be in that position. But Elish trade frags after Kerrigan gets the one. Brokey again going to try to scramble in behind Coffins. We've seen the same situation before.
These are futile rotations. Oh, no. Oh, my God. There was a chance. My God. That shot looked good. Run it back, slow it down, zoom it in.
I bet he stuck it between the legs. Unfortunate. But this was back to where, Team Liquid already found the successful formula hitting that B site.
I feel like there's just a piece missing here, to really connect that belt and tighten down on B, because when Kerrigan's in these situations where he can get his kill, fall back, whatever it is, Brokey's one job as the rotator over is to help him with really overpowered... Okay, work on that. Really overpowered flashes that land above the roof and allow Kerrigan to take multiple peeks. But almost every single time, it's Brokey frantically running back to be either with no flash or a little bit slow, and Kerrigan already dying or fighting a little bit early, and then there's just nothing for him to do. I mean, he knows that they can't retake this again.
Elish laughing off Rain.
But hey, Liquid are opening up this timing over and over as well. I feel like Brokey is under too much load right now, where he's being aggro inside of middle, so he's not spending a lot of time in the rotator spots, and that's messing with his rotation timings. And there's a bit of discomfort, and stylistically, Liquid are just loving this because they're winning the majority of the rounds over on B.
Oh,
my
twist.
God, he's damn near dead.
Nav gets it.
Wow.
Oh, Twists has been betrayed. Not to mention Kerrigan and Rain also hit by nades at the start of this round. It was 9 terrorist round wins for Liquid last match. And they faced FaZe at the start of the day. Already par for the course here if they can convert man advantage. And where do they go?
Oh.
Back to B.
Yeah. Hey. Got their kill, picking the right side again. Rain in a rotator spot here, so we'll see if the full exec comes out. They're going to play it light. No flashes for Rain. We'll have to do this alone.
Oh, he's got just
so
the one.
Close.
14 health makes the difference there for Shox. And even though it's not Kerrigan inside sight relying on Brokey, it's Rain relying on Kerrigan. And again, that rotator, I was going to say, doesn't get his hands on it, but a spray through smoke is something. It's good enough.
Yeah, Shox is low.
Maybe justify the retake. As you said, there are wounded players here for what's left of Liquid, but they go ahead and boost him. Shox takes to the top of the totem pole. OC down beneath him. That reload is going to be indicative of the position. And Kerrigan now, he's going to hunt up close and personal, goes for the peek, takes the one off top, but it's OC still, full HP. Elige down at the hands of Rops, and OC gets tagged up by the op. Now he's going to go ahead, tuck into the corner, and he's just playing the time. Rops has to come dig him out, and as he tries to, he's dead. OC with another clutch on the day.
Hold your nerve. Read that, did an overswing, and assumed that the bomb was getting stuck. That was a beautiful clutch from OC. One of many today, I feel like. Definitely 2 we can remember that stood out like crazy. Elige had a lot of good words for OC in the interview during the break. Oh, wow.
That reset.
Yeah. That's brutal. Not the best way to die. That's well done. He even got hit hard through the box with that op too. That's rough. It's another situation. Hey, it's different players, but the exact same situation with the B player alone.
A problem that's really being exploited.
Player in the site, no extra player on the site. There's never been a situation where they boost in CT and try to stop the B attack that way. It's just one dude walking around, playing a regular spot, and just has to stop, like, a 4-player attack. And you know what? Rain almost pulled it off. If he had gotten the second kill on Shox, who he got very low, then the rest of the players were behind the smoke. Maybe they could have won, but see a situation like that, you never expect the B holder to, really be able to deliver that much.
Now they're just stuck on a scout and one M4. But that M4 is arguably in the right position. Bit of an A-lean for the moment, 55 seconds. Oh, that Molotov, poor Brokey. He just got into that position.
I like this house.
And it's burnt to the ground.
Yeah.
Elige catching Kerrigan. That's the scout down. Twists next up. Or rather, next down. But again, the A1S is in play. Rob's a chance at heroics, gets spotted. And Rain adds a deagle kill to the feed. Now Rob's chance, multi-kill potential, but no, it's all shut down. Team Liquid 10-2.
Damn. Quickly to 10. Looking very, very strong. Nitro smiling. So Elige was saying that he feels like OC's going to be able to beat Tier 1 in a few months. Of course, it's his teammate, right? He's got, rose-colored glasses on for him. Already a pretty strong debut. Yeah. But we all know, at least in North America, that OC had that kind of potential. But he said that OC has great comms. He plays a lot like Elige said, very methodical, and kind of calculates all his decisions beforehand. And some operators and players are just more intuitive. Like, he actually drew a comparison to himself and Nafly a long time ago, where he said Nafly just, has a really good feeling for the game and can come up with these beautifully creative clutches and uses his imagination to own people. But OC and himself, they like to think about the situations before they happen, plan out their attacks, their reactions. So there might be a friendship brewing.
Rain. Okay. Okay, considering those 2 nades are near, could have been worse. And it's not one of those moments where their second B player is not close enough to the bomb site. So as we start to watch Liquid lean this way, ooh, Rain and Nitro exchanging damage. Rob's in the close corner. It's going to have to be a leash to clear him. Oh, but Rob's just so
tricky.
Dances between the bullets and finds himself securing FaZe a man advantage. They're shooting for their 3rd CT round win. 13 rounds deep. Brokey, ready? Oh, OC just gives him enough. Quick hops here, though. Nitro trying to close that gap, and Brokey's patience on the trigger. It's beautiful. He has such a good, quick cycle when it comes to those op shots.
Yeah.
Like, you can see them coming. He hasn't scoped back in yet, but you know he's locked in.
Yeah, he's built for those multi-frags, for sure. Very explosive.
Yeah, some ops shoot bullets. His, it's homing missiles.
Yeah, once asked that, Twist that in interview, I was like, hey, you seem like a very aggressive player. And he's like, I would look at myself more as explosive, but not so aggressive. And that makes so much sense. You think about Twist, like when the action happens, he's really locked in and tuned into these little micro adjustments and reading the next frag and setting himself up, not over flicking. Has a perfect sense of visualization for how the next fight will go. And Brokey's got that same effect.
Yeah.
He's definitely not particularly aggressive, but at the same time, you see him in high action moments, you're like, that guy's aggressive, right?
Yep.
It's got that air to him.
Yeah, explosive. I like that distinction.
Yeah.
Explosive versus aggressive. Like a landmine. You know, it takes one person to step on it.
But you got to go find it.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Or hopefully not. 20 health off Nitro here. Kerrigan swinging the big green. Double op setup between him and Brokey, but he did not suspect that pace from Naf. And now, again, Liquid look to run it back where there's a solo B hold as Shox peels one off of middle. Things go from bad to worse, but that's awkward.
Wait, that's really awkward, actually. It separates the attack, and they can't even follow up behind him.
And they stop.
Still in a pretty good spot, but now, you know, FaZe.
Oh, you.
All right.
Dirtbag.
There's still 2 more here.
I mean that.
Let's see if the A players can show them how to hold B.
Respectful way. Again, Nitro, blocking utility. In Valorant, it passes right through you.
Goes through, yeah.
You got to reframe it, man.
Maybe that's a better way.
It's all those little things. This is such a stalemate. Look at the radar. Everybody look at the radar. Just go A, noobs. Oh, it's the bomb. Nitro's got bomb. He's stuck in the corner. Oh, what a curious situation. You know, huge advantage in the 5v2, but...
Yeah, if Elish does this... Okay, this is honestly the best move. Because if Elish does this quickly and he finds that ones here, they just explode on B.
Yeah.
If it's empty, then they can just take the site if they want to, but...
Smoke Nitro, get him out.
Yeah.
Yep, perfect. Okay. Well done. Well timed. Well figured out.
Yeah, they just had so much material. It would be stupid to just, you know, try to 5v2 blindly, full exact, when there's rifles and an op on board.
Yeah, but, you know, NACS.
Yeah. Yeah, let's wide swing, guys.
Just
Come on.
jump.
The hell?
Nalish now on the hunt. Wow. Bomb active. Twists back sight. That tap near him. Come on, Nalish. Connect it. Connect the dots.
Honestly, Liquid played great this half, but FaZe kind of didn't.
Sure. Okay.
I think both are important.
Ooh, hey now. Nope, not going to escape here, Brokey. A for effort.
Their mistakes were kind of clear, and the discomfort was kind of clear.
This was an awkward start.
Yeah.
Naf's timing very quick to the top of wood, and obviously taking Robs down before they headed over to the B site. Plus Eli's just, I mean, he's just spraying wildly and connects that.
This game is a scary game.
It is.
It's full of jump scares.
They think it's an FPS, but really, CS is a horror game.
It's more like Outlast.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Ooh. You gonna show a little skin? Oh, OC's blind. Kerrigan, nicely done. Gets down at the back of it. No answer here from Nitro. He's so wary. He's so stuck. Nitro just dead to Rain as he challenges downwards, but then, whoa, oh my God, Kerrigan's getting away with robbery.
How did OC, what?
Steals it back with 2. And this has actually freed up Shox a little bit. Had he gone forward on this timing?
Oh, he's hoping some CT made a move. No one's close to him yet.
Nah, they're still leaning back. That's a weird round.
Crazy.
Freaky. Minute to play here. We're going to slow things down. These are the OC.
I thought he was like basically smoked there. Oh, little flick.
That was,
Tasty little flick.
you know, Brokey-esque and pretty quick on the cycle.
Definitely.
Oh, okay. What you guys doing? Trading items in Lumbridge.
Uh-oh.
Hey there. Gone is OC, and all this time, Rops has been comfortably sat on this balcony, so Shox gives away the footsteps and the round. A fourth for FaZe Clan at the end of this half, but a stark improvement from 9 T rounds their last match to 11, Liquid in the driving seat.
What?
What's happening?
How can I kill myself with this? No, he stole my frag. Above you.
I've
You know, I can get out here, dude. You guys have enough points.
Look at Grim camping up there, man.
Five steps better.
Should be dark. Don't see coffins, should be dark.
One dark.
The op is far, you might have an op. Or flash him in. Careful.
Be walking out back.
Nothing banana, I just picked it.
Stay there.
Yeah.
Dark, one more dark.
Could be spawn, John.
Banana.
Dead.
Dark.
Holding
Open
that.
is good. Open is good.
You got this.
Close.
Josh!
He for 60.
This is so funny.
Okay.
Just unlucky. Not bad, just unlucky.
Always
Team
unlucky.
Liquid gonna find themselves a comfortable lead here as they take to the CT side, but the T sides haven't been problems for Liquid. It's the CT side that we've seen issues on Inferno, and we've seen a lot of Inferno. So let's see if they can go ahead and improve. All right, they added 2 to the tally compared to their first matchup versus FaZe on the offense. Let's see if they can close this quickly, or whether OC experiences the Liquid choke.
Yeah, they also got the 10 rounds on T side versus EG.
Yep.
Yeah, so overall, really strong.
Defense.
Conversely, FaZe just, yeah, they were stronger on T sides earlier. So things change up. We'll see some you know, hope FaZe just win this pistol so we can actually get to see them play. Otherwise, it will be a long game. Or a short game, I should say.
Shocks, just one. Robs turning that P250 into the 2K. Naf down for the count. Robs, very nice pistol impact.
Clean.
That's what you're looking for from a guy like Robs. Nitro runs down bottom middle. Let's see it. Valorant clutch incoming. No Kevlar. He's got all the nades in the world. Oh, but he loses his head to the hands of Rain, and FaZe will get to play a T-side.
Yes, they'll get to play a T-side. We'll see it. Like, will be pushed to the limit here. And Rob's just, he never overflicks, does he? You know, no matter how wide the flick is, he's always just right on the money. No wasted space. Sustainable flicks.
All right, Brokey.
Brokey standing up. So he's bouncing around. Gotta be careful. The floorboards are missing. It's so dark in there.
Right? You're gonna trip and fall. Team Liquid gonna come in with a force buy. Scout for a Liege. MP9 on Shocks. Can OC give us a Deagle highlight? I rate his Deagle. It's pretty up there.
It's up there, yeah.
It's not.
He's like one of those guys.
Nico, but
yeah, he's just one of those guys just really good. So he just also has a great Deagle.
Well, I don't have a good Deagle, so what does that say about me?
Probably not great crosshair placement.
Unfortunate.
But I think you do have good crosshair placement.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
It was really clean with the angle clears. So I couldn't tell you. Maybe it's confidence.
Maybe it's
the skin. Sometimes
no,
it comes down to that.
No, it can't be the skin, dude. I have immaculate taste.
But Flaren had an unironic interview, like right when skins got released into the game, where he said that skins genuinely made me better at the game because he practiced more, because he enjoyed playing more. Like, he genuinely said that, which is so cute.
That's Fifth Flaren for you. Great guy.
But it did freshen things up.
Smokes down on the coffin. 5-7, good for one. Scout here for Elise, trying to connect it. No damage done there with the scoped weapon. Kerrigan Mac-10s him through the smoke. Man advantage here for FaZe, and why not save what you can? Try to run, Naf. Escape. Flee.
Uh-oh.
Smart. Do it. He was piecing that together. OC comes to grab it, and that's going to cost him his life. So good job, FaZe. They get past the force buy relatively unscathed.
Okay, so some ideas about FaZe Clan.
Talk to me.
With their upgrade, this is how I'm kind of viewing it in my head. They're now incredibly strong role-wise overall, drops the direct upgrade. But now they're just like perceivably stronger from the back. Okay, so on T sides, they still have a lot of inconsistency with Kerrigan, though he's stepping up for sure. And Rain, in the grand scope of things, you want to go way back, you know, relatively inconsistent. Now, your front pack guys are always going to have a harder time getting stats and stuff like that. But I don't feel as confident with some of their entering as I would with, like, say, an Apex, for example, on Vitality. I feel like that's a better version of it. And I feel like that weakness is where their inconsistency will lie. Because even though Rops is a star player, he is going to be used for his role and playing a little bit slower. And on certain maps, like on T-side Inferno, he will get the opening kill sometimes coming down into Boiler, which will be a natural play for him. But overall, they still might have a problem with tempo. You know, Kerrigan in Prime FaZe was a guy who got way ahead of everybody else, sometimes to the point that if you didn't get the kill, they got info, but sometimes it just was too big of a sacrifice to play behind it, and they would lose to teams that were, you know, alive with 5 and still very good between the 5 players. So I don't know if that's how they view it or if that's how they see it, but we know for a fact that the one change they made is an upgrade to players replacing Olaf, who in general is not going to be looking for as many opening kills as others. And I think it just piles on to the fact that Brokey's really not an ultra aggressive player, and Twist is also a really strong mid-round player, but not the guy you send out in front as often.
Because they're explosive.
And those are the 3 most consistent, right?
Yes. But not aggressive.
Right.
Mac-10 in the little pit. Elige now has the MP9. Traded hands from Shocks, who's walking wounded. And there we go. B kill there for the taking, but oddly enough, they're still going to rock this one back to the A site. Nitro peels one off of B. Ooh, things are getting sketchy.
Uh-oh.
Oh, things are getting sketchy. Unleash to the back of it. Rain, he falls down into the pit, so that's going to make the difference. But there was a moment, okay, if not for just a millisecond, where Liquid looked a bit more deadly than they should have.
Yeah, it's all by design anyway. You know, the players running up lane, they're supposed to look at the site because there's supposed to be a guy jumping in a pit to cover that. So it's a small sacrifice.
It all works.
Small timing there for Unleash, but nothing really ridiculous happens, and it's all fine and dandy. 4-round game now.
The game begins, though.
Yeah.
The second half now underway. First gun round for Liquid CT side. Let's see if they can put a quick one on the scoreboard. Or whether we get another OT.
It's where it feels like all the best rounds have been so far in these two groups.
I love how going for
the infinite class.
Right? Wallbangs like that just elicits bullets back the other direction. Nobody hits anything, but
it's a lonely world. You just want to communicate sometimes.
Just speaking love language. CS. Banana control, very easily taken here for FaZe. No challenge for Liquid, but they do have 3 players here, and OC's posted.
Yeah, and looking at mini-maps in this exact position, like, we go back to the first half, there's almost never a situation where we saw FaZe in that exact formation. Brokey was always really slow to the B site, and this is the same amount of map control taken from FaZe Clan, but Liquid had a pair of eyes on mid, and OC rotating over to the B side, at least for the beginning part of the round, just to shut down any kind of scrimmy aggression that comes at the top of Banana. It's already a little bit better.
Now Nitro takes to the back of the site. Naf deep in CT. Flurry of utility over the top. No damage on the spray.
This is the supporting flash.
Meant for Nitro, who peeks wide and gets almost a 3rd kill on the round. Still good impact here from Nitro. Again, it comes in waves. Sometimes it just crashes all around him. But this time, this round particularly, Nitro's put his name on it. 2 frags and 92 damage versus Rain. So let's see if the rest of the team can just push this over the line. The retake's needed, but the bomb's halfway gone already. We've got a kit for the CTs on a leash, a fight towards coffins, and Nap with the last bullet. That's everybody dead.
Wow.
Kit needs to get picked back up. He's gonna jump up just in time at a 12th round win for Team Liquid.
Damn. Yeah, that's it.
Close.
It's great that it's almost mirrored, but like that's exactly what FaZe were trying to do and needed to do. And there were like 4 rounds where they couldn't put that together.
Big round from Nitro here.
Yeah.
Crisp kill versus Twists. This from Naf, the 2nd bullet.
Oh, unreal.
Ooh, just gets it over. And we had 4 health left on Naf, 13 on OC.
Yeah. Had to actually hit that clutch op shot.
Very, very close to FaZe's favor.
And honestly, another difference is FaZe barely even had odds to even try to retake in some spots, you know?
Yeah, fair point.
Yeah. We'll see, the game's not over yet.
But it is a 5-round lead for Liquid, 12-7. And all of the economy on the line here for FaZe Clan. We said we'd get a T side if they could just win the pistol, but lose a couple gun rounds back to back, and suddenly you're right where you started.
OC plays this exact angle like Monacy on the holding the left side of pillar on mid, right into mid. But he'll actually fall back off this. Molly goes down. Rain's in front of it.
Ooh, right into the frag though. Kerrigan, 1/3 of his health left over. Rain 2. The push, perfect from Kerrigan, and Rain then gets another. Look at the HP here. FaZe, they ate damage, but they know what they wanted, and they got it.
Damn.
I'm shocked that they just forced the issue like that.
Yeah, that's what they try to do. Remember that Dupree 4K round from the pit?
Yeah.
They pulled off a similar play, and Rain was the one wrapping Arch, and he came through and he killed Apex a couple of times. They pushed through smokes, they pushed through mollies, and they pushed through nades. And honestly, that's where I felt like that was not a very sustainable look, but it is their brand, and it is what they're good at. And there are other teams on T side that make crazy things happen, you know, consistently, like Heroic are a team who will maybe make it work more consistently, so we applaud it. But in FaZe's situation, they were struggling a bit on T side, so it looked worse. But this is still how they play, and they're very comfortable with this idea. So the cost is They take some HE damage with the regular protocols from the CT grenades. But the advantage is you get a play like this where they just have no idea you could be here on this timing. And then they're pissed. They're talking about it. They're rubbing their heads.
Dismantled.
Yeah, and that works.
The point I just made about economy, of course it applies the other way too. That's such a big one from Kerrigan.
Wow.
Oh, remember that round? When FaZe Clan tied this game at 12-12, you remember round number 20. Of course, Team Liquid gonna try to stop that from happening. Good grenade for 50 damage, but Nitro peeks right into the scope of Brokey, so 5v4 early on. And they could have walked away from Banana in the 5v5, but instead, they've lost Nitro.
They mollied the pocket and just hope that no one was logs. At least took some kind of risk. Like we look at the EG game from earlier. It's great we have all these reference games so I could, you know, bring up these points directly.
And they all happen on the same map, too.
Exactly.
It's actually
where EG,
perfect.
On their rounds where they didn't have much to work with, they didn't bring any ideas or try to take any risks. And I think that probably cost them the game in the long run, right? It was such a close one. I feel like even though Liquid lose a player here, at least they're trying something to make up for their disadvantages. Oh, Rain's getting tricky.
Grouped up close towards hay bales. Shocked has been found out. Elige and OC, one apiece. Oh, but Elige, the Deagle gets away from him. Naf's got the armored AK, and they call for the save. So they walk away. They clear out those pockets, lose a couple bodies, but still, it's a 9th round win for FaZe. 3 the difference. Obviously, economy playing a factor in this one, but oh, bonus. Elige goes and gets Nitro's FAMAS from the start of the round.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of CS definitely is about winning those key rounds, so full credit to FaZe. When it was clutch time, they made the right call, hit the ace-8 hard, stuck to their style, and made it work. Still anyone's game. Kerrigan's up there too. One of the 2 players on his team actually positive in this game. And again, you know, more volatile with the way that he plays. Very selfless, running out there into the battlefield. That's when you hit those mines that you're trying to dodge.
Right. You know they have rats that can smell mines?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, you let the rat go out into a minefield and it'll find the mine so that you can deactivate them. Rats. Who would have thought? I mean, they use dogs too.
They ever mess up?
I mean, presumably.
Still gets the job done, right? That's messed up. I'm sorry, Peta. I just feel like we've done worse to rats, unfortunately. Like, they're like the #1, like, most tested on animal.
If you're going to go out, at least go down in a blaze of glory.
Like, these are special rats.
Yeah. Spend all that time training it. Oh, that's twisted. All right, back to the action. Guns all over the place. Deep nade from Elige, 8 damage. Fast one. Nitro's gonna be under pressure here. Nafly also taking damage too, but oh, the bank nade finds Twists as he takes Nitro's head off.
I'd be pretty happy if I was Twist, though. That's nice.
Yeah,
nope, real early kill.
Take one with you, but I wouldn't be happy if I was Twist because, shockingly enough, he's bottom of the scoreboard for FaZe, 7 and 15.
Yeah, but that's efficacy. You know, at least you set your team up here.
Yep, 100%.
Top
in this round,
control,
yeah, for
kill,
sure.
Yeah,
just not where we normally see him. So
true.
Bit of an anomaly.
Hey, there's some really great players on the other side of the server.
Yeah, he knows them well.
OC in B, let's see how he handles it. Early peek comes out, misses the shot. Incendiary's good. I mean, the opponents will be separated, but now just call for rotations. It's not exactly a low utility round. It looks a little sparse, but they've got a couple of smokes. It's quite a risky boost. They've not got much to look at, but it works out beautifully.
It's something.
Yeah.
Rops finds Elige as he tries to run away from it. You force this issue? You go for the retake.
It's not that bad
here?
because they have 2 smokes. There is 2 on Banana.
Yep, and a kid on Naf. Remember that one.
And they actually picked up an extra smoke. So now they can smoke the plant on top of it. Flash to come in. Incendiary slows things down. Liquid are comfortable on these last second retakes, but this will be it.
Here we go. They're going to try. Rain gets blinded. Shock's trying to force the fight into the site. Naf will kill Rops. We've got Kerrigan incredibly low. Now they just need to cover on Banana. Everybody's dead. Naf's got the kit, but he doesn't have the time.
Oh, and he dies at the end. OC will retain the op at the very least. That is close. It probably comes down to that Molotov.
Yes.
They tried to rush it as quickly as they could, but it's well played by FaZe. They had time on their side. They got in there. They'll be happy with that, but it was very expensive. That'll count. You know, we get these down these last few rounds, every single dollar will be counted.
Feels like if OC also had a kit, then maybe he's got, you know, that extra couple of seconds that makes a difference, but not Naf. Last man in. But also the last man out. Dies at the end of it. Alongside everybody else other than OC.
Key round here for FaZe. Oh man, that could have been an opportunity.
Hot. Hot, hot, hot.
That's very hot.
Brokey dives away.
Actually, I like the idea from Liquid leaving OC here on Banana. Number of times where, you know, FaZe's been quite quiet. No particular Banana attacks. And OC is taking a risk by standing on this corner, but I think it's the right one. Obviously, they're coming towards A now. Ooh, flashing in a hole. That might be a mistake.
2 players push. They get them both.
They get the trades.
Alish, good thing he's there for that one. Twist's going to be able to get himself into the corner, but nobody's looking to expose themselves to this short peek. Molly goes deep, going to land on Alish. Oh, and the nade takes him down to 9. That could have been lethal. Instead, he'll have another chance. Oh, Brokey, what? Through smoke, through the wall, hits the op shot, and then Twist goes deep and up close, no scope from Brokey. OC finds himself in a clutch, but he also finds himself so far removed that the save is needed. You queue up those shots from Brokey right now.
That is ruthless. I've seen Brokey hit that shot actually more than once. Right through the half wall. I think that's Alish on the bike.
Yes.
Wow. And with a smoke in front of him, too. Nasty from Brokey. That no-scope refrag. And Twist even shares that there's one in cold as he wide swings on the site, gets the guy in the back.
Oh, my God. They're doing it.
That's nasty. What a round. Oh, man. But that's a good... I mean, the setup was perfect from Liquid. The only thing I thought with the Halls pop is, even with the perfect flash and everything, because the guy who's standing right close to the doorway, once he gets blinded, just starts spraying. And there's so many times where it just gets ugly and the guy gets a lucky kill. And that position gets messy. But Liquid did have 4 players on A, so they're not actually sacrificing anything for going 1-for-1. The trades go down really well. The only other thing is they could actually still played up in Hall since they established that no one else was there. But they decided to get back in pit, I think, and this is where things went south.
What?
An insane shot from Brokey. I mean, he could have missed that and they could have lost, but he's really good at that.
What? I want to see that wall bang, though.
Yeah.
That's the one I wanted. Okay, Max says we don't have it.
It's not safe for work.
I'll never forgive you. Just kidding. I'll forget about it quickly. Either way, I mean, Alish honestly should have been dead already. Molotov lands near him. Yeah, he's got the smoke to work. The frag follows suit, does 10 damage from 19 to 9.
That's the FaZe way.
Dude, just when
Alish be exciting.
Alish is like, I've survived it all, and there comes the stray bullet from Brokey.
Oh, what
but
is
what's
this?
Yeah, hold on.
Oh my God, it's going to all. Oh my God, what a deep pick. There's a small timing from. Wow, I haven't seen that approach.
That was something different.
Yeah, that.
Oh, Naf. Wow. Gets the better of Twists. They've had a little bit of back and forth, those two. Oh, predicts the position.
Wow, he's so aware.
Naf's such a killer.
See if that opening fights determines things. We saw Twist take out Nafly 1-for-1 previous round.
It's a weak B site though, man. 52 health for the 2 players combined.
It's true. They don't know exactly though, do they?
Nope. that they don't.
Yeah.
So if they don't go back over towards that B site, then Team Liquid, they'll be happy that everybody else has to hold the line instead, but still Elige, utility damage. Gonna soften him up. OC is serving as a great distraction, primes Elige for the peak. 5v3 now, but we've seen FaZe Clan just bombard their way into this A site. Shox in the back site. Trajectory of the nade could give it away. Brokey, Robs gets the better of it. Missed op shot, Kerrigan with a headshot again! Just these 3 players, they do it. And you know these B defenders are not coming over, not with such little HP. They just busted their way through.
That's crazy. Enough players again, and the early 5v4, and then FaZe run into a full strength site and still win the round.
Dude, tale of the T sides.
If we look at, like, you know, an evaluation bar of that position right before the attack comes on, Liquid are winning almost every single time. They have enough players. Even that tactic with Elige and OC off of Arch, right? OC engages for a second, then Elige takes the fight. It's one on the side, but Robs, dude. What a beast from the pit. Wow. I mean, if you're Liquid, you're gonna be mad about it, but at the same time, there's still more rounds left in the game, and that was, again, a good position that they set up. I mean, if I'm FaZe, I'm still thinking I made maybe a kind of a mistake here. I didn't have the right read exactly. It's great that I can rely on my teammates to find these entries.
I think it also really helps that there's nobody inside of pit, right? Robs falls down into it. You can see him even like checking wall, waiting for maybe graveyard, but there's nobody there.
Definitely, that can be a mistake to not use pit as much as possible. It's such a great spot on the A site, and it feels like teams are not playing it quite as much. So that is something. But wow, whoa, FaZe have won almost every single round of this half.
Crazy.
Liquid 1 round.
1 CT round win.
That's crazy. I didn't.
FaZe on fire, tied at 12.
Damn, 11-4. Zonic is laughing somewhere.
In French.
In French now, yeah. Now in French.
He's gonna have to re-release his book.
Clutch Clan. Making it happen.
Crazy. Who said Counter-Strike was getting more CT-sided?
Yeah. Inferno's shown us every single version of itself today, so that's good to know. Starting to think the A4s were getting, A1s were getting a little too powerful there.
Smoke over the top. Nitro spotting nothing on the banana hall. So this is going to be a pressure cooker situation here for Liquid. Elige, player's already moving by, gets one, falls down into the little pit. Shox by his side. They're going to have to fight tooth and nail. Talk about the importance of pit. This time it succeeds for Elige and Shox as well. The two of them, the duo, side by side, lock it down.
It took your advice.
Right
in the pit.
There we go.
Yeah, dealt with the halls. It's much easier with you crossfiring with a sight and in lane. It feels like people love playing behind default, in cold, holding down the site that way. That way, if there's an arch trap, they can worry about that. And Kerrigan, earlier in the half, I think, ran through an arch smoke once, so maybe they're worried about that. But pit's good for everything when it comes to the A-side hits. The real negative, the drawback in the zero-sum game of rotations, is the fact that you are farther away from the other side of the map. So, you know, that can slow things down. But there haven't been much fakes these days. So, well, Liquid pulled one out. And even though FaZe have won like 8 of the last 10, it's still been expensive. And now they're down to their bottom dollar. Another great match. But what FaZe have earned themselves is a chance to learn from their mistakes. They're close enough now that they could even lose a round and still win. And they got so much data on the way Liquid played, and Liquid have pulled out so much good stuff but not converted, so that can actually work against you eventually, you know?
OC toying with the idea of a peek here.
Wow, shout out to OC, man. He's been on the right side a number of times, opening kill a lot of times, reinforcing B in all the right ways. Never looks out of place.
When you think of the explosiveness as well of FaZe Clan last round, the fact that OC's just doing that on his own, just kind of inching, hunting, for all he knows, there could have been way more bodies waiting. Nitro, the one and done off of the top of sandbags, leaves Naf alone for the time being, and twists. Uh-oh. Smoked off. Loses 40 HP, more or less. And Elige with the supportive flashbang. See if maybe Naf can get something done. He's got players coming at him. there's the peek. Oh, almost snaps it into twist for the second. Man advantage for Liquid, but yet again, FaZe with their boots on B. The bomb is in the fountain.
Oh, and there's a fast B flank as well, and they'll have to cover this flank.
Fish. They get it back under control. A little bit delayed. Robson twists. This is that rifle duo that FaZe Clan rely on, and they find Shox on their exit, turning their attention back. Elise just getting beyond the coffins. Robs thought he had it covered, and instead now he finds himself in the clutch. Jumps up. OC ready to peek CT if needed, and Robs, oh, he almost gets both.
God damn.
Elige in jubilation as Liquid stabilize the situation and continue with their round wins.
They can count the dollars there. They know that FaZe are pretty much broke after how close those rounds are. You press tab, hover over those rounds and see how many deaths there were. Liquid have an opportunity now to actually close this game. A clutch and a nice attempt in the clutch from Rops, but a great shot from OC. Another 1vx1 for him so far today.
Earning his spot on this roster so far. Holy hell.
Genuinely looks like he's played with this team for months now, just with how comfortable he looks in all his rotations. And yeah.
I would say, like, compared to, I mean, obviously he's coming in as the AWPer, makes it a bit more cookie cutter, but when we think back to, like, the way Grim was forced to play a different type of CS and how that was the big struggle. But speaking of struggles, oh, it's upgraded pistols trying to run in. Elige and Shox just gonna lock it down. Sweeping this one under the rug as they gun for their 15th round win. 5v2 against double Tech 9s. That's it, that's all. And it was such a dry spell for Team Liquid, evaporating in this second half.
But you could see it, they were doing everything right.
And here they are now, one away from victory lane, 3 match points as they seek sweet revenge versus FaZe Clan.
Yeah, I'm sure they don't feel like it's a win until it's just completely over, and FaZe have shown a lot of clutch here, some really great lane takes, and against all odds have pulled out some pretty beautiful attacks, but I'm sure it's also weighing on them, the fact that they're running into the overstack site a number of times. Now they're not always winning the entry at the top of Banana. The B site holds are good. OC's been consistent. And they really struggled earlier on T side versus Vitality. Okay, wow, in jeopardy. Almost dies through the door as well.
It's not over yet. But it is OT needed. Shox flashed, hides in pit. Oh, OC can't track it. Twist and Rain with impeccable kills and ones that are certainly needed, and Elige keeps it sharp. Loses 90 health, but still takes one down. 3 versus 3. Brokey looking to bring that bomb out from the balcony. Worried about the short play. Elige grabs op. Curious situation, but the bomb crosses over. And Elige doubles that op back around through library.
No smokes left over for the T side, so they can't re-smoke Moto.
An incendiary for Pit. Flashbangs for the push. Oh, and maybe a frag to kickstart this retake. It goes deep and takes twists to now less than half. Flash over top. Insta-kills coming out for FaZe. And Elige tucks tail to save. That's it. A 13th. And the game keeps giving.
Yeah, OC actually goes for a pretty risky pick there off the corner of that wall. You know, only holding for the stairs. If anybody comes up from the window room side, like, you're just sticking out completely to them, and Raid almost punishes it but gets him back. But it just struck me that Elige also talked about in the interview earlier with James that Shox was uncomfortable in the pit since he moved as a slight change from lane to pit and hasn't been able to figure out the angles as much. But he said Elige was trying to figure out how to help him better in these positions, but he's still not looking comfortable, as we can see. Unable to get a kill there. Really could have peeked earlier in a spot. Maybe didn't have all the utility that he wanted to, but, you know, maybe that's why they had so many setups that were leaning more towards the site instead of just in the pit, where it could have solved some of their problems versus Halls. Curious to see where that leaves us on this round.
Yeah,
FaZe inch one step closer. 3 really, really strong lane attacks on rifle rounds out of 1M rounds.
Liquid's chances dwindling.
But I mean, they're still in the power position. It's Brokey still doesn't have his op. I don't know if he was buying it on the T side. I felt like he was maybe picked it up from Liquid and used it there. But OC still has his. And they're still full utility for Liquid.
This is the big one. FaZe Clan get a 14th. Then Liquid have extra variables to test them. Check the defense and got 2 players looking for that line of attack. OC moving back through Arch. Smoke to meet him. This could be a big burst from FaZe. Feeling like they can, you know, smell blood in the water, but we've seen this setup work.
Yeah, this is the one that worked for Liquid.
Because of the nades. Shox, last time, he dropped an incendiary on top of the balcony and was able to hold up top. But now those Molotovs perfectly counter the setup that once worked. Nice grenade damage. Kerrigan tries to run over. Alicia's gonna get the kill. Shox also able. Now they're locking it down, but Twist, he's coming alive. 3 kills inside sight. It's low HP, but they've got themselves the plant at the very least to work with.
It's set up. Such low T-side players in pit, clutching their pearls. The CT's coming in, and this is what it comes down to. They know they're going to be broke next round.
Nav's got the incendiary. Nitro trying to work his way around lane. Molly goes deep onto the graveyard, but not deep enough. It does not count out either of these 2 positions. Bomb beyond the halfway mark, and we have no kit currently on these players. If they don't find one inside sight,
they have to
it's
go.
there right in the road. They can still pick it up, but this has to work. Nitro comes out, dies to Twist. He's gunning for the ace, and Rain takes it, but FaZe keep on giving.
No way. Twist, the X Factor, the guy who was struggling into T-side, eventually getting to the point of trading Nafly at the top of Banana, and then
2v5
dying later on, coming into lane and finding all 3 frags on the site. OC drops his 1 flick as he tries to support. It looked like everything was going perfectly here. The Molotovs on the attack, it felt like at first made it FaZe's round to lose. But then the flash, the counter flash that came in, set up the Liquid players to get both their first kills. And again, it comes down to 2-on-5.
Unbelievable, man. Twist, the cannibal of NACS, stops them in their tracks. Wow. Even with that awesome incendiary setup from the T side, you saw how uncomfortable the pit players were.
Yeah, the call was perfect, and it was the most pragmatic approach. It's the one thing that Liquid used that completely countered what FaZe want to do, but that's the only place where FaZe have found their success on these, you know, full rifle rounds, and they wanted to try it again. So they set it up nicely. Man, we've got 3 MP9s for Team Liquid.
That was it, that last round. You alluded to it. They had everything they needed. The op on OC, grenades on everyone.
The first 3 kills.
And it still wasn't enough.
And not just the first 3 kills, about 50 HP between the last 2 guys. Wow. Well, it's OT day here at Blast.
I swear there has never in the history of CSGO been more Inferno rounds played on a Counter-Strike broadcast.
Yeah.
Today's the day.
Definitely some kind of record.
We're breaking them. Whether that's a record that should have been broken, I don't know, but it is what it is.
So what is the call now? You know, FaZe could, if they took a worth B, that's the golden ticket. We've got Nitro here all alone, and Liquid are not in a position to move around a ton, right? These MP9s got to get comfortable. They can't be in rotator spots. They're not getting any kills. So Liquid kind of running a gamble and stacking heavily towards the lane, but look where FaZe are going.
Of course, Kerrigan's going to figure this out. Kerrigan knows better. All of that effort into understanding and exploiting the Team Liquid pit setup. And now he's just going to change the direction, pull the wool over Team Liquid's eyes. Oh, unless we got damage out of the gate here. Rain low. A 5v5 retake, and they have to try to force the issue. Rain almost dying out, but he'll still stand on for now.
Oh my god, no way Shox lines that up.
He gets it.
Hey, Rain's on 2 HP. There's 3 MP9s, which is not beautiful.
This is weird, man.
They're setting up the Evo. Molly is nice. Oh no,
not
Rain
like
is
this.
dead.
They're gonna try to make this happen. With the lesser weapons, Twists coming at it yet again. It's Shox to answer. Brokey's on the feed. It needs to be him, and it is. From the little pit he stands, and Kerrigan rips one loud.
If nothing else, it's exciting. Oh my God.
I can't believe it.
They almost ended the game there.
Look at the contrast.
Clutch from Brokey.
Between FaZe and Liquid.
That's crazy.
The wall bang on Shocks. The nade shrapnel for Rain.
Barely touched him.
And Brokey pieces it all together. 3 frags. Ooh. With the insta headshot on Elige.
That's just nasty.
And we go back to OT. Let's get it.
That's beautiful. And again, just like all the other games, there's so much left to show, you know? If we can look back on the half, they Liquid played well, and sure they did, but FaZe won way more T rounds there.
Wow.
That was bananas. Where it started too.
With MP9s. The Shocks wallbang.
Great couple of calls there from Kerrigan, these round 29, round 30.
Yeah, dead on.
Honestly, I was super critical of some of the calls versus Vitality, some of the early round calls versus Liquid. But right at the end, when it was most clutch, put together a solid game plan.
Worth his weight in gold.
Yeah. Though, was made to look even better by players such as Twists.
Right? Yeah, and think about how Twist had that slow start. You know, I alluded to it.
Yeah, like he's still negative, but now, I mean...
Yeah, he's caught up.
He was absolutely critical in this game.
He's played a lot of catch-up, and the impact can't be understated. OC?
They're trying to split B here. A lot of pressure on Nitro.
We've seen him here before. And he succeeds with the first, but Rain catching him before his feet hit the ground.
Hey, this is weird, because the B site's open, and Nafly knows it, but he has to deal with the split as well.
He's doomed. He is doomed. He comes back at it, manages to kill Rops, but Kerrigan will still get the better of him. And now Kerrigan serves as that thorn in the side of the CT spawn. Instead, Team Liquid gonna go just trudging down middle, trying to wrap around Banana, but obviously that'll be predicted as long as Kerrigan's alive.
Well, Shocks is here waiting for a timing to come in late, and now they're starting to go back to the site. Men are confused right now.
It was a weird one.
But Shocks did find his timing, actually, and Rain is going wide.
Oh, it's
He's also going to see this flash.
Oh, Shocks gets there, a bit labored, but finds the frag. OC trying to come in with the split. Kerrigan's stuck on the tree. Brokey's going to go ahead and find his spot in New Box, and it's done. They hang on yet again. But once again, it's Liquid to test them.
Actually, another great call. You know, the arches open up. OC gets comfortable within the site, so he's not in library where he could actually rotate it out to CT. And there's so much pressure on Nafly to both stop the split on his half of the map in CT spawn, but also go back and pick up where Nitro left off, because after they take Nitro down, of course they're going to approach. That works out really well. FaZe putting the puzzle together.
Nothing but respect for this. The difference really is, you know, it's kind of sinking in. Like, to get to OT off of those Kerrigan calls, round 29, round 30, you're dead on. And obviously, Twists, that moment inside A site, 2v5. Oh, it's hard to look forward when there's so many things to look back at. But the action continues. Nitro's going to move forward. Been a little bit since we've seen Team Liquid get this forward in terms of their B stances, but could be predicted with that smoke. We'll see if Naf can nail one with the op. One of two, of course. We've seen Nitro die to this. He's able to get over towards logs. Oh, but the utility takes him down to 11. Twist does get blinded in the process. And as expected, Nitro dies, but Naf going down with him. FaZe Clan's utility calls it out.
They're still pressed up on the A site, too. I mean, they have odds to win this in the default. Lurk v Lurk here. Shocks facing forward against Rops. As the B attack comes on, Shocks will get a tag. CTs must be so confused. Elige will find some compensation, but still numbers here for the T side.
Plays strongly to their favor. Shocks trying to come over here to add himself to this B play, but he knows that somebody's still back here, and sure enough, Rops getting the better of the timing. Lurk upon lurk.
Shock's giving up on this. This is free for Rops to come in, put the final nail in the coffin.
If they can push forward fast enough, then maybe it works out, but Shox is already dead. So now Rops, he's really going to be the nail in the coffin. And OC fights from this position, but he's doomed. Bomb 3/4 of the way, and FaZe 2/3 through this T-side, continuing on in OT with nothing but success.
Damn, our Liquid out of gas, man. They really did show such a good face coming into this match all the way down to the last round, but FaZe are turning it up.
Nitro in that corner. Been some time since we've seen him iced out, but he dies in a pretty similar manner. That one Molotov from T-Ramp. His kryptonite.
A few different looks from OC on the openings. Not getting a kill, though.
Negligible nade. Oh, Rops. Tricky. Ooh. Presses up close. Elige never sees it coming. Now OC's going to feel the pressure to make a play. Flash in front of his face. He peeks and gets it. Ooh. That's Rain down for the count, but Rops is inside their spawn.
Yeah, this slows them down. They have to reclaim through mid, but they're still worried about even the idea of halls. And Rops is just marching up lane, or up speedway into B. They're spotting it.
The CT's so split.
And that's just information for the T side as they come in. Both players spotted in the site.
Naf looking for some impact. Already has a player close. Oh! Sprays into the second.
How?
Broky's gonna challenge around that smoke. He gets found fumbling guns, and Team Liquid lock down this B site.
Nafly does the impossible with those two frags. That flash expired a long time ago, and he just went wide, understanding the severity of the situation. If he had ducked out, Nitro was a sitting duck inside a quad, known, and Naf came to the call of duty right there.
Savior of the round, and the savior of this half in OT.
Wow.
Because a T-side sweep would have been their end.
And this is Rops just finding so much space. I mean, killing Elige on an open arch, the CT's not knowing where they could be. The last round ending in a B attack with a split through CT, it felt like the makings of a repeat.
They were so sure they had that Robs had doubled back through CT to try and continue to cut off rotates.
Yeah.
Naf was down to like 10 bullets before he gets those 2 kills.
Seriously.
Okay, that's your lifeline. But Team Liquid can't forget where they once were. An 11-4 T-side. 16-17 as they get back to this side of the map. Elige cooked to 60. A burst through the brackets. And FaZe, they're going to concede some real estate here, retreating into the bomb site, but that's where they go ahead to lock down the line. Brokey and Twist to kill each. Still inside sight, Rain very quickly on their heels, slaughters OC alongside Rops, and then doubles up to Shox. It's Elige, that's all that's left, and his head popped by Brokey.
Damn, they don't have that same fire that FaZe does on those attacks. That is so nuts. Like it melted down quickly.
Because Rain's able to, push up to logs.
Yeah, he had bottom B control really quickly. And Liquid, they kind of threw out the idea of taking it slow, establishing B, establishing A, and then picking a site, which they've been doing pretty consistently throughout regulation. This time around, they decided, hey, let's skip that and hope that they haven't pushed down. But this is a round that Rain was ready to flank. And what could be the last round of the game now. Still money here for Liquid. Probably still a lot of confidence knowing that they can play T-side. Only 2 rounds to make it double overtime. It's just FaZe have just been leveling up right before our eyes.
It's insane, man. Every team today getting their reps in. Rops going hunting. Crawls in through Boiler, catches Shox, falls back on 25 health. Elige can't trade it. And if he peeks out, there's an op waiting for him. Dangerous game to play. Brokey concedes a few steps as he falls back around the arch. This B pressure kind of calling him back ever so slightly. But Team Liquid still mid-float.
Well, see, the B attack's been pretty good from Liquid today. Smoke comes down.
I feel like
this might be one of the first times they actually have 2 in the site ready to stop things.
Right, yeah. Rain on oranges, grenade in hand.
Kerrigan doesn't have a smoke to his name, and does Rain? No, they don't have smokes to stop this.
Burned into the open.
Whoa, okay.
Rain down, empty-handed. We've got Brokey trying to rotate around coffins. Kerrigan still just remains in backside. He's got to take one with him. Nobody checks. Elige, he's got the bomb out. Brings it back.
Brokey
in
died.
time. Brokey's dead, you're right. But there's the flank again. Just like Rain in the previous round, it's twists to wrap. Banana robs. Close up. Falls at the hands of Naf. And Elige gets dinked backside. It's Twist's turn to take down NA yet again. But instead, Liquid survived the test.
Oh my god. I just took a look at the utility, and they pushed into these site positions versus the full execute. They could have seen it coming, but they had nothing to stop it. They couldn't reinforce their spots. Rain ends up flying out in front of a smoke that comes up, and Kerrigan just dies back sight. None of them get killed. They have enough people there this time, but no one delivers on a frag. Well, maybe there are still some chapters left in this story.
Oh. Softened up his nitro. And if they can get the top of Banana cleared and confirmed, then they'll be a little bit more comfortable if they do end up heading A. That flank truly was the end of them last time. For now, they're all right. They'll leave. Or not. Minute on the clock here. A minute left in the first OT.
They won't make that same mistake of letting Rain get to the bottom of B before they make a decision. Now it's more of a classic look like we've seen from them in their more successful rounds. What we've seen now, FaZe Clan make kind of an adjustment, not leaving a solo man in the site, working together.
Kerrigan still has his incendiary and his smoke at the 35-second mark. They're going to boost Rain up on New Box.
Yeah.
This is an all-in on the B site. Brokey nowhere to be found, and they're going to burst beyond. The Molotov lands just in time. Rain doubles up, and Naf, he dies. A trio of kills from Rain. And Team Liquid stopped in overtime by the looks of it. Brokey challenges, shocks all that's left, but that's it. It's over. FaZe, twice tonight, take Liquid down in OT.
Damn, they took it to Inferno. It got hairy. But my God, what a closing performance from FaZe. Round 29, round 30, improvement throughout overtime, and just enough to fix their CT sides for their mistakes that they had in regulation. Enough to make Liquid look like the worst team at the end, even though they worked so hard to get the rounds that they did. That was such a fierce battle, and another fantastic Inferno match. I can't wait for Inferno up next.
Yeah, right. We got to go 6 for 6.
Yeah.
We'll pass this one back to the desk so they can unpack another overtime burner.
Another Inferno, another overtime, and another victory for FaZe. Let's remind ourselves at the first half of this map, it was 11-4 for Liquid. We were so certain they were going to be closing this one out, but no, FaZe come back in swinging, Pimp.
Especially considering we talked about FaZe Clan's T side not really working out in the game against Vitality, right? Now coming into this one, as you said, they go down 11-4 in the first half, and I think to myself, that's it. There's no way FaZe is going to be able to come back from that one. The Vitality shocker, you know, being up 15-7, losing anyway in overtime, then coming into Liquid, getting off to a rough start. It requires a lot of resilience to fight back, requires a lot of focus, so I'm very, very impressed that FaZe were able to fight all the way back and eventually win the game in overtime. On the other hand, though, Team Liquid, that's gonna sting. That's twice in a row they lose in overtime, and accurately speaking, like they could have won both games, right? They probably should have won both games.
Yeah, I think what is really, really frustrating if you're a Liquid fan right here is that in so many of these rounds, the first line of defense takes down 1, 2 to 3 attackers first. instantly speaking. You think that's it. Obviously, the round that Twist had that crazy triple kill is the illustration, the perfect illustration of that one. But the first line of defense was doing great. But then the spacing and the trading from FaZe Clan was stellar. Absolutely stellar. They always had someone ready to pop off, multi-kill straight into the bomb plant, and that's where they made the difference.
Let's move on to some of the pivotal turning points for FaZe coming into this one. And it was at the tail end of this game that Twist really started to make a difference. I blinked and I missed this one from Twist coming into the penultimate round of regulation.
You shouldn't have done that. Twist had a rough game, you know, but he stepped up massively in this round. Again, it's 15-13. This was a giant chance for Liquid to do it. Again, the double pit setup they used throughout the entire game was pretty goddamn strong. Fantastic flash. Shox gets a kill. Elise combines for a kill. And it looks to be over. But as you said, Matthew, you blink and you miss it.
Exactly the point we were trying to make right here. It's a triple kill on the side of Liquid, and then Twists from nowhere, absolutely nowhere, destroys them. Now that last round, round number 30, of course, is going to be something out of an absolute novel. First of all, once more, Liquid will be able to find 2 kills on that retake. That's the nade from OC onto Rain's face. And you think that's it? You think that's it? Liquid have done it. They're going to have the numbers. They even have the information on Twist. And somehow, by some magical trick, Brokey actually pulls one out of the hat and puts them on 30. So many of these rounds Liquid could have pushed to the finish.
Yeah, it was absolutely insane to witness. And I want to hear what it was like in the server with this mic'd up moment.
I'm just dodging flash.
That
be 5 CT, 5 CT. Yeah, they're gonna smoke your CT off.
Flash for runes?
No flash.
No, I'm
Let's throw them nade.
It's okay, we're fine, boys.
They're retake.
Flash your pool,
Evo pillar stuck.
Top coffee dead.
That's right.
Spawning fruit!
Okay, pull.
Yeah!
Nice.
Wow! Let's go.
Dude.
Oh, that was pure retake server. Pure retake server.
Oh my god.
Karrigan been practicing on those retake servers. And when we're looking at the weaponry on the side of Liquid going into that one as well, we thought it was over for them way before that round had even begun. So yeah, props to them for going into that one and trying to fight back. But yeah, just a FaZe round through and through.
That's why it's going to hurt so much for Team Liquid. Again, tries to come close to beating FaZe Clan. It's still a new lineup, low expectations as well. I don't think they anticipated that they would be able to beat FaZe Clan, but the fact that they come close twice and fall short in this fashion as well, it must sting a little bit. Elise, OC, I think they played an honorable game. You know, they had a good showing, especially OC. We've been praising him a lot up here. Good signs overall for Team Liquid. It just sucks for them they couldn't win, and especially now that you consider that they have to face Navi.
I also think that when you have games that go so long and go the distance, you use so much energy that it becomes exceedingly hard to spontaneously create something out of nothing. And I think that's why FaZe might, towards the very end, find that extra edge, because Karrigan's already got his playbook. He knows how he can play. He knows the cards he can use. Whereas Nitro, I think, poor guy was playing a different game like 2 months ago. Now he has figured out solutions in overtime, so I think that could be one of the reasons why FaZe is pulling through towards the very end. Just a bit more stamina.
That is a question I kind of want to pose to you, Pimp, because you were saying coming into this, you know, you're kind of disappointed to see Karrigan picking into Inferno again, considering it's literally only one player that they're switching out. Would you have hoped for a cleaner victory from FaZe if we're looking at it within that context?
Definitely. I mean, when you're down 11-4 and you manage a comeback, that in itself is a great victory for Karrigan and the boys. But yeah, I was disappointed in the first half. I was disappointed in them playing Inferno again. I fully support what Maniac is saying here, that you look towards Team Liquid, their foundation is being built up from scratch right now. It's a complete new project with Nitro being the in-game leader, coming from another game. You bring in OC, who's very inexperienced. You bring in Shox, who's coming from French Counter-Strike, a different culture. So there's just so many, you know, new ingredients, I guess, in the Team Liquid camp that for FaZe not being able to push it to another map or push it in another direction, or I guess having the willingness to do so, was to me a little bit disappointing. I don't think they are unhappy they win the game, but still, I would have liked them to win more convincingly.
Yeah, well, unfortunately for Liquid, that is third place in Group C, but we do have a few quick words from Adren.
Adren, another very close game here, another crazy overtime game for sure. But I think this one probably stings a little bit more for you, if I'm right.
Yeah, I feel like we had a really good grasp on the game and kind of just slipped through our fingers there at the end. Yeah, definitely sucks to lose like that.
And in terms of going up against this FaZe, right, they was obviously started to make this great comeback. There was many opportunities in there. But what was interesting was actually the first line of defense you guys had in the bomb site was getting the kills, but then you were winning like, well, it looks like you're going to win, right? And then you kind of lose the advantage you have there. What were you noticing when you were looking from behind the guys?
Yeah, like we took some timeouts. We were even saying like, hey, like our initial setups are good. We're holding it down. It's just like we're crumbling at the very last second. So, you know, everything we were doing until the couple of last seconds, so it's going well. And I mean, they're just hitting some nice shots. I mean, I think Russ hitting that 3K in one of those last few rounds is really big on him. But yeah, I mean, like, we were playing super well and having that initial good setup. It's just like it was crumbling at the very end, and it was hard to deal with.
Now, obviously, the next time you come back on Thursday, you'll be playing up against Na'Vi, right? But they've been a bit of a slippy slope if you look at their group performance. How well are you feeling kind of going into the best of threes, and where the team's at right now?
We have a lot of work to do. We've been trying to push through as many maps as we can here at the boot camp. But I don't know how deep our map pool will be. So just trying to work. I mean, if we wanted to win it anyways, we'd have to go through Na'Vi. So it is what it is. And, we'll be focusing on, some of our weaker maps here. So, yeah.
And another question we definitely have for Liquid going forward, of course, we're going to be seeing them more as we enter the gauntlet of next week. We had some questions about Shox initially coming into this. What are your kind of thoughts after you've seen this performance thus far at the Sprint Group?
I think it's a scrappy start. On the side of Shox, we haven't seen anything phenomenal coming out of him quite yet. And I just want to put it out there that I believe there is a time limit onto how long Liquid will give to Shox to warm up into the system, right? Because not only is he the only European now in that full NA roster, he plays a couple of positions that key players could also have. And you have a pool of talent out there. I mean, people could mention Floppy, for example. So for Richard right there, I don't think he's got months and months and months to warm up into this new system. Granted, this is a very big leap of faith he took, leaving the French scene to going on to Liquid, which I fully support. You might as well go out with a bang. But I don't believe he's got so long before he actually manifests and take over a few games and gives his pound of flesh in the games.
I agree, and that scares me a little bit, because I think this could very well be the last we see of Shox if he were to leave Team Liquid. I with all due respect, right, it's a guy who's been around for forever. He got a family, he got a wife, he got a kid to take care of as well. So for Shox to keep investing so much of his life into Counter-Strike, I really admire him going into Team Liquid, but it's hard for me to imagine that he's coming back to the French scene or coming back to a European team anytime soon. So I really hope that Shox will find some sort of success in Team Liquid. But honestly speaking, it's not over for them yet. The problem is the next team they face is going to be Na'Vi, and that's going to be another tough task.
Yeah, and the loser is eliminated from that one as well. That is being a best of 3 going into next week too. So it's definitely going to be a tricky situation for Team Liquid going forward. But I want to flip back over to the FaZe side of that, because I believe we do have a few words from Rops after that victory.
So, Rops, it looks like you guys are playing the long game in every sense of the word today, because all overtime games, all very close, but you got the win over Liquid once again with this one. Just when you're going through this, right, how hard is this to keep going and keep focused during all of this? Because it's not often you get to play 3 games straight like that are all overtimes.
Definitely, indeed. It's getting late. 3 matches in a row, 4th one coming up. It's definitely hard to focus, but we never stop believing. And I think on the T side, we just picked up where we should have left off in the Vitality game. Like, I think we had like a pause, a mental pause, I guess, ever since we started losing against Vitality. And I'm glad that we picked it up now, and I think we can continue that to the next match.
Now, for me, right, the story of having you back with Karrigan was something a lot of people wanted to see for sure. But how are you feeling already, right? It's just the first opening officials. You're back on the driving seat, and you're back with what a team I guess you have a lot more faith in.
For sure. There's a lot of faith in my new teammates. I've seen how they perform in practice. Some of the players are very experienced, and they need no introduction. Like, these guys can play for themselves in the rounds, and they don't really need the micromanagement that Karrigan is famous for. But it definitely helps having the Karrigan beside you and just pointing the forces on where to go. But I think this Constellation is definitely capable of doing very great things.
It definitely looks like that as well, man. And now you're going up against Vitality again to see who can get first place in the group. Last time, you kind of had the game in your hands and it fell away. You guys obviously learning a lot about Inferno. We don't know if that's going to be the next map or not overall, but it seemed like you guys were super hyped at the end of that Liquid game. You guys feeling motivated, reared up, a little bit more confident going up against them this time?
For sure. We were joking with them already now that we should play another Inferno, but I'm not sure if the...
No!
I think the veto will actually be different now. I'm not sure if I can reveal it.
Probably don't, yeah. We'll do that later. We'll see it on the screen after.
But
I'm glad we're not getting an Inferno at least.
Definitely hyped to go into this match and just get a nice rematch. I mean, I think the last match was very tight, and both teams are happy to play each other again.
Let's see how it all goes down.
Heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. We're potentially not going to see another Inferno unless Rops was pulling wool over our eyes for that one. But I do want to pick up on something that Rops was saying. It really is just a true test of stamina coming into days like today, tournament formats like this, and running that lower bracket gauntlet as well, which you said, you know, you've always got the potential to do, but is a test for them.
Yeah, I think specifically tonight, as Rops was alluding to, they use a lot of energy. The focus is going down just a little bit, and I think for a new roster, it's a very great occasion to know yourself and know your teammates as well, and see and feel firsthand how they react when they get tired. Because when you get tired, when you don't have that mental energy, you resort back to some of the automatic behaviors you have. So for a team, it's like a hardcore training session, playing so many rounds, so many overtimes, you get to learn a lot about yourself.
Well, it has been an absolute marathon, and we're getting into the final miles, ladies and gentlemen. But this time, it's going to be another uphill battle for FaZe. They've already faced Vitality once today, and they're about to do it again. Can they claim revenge? We're going to find out after this.
Hey guys, I'm here with Bit. We're gonna do some CS Money skin scribble. We're gonna draw on some skins, and we hopefully he can guess them when I draw it, but I'm a bad drawer, so we'll see. Are you ready?
Yeah. Is it Tiger Tooth?
It is Tiger Tooth. That's the first one down.
Interesting. Cool. It's Cobalt, right?
Yes, it is. Another one down. Cobalt Disruption. Another one down. You know them in English.
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Yes.
I think you're gonna guess this one.
It's might be Hot Rod, right?
Yeah, it is. It is Hot Rod. Do you have it?
No, I didn't.
You're so fast, I only get to draw like one line, and then you're like, it's this one. I need your skins. You have a lot of skins?
Blue. Very interesting. Maybe it's blue laminate, right?
It is. Yeah. It's blue laminate. That's a pretty old gun. Asimo.
Yes.
We're insane. Another point.
It's like,
oh, I know what it is.
Wait, maybe no. It's like, understand?
I know which one it is, but I can't remember the name. Oh, it's something like a red. Autotronic?
It's soon will be a film, you know, movie. This is. No, I don't.
Oh my god, it's a pass.
Crimson Web.
Ah, yeah. I understand now.
Game of the day and one last grudge match on the cards. FaZe looked like they had the upper hand the last time these two squads faced up, but an unholy comeback from Vitality saw them cementing out the map. Just in case any of you guys didn't tune in for that matchup, a 12-round streak in a row, Matthew, from Vitality saw them cementing up in overtime. It was unbelievable to witness.
It was absolute madness. Absolute madness the way Vitality could put it back together. The defense was absolutely rock solid. We had plenty of players showing up. And honestly, looking at Vitality, obviously what we're trying to do is to assess their chances at beating Na'Vi. That's what we're doing, I feel like, in Counter-Strike for the next few weeks. We're going to try to find a team that can go up against Na'Vi. And when I see Dupree and what he's able to pull off, when I see Magisk, what they're able to pull off, they don't need to be exceptional. They just need to be very good because they have Zywoo by their side. He is still doing his old Zywoo self. And that's what they're looking for. I'm looking for two very solid players, and they have delivered so far today.
I fully agree. Vitality is definitely piquing our interest, for good reason. You look at their lineup, it's very well-rounded. There's no weak link. Even Misute, is a player that has stepped up massively, especially in the later parts of 21. He was doing a great job with the rifle. So when you look at the squad, there is no weak link. We saw Dupree step up. We've seen Magix have impact. We see Apex, who was MVP of the first game they played, and then Zywoo, the known quantity. It's hard not to have high expectations when it comes to Vitality. Had they lived up to them just yet? I'd say so. It's best of one so far. They won 2 games out of 2, so it's looking all right.
Well, I think we should get some thoughts from Dupree after that incredible matchup versus FaZe earlier on in the day, and luckily we can, courtesy of James.
Dupree, a very intense game, and honestly, before you hit that 3K, I thought it was over. I thought that was going to be 16-14, that the comeback was ruined. You come through and save the day. You guys managed to get it to overtime. But first of all, let's go through the fact that you guys got off to such a slow start early on here. What was going wrong? Because I saw, obviously FaZe put out the Deagles, a lot of good damage being done from them. They kept getting you guys, and we had the little exchanges at the beginning. But it didn't look like you guys felt too comfortable.
Whenever you win the pistol round and you lose the second round, you'll always feel a little bit uncomfortable because, deep within, you'll be like, we should probably have won that round. So it's always, kind of a shocker that you actually lose it. But, I think that the first half result was very misleading in some ways. Sure, FaZe Clan played well and everything, but we had so many close rounds that we just couldn't close them out. I think it could easily have been like a 9-6 or something for us, but also a 9-6 for them. It was just really close, and I don't think we felt uncomfortable. We just couldn't close out the rounds. And whenever we got the openings, which I felt like we got a lot of, I wouldn't say we didn't hesitate, but maybe we kind of played it a little bit fast instead of getting the overview and seeing, okay, what grenades do we have left? We kind of stressed it a little bit.
Yeah, no, I can understand that for sure. And obviously these are just things you're going through, being a new team that's come together. But for you, right, you've been on the same roster for so long, you're having to make a change over to Vitality now. What's it like for you? Is this an experience you're enjoying? Is it hard to get used to? How do you feel right now?
Obviously, coming out of victorious in this one is really great. This was the second game that we ever played, and we made this huge comeback. So, obviously, I'm very happy, and it's really great. And coming to Vitality has been a real joy in so many ways. Not only for me, not just only for me personally, but also as a team. We're just having a really good time. What we kind of reminded each other about when we were down 12-3.5. We had some fun, and we had a really good mood, even though we lost. And I think that's also why we actually ended up winning the game, because we just kept on caring and believed in it. So it's been very nice to be here so far, and I'm just looking forward for.
Now, I see obviously when it comes to social media and stuff, before when you guys were not in game practice, but you're doing some stuff outside the game together, so bonding, that kind of thing. One thing I did worry about was how this Danish and French culture will come together. How are you guys finding it? Because I think a lot of people question, okay, can they hit the ground running? Can they get on well? But from what you just said on the previous answer, it seems like things are starting off strong, and the team camaraderie is there.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a very stupid idea to underestimate spending time together outside of the computer, because if you end up in a situation where you haven't found each other outside the game, you will never be able to find yourself inside the server as well. So having time off and doing stuff without the computer has been really key to our success. Success, that's really that's fast to say. But the overall idea of how everyone is feeling in the team. So yeah, it's been a good one, and going out there in the French mountains with snow and everything, it's just been really good. And then obviously it led into having a really productive boot camp. So I think we had a really good time, and we had a really good talks about how we want to approach the team and what we want to achieve, and all these kind of things. So I think it would be stupid to just go directly and sit in front of the computer and saying, okay, we're gonna do this in this default and all that stuff. So we worked on team aspect before going into the server. So I think that was very important.
Well, it is a good start for the opening games, right? I'm sure that success will keep on coming. But Dupree, thank you so much for your time, and good luck in the next game.
Thank you, buddy. See ya.
It's going to take me a minute to get used to seeing Dupree in that Vitality jersey.
He looks good.
Yeah, no, it really does suit him. I also like that James touched upon the moment from Dupree in that game earlier that we saw that nutty spray transfer coming out from him, because alongside a lot of other rounds, that was incredibly instrumental in terms of Vitality's victory.
Yeah, I agree with you. There was another element that was pointed out by Dupree, the fact that in the first few rounds, although they were losing them, they got very, very close to it. It was the last few seconds that kind of messed up for Vitality. And I think because they kept that in mind, they actually had in the back of their heads the certainty that they could put it back together. And that is something that is a very rare currency to have for a team. The ability to, amidst the chaos, realize that, hold on, we're not so far away from the truth. We're not so far away from winning. It's these last few seconds. And if you can maintain that, then you can come back into any game.
I think it was a very, very healthy sign, right? We talked about it going into the game that I would like to see Vitality lose, you know. I would like to see them being down 8-0 or down 15-7, you know. Yeah, I know. But you got to see the Cinderella story unfold in front of your eyes. That's exactly what I wanted to see. You see a team struggle and you think to yourself, okay, they're communicating in English. They have a new coach. They have a new culture coming into the team, right? They're changing a lot of stuff right now within Vitality outside of their positions. Yet they were still able to manage this fantastic comeback. So to me, that was a healthy sign. Resilience being shown, early stages for Vitality, all good. You know, a win is a win, and I don't really care whether it comes from a comeback or it comes from, you know, leading the game from the beginning.
Yeah, and you're talking about it, right? When Dupree is talking to James, you truly have the sense that they realize this is way more than just a roster change, right? It's way more than just Vitality saying, oh, by the way, we're going to bring in 2 players, post for post, and it's going to be all right. No, it's the merging of 2 completely different group of individuals who've never played together, who've never played international, bringing a new coach with a new IGL. It's the merging of so many different aspects that I appreciate the fact that they took the time to, you know, to meet as humans. Are you going to be my teammates? How do you think about life? How do you feel it? How do you want to play Counter-Strike before just going into throwing smokes? That is something very important, I think.
It's a cultural change. I can't stress it enough, right? You see it in regular sports as well, especially in football. A player can be in the Bundesliga in Germany, then move to the Premier League in England, and he was a fantastic player in the Bundesliga, but a different culture in England means that he's not going to perform as well. That is a risk you're taking, right? That's why a lot of people were questioning Vitality when they were the second best team in the world at the later stages of 21. Are you taking too big of a risk, you know, matching 2 cultures together? But all we can say so far is looking pretty goddamn solid.
Yeah, it's what's really exciting about seeing this Vitality project going forward. I do want to check in with our Betway odds going into this one as well. No surprise to see them favouring Vitality, particularly as they managed to take down FaZe earlier on today. That was on the grounds of Inferno, which we have seen not once, not twice, not 3, 4, 5 times today, if I'm counting all my fingers correctly. This is our final time we can see it. Do you want it, Maniac?
I'm ready for all sorts of weird things. Like the production has been throwing out us sentences. They've made me disappear from the screen. Maybe I'm gonna have some wings coming in from the back. I don't exactly know what's going to happen right now. I'm just waiting. I just see that Inferno is still in it. At this point, it's a running gag.
Not gonna happen. Okay, the Mirage, that's the one I wanted.
It's a running gag.
Yeah, I want to
still in it.
That as well.
It's a running gag. It's still in it.
They're gonna do it. They are gonna do it, aren't they? Are they going to do it?
No, I refuse to work.
Show us.
Just, I'm not saying anything.
Stop it.
They're showing it. They play with our nerves.
No. Oh, yes. The victory music is fully out.
Beautiful.
I'm not a massive fan of Overpass, but right now it's any map. Give me literally any map. But maybe I should be excited to see Overpass between these 2 teams.
Yeah, it's a great map. It's a great map. Allows for the AWP players to roam around. I love it. I love it.
We have the trophy music. Everyone is having such a good time today with these videos. I swear to God, that's the funniest videos I've ever seen in my life.
You cannot not love Overpass. You're about to see Saivu play Overpass. You're about to see Brokey play Overpass. It's AWP heaven, at least for me. On the CT side, you can roam around. You can go toilets, A-long. You can go towards B if you want to. You have all the freedom in the world to be the difference maker if you're playing with the AWP. And I love
that. You're absolutely so cute right now. You have so much space. You have so much space. You can go fast.
He's trying to sell me on this. I'm talking about myself playing Overpass. That's a completely different thing. Yeah, Vitality and FaZe entering the server. I'm interested to get to talk a little bit about a new map entering this pool as well for the first time today, particularly for Vitality as well, because I feel like when we're throwing it back to the old Vitality situation, we were always talking about Shocks and that lurking potential. He's not on the server anymore.
You're absolutely correct, and that is going to be a question. Who do we see joining forces with ZywOo towards the A side? 100% ZywOo is going to be on A. I don't think they will touch that ever. Now, I believe that Dupree could be qualifying. Magisk, if you do the one-to-one comparison with Inferno, I think he would be maybe more towards a stable B position. Apex usually like to be the rotating part between A and B. We'll see if he stays there. So a lot of questions when it comes to that defense.
I wouldn't mind seeing, we know the old double D combo and Device and Dupree on that A-bomb side on Overpass. Astralis made that a known quantity. How about a CD combi in Saivu and Dupree on that A-bomb side? I think that could be very scary.
Well, I'm very excited to see a new map at least gracing our screens. It's the final game of the day here at the Spring Groups, the final match of Group C, and it's Vitality going head-to-head against FaZe once again. Can they repeat history? We're going to find out on a new ground after this.
Well, the curse has been lifted. Call it a curse, call it a blessing, whatever all that Inferno was. It was entertaining. You know, I was ready. I was ready for a little bit more. But we go to Overpass, and the Betway odds favoring Vitality here for this one to take the top of Group C, the final map of our initial groups here for the Blast Spring Groups. Then we go to the Gauntlet.
Yeah.
Then eliminations on the line. Then it's showdown or finals. All right? This is all posturing, Launders.
Yeah.
Okay? It's sparring. And this is the final bout. So buckle up.
It was great seeing Magisk and Dupree work together on the A site, and you could kind of directly see why they were so good at stopping the FaZe attacks, right? Compared to Liquid, who are struggling with that pit defense on the A site, which is pretty much their only weak point. But this is going to be, you know, a rematch, but on a different map, which is kind of cool. And we'll get to learn stuff like what Maniac was talking about. You know, is Dupree going to be working with Zaiwu on the A site, or are they going to try to switch it up a little bit? And how Rops is going to slot into FaZe Clan, it's all a big question. So let's see if the Overpass practice has paid off.
Well, for now, we've already got Twists and Rops getting curious inside B water. Dupree chilling down in the base of Connector, and Bomb working its way up long. Apex ZywOo and Masuda. Very quiet start here to the pistol round, and Rain almost finds one. Dupree. Oh, dude, when ZywOo has P250s and pistols.
Mr. Clean. He's the #1 pistol player. I think honestly, I don't know if it's been every year, but definitely in 2021, he was #1. Goes crazy with them pistols.
Kerrigan gets softened. So confirming numbers here. Oh, ZywOo's got another headshot. Keeps it clean with that P250. Never panics, taps away.
Oh, he's looking out for the environment, not wasting too many bullets.
It's the way to do it. You know, shell casings, they don't... oh, twist. Wow. Yeah, hold on. 3 kills. Nice attempt from him, but it's really just ZywOo going one better. Each of those players able to get a 3K so far. Rops, let's see what you're made of. 1 versus 2.
Don't know where the kid is, actually. Oh, but he might not need it.
That's it. That's it right there. Now he knows. It's ZywOo versus Rops. A jumping shot that misses the mark. Bomb on top of truck. Rops.
Oh, nasty.
Sticks the landing. Jeez. And FaZe Clan takes CT pistol.
Talk about not wasting ammo. Fast Rops is another one.
Bro, everybody's aim on full display in that round.
Yeah, that was sick. Clean one, man. Nice 1v2. Ropsy. Damn.
Nice second one here from Rops.
Here it is.
First peek. Dunked.
You weren't getting another one. Love how much broke standing up.
So I was like, wait, you can do that too?
Hype Clan.
And it's done for, but the force buy comes in from Vitality nonetheless. So it looks pretty good, actually. Scout, double Galil, AK, Degon Magisk.
Never bad to be a T on the second round.
Right.
I just don't know this map.
Brokey with the Scout on the fallback. Do we rate Brokey's Scout highly? Is he one of those guys?
Yeah, but it didn't, you know, like Searson was going crazy with the Scout and Poison was going crazy with the Scout. I didn't really, you know, notice as much as, but I think he does. I think he does go crazy with the Scout. I just can't remember if he does, you know? I'm like sure of it.
That's fair. Hedge your bets.
Sure of it with no evidence.
Guy like Brokey, odds are.
Yeah.
Dupree just silently working by. Rain, I like this. Very patient position and just buys time. Finds
Finds who? Who finds who?
I was going to say, finds the weakest.
You're Waldo now.
Yeah, you're done for. Rops, deep nade, but he's already got players creeping up close. Brokey just learned that lesson. This force buy.
Oh, he's pissed.
Yeah, he's coming back to reclaim it. And the AK sings in the hands of ZywOo. The Deagle of Magisk for 2. The force buy works out.
They actually stood no chance at all.
Unreal.
They didn't do anything wrong. That's crazy. I mean, he's minimal blood here, right? Just one bullet right there. Boom.
Dude, it's like you can sense them.
Yeah.
I also appreciate that Apex, who hopefully is feeling okay, isn't with the team at the moment, and
oh yeah,
he's still just as pumped.
He's trying to get all the energy through the mic.
Right? He's somehow the most excited person in the room, and he's not even in the room. But that's Apex for you. Good Molotov placements here. Rain never stood a chance in that one.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of reasons to be excited about Vitality on Overpass, and FaZe Clan in general. You know, they play the map, but with the new additions of Dupree and Magisk, both insane history on Overpass, you know, throughout the Astralis era. And yeah, when we swap over again, it's going to be very interesting to see how they fit in. It looks like Magisk is going to be B-lurking for this game.
I do like that we have to wait until the second half to see what Vitality have in store for the CT side.
Yeah. Yeah, but Rop's really going to strengthen their CT sides too.
As we've seen already.
Yeah.
But Twist Deagle goes down. ZywOo finds him. A-site clear for the taking, but obviously Vitality don't know that, so they'll lean on their utility just to make sure that they get this one over the line. 2-1 the lead for Vitality.
the server.
Favorite player in the server? Apex.
Apex gets more lovable every year.
Mm-hmm.
At first, it was just like, man, this guy's just getting tilted all the time, and they're not even winning that much. To like, this guy's a damn good IGL.
Yeah.
And the energy is awesome. And there's so many quotables and clippable moments.
I just like the way he reinvented himself, right? If you had told us back in like 2015, 2016...
Apex would be the IGL
right?
of France. Like, no, I don't think so.
Excuse me, sir?
Yeah, right. He'd literally be last on the list, I think, of all of his teams.
100%. And that, to me, right, that development is what makes it so easy to cheer for him. But
they've all said they could be IGLs, like Shocks. MBK said he'd be a great IGL.
Yeah.
And they needed something. They needed somebody to step up. But yeah, I'll be damned if anybody believed it was going to be Apex.
For the record, though, lots of likable players in the server right now. So
yeah,
that's a tough question you've asked.
Yeah.
What about you? I'm
agnostic. I love them all equally, actually.
Okay.
So I'm not a hater like you who hates 9 people.
It's so weird seeing them in the Vitality office.
Yeah.
Magisk and Dupree here sitting on the extremities of the table. We come into this round with, again, just pistols for FaZe, so it's hard for them to show us anything at all right now. We'll wait. We got nowhere else to be. Plenty of time.
We walking out on this round? Yeah, we're walking way out on this round.
Oh, yeah. Down goes Brokey. Utility over the top. Nice one flashbang, but not going to net them anything from it. Just good tethering, good rifle work. Nobody here peeking on their own. Just definitely dismantling this piece by piece.
Yeah. Well-coordinated assault there on the B site. Molly onto headshot. And just as Apex goes to throw his additional nade, Larrick steps out right behind him to make sure that he doesn't die. How it should be.
For the record, if we look down the road to the play-in stage, to the gauntlet next week, it is the team who loses this match that will play the winner of Complexity versus MIBR, with elimination on the line. And the winner of this game will await one team from the following 3. EG, Big, Astralis. That is the first potential Astralis versus Vitality game.
Yeah.
The finals of the play-in stage, assuming Vitality win this, and Astralis take their match as well.
It'll be a great potential head-to-head.
Yeah, but I can see it, you know? This is the 2-week weather forecast. It may be down the road. But for now, it's the 3-1 lead for Vitality here on Overpass. Everything's gone swimmingly for them, not FaZe. But the bye is what comes next.
Yeah. All of the momentum and happiness and joy was just swiped from their hands on that second round. That was just so fearsome. A little run boost here from Zywoo. What get ahead of things? Yeah, seriously. I'd like to see him do a pirouette, but I think he'd probably kill it. Wow. His Molotovs are so good, it attracts his opponents to them.
Here we have it. No op, for the record. Brokey going to be playing the A1S like everybody else on his team.
Zywoo already has 9 kills.
He does that.
I did an unlucky or bad on Zywoo once. I did one on Simple, one on Zywoo, one on Nico.
Was it here on Overpass?
It was Overpass,
That one bad Overpass Zywoo once had?
He was unlucky.
Okay, not bad.
Yeah. He actually did just get one bulleted every round. Oh, brutal. Wow,
nice.
That's so accurate.
Efficiency here from Rops as he joins Twists and Kerrigan down on the B site yet again. Apex.
Oh, wow!
You should have moved, bud.
Monster.
You had a chance. You know Apex had a chance to move.
Yes.
And he was the one looking for the wallbang M4 A1S's.
That's great.
Spell successes for FaZe Clan.
Already seeing what Rops can do for FaZe here on Overpass.
Dupree and Zywoo left in the 2 versus 5. What kind of damage can they deal? 50 seconds still for them to make something happen. Bomb needs to be picked back up. I wish we could sit in the TeamSpeak right now and listen to the 2 of these guys communicate.
Oh, yeah, that'd be cool.
Right? We had like a couple of mic'd in moments earlier with Vitality, and I'll say that, like, you know, there's a couple French words in there and some thick accents for the time being. But, you know, Zywoo's English skills were the best kept CS secret since Liquid added Moses. And right now, Dupree's found that little bit of an opening here. So we'll see the CT scramble downwards in the off chance that Vitality continue to fight their way through, but they should be doomed. Operative word being should be. The bomb plant will actually have cover. Kerrigan comes in to challenge, and sure enough, that's the end of the line. FaZe take their second.
Shot Kerrigan. Well done. They shut it down. See, Astral's specialty was all about hitting the B site and just really amazing executes and a super strong entry pack between, you know, Glaive, Dupree, Magisk, and they just were so good, no matter what the numbers were at, like, making the most of getting into the site, getting the entries. I was there. I think that's basically what they're going to add to Vitality on T side. But there's going to be some stuff that changes and some new stuff that works. So we'll see. Cascade of nades there down towards mid. Again? What? I mean, oh, he's doing more. Holy hell, he's just finding him. Oh, he's got his next move too. Jesus.
What is this?
Props. You know, the great part is anyone can do this. You don't have to be Robs to do that.
But while he spams it away, they're actually challenging out through Monster. So Twist's under challenge. Ooh, good damage there as bodies line up for Twist. Takes down 2. The USP now puts out the fire, but Robs gives cover.
They can't get rid of this guy.
Oh my god, dude, they're holding this. They're holding it all.
What? He had enough. He was able to use all the bullets in his gun without spraying. Switch to a USP, take some shots, drop a smoke, stay alive, and continue fighting. And Rob starts out the round by just, like, decimating them in short tunnel. I don't even know. They couldn't handle any of this.
All right, so let's put that Robson Twist B-site overpass hold.
Yeah.
We put a pin in that one because so far, feels like Robs has memorized these wall bangs.
That's crazy. He's just following their next movements every single time.
Twist keeping it clean as ever, but Dupree, well,
what?
Okay, this is going to be a trend, I feel. That's a wall bang through the squeaky door, through the wall, onto the graffiti side. Headshot connects, Twist goes down.
Now, if you're Robs, keep going.
Oh, Kerrigan tries to go for a peek, and that's his demise. Robs now takes the same place. Actually tucks to the corner. Wow. Beautiful reposition here from Robs. And another challenge to be had there.
Some more wall bang damage. Man, this is just like such insane overpass right now.
This isn't the CSGO I know.
Those are brutal defaults. Can't even take shorts in peace. Really nice how Robs came in to supplant Kerrigan's position. They take a deeper angle, deal with that threat. Kerrigan tried to get tricky with it just because Robs was still spamming to walk out. Was actually very aware of Magis to be holding that, you know, just in case. But yeah, when all is said and done, Vitality up a player. Is there a flash? There is, and Robs will see him. It doesn't commit to it, but yeah, just enough to get the nades out.
Goes for another. Ooh, beautiful spray. He's got him. Murdered.
Wow, not wasting his ammo, waiting for another flash to get back.
He's playing this cleanly, but...
Keeping all the bullets in his gun, dude!
Oh my goodness, it's just enough. He goes for the hot swap, and he staves that off.
I can't believe he doesn't ever commit to his spray. And their HP bars are reflective of the bullets Rob put through the smoke. He just didn't finish him off.
So disciplined.
That's insane.
Like he showed... It felt like he just showed them mercy.
Yeah.
Like he could have just killed them, but...
It was actually even more torture.
That's clean.
Yeah. Twist said, so you aim here? This is ridiculous. Look at this. I mean, first of all, they flash him to wide swing.
Yep.
Let's put Kerrigan in that spot, or just anyone else. You wide swing and see 3 people, you are out in the open, crouch spraying,
holding
all of your bullets.
Down
and
to
the guy
dry
comes
mag.
off short, shoots you in the side of the head. Instead, Robs doesn't even shoot a bullet on the first peek, switches to his smoke, smokes the tunnel. First guy comes through, kills him, shoots 3 or 4 bullets through the smoke, goes back to short, so much ammo left over, stops the entire execute without using a full mag. I don't even know, man.
Discipline.
It's crazy. And I mean, Zywoo's having a hell of a game right now. Robs is on beast mode right now. I mean, this is one of those games that...
That's sick.
We need to go to overtime.
You know, we said Zywoo was already 9-1 or something like it. Well, Robs is 8-1.
Yeah.
And off of the back of these few gun rounds we've seen from FaZe, he has been a key piece of that B-side anchor. So time to see whether Vitality change directions or if they can somehow topple the beast that is Rops.
CS gonna reach new levels this year, bro.
Oh, dude.
Holy.
Fingers crossed. Knock on wood, don't jinx it. We don't need anybody else falling in an airport and breaking their wrists. Okay?
Yeah.
That's a 2021 problem.
Just don't drink Starbucks. No problem. Okay, broke you with one opening. And eyes down Divider. Looking for his next duel. I mean, he's smoked on Divider, so he can open up on this side. Oh, chance to find one. Tease with not the greatest buy now. They could recover the gun. I don't know if that was another pistol. Rain's been ISO'd here. He's got opponents on both sides. Can't even get one. Nice peek from Dupree, man. Very careful with that. All right. So I think, FaZe Clan know, what kind of attack is coming their way. Kerrigan playing on the opposite side of Divider. This can be good to catch one off. And they'll probably make noise to start jump throwing their utility, which it looks like they're about to set up to do. But typically you want to, flash over Divider with Brokey, but he doesn't have any utility for Kerrigan, so he's going to rely just on his gun here.
Oh, he gets it. Takes 50 damage in return. Twists. Oh, clean. Wow. So clean. You go to B, you deal with Rops.
Yeah.
You come up to A site, you're met by Brokey, and then this rotation from Twist is perfectly timed.
Nice.
And the shots look so clean.
FaZe looks so much cleaner here on Overpass than the Inferno games we watched, even though they definitely played sick. Did we knock a key cop out? Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
A couple, actually.
Oh, what letter is that? Okay, yeah. It's like Lego.
Yeah.
You just got to put it back together. Ooh, Zywoo's burning.
He's always on fire.
Vitality down by 2 and leaning on Apex with the solo AK. Ready for the jump up. Rain and Rops and Brokey. 1, 2, 3. Make it 4. Bomb hits the ground and that's done. Instantly shut out the moment they tried to wrap around through party. We talked about Inferno T-sides, and I made a joke in the last one about how, the A1S is supposed to make things CT-sided. But Overpass is hands down the map that I feel like, alongside Nuke with those long ranges, really benefits from it.
Yeah, and all the spams.
Yep.
Yeah, it's for sure the map where you're going to feel it the most.
Right now,
this game feels so much about first of all, Rops, the cleanliness of everybody's frags right now. Just no one's wasting bullets. It's actually just kind of scary to see.
It was the cleanest CS we've seen all day.
I feel like if Vitality played another team right now in Overpass, they wouldn't even lose a round. And yet we have FaZe who look like they're better than them.
For now.
For now.
So we're going to take the helm on this playground play.
Wow.
Oh, nice nade.
Yeah, and a nade.
Excellent. Zywoo's been cooled off by force here from FaZe, right? What was it? 9 kills off the trot, and now he's 10 and 6. So trying to get his name back into the kill feed. Rops, change of positions here. Playing long A, tethering with Rain instead. And that means we could get the Rops fight versus Zywoo. Oh, blindsides him.
He's got extra support to peek from a different position. Rain joins the fray. Just like that, it becomes really scary here for Vitality as they don't want to lose A totally. Oh, whoa, what?
Oh, it's so good. Dude. It's so good. 12 and 1.
That was for free.
He knows how sick that was.
That was crazy.
First of all, I was caught blindsided, so that's not the head-to-head, but look at this. Get back down there. Yeah, exactly.
That was for free.
Wow.
Well, those are the peaks we know he has.
Maybe Vitality should have kept it on Inferno.
That's nuts. I don't know, man. I get it.
No, they look good. Yeah.
Yeah, I get it.
It's just a solid CT side. They've got time to figure things out, but right now, I mean, with Robs roaming too, like this is the first time they've dealt with Robs up on A site. Robs moves to A.
What's he even doing there?
What happens?
What's he even doing there?
Oh, just 2 insta headshots.
So back in the day, it used to be Rain always pushing up to the fountain, doing all the aggressive plays. He was the fur. of the map, and I think they copied over SK's setups with him making the aggressive maneuvers. But I can't remember them ever doing like a 2-rifler setup, especially something with ROPS. I could never picture that. It's obviously a nice look, but it's probably going to be hard to deal with, you know, especially when he's just had so much efficacy with those wood wall spams over on the B site. You think you just dedicated him to making Magist's life as hard as possible, but now with Vitality trying to avoid the problem, Rob's following them around. He's haunting them. He's like Freddy Krueger right now.
Now, unfortunately for Vitality, they find themselves on the lesser guns. So best of luck. Door off its hinges. dupreeh just down beneath rain, but oh, that's okay. That's sharp. That's a recovery. We'll give that one to dupreeh. That was clean. I like that. I like it. More of that. Little boost.
Yeah, they'll try to transpose quickly into this boost. Yeah, that could grant the timing. Nice shot from Magisk.
They are not supposed to win this, but the Danes have each decided to get a clean first kill. And a double man advantage now for Vitality. But, the jump spot baits the shot, and Brokey goes wide with the op. Make it a one-man advantage.
That was really nice. That was absolutely coordinated.
Perfect play to make in a 3v5. You know, something small that like doesn't necessarily mean you're taking a massive risk and the round's going to get blown out.
As far as no utility.
If there's nobody there, then you keep your weapons, maybe rotate B, but that was clean. I like it. A real gentlemanly response from FaZe.
It looks like the lurk is coming out here from Magisk coming out. I'm sure they're going to expect a walkout at some point. We can see Rob's tight angle on the site. Ooh, really awkward is they're not actually covering each other. Yikes. Rob's angle didn't actually make sense with Kerrigan in that position. Kerrigan can be aware of where Robs is. Rob should be aware of where Kerrigan is. Either way, it's not cohesive, and that's just why they lost, basically.
There we go. A mistake.
A mistake, yeah.
A mistake.
Yeah, one mistake.
We've seen one in the positioning there. Magisk will be happy, but they weren't supposed to win this, so that's 2 rounds. 2 of the 4 from Vitality where they're winning with the lesser weapons.
Yeah. And they look good on those rounds too somehow.
Not quite the severity of winning the second after losing pistol, but it's still something that shouldn't have happened, and FaZe will know that. 7-4.
Yeah. I think Rob's missed a few bullets, but I didn't see it from his perspective, so I can't say for sure. I'm going to assume that's not true. History would tell me otherwise.
Oh, Brokey, hang on.
Uh-oh.
Oh, gets one, but there's way too many bodies, so clean sweep of the FaZe clan. Here's dupreeh's Deagle versus Rain to start things off. That was quick.
Yeah.
And then this boost, instant.
Everything is quick.
There was definitely some shots here from Robs offered back.
We don't know for sure. The jury's out.
I'll let you have it. Magisk clapping for himself.
We've all been in the situation, get an entry, go, nice.
I'm so good. All right, ZywOo, let's see it. Ooh, ZywOo tethering with dupreeh.
I like that they started to leave short B and FaZe have just gone ahead and taken it. You know, after that much pressure. But it looks like Magisk is coming in on the slow approach. We'll see if there are any nades to support him. There's no flash over top, so he'll take the dry duel and Kerrigan will pay.
Yeah. Only one of those players hit a headshot. It was not Kerrigan. So he'll be calling from the sidelines here for round 12. Vitality trying to shoot for that 5th in the 5v4. Pretty forward stance from FaZe on the bathrooms. Rain and Brokey working within it.
Yeah.
And then Rops just taking a very passive angle to allow for that long push to come through, which it does look likely.
They should have just made some noise, so they're going to hear this organization outside B. Okay, Magisk goes down. He's actually the one piece that they could afford to lose here. dupreeh, I think, is a little bit more important. He's going to come up late through bathrooms. And now on the site, the pressure is on Rops once again as a rotator in. He gets a tag off of that molly. That's enormous. I mean, it's just confirmation of something they were sure of.
So well timed. This is a great setup here for FaZe. They've got 3 of their 4 players on position.
It's a touch uncomfortable, but yeah, they have enough players.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world, but losing Rain makes things a little bit worse because Brokey's going to be stuck between 2 angles, and Robs doesn't quite finish his kill. He will go back at Apex, get the job done, and doubles into ZywOo. Now it's on dupreeh. He's lost half his health, grabs op, and has to concede this.
Damn.
It looked like with dupreeh killing Rain that Brokey wasn't going to be able to help.
Yes.
But he still took one off.
I love the position that Robs plays there. It's only opened up because they have 2 players on bathrooms. If they don't have both of those guys, there's no way Robs can play there. And that means that that's not an angle that the Vitality players are going to clear naturally, right? On the opposite side of the default. So that's beautiful. But dupreeh does make a compelling argument for why this whole setup should have collapsed. However, Robs really saved the day. Apex was just terrified of him. Got insta-dinked.
Yeah.
ZywOo missed his shot, and this is just Robs winning
Apex
over and over again.
Just tucks, hopes that maybe ZywOo can clear the player, but Robs dodges it, goes back, keeps it clean.
Every inch you over flick, you know, it's 1 inch away from Robs. He's tight with those peaks right now.
Is an over flick worse than an under flick?
I think so. I think it's just the more you're nervous mistake when you see an over flick, but I mean, technically, I guess they're the same.
I don't know. You're the one who said that it was, you know.
I feel like over flicks are the ones that are like, okay, you're bad.
Yeah, you went too far.
Under flicks are like, do you even play CS?
Yeah. Undershoot, don't overshoot. Coach Lau's seal of approval. Op in the hands of Brokey, op in the hands of ZywOo.
What a dense half.
ZywOo, again, 9-1, 10-8.
Yeah.
Just saying. You know, when we walked into this game and we're looking for the stars to shine.
Yeah.
We wait. Meanwhile, Rain and Kerrigan can just lean back, look at their 3 stars score lines, and laugh. But a CT side that hasn't come easy. A few rounds looked far too simple, but we're starting to get into a bit more tedious CS. And a change-up in the A defense, clearly. 2 guys here on long.
Yeah, and it's like the correct approach from Vitality kind of once again. Let's see if they stay coordinated. Magis can actually flank, but will he know about a second player? Well, no. He pulls out a nade. Apex takes down Kerrigan, and this establishes they can't actually plant really for CT. They have to take a risk by pushing into bank. Robs is still alive, so it's not a one position, I think, for Vitality just yet.
Yeah, Robs could serve up a real issue. He's smoked off for the time being. He's wary that somebody's going to come try and unroot him, but for now, I think Vitality, they're just down to lean on dupreeh for that contact on the rotators, which aren't coming at all. This one's going to be conceded over to Vitality.
Yeah, too many players, maybe a little uncomfortable about how much space have been taken exactly, and Robs will just keep himself alive. 16 and 2, 3, 13 rounds into the game.
Feels to me like Vitality take this round away, not because they solved the problem on A site, but just because they were able to circumvent Robs this round. If Robs is back closer to the bomb site, I feel like this 16 and 2 score definitely kicks up a notch.
I really love how he's just randomly reinforcing positions on the A site as well as B. I wonder what, you know, they discussed in practice. I can't remember when he's been used like this in the past, but it's working out beautifully. He's doing awesome. It's kind of like did his job on the B site. Now they're terrified of him. Let's try to change it over. And yeah, the Vitality have been trying to get away from him. Now they just can't escape. But even still, without killing him, killing his teammates, that was enough. And okay, ZywOo just catches Brokey in transition, trying to get out of there to Divider. This is Rain's main support. They still can boost over the wall inside B, and it looks like they are. So he might have a way out, but dupreeh's trying to headhunt. Oh, and he'll win that duel. dupreeh down to half HP, but it's the headshot that wins it.
Again, dupreeh's gotten the better of Rain a couple of times. All that's left is B site, so ZywOo's going to go excavate A. Go digging for the defense that isn't here.
He just read this so perfectly. I mean, look at how comfortable he is at taking all of this space. I imagine I don't know if he goes back to the op in this position, but maybe he doesn't want to scope. Oh, he's going to walk by another. Oh, it's almost unlucky. Kerrigan goes down. He's tucked tight right now, but ZywOo is still pretty comfortable.
All things considered, Meanwhile, his teammate's going to push into the B site, take that one for free.
His job has just turned into denying saves. He's got their full attention.
No savings at the bank. Twists catching Dupree, so causing a bit of a problem down on that B site. ZywOo going to come help out. They'll be able to pinch Twists and maybe even find him, but he just got by. So that should allow for the 2 CTs to go save. Unless they decide to come hunting. But a bit of a nod to this idea of Rops just reinforcing different positions all over the map. When they were first playing each other earlier today, FaZe and Vitality, we were doing a little bit of lip reading in the green room. We were watching the player cams, and when Vitality would kill Rops, they would be sure to emphasize the fact, that's Rops, Rops dead, etc.
Yep.
So, you know, I feel like with him now being within this better team, it's clear that he has impact on a server when you specify that that's the guy who's dead.
Yeah.
Take him out of the equation, and it kind of changes your confidence, your strategy.
It's kind of been Rops his whole life, right?
Yeah.
He's one of the very few, you know, thoroughbred lurkers in the game. But yeah, honestly, if it's simple, it's ZywOo, it's something like that. It's kind of like the first thing you say, proudly. Got him.
I did it. I did it.
Wow, come down to the last round. This was such a dense half. I mean, there was so many great things that happened. Such good attacks. Vitality had to work hard to get this far. FaZe looked indomitable, recovering after getting eco'd. I mean, this half was a whole movie.
And the sequel's coming up next. FaZe Clan finished this one with a lead, but is it 9-6? We'll see. Dupree gonna find Rops' face, but Rain and Kerrigan trade it back very quickly. Still, that's 2 players walking wounded here for FaZe, and Brokey's gonna go to bat with the A1S, toppling what's left of Vitality. They attempt to push their way out, and ZywOo on the Tech-9s down for the count. Brokey with a multi-kill. FaZe, the 9-6 CT side here on Overpass, and a little bit of frustration.
I'd rather play the SMGs.
I think would be like the best thing that could happen for the game.
Just bring some more.
Astralis, of course.
So my wish list for 2022 changes for weapons, I would say that we would get a reduction in price for the A4. I think a slight nerf on the A1, so maybe like a little bit harder to control recoil.
In terms of weapon changes, I would like the M4 A1 to be a little nerf. I think it's buffed too hard right now.
So on top of my list for 22 weapon changes is I want the FAMAS to be a little bit more viable. I feel like it's not really being played that much. Most players, I mean, especially me, I rather play the SMGs than play FAMAS, honestly. I think the CT's just like something with the economy, maybe. I mean, right now they have the very OP silencer, so maybe they should balance that out with the M4A4, so both weapons get a little bit viable, because right now I feel like 90% is just playing the silencer.
Top of my list for 2022 in CSGO is more maps being introduced. More fluid map pool. Kind of tired of playing the same 7 maps. Just bring some more.
So I'd like a new map, like a rotation or something, I don't know. And I'd want like Dust 2 removed. I feel like it's been in the game for a long time and I don't really like it. I don't like the change they did now either.
I think it would be nice to get another map coming into the pool, like a completely brand new map. And then I think just like some small changes on like maps that we play a lot, or like removing old ones like Dust 2. I think I would just prefer that to just be removed and then put in something like completely different, or something that we had before like Cobble. Just getting one of like the maps that we used to have, just like revise it.
I think Ancient is not ready yet. I think there is a lot of wasted space on the map, and I think there needs to be some more rotations on the map.
How many trophies am I winning? That's a good question. I think 1 major trophy and 3 big tournaments. That's a goal.
I would like to win at least 1 major trophy for next year. Like actually winning the major would be like obviously the biggest wish list.
So it's a clean half with some shining moments. We've got stars inside the server, and we've got a lead for the FaZe clan as they swap over to the T side.
Well,
what?
I mean, it was ZywOo at first, and he had a really great round at the end there. So ultimately putting up the 12 kills. But honestly, Magisk actually handled himself quite well on B, considering how much he was getting targeted. And then Dupree was quietly a star inside of the stairs to get the kills he did. But still, FaZe get 9 rounds. And you gotta say, it's a lot to do with Rops. 16-4, so many targeted spams that went successfully. Presence on A and B site, being used so dynamically for a debut here on Overpass.
Yeah, he's everywhere and unstoppable all at the same time. Only 4 deaths in that half. You know, a guy like Twist's 14-7, and somehow he's being outshined. So that's the dynamic duo that's meant to carry FaZe, and right now ZywOo gonna try to get this retake rolling. Man disadvantage for Vitality to fight back from. But ZywOo's now just running in, trying to get into the mix, catching Kerrigan, and finding himself all alone. But a ZywOo 1v3 is not too much to ask for. Oh, in fact, it's dangerously close to fruition. Brokey, 56 health, and ZywOo seems to know he's going hunting. He's gonna clear, or is he? He's on for the ace! No! But denied by Brokey.
He had an inkling, but Brokey decided to say he would fake it, and that was the correct call. Then ZywOo lost his scent. That was a nice counter to that ace from Brokey. Beautiful attempt from ZywOo. Again, #1 on pistols. Insane stuff from him. But Rob's put together a couple on that pistol round as well to help brace for the ZywOo.
What more can he do? FaZe clan picking up both pistol round wins. See if this time if they can convert it.
Yeah, Twist finally starting to open up. We saw, you know, glimmers of it on Inferno, but it's still struggling in that to start off hot. And then we saw how good he was. I mean, he was like 13-17, fragging like he was 30-15. And then by the end of it, his rounds made a world of difference, paired with Kerrigan's calling. But here on Overpass now, he's, you know, looking as good as he's fragging. So, okay. Always very dangerous on these second rounds.
You just look at the scores between Twist, Rops, and Brokey, and you think, yes, that's what's meant to work for FaZe. You know, that's the formula that they're trying to create. It's exactly what they wanted. Right now, ZywOo pressed up close. Famas in hand, 1 of 2 guns. Oh, the flash is great. Wow. Dupree lending a helping hand and an assist as Apex's nade finds its mark. 3 players for Vitality versus the 2, one of which wounded. In Rops, Deagle, off the mark. Dupree just can't finish it. Magisk's MP9 isn't good enough either, but Brokey, 22 HP, a single shot from Masuda, and that's what they needed. 2 from Masuda. The multi-kill king just pushing it over, and again, an unconverted pistol round win from FaZe.
But it's another round that's very compelling, right? I mean, they made such a low investment look like they had a full buy. Look at the utility usage. 2 flash assists, an HE kill. ZywOo with a Famas, weaponized perfectly for the attack. I mean, there's almost nothing you can do. It feels like it's a full buy. And that's how you know. Just a great setup, you know, some great coaching, great IGLing, whatever it is. They brought us such a strong idea and executed to perfection on that round. And it's quite like how they were able to steal away the second round in the first half as well.
Ooh. Magisk biting off a bit more than he can chew as he peeks down into the 2 pistols. Still softening up a couple. Man, the passion coming out of Vitality, you know, it's one of those things I look to early, like...
Yeah, well, you know, like, they picked up kind of the 2 most energetic players as well.
Yep. And the, you know, the importance of some of these, right? This is a team that already knows they can claw back crazy score lines. Hell of a comeback earlier today to get themselves into this winner's slot, and now just toppling Brokey. They'll be good. 4 standing strong. They convert. Just a 2-round difference here as their CT side truly gets rolling.
And again, this will be a real test for FaZe, right? CT side, no questions. Unbelievable. Honestly, a CT side where other teams would watch and learn. Like, they were doing some insane, innovative stuff, some stuff that we haven't seen on Overpass before, and doing it and executing so well. And on T side, The attack is difficult these days. You know, going up against those M4s, it can feel kind of overwhelming. The map can feel very small at the beginning of the round, but they've got Robs to come in. He can do a ton as a lurker on this map. There's so much space for him to work with, and it's all about, can Kerrigan get them organized?
I didn't know you could jump on that, Valve. For the record. Okay. All right, it's recovered. That was looking kind of nasty. Apex back turn. The Glock's going to get it over the line.
Wow. I don't think that would have even been disappointing if you didn't get that kill. That was still pretty hard to do.
Oh, this is a pretty gross round.
Yeah, it is very gross.
And the rifles have been given over to FaZe Clan. Not gross because Vitality's losing, just some of these shots have been off of the mark. And it was meant to be the easy one, so we'll see what comes next. But this is a round where Kerrigan and Rain, I think, kind of have to step up a bit. And
wait a
he peeks back in.
Oh my God, 2 timings? No way. And that's gonna, I mean, mentally, it's gonna take him off this mark for a second. That is so unfortunate for Magisk, but it still might be fine. I mean, he feels the play coming one way or another.
Sees the shadow, gets it. Oh, can't finish off Robs.
Wow. Robs didn't even have full HP, right?
No, he takes him down like 20 damage or so.
Masuda's HE could be the MVP of the round.
That's a money nade. But he throws it out. And yeah, sure enough. 1 bullet. Oh, Robs does it.
Dude, he's 23-7.
Wow. What a star. Wow. How Magisk doesn't win that duel.
I'm not jealous of pros year over year. I mean, it just, game is just too hard these days,
right?
Holy,
that's so clean, dude.
What are you supposed to do about that?
2 bullets out. But all things considered, all right, that one does go the way of FaZe. It's not supposed to. You have to remember, we've already seen 2 rounds won by Vitality following each of the pistols.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Hey, not supposed to is the FaZe brand.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. They thrive in it. See the Brokey meme that he just posted?
No, what'd he do?
That, oh, it's so nice being, it's like unstressful being a FaZe fan. And it's a photo of a guy with the caption 20 years old, and it's like some 70-year-old.
Dude, the games we've had today, I feel like we've all aged a year or 2.
Yeah.
Viewers, players, production. This will be one of those days we remember. So much Inferno.
It's kind of nice to get all those games to compare to each other, though.
Yeah, 100. Again, we're starting the year, we're looking for data, and we got a lot of it. That's what we want. Ooh, Rain. Pressured here.
That's what wisely disengages. I mean, where there's 1 pistol, there's more.
That's generally the rule of thumb.
Full exec coming in.
Nade lands right between them, splits the difference, and that sets up the MP9 so nicely. Apex with a flash assist on the situation. Brokey and Rain coming in, trying to take back this real estate. We've got the 2 CTs low, Deagle in hand, and Rain bounces atop the bomb site, but the Woo is still standing. And he silently creeps closer. Doesn't know where they go. And Brokey rounds the corner, catches him off guard with the crosshair off position.
Damn.
Another round win for FaZe.
I mean, that's smoke down in the tunnel, MP9 right in front of it. A couple of players there ready for the V-exact, so this could have easily been a round lost. And it looks extremely compelling, but they managed to deal with this nice move from Rain, speeding this up quickly. Any more time and ZywOo gets into the fray, and it gets real ugly. So very smart of him to approach however he could, just to get there as quickly as possible. And Brokey does the rest. Clutch denied for the Zyborg.
Now it's just pistols for Vitality, so a very real chance for FaZe to pull away. As if they haven't already.
I mean, yeah. I mean, that would answer a lot of questions for me personally. A closeout on T-side overpass versus a team that looks this good right now. Especially versus a team that they know nothing about coming into the CT side.
Rop stock through the roof, off the charts, and still rising. Ooh, spots one, but what are you going to do about it with just these pistols? It's basically all of FaZe just running rampant, tearing them up, chewing them up, spitting them out, and getting that one done. Next, FaZe Clan just sprinting for the finish line at this point.
Yeah, kind of. I can't help but feel like Vitality still have fight here, but they have to work so hard just to close out. Honestly, it wouldn't be a FaZe game if it wasn't close, right?
Exactly.
It's got to be close.
It's their flavor.
But hey, this is the time to strike. We've got no op on ZywOo, just the rifles. A few grenades missing from the utility belts. FaZe know that this could be an easy match point. They play their cards right.
Ooh. Pretty quick pace to this utility outside of the B site. The barrage misses the mark.
I actually love that tactic because I feel like you'd be encouraged to play a slower round just in case they're really low on grenades and you didn't count the money exactly. But this is a way to, like, you know, opening tactic, get some damage in. And it also softens them up if they're going to go for the B attack. Of course, they avoided the bullets, they avoided the damage. And Rob could actually peel back out of this. I don't know how much they want to stay in the tunnel, but well, I mean, all right.
Ay. Magis.
2 bullets, 26 and 8. Rob's not scared and entrying.
Just gets evaporated. Flashbang goes through as well. Good bank on that one. He's got 2 players inside of the short. Off of that pick, the 2 players that were with him both come in and take this short control so that they can go for the boost and look for more. I like that. Come at it from a completely different angle, but it actually gets evacuated. Although Masuda still playing around within these closer positions. As Apex tries to flash him inwards, it's Rops with another headshot. That's going to activate Kerrigan to go in. Apex will take him, but Rain gets the trade back on the opposing IGL. And a 2v4 is where we are left. They concede 14 for FaZe.
They full flash Rops. He still gets the kill, barely uses any ammo. I don't even know if this guy's capable of crouch spraying. That's just, I mean, that's beautiful. I like the attack too. I mean, the way they approach it tactfully, getting out of Monster Tunnel, you know, hanging out while there's no counter utility. Rops takes his 150-50 duel, just wins it. Claps Magis in the 50-50 engagement, and then they peel back, they wait, they approach the B site a different way with the boost on short. They don't see anything that way, but B site is still right for the taking. And as soon as Vitality do reaggress, Rops is there, a stone wall. Insurmountable force right now.
Look at this.
This is just filth, just pure filth, man. And I mean, Magisk is hitting shots this game. Nupri is hitting shots this game.
But nobody hitting as many as Rops.
Yeah.
27 and 8. 119 ADR.
Yeah.
22 rounds into the game. All right, tip of the hat to Rain.
Yeah, he's 9 and 8. He's like, you know, only got 9 kills, but he's made some moves this game.
For sure. I feel like some of that utility damage had to have been during his fights versus Dupree and Connector. First half, they were chucking nades back and forth.
Can't help but feel like in the post-match tweets, someone's going to mention Rops by name.
Yeah.
DG Rops & Co. You know, one of those.
Yeah. Oof. Just wild.
Clean ones. Free haircuts today from Rops.
He's putting up like ZywOo numbers. Feels like the sky is the limit. And this is just day 1 of FaZe Rops.
Yeah, seriously. How aggressive is ZywOo going to get? Wow, man. He's the only one with an AK here. Okay.
And
find
making it work.
Frags. Brokey will find the refrag. But that gun is protected now.
Yeah. And in the grand scheme of things, you've taken down Kerrigan and Rain. Those are not the individuals.
Yeah, together they almost have as many kills as Brokey. Not even Rops. I mean, I wanted to say Rops, but not even. Yeah.
It's like You know, props to ZywOo, but if he could choose 2 other players, I'm sure he would. Right now, we'll see how this core, this is the trio, right? This is meant to be the success story of FaZe. It was Kerrigan who said these 3 players, if they stick together, Brokey, Twists, and Rops, could have a long career together as a trio. They are a core. Right now, we'll get a chance to see whether they can get through these 3 Deagles and Scout of Vitality. ZywOo tried to set them up. Rops.
Don't look at him, dude. He's Medusa right now.
He's just not missing, man.
Oh, and a great mid-round.
Oh, it's so good. That's Kerrigan from the sidelines. Making strats from beyond the grave. Brokey's getting tagged. Doesn't know where from.
This game is too hard, man.
And the bomb plant from Twists.
Encouraging.
Big brains, big bronze.
Pistols to save.
And these AKs just going to tear through what's left over of Vitality. So nicely done. They survived the test that was ZywOo's 2 kills. Nobody else falling after the fact from FaZe. 15-8.
Damn. I swear this game felt close for a second.
Once upon a time.
And it's not just lurk frags. It's a lot of openings. It's a lot of critical, completely round-changing frags over and over again from Rops. And he's the guy who, I mean, he's too good to be looked at as a role player, but really just stylistically is so leaned in that direction that it's hard to not, you know, characterize him as such. But we're seeing his range. And I hope it continues because he's supposed to be competing with the likes of Nico, ZywOo, and Simple, right? He's supposed to be. And now he has a team that will be at the tournaments, that will make the runs, that he can actually directly translate his skill into success with. And this is not a flash in the pan for Robs. I mean, this is Robs at his very peak, but he's very, very consistent and usually around here. This is just obviously absolute beast mode, ultra instinct form, but
this is a high from Rops that we've always known he could achieve, right? And the question was always, can he do this enough to carry entire teams? He's waited. He has put in his time before finally getting onto a team that's arguably as good as he deserves, we'll put it.
Yeah.
Now we'll see if FaZe can just end this quickly. All right, we've had a lot of comebacks today. We've had a lot of overtimes. And like 140 rounds of Inferno already in our back pocket, but how many more of Overpass? That's the only question left tonight.
Quiet approach up A's. Looking potent. No one here to stop him. Frontside smoke goes down. Almost certainly going to offer up a plant, but will they read into the long setup? Surely they're going to have an idea of it. Feels like ZywOo's not even going to bother rotating that way. Wow, smartly comes around from long, finds his opening on Kerrigan. And Twist goes to face him. I don't know if they didn't have the bomb there, but
Rob's lurking through from the back line, so a post plant.
Brokey's going to be back-to-back with Dupree. Dupree's going to turn around in a second, though, surely.
Yeah, there it is. But Rops, he's also activating on the flank, so this suddenly pulls the attention of Vitality back downstairs, or forces them forward.
Imagine.
The beehive's been kicked.
It's 10 seconds. He's not even on. Oh, okay.
Matt just switches out with the kit, and that's a defuse through for Vitality, so the game's not done just yet. However, awkward situation here in this one. And FaZe going to continue to play here v Vitality. These are the shots from ZywOo.
Yeah, I'm surprised they just thought no one was at A. Like, they cleared bathrooms. That was also strange. He was a nice shot, but bomb carrier, and they just got shot from long, so. But they didn't think anyone was at A? No one at long, no one at bathroom? Usually it's one or the other, so that was kind of surprising, but they can afford to lose a round, I guess.
Yeah. Is what it is.
No tempo change. They'll take it slow.
Ooh, little run boost. Okay. Gotta take care of the knees.
They don't come back.
ZywOo on 99. They do not expect that position whatsoever. Flash was good, and he remains blind. Throws the smoke down. So the pressure is certainly there. 2 players sitting outside the B site. It's gonna be Brokey and Twist to start clearing out the opposite end of the map, and maybe Dupree can get away with a frag or 2.
up quick. Nice timing from Dupree. Takes one through the wall. Oh, that's an op too.
But the repeat's going to cost them. There's another player here.
Yeah, Brokey's keen on trying to punish the flasher as well.
Last round, Robs was able to lurk out into the B site. This time, Masuda finds him from the corner of short. 4 versus 2 for Vitality to get those double digits. And there's no doubt in my mind that there's that little voice, just that little voice in the back of FaZe's mind, reminding them Vitality pulled it to OT earlier today. Don't let it happen again. Saiwu in the 70s.
Flank's coming in quickly.
Down at the hands of Kerrigan, and that flank will be the end of them. FaZe caught out in the open here as the bomb carriers dropped. 20 seconds for Brokey to pull off a miraculous 1v3. No bomb control. And again, that flank just confirming this for Vitality. So it's a matter of hanging on to the op.
Yeah, maybe a few critical seconds upcoming. No, okay, Magic will take him out. Nice. That's 10 rounds up to doubles, and at least it's a nice rifle round, you know, straight off. Catching him at every turn. Dupree very smart about his timing here and staying in top bathrooms. Masuda catching out Rops just to deal with that perceivable threat from the last rounds. We'll have some utility kits get bought up, so they're probably going to have some kind of funky eco strat coming in. Tech-9's in play. Kind of hard to eco on T-side overpass just because, again, the long ranges are so friendly to the CT side. But Monster is sometimes that place to go.
Wait out the train and get going. Sometimes these work.
See if they hit the flashes or not. They do.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's
Zailu's blind as well. Oh, Rain the double deagle. You're not going to... Oh! When it rains, it pours. 3 deags from Rain. What? Like, you've already got Brokey, Twists, and Rops in your repertoire. Kerrigan, one of the most, you know, sought-after IGLs of all time. And then Rain adds in that extra secret spice. Gives you a round like this. A fourth! Everybody falls at the hands of Rain, and this one is done.
Deagle.
FaZe Clan with a sweet, sweet revenge.
Damn.
Off of the back of the Norwegian Rain.
God damn. Well, that was a match.
Right?
That had it all.
The Rain 4K.
With the revenge for FaZe Clan.
That's
what a day
so
to see it.
good.
What a day.
Such a good time it's been. All the Inferno, up and down, and a little overpass sprinkled on top. We're done here, folks. Day 3 of the Blast Spring Groups is over. FaZe takes Group C in first place. And that means that we're not going to get the Astralis Vitality. I'm done. I'm out. Headed back to Freya.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, stellar job as always. An absolute marathon coming into today. FaZe push it over the line. They managed to claim that sweet revenge over the side of Vitality and Pimp. They do it in style on the grounds of Overpass.
Yeah, that was very impressive from Robs and the boys coming out hot, you know, to the first half and especially in the second one as well. We got to see a good game of Counter-Strike. I think it was either Londus or Corner saying it throughout the cast. That was the most clean Counter-Strike we've seen all day, and I agree. The amount of instant headshots, you know, the amount of just raw aim on the server on this one was spectacular. We have to mention him as well. Robs just going absolutely nuclear. And I guess to those, you know, who still wondered why did they sign Robs and why are people overestimating Robs? You know, he's not that good. Well, I guess that's an answer. He is that good.
It's already been 2 games today. 2 games out of 4 where Robs hits absolute interdimensional level. That's where he rose, and that's how he played on that very game. You could see it from the get-go. You could see some of these highlights as well. From the very first few rounds, he activated his 200% aim, and he only went for headshot. That was insane. The impact that Robs had, absolutely unmatched. He took everyone by storm, and only Zaiwu really was fighting back.
I think a question that you posed coming into this, and maybe a lot more for the future for FaZe, can Rops return to that superstar status with a capital S? So far today, he's had that cap lock on perfectly.
Yeah.
I mean, just seeing the most beautiful stuff from Rops coming into it and shows why he's so hyped up coming into this lineup.
These are very encouraging signs, and this comforts me in the idea that if you're Kerrigan, if you're FaZe, you are going to devote your resources for that man. Because if he can do what he did on Inferno with 36 and right here on Overpass as well with 29, then that's almost a guarantee way into victory for FaZe. So give everything you got for this man, to make sure that he reproduces these types of performances like a superstar.
Do you think there was anything else just instrumental on the side of FaZe that allowed them to push this one over the line, considering, you know, they were claiming revenge over Vitality?
Yeah, I will say, you know, I think the T side we didn't get to see much of it right here on Overpass, but it looked okay. And I like the fact that there's X factor on all the players. We see Rain, who's having a rough tournament so far. He hasn't really been stepping it up. You know, the interfacting department coming out of him and the general impact hasn't been too great. And he finishes up with 4 fantastic deagle headshots. So I think when you look at the FaZe Clan roster, we spoke about them, you know, now being ready to be title contenders in the sense that it's a very well-rounded team and a team that has, as said, a lot of X-Factor. One thing I do want to raise a concern for is the lack of entry-fracking in this team, right? Because it is Rain, it is Kerrigan, and I would also argue those are the 2 most inconsistent players. So that's the one area where I'm like, I'm still not settled whether or not I believe in that for the future. But having Rubs, having Brokey, having Twist, as Kerrigan said, the sky's the limit.
And if we are looking for win conditions for FaZe, I mean, we have to mention Mizuta and Apex just went through that game completely invisible. Mizuta and Apex combined 3 kills in the first half of this game. This is the highest level of Counter-Strike. It's just not gonna fly, that's it. We praised Vitality in that comeback saying there's no weak link. Everyone was insane. Well, in that very game, Apex lost the plot. I think disconnected individually from the game. He couldn't make any right decisions. Mizuta was very silent, whether it's by his inability or by the context of the situation, but he didn't have any impact. We were talking about Zaiwo making his best effort and Dupree and Magisk both trying to fight back for Vitality, but unfortunately it was a 3v5 for the longest time.
Well, an absolutely huge result there from FaZe Clan, cementing themselves #1 going forward from Group C. And we do have a few words from Kerrigan after that victory.
So Kerrigan, you get the rematch against Vitality and, well, no overtime, certainly a positive. Also no Inferno. You come through on Overpass and things were looking really good from start to finish. In a game like that, though, it didn't even really look like you guys were at a point where you needed to be worried about them kind of making a comeback in it. Did you feel like you had it all under control?
I would say when we started on Overpass, obviously Zaiwo winning a round, and you can't really deny that, right? He making some good shots, and we combined 3-1. But then Robs steps up tremendously, win a lot of key important rounds and key frags, and that kind of keeps us alive on that CT side. On the T side, again, we played really good as a team, in my opinion, and played off the routine there. And the only time I got worried was the current in the end was like about to be 15-11, but then Vintage Rain comes up with 4 deagle headshots. So yeah, that's pretty good. But the execute was pretty good in the end to take that out of the bag.
And in terms of this FaZe roster, right, this is what you've been trying to build towards. You've got Rops now together with you. Was this the final piece? Do you feel like now this is something you can build upon and go back to winning some championships?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we saw last year we needed some firepower, even with Kosewa and Olofmeister, right? And now we have not a star player. He's a star player, but he doesn't have to shine all the time. And in his role, it's hard to carry all the time. But here on Overpass, he showed what he's capable of, and that's what all the FaZe fans can wait for next year. And by also winning some of these key rounds, we also get more often Orb on Brokey and Twist have rifle a little more than when we're losing rounds, right? So all a very long day, but I'm really proud of the mentality, even though we kind of threw the first Vitality game.
And I do want to ask, right, because in some of these games, especially the Liquid one, for example, there are multiple times where you guys are at a numbers disadvantage. And like, for example, you might be dead in the round at that point. Are you also kind of managing it going forward, or is the team just doing it themselves?
Not really. I try to only say something when I feel like there's something off page or they're waiting too much. So I try to just focus on if I see something they can abuse, right? In my opinion, with these young guys, they have to play off each other. They're playing the game, right? So if I have a good read, I say I think B execute is good, and then it's up to them to say yes or no while I'm dead, right? But once I'm alive, I'm trying to control everything, and then obviously, we have to figure out the synergy between everything, but today Robs was great by helping on calling on TO pass.
And you just spoke there about synergy, right? I wanted to ask kind of how that is already in these early days, right, of just being at practice and getting your first officials on the way. How do you view it? Can you sense that it's already coming together in the way that you expected?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the good part about the scenario is that bringing a player like Robs, I know him really good. I know how he is as a personality and how he likes to work. And knowing the guys, I already know it's automatically a good fit socially and in-game wise. So yeah, I think these three guys are going to be very great. And they're going to push each other and they're going to help each other to achieve new heights, in my opinion. And yeah, everything is good so far. And obviously we have to work on our mistakes and keep the same work ethic all the time. And that's my responsibility together with Robin to make sure we stay focused and focus on improving every day.
One thing we definitely don't doubt is Karrigan's work ethic coming into any team, and a huge result for FaZe taking the first place spot here at Group C. And I'm sure we're going to be seeing more of FaZe players as we jump into our CS Money Player of the Day. You guys know the deal by now. Head on over to the Blast Premier Twitter to get your votes in. But we're going to be starting off with Dupree, Jacob.
Yeah, we got some AK action in a very tense moment. So impactful for Dupree. The spray transfer right here is fantastic, and he saved Vitality in that one.
Almost same position, same map, different player this time around. It's Twist who's going to turn around this situation against Liquid with 3 quick kills, saving and forbidding Liquid to make it 16. Beautiful job by Twist.
Yeah, fantastic to see him play well again. He had a bit of a rough match, but he turned up for it. Rain, we had to get him in there. We actually had to sacrifice Elise to make space for Rain. But the deagle shots coming out of Rain to end the game is just spectacular. He reminded us that Rain is still on the server, that Rain can still be a force to be reckoned with, and his deagle is without a doubt one of the best in the world, and this one is just nasty.
Yeah, this was so nutty to be closing out that map for. And yeah, make sure you head on over to the Blast Premier Twitter, get your votes, and we'll be crowning our King Play of the Day in our pre-show going into Thursday as well. But we're going to take a look at our Betway predictions coming into this, brought to you by the talent ourselves, who's got the crown on their heads. Oh, Jacob, we've got to share it a little bit with Anders. Somehow, he's actually getting some W's in terms of his picks.
Yeah, congratulations to him.
Yeah.
Life gets really hard when you're fighting with Anders for prediction. Good luck, guys. Good luck.
Why you in all of this, Matthew?
I had a decent day. I think yesterday really hit me in the nutsack, but today is a bit better. Okay.
Well, maybe we should move on to take a look at the bracket just to see exactly how things have rounded out and concluded here in Group C. We had a hell of a lot of questions coming into it. I don't think any of us would have looked at any of these teams and gone, yep, they're definitely going to be placing first. But yeah, huge props to FaZe for closing that one out very convincingly over Vitality as well. One of the most convincing scorelines. Actually, what is it? The only overtime, only non-overtime they didn't go to today?
Yeah, look at the scorelines, right?
Vitality, Jido's a quick one, but the rest was overtimes galore.
Scoreline is just close and close and close, but that's what you get when you play Inferno in 4 out of the... Sorry, 5 out of the 6.
Yeah.
You know what I'm looking at too? I'm looking at the gauntlet. I know I'm jumping ahead just a little bit, but we have a potential for a Vitality G2 maybe down the line up there. You know, if Vitality were to beat the contender between MIBR and Complexity, that one could be kind of cool.
Yeah, this is going to be very spicy indeed. Just moving over from the left to the right-hand side, of course, the elimination matchups is what we're going to be starting off with. And that means 1 best-of-3 loss, and you are out of contention for making it to the spring finals the easy way. Of course, the showdown awaits you, but yeah, we've all been there, done that, and it's not an easy gauntlet to be getting through. I believe we can bring up the schedule for Thursday, because unfortunately, guys, big sad, we do have 3 days off. But I mean, you can get some MM time in, get some FaZe games in, maybe get practice by that point. But we do have 3 best-of-3s on the cards when we return on Thursday at 1 p.m. Complexity MIBR, Team Liquid taking on Na'Vi. That's going to be a very tough test for them. And then Big taking on EG. Any highlight match for you there, Jacob?
Yeah, I mean, I think you said it in Team Liquid versus Na'Vi. I think that's going to be the highlight one right there. I am curious to see EG again play. I think Big were slightly disappointing to me in Friday's game. So Evil Geniuses, you know, showing a bit of glimpses today of their promises. I could see that being a close game.
I agree.
Yeah, that's a really exciting thing about going forward and just seeing some of these teams. The fact that we still don't have all the answers to the questions that we pitted forward, Maniac.
We only have bits and pieces so far. We've seen best of ones. We've seen Inferno 5 times out of 6 today. So teams are slowly sharing their secrets and mysteries, and we are yet to uncover them.
Yeah, I cannot wait to get into those best-of-3 matches. We are going to have to wait until Thursday for those to go down, but thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining me up here on the desk. It's been a fantastic day of Counter-Strike. Make sure you join us back on Thursday at the time of 1 p.m. CST to get all the action going down. We'll see you then.